The young man possessed the power to command legions of the dead, yet because his awakened spirit was labeled useless, everyone treated him like a stray dog. Under the blistering midsummer sun, inside the grayed dark tide rift of Yinyan City, Chu Xiu once again heard the familiar sneers. His teammates grumbled openly, cursing their bad luck for being grouped with a trash picker. The cutting words slid past him without leaving a mark. Head down, he quietly scavenged scraps from fallen undead. He knew those discarded materials, worthless to his teammates, were priceless in his own hands. A faint, mocking smile tugged at his lips. Those fools thought the 10,000 souls banner and artifact that could subdue an army of spirits was nothing more than a great assault flag. In his mind, he saw the ink-black banner swaying gently, as though echoing with the whispers of countless souls. A glowing line of text hovered over it. 10,000 souls banner awakening. 999-1000. One more step, just one, would free him from the stigma of failure and place an undead army under his command. This era was plagued by monsters, with abysses opening everywhere and rifts eroding civilization. Humanity survived only by borrowing the power of heroic spirits, beast, demon, ghost, human, or artifact. Artifact spirits ranked last, and Chu Xiu's was the lowest grade of all. From the moment of his awakening ceremony, he had been dismissed as worthless. Even his girlfriend, Han Xiaoming, cut ties and ran to the rich heir Wang Xiaotian. None of that mattered. Chu Xiu already had a plan. What the world called garbage hit a supreme power, the 10,000 souls banner. He fed the last scrap of ghoul flesh into the banner. The artifact trembled, as though an ancient thing were finally waking. Black miasma erupted above him, devouring all light. Within the fog rose hoarse growls and frenzied roars, chilling enough to freeze blood. When the darkness thinned, a force of more than 100 Whitefang ghouls stood before him, gray skin stretched over sinewy limbs, talons dripping poison, eyes glowing scarlet. At their head towered an undead warlord clad in obsidian plates, gripping a banner-hafted glaive, exuding a murderous aura. The banner's panel flashed new data. Spirit, 10,000 souls banner, tier 1. Level max. Skills, necrotic command mythic, legion summoning mythic, shared spirit legendary. Legion, Whitefang Ghoul Battalion 100999. Legion skills, devour, razor claws. Legion evolution, Whitefang Ghoul Bloodthirsty Devourer Dark Fiend Immortal Ghoul King. Death Warlord, A rank Abyssal Devourer 11. Warlord evolution, A rank Abyssal Devourer S rank Abyssal Lord SS rank Abyssal Sovereign SSS rank World Eater Overlord. Warlord skills, Blood-Soaked Battle Banner, Bone-Rending Impale, Hunger Resonance. Staring at the figures, Chu Xiu was swept by awe and elation. He had expected an ordinary legion, yet its evolution path was terrifying. He had thought the Warlord was simply a rank, yet it could advance all the way to a World Eater Overlord. Now he finally held the power to challenge this cruel world and to climb toward its pinnacle. Gazing at the undead behind him, he felt true satisfaction and safety for the first time. These loyal spirits would be the iron backbone of his rise. He dismissed the legion and strode out of the rift. The moment he stepped outside, his phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number filled the screen, showing a disheveled, flushed Han Xiaoming. The words oozed provocation and humiliation. Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed, a flicker of killing intent flashing and fading. Wang Xiaoshan's handiwork stealing his girlfriend wasn't enough. The man now wanted to flaunt it. The first student expedition into the rift for Yinyan's 6th High was 1 week away. That day, Chu Xiu would make sure Wang Xiaotian never forgot him. He shut off the phone and looked to the horizon, heart burning with resolve and wrath. In this world, only power decided fate. He had to grow strong enough to make everyone tremble so he could seize control of his own life. Never had the truth been clearer. Mastery over destiny belongs to the strong. Brother Chu Xiu. Before he could push open the courtyard gate, Chu Xiu heard the cheerful shout behind him. Dusk lay across the flagstone path as he turned and saw a girl sprinting toward him. Lu Yuan. You're back, Yuan. Today's awakening day, isn't it? Chu Xiu wiped the fatigue from his face and rubbed his brow. So, which heroic spirit did you get? Hands clasped behind her back, her almond eyes curved into crescents. Hee, Brother Chu Zygus. Seeing how delighted she was, Chu Xiu said casually, if you're this happy, it must be at least in a rank. You'll never guess. If I tell you, what's my reward? Yuan tilted her head, full of anticipation. Chu Xiu lifted a hand and patted her head the way he had when they were children. She closed her eyes in contentment. Come on, stop holding out. Tell me so I can celebrate with you. Yuan drew a breath, lifted her chin, and lowered her voice. I awakened an S-rank deity Jiutian Xuanu. Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. S-rank. Head thought Yuan's talent might take her as high as a rank, but she had vaulted straight into the top tier. Well, impressive, right? She said, blinking triumphantly. Once the shock faded, he was honestly happy for her, though a tangle of feelings followed. Yuan suddenly grew solemn, her voice soft. So, Brother Chu Xiu, when I'm strong enough, He'll protect you just like you used to protect me. If anyone tries to hurt you, we'll punch them. She huffed, clenching her small fists. Sensing the gloom that had weighed on him all week, she added quietly, even if the whole world turns its back on you, we'll still be here. With that, she bit her lip, stepped forward, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Her heart raced. She couldn't recall when her feelings had begun. She had always felt too ordinary for him. But now she had the strength to stand beside him and the courage to shield him. This time, she wouldn't let go. Thank you, Yuan. Chu Xiu brushed a hand over her head, his tone gentle. I'm not unhappy. This week has just opened my eyes to many things. He managed a small smile. The ceremony must have worn you out. Go home and rest. I should get inside too. For next week's dungeon raid, you're teaming up with me. Promise you'll wait. Yuan backed away, waved, and jogged off, her figure light and carefree. Chu Xiu watched her disappear around the corner, then went in. The courtyard lights were dim. His father and stepmother were there, and his younger brother. Chu Hong, only a year his junior, was already at the table, shoveling rice into his mouth. Chu Xiu washed his hands, filled a bowl with rice, and sat in his usual seat. Without a word, his stepmother's son Yueme slid the plate of braised prawns away from him to Chu Hong, then pushed a bowl of boiled cabbage his way. He merely smiled faintly and lowered his head to eat. Prawns or cabbage either could fill his stomach. Had never expected anything from this household. Disappointment had long since ceased to exist. Today, Chu Hong's awakening results were finally announced. Morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and spread across the wood-grain table. Chu Xiong folded his newspaper and glanced at Chu Xiu from the corner of his eye. Opposite him, Chu Hong held a pair of bamboo chopsticks sideways between his teeth, pride practically spilling from his gaze. Chu Xiu kept his head down and ate in silence. Ensclass, demon spirit Xiongqi. Chu Xiong snapped the edge of the paper and deliberately raised his voice. And you? Class weapon spirit assault banner. Useless, just like your mother. Crack. Chu Xiu's chopsticks slammed onto the table, making the soup in his bowl quake. What? You can't handle the truth. Chu Xiong sneered. Chu Xiu looked up, his voice icy. Say whatever you want about me, but leave my mother out of it. She owed no Onif anything. You owe her. With that, he shoved his chair back and headed for his room. Chu Xiong wasn't done. Next week your class explores a black hole. If you're not in the top 3, forget about school. Your brother's already been scouted by Xinxia University. See the gap? Both my sons, yet you're an embarrassment. At the doorway, Chu Xiu let out a bitter laugh. If I had a choice, I'd never be the son of Commander Chu. Bang. The bedroom door slammed, leaving Chu Xiong fuming in the living room. Ungrateful brat. From now on, Hong is my only son. Let that loser stay as far away from me as possible. He roared, chest heaving, while Sun Yueme hurried to calm him. Chu Xiu's room was a cramped 5 square meters in an otherwise spacious apartment. A narrow bed hugged the wall, its headboard stacked with dog-eared tactical manuals. A lone desk lamp cast a dim, yellow halo. 7 days can't go to waste. I'll raid other black holes, grow my undead legion, and get stronger, he told himself. Strength was the only way to survive in this world. Lying on his narrow bed, he opened the forum on his wristwatch and scrolled through recruitment posts. Half an hour later, he stopped at one. A grade dark tide black hole, squad 1 member short. Location, Yinyan City outskirts. Perfect, he muttered, tapping the register button. Codename? A shadow crossed his eyes. Abyss. Across Yinyan City, the assault squad still lacked a member. Captain Su Hongying sat on a training room bench, flicking her ponytail in frustration. A grade black hole might be entry level, but the bronze tier monsters inside could wipe a team. Wild squads rarely touched them, and official units didn't bother. Worse, dark tide holes were in peak season. Casualties were high, and her squad had lost a member 2 days ago. Recruiting was a nightmare. She reviewed the spirit warrior ranks in her mind. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, blue jade, purple jade, red jade, gold jade, and the pinnacle, black jade 10 tiers, each split into 10 stages. Ding dong. A private message alert popped up. Someone wants in? Codename Abyss? Bold name. She murmured, accepting the request. Hi Abyss. Hong Wan. What grade is your spirit, and what stage are you? Staring at the chat window, Chu Xiu hesitated. The Rod Abyss Devourer counts as a grade ghost spirit. Only Black Iron stage 1, but the Devourer fights at stage 8, and the White Tooth Ghoul Legion averages stage 2. Better stay low-key. A grade ghost spirit, Black Iron stage 6, he typed. Su Hongying read the reply, eyebrows pinching in mild regret. Great quality, but the stage is low. Still, we're desperate. She messaged back. Normally we don't take anyone below Black Iron stage 8, but we're short-handed. You're in. As long as they were willing to take him. Chu Xiu had no real demands about pay. Money's not an issue. Let me scavenge the drops, and I'm fine. Times are tough if I can fill my stomach. I'm happy, he typed, adding, I'm still leveling, so it's better to keep a low profile. His words were modest, trying to sound easygoing. Sitting in the training room, Su Hongying read the reply and smiled. An honest one, she thought. In her eyes, an E-class dark tide black hole was nothing Red Luan squad couldn't clear alone. At most Chu Xiu would provide cover. She replied crisply. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, rally at the black hole staging area outside Yinyan City. 3 teams in total: Black Eagle, Hunter, and Red Luan. Find Red Luan and don't get lost. Once the message went through, Chu Xiu grinned. Done. He shut off the terminal, lay back, and quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he wielded the Myriad Souls banner, leading legions of heroic spirits to sweep one black hole dungeon after another. It was only a dream, yet easy to believe it might come true someday. The next morning in the Chu family living room. Dad, did you set me up with an exploration team? Chu Hong asked between mouthfuls of breakfast, eager and whining a little. School's first expedition is next week. I need to farm some experience now, so I can carry the freshman girls, then they'll worship me. Already arranged, my precious son. Chu Xiong patted his head affectionately. You just charge ahead. Dad has your back. The indulgence in his eyes was unmistakable. This second son was sweet-talking and clingy everything he liked. Not at all like the eldest, who wore a stone face and never said what he was thinking. You'll go with the Black Eagle team outside Yinyan. Their captain's a bronze-tier spirit warrior, solid strength. They're tackling an E-class dark tide hole, much tougher than the class your school will visit. When the school trip comes, you'll be crushing it. Got it. Just then Chu Xiu walked out carrying a glass of water. Hearing Black Eagle, he raised an eyebrow. Sounded familiar. A moment later he remembered he was due at that same rally point tomorrow. So Chu Hong's going too, he thought with a cold smile. With a commandant father, one phone call solved everything. Chu Xiong was a 6th-rank Lapis commandant, a major figure in Yinyan City and all Jiang province. Few dared refuse him. To the outside world, only Chu Hong remained, as his child Chu Xiu had been completely sidelined. It was simple. Chu Xiu's mother had been a brief fling, while Sun Yuemei was the lawful wife from Shanghai's influential Sun family. For years Sun Yuemei never treated Chu Xiu as family, and Chu Hong never saw him as a brother. Worse, the spirit Chu Xiu awakened was labeled worthless, and Chu Xiong's patience had worn thin. Family, status, talent, everything told Chu Xiu he could rely only on himself. Even so, people say blood ties are the one bond you can never truly sever. In Chu Xiong's eyes, Chu Xiu was the disgrace of the family. He even forced the boy to hide the fact that he was Chu Xiong's son. After years of such humiliation, the title son of the Chu clan meant nothing to Chu Xiu. A commander might be powerful, the Chu family might look imposing, but once he rose, he would be a clan all by himself. His family tree would start with his own name, his bloodline would branch from him alone. Everyone looked down on him, so he had to fight back, if only for his own pride. What are you staring at? Instead of lazing around, think about how to get stronger. If you don't place in the top 3 next week, don't even bother with the college exam. Chu Xiong's voice cracked like a whip. The rebellious son before him was an eyesore. Taking the chance, Chu Hong sidled up with a lazy grin. Bro, why not team up with me? Do the grunt work and I might give you a hand. After all, we're brothers, right? Huh, no need. Chu Xiu slipped into the white t-shirt had worn for 3 years and pushed the door open. I won't be home for dinner. The door slammed behind him, and Chu Xiong's snort echoed in the hall. Good for nothing, wandering off again to who knows where. Chu Hong twirled his car keys. Dad, I'm meeting friends for dinner. They'll head out first. Go on, son. If you need money, just ask. They'll have someone drive you to the outskirts this afternoon. Stay safe. Chu Xiong's face softened completely, a stark contrast to his chill toward Chu Xiu. Relax, Dad. With my class spirit beast Xiongqi, I'm invincible. Chu Hong lifted his chin, brimming with confidence. On his way downstairs, Chu Xiu heard an engine roar. A sports car shot out of the garage. Chu Hong's ride. Being the commander's son gave Chu Hong everything. Chu Xiu had only this faded t-shirt. But that was fine. Whatever he wanted, he would fight for on his own. At 3, he put on a mask and took a cab to the outskirts. The moment he arrived, he saw Chu Hong arm in arm with an expedition team, laughing wildly. A Maybach drop-off and the status of being the commander's son made the team leader grovel like a lapdog. Chu Xiu looked away and searched the crowd for the Hongwan squad. In a corner stood a woman with fired hair, rifle in hand. The pitch-black Abyss entrance yawned beside her. Hi, are you Hongwan? I'm Abyss. You're Abyss. Hongwan raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear the boyish voice. Yes, we're all here, let's go. She waved her teammates over. Members gathered around. A blonde youth with an earring sized Chu Xiu up, a sneer on his lips. Sis Hongying, isn't this kid still wet behind the ears? If he freezes when the monsters show up, he'll drag us down. You talk too much. Hongwan shot him a cold glance, then turned to Chu Xiu. He's rude. Are you sure you're fine? I'm fine. This isn't my first trip into the abyss. A week ago he had scavenged inside without any combat power. Now the 10,000 soul banner was fully awakened. He glanced past the blonde youth, a chill flashing under the mask. This guy might not even beat him. Under that sharp gaze, the blonde youth took a step back, unease creeping in. How could a rookie kid's eyes make him feel afraid? Hongwan, you've been whining about not finding teammates these past few days. Looks like you finally did. Huh? At the noisy staging area, the two squads stopped almost at the same time. From Shadow Squad, a broad-shouldered man in his 30s with a bristling beard strode over. Hong Luan lifted her hand toward the silent young man beside her, his face hidden behind a silver-black mask. Our newest member, Abyss, Chu Xiu. The bearded man blinked, then burst out laughing. A mask? What are you scared of? Huh. Let me show you our fresh blood commander Chu Xiu's son, Chu Hong. Class spirit beast, Xiongqi. Shadow Squad puffed up instantly, as though Chu Hong's presence alone boosted their confidence. Members of Hong Luan's squad stiffened. The commander's son. The implication was obvious. Still gloating, the bearded man slapped Chu Hong's shoulder. Know why Commander Chu chose Shadow Squad instead of you, Hong Luan? Because you're weak. A woman should be home having babies, not running around as an explorer. The crude taunt made Hong Luan's expression freeze. Chu Hong let his eyes roam over her curves, greedy and unabashed. A beauty like you shouldn't be fighting at all. How about our squads merge? They'll keep you safe. Disgust flickered in Hong Luan's eyes. Commander Chu was said to be a paragon who knew his son was such trash. By contrast, Chu Xiu, about the same age, stood quietly at her side and was far easier to stomach. She cut the exchange short. Move. Into the black hole. With that, she led her team toward the dark rift. Useless woman, the bearded man muttered, then leaned toward Chu Hong. Young Master Chu, if you want her, they'll help you take her once we're inside. Chu Hong cast him a cold glance. Smart. Do it. Shadow Squad fell in behind Hong Luan's team, while the Silent Hunter Squad slipped along the flank like ghosts, hugging the rear as they all entered the black hole. A bitter wind whistled through the rift. In the hunters' earpieces, low voices murmured. Which one is Chu Xiong's son? Target lock Chu Hong. Good. Once we're inside, kill him. Chu Xiong thinks becoming commander makes him untouchable? He dared to raid our cult of the evil gods. Now he'll pay. The cult of the evil gods, devoted to abyssal monsters in the era of heroic spirits, lurked in every shadow of Blue Star, hated and hunted by all. Inside the E-class dark tide black hole, rot and chill filled the air. Whitefang Ghoul 1. Drifting silently at the rear of Hong Luan's squad, Chu Xiu used the banner of 10,000 souls to absorb every fallen monster corpse, turning each into a new Whitefang Ghoul. After more than an hour, his private Ghoul legion had swollen to 30. Up ahead, the blonde youth Su Yi muttered. Sis Hong Ying, told you this guy was worthless. An hour, and he hasn't killed a single monster, just scavenges loot like a dog. Hong Luan sighed. Let it be. He isn't taking any pay. As long as he doesn't hold us back, who cares? Hong Luan shook her head. He's been slowing us down. We're already far behind the Black Eagle and Hunter squads. Su Yi glared at Chu Xiu with open disgust, his voice aflame. Hey, trash, can you kill monsters or not? If you can't, get lost. Quit holding us back. The rest of the team looked at Chu Xiu just as coldly. No one wanted to carry his weight. If we leave him alone in the abyss now, he could die in there. Su Hongying still tried to intervene, but her words carried little weight. Chu Xiu stayed silent for a moment, a bright spark flickering in his eyes. He already had the strength to hunt alone. There was no reason to keep burdening a team that clearly didn't want him. Fine, he'll leave. He slipped off his pack and laid his supplies in front of Su Hongying, one item after another. Sister Hongying, thank you. I told you I don't want any pay. Apart from Su Hongying, he felt no attachment to the rest of the team. Chu Xiu turned to go. A pang hit Su Hongying, and she hurried after him, pushing a small pouch into his hand. Little brother, take this. I don't know why you had to come into the black hole, whether it's money or something else, but everyone's struggling out here. This is all I can do. Get out of the black hole as soon as you can. It's too dangerous. At Iron rank, 6th tier, moving alone in an E-class dark tide black hole was nearly impossible. Any bit of protection could be the line between life and death. He weighed the pouch. Inside was a small stash of freshly earned mana crystals, Su Hongying's entire share from the last hour of hunting. Thank you. He nodded solemnly, pocketed the crystals, and walked deeper into the black hole without looking back. Su Hongying watched his silhouette fade, a mix of feelings swirling in her chest. Su Yi clicked his tongue and shook his head. Sister Hongying, why bother? That loser never made us a cent, and you just gave him a bag of crystals. That's almost 10 grand. It's hard for everyone, and he's still so young. She sighed and let it drop. After leaving the team, Chu Xiu stepped alone into a pitch-black passage. It was his first solo expedition, and an E-class dark tide black hole was far more dangerous than anything he'd faced. His heart climbed into his throat. Carry an Abyss Devourer, come forth. A dark magic circle flared beneath him, and a 3-ma turtle carrying Abyss Devourer rose from the shadows. Its chilling aura swept away his unease. He tossed the pouch of crystals to it. Eat. The crystals shattered, dissolving into blue motes that sank into the undead warlord's massive frame. At once its aura surged, its shell turning ink black and its bone blades gleaming colder than ever. Come out. With the second order, roughly 30 Whitefang ghouls clawed their way from the ground and formed ranks around him. For any Iron rank monster, such a force was lethal. The surge of power drew nearby creatures. On the left, skeletal soldiers marched over the stone, bone boots clacking. On the right, a pack of goblins scurried forward, their leader barely iron rank 7. Swarms like these usually spelled death for a lone summoner, but Chu Xiu was the exception. Kill. The word was whispered, yet it cut the night like an icy blade. Boom. The carrion abyss devourer vaulted into the air, its battle standard sweeping out and morphing into a massive halberd that cleaved the goblin chief in two. Green ichor sprayed across rubble and dust. Sharing the warlord's senses, Chu Xiu felt the visceral thrill of splitting a creature alive for the first time, and a shiver ran through him. Kill. His voice was hoarse, his eyes blazing with hunger. Stronger, stronger, ever stronger. I will grow strong on my own. Whitefang Ghoul 1. Chu Xiu glanced at his interface. He now had a full 180 Whitefang Ghouls. He hefted a heavy sack of mana crystals in one hand. After testing its weight, he tossed a handful to the Rot Abyss Devourer, then scattered another handful over the Ghoul Legion. The moment the crystals went down, the Devourer threw back its head and roared, the sound booming through the air. Thick black mist billowed from the seams of its nearly 5-meter turtle carapace, its oppressive aura spreading like a solid wall. Within 30 meters, lesser monsters cringed and dared not approach. In just a few heartbeats, Rot Abyss Devourer, Iron Rank, Tier 10. Whitefang Ghoul Legion, Iron Rank, Tier 3. If only we could jump straight to bronze, Chu Xiu muttered, patting the creature's shell while doing the math. Bronze rank beasts showed up regularly in an Agrade Darktide Rift. So far he was still skirting the outer ring where only fodder lurked, but the deeper he went, the more bronze elites would appear. The thought made him smile faintly. Wondered how Chu Hong was getting on. Decision made. He led his monsters deeper into the rift. Elsewhere, Chu Hong was raking in crystals under the tight protection of the Black Eagle squad. Black Eagle looked green with resentment as he watched Chu Hong stuff most of the loot into his spatial pouch. The squad had been reduced to unpaid bodyguards, left with scraps. But Chu Hong was the commander's son, and no one dared complain. All they could do was hope he would speak well of them to Chu Xiu and earn them a token reward. So, young Master Chu, are you satisfied? Black Eagle asked, rubbing his hands and wearing a fawning grin. These little critters are nothing to us. Very nice, well done. Chu Hong weighed the bulging bag of crystals, grinning from ear to ear. This was all money, and he burned through cash fast, especially with the shady hobbies he kept hidden from his father. With this haul, he could live large for a while. Black Eagle's eyes darted as a thought occurred to him. Young Master Chu, what do you think of Hong Wan from the Red Wan squad? Chu Hong's eyes lit up. She's pretty nice. Why are you thinking? Black Eagle nodded, his tone eager. Our squad already outmatches Red Wan. They lost a member last time, and the newcomer Abyss is a pushover. Right now they're nowhere near our level. If you're interested, Black Eagle will gladly oblige. All we ask is that you enjoy her first, then let the brothers take turns afterward. A lecherous grin crept across his face. Sure, no problem. Chu Hong waved expansively. Brothers share everything. If I'm eating meat, you at least get the soup. Black Eagle cursed inwardly. Soup, really? But still forced a look of delight. Many thanks, young Master Chu. He bent forward and whispered, I have a rough idea where they are. After all, we have people inside their squad. With that, Black Eagle led his team off in another direction. When do we move? Not yet. The captain of the hunter's squad, a burly man with heavy dark circles and a full beard, lowered his voice and sneered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We'll strike when Chu Hong is alone. Once his precious son is gone, do you think Commander Chu will lose his mind? Deep inside the dim, Agrade Darktide black hole, loose stones whirled through the air and a foul wind reeked of rot and sulfur. Su Hongying snapped her arm forward. Hua Mulan, execute. Clad in crimson armor, Hua Mulan leaped out of the void, her spear splitting the lunging bone fiend into shards. The burst of black mist crackled against her armor. Su Hongying wiped sweat from her brow with the back of her hand and muttered, the deeper we go, the stronger they get. No idea if the portal on the abyss side is cleared yet. Push any farther and we'll bump into bronze tier 2, maybe tier 3 monsters. Can Hongwan squad hold out? She looked back. Several teammates were pale, panting, and the spiritual light around them had dimmed to embers. Captain, look what I found. The blonde youth Su Yi suddenly shouted, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. Su Hongying frowned and hurried toward him. What is it? Whoosh. A golden sword light sliced past her eyes. Su Hongying sprang back 3 steps, her heel striking sparks from the rock. Captain, your reflexes are pretty sharp. Su Yi sneered. Behind him loomed the projection of an armored knight wielding a great sword, Agrade man spirit. Arthur. Su Yi, what are you doing? Su Hongying demanded. Haven't you noticed, Captain? The monster count today is insane. Su Yi advanced, driving Arthur forward, a sinister glint in his eyes. And the reason is me. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from the entrance, followed by laughter. The fully armed Black Eagle squad emerged, their leader drawling, correct guess. Your prize getting ravished under young Master Chu until you beg for death. You? Su Hongying's pupils contracted. She turned to Su Yi. You're with them? Exactly. Su Yi shrugged. Only now you figure it out? A bit slow, Captain. His gaze roamed over her curves without restraint. Bastard. Su Hongying roared. Hua Mulan. The instant she formed the thought, the crimson-armored Hua Mulan dissolved as if wiped away by an unseen hand. At the same moment, every member of Hong Wuan's squad gasped. The power that fueled their spirits evaporated, and their projections blinked out. Sui laughed. Think I tagged along for nothing? I dosed you all with demon spirit powder long ago. Once it hits the blood, a spirit warrior's mind force is sealed straight away. Su Hongying's knees buckled and she dropped to one knee, her bracer clinking against the stone. The Black Eagle captain gestured politely behind him. Young Master Chu, the goods are secured. Chu Hong stepped forward, slim and agile in a black combat suit, a wicked grin curling his lips as he studied Su Hongying. Nicely done. You're the commander's son, and this is how you pass your time? Aren't you afraid you'll disgrace him? Su Hongying growled. Disgrace? Chu Hong lifted her chin between his fingers, desire burning in his eyes. My father dotes on me. His most gifted son could never feel ashamed of me. Besides, once I've had my fun and slit your throat, all it takes is a report that Hong Wuan squad was killed by monsters. Who's going to prove otherwise? Sui grinned. Oh, and good news, Sister Hong Wuan. That kid called Abyss. I sent someone to take him out earlier. By now his head should be rolling across the ground. Ha ha. He always annoyed me. Since you cared about him, I made sure he went underground first. Maybe you two can meet again down below. Su Hongying's expression darkened, her face ablaze with fury. You beasts. What does any of this have to do with him? Nothing. The man opposite her shrugged with a cold sneer. But that kid rubs me the wrong way. The look in his eyes, I just want to kill him. That's all. Su Yi recalled the glance Chu Xiu had thrown at him. A chill creeping up his spine, was actually afraid of a teenager's gaze. The fear ignited his rage. Unforgivable. He has to die? The abyss was a wasteland of black soil where nothing grew. Chu Xiu strolled along with his hands in his pockets, brow slightly furrowed. Strange. Someone's been following me since a while ago. The tail had been on him for half an hour. Any longer, and he couldn't safely summon his ghoul legion. He murmured, Abyss Devourer, come out and seize him. Buzz. The ground split into a dark teleportation array, and a massive shadow vaulted through it. Boom! When the monster landed, the earth shuddered. Hidden far off in the brush, Sun Chong turned pale at the sight and instinctively tried to summon a spirit of his own. In the blink of an eye, the Abyss Devourer had him by the head and dragged him before Chu Xiu. Black Eagle Exploration Team, huh? Chu Xiu eyed the blood behind Sun Chong's mask with a hint of puzzlement. Why were you tailing me? Talk. Towering over its prey, the Abyss Devourer exuded black mist that seemed to freeze the air. Sun Chong swallowed hard, knees knocking. See, Captain Wan La, looks like we picked the wrong target. Spare me the babble. Chu Xiu's smile was icy. Another word, and he'll pop your skull. The killing intent left Sun Chong no room for hesitation. He spilled every detail of the team's plan to assassinate Chu Xiu. Crack. The Abyss Devourer's fingers clenched, and Sun Chong's skull shattered in an instant. Warm blood splashed across Chu Xiu's mask, making his cheek twitch. So they want me dead, the Black Eagle Exploration Team. Murderous intent swirled in his eyes. In the past he had no strength. Hearing someone wanted his life, he would have run. Now he had the 10,000 soul banner and more than 100 ghouls at his command. They want me dead? My ghoul legion will pay them a visit. If they manage to escape, he'll give them a thumbs up. If they don't, he flipped the raised thumb downward. He strode off, tossing Sun Chong's headless corpse aside. A gentle shake of the 10,000 soul banner sent black mist coiling. A shadow rose from the body and solidified into a snarling ghoul. So the banner can transform humans as well as monsters, Chu Xiu muttered. He lifted a hand, and the ghoul army appeared, over 100 emaciated forms crawling across the black soil. Their skin was ash gray, their muscles knotted, impervious to pain or fear. Shattered limbs or crushed skulls could not halt their advance. They were born to kill. Go. Find the Black Eagle Exploration Team and wipe them out, Chu Xiu said calmly. The ghoul legion scattered, sweeping out in every direction. Inside the ink-black cavern, Chu Xiu advanced alone. By sharing their senses, he saw what every ghoul saw. Suddenly, through one ghoul's eyes, he spotted Black Eagle Squad and Su Hongying of Red One Squad. She was on her knees, biting her lip in frustration, while Chu Hong and the others stood over her with cold, predatory eyes. Corrosive Abyss Devourer move. Chu Xiu whispered. The Devourer shot forward, coiling around him, and with a single leap carried him dozens of meters toward the target. At the same time, the other Whitefang ghouls wheeled and raced toward the two squads. With Black Eagle Squad, Chu Hong grinned and gestured grandly. Young Master Chu, after you. His teammates stepped aside, sneering. Down here, the ground's a mattress and the sky's a blanket, doesn't get better than that. As they closed in on Su Hongying, a strange, guttural roar rolled out of the darkness. Grerg. Every heart skipped a beat. Black Eagle barked, protect the young master. A lone ghoul, its face twisted, lurched into view. Seeing only one, Several members relaxed. Seriously? Just a single ghoul, someone scoffed. The bald man cracked his neck. Boss, I've got this. He summoned his spirit. Come forth, skyborn griffin. A griffin with white feathers and gold markings beat its wings and dived at the ghoul. Boom. One strike, and the creature was torn apart. Grinning, the bald man hurried over to loot. Before he could crouch, howls erupted from every direction. He looked up and went deathly pale. Tower-tall ghouls packed the darkness, blocking the exit. B-boss, helpa! The tide of ghouls engulfed him. The griffin was ripped apart, its scream cut short. Moments later, a new ghoul clawed its way from the remains, filling its place. More and more ghouls poured in, forming a tight ring. Black Eagle squad was trapped, 3 and 4 layers deep, well over 100 of them. How can there be this many? Someone whispered. Sweat drenched Black Eagle's palms. In any class rift, packs of the same monster never exceeded 20. Anything bigger was a major nest, needing several spirit squads to clear. Yet here, a glance showed 100, like half the dungeon's creatures had converged at once. Black Eagle. They're closing in fight. Chu Hong's voice shook, his knees knocking. Black Eagle swallowed. We can't win. Thunderous roars rolled through the cavern, terror surging like a tide. Then, all at once, every ghoul froze. In perfect unison, they stepped aside and dropped to one knee, as if welcoming a king. Heavy footsteps rumbled closer, each one hammering at their hearts. Black Eagle squad looked up and went slack-jawed with shock. Heavy footsteps echoed, drawing every gaze toward the sound. A 3-meter, tower-like figure lumbered into view, clad in angular obsidian plates. Black mist leaked from the seams between the armor, and in its right hand it carried a battle standard topped with a knife-edged glaive. Deep inside the slit of its black helmet, 2 crimson flames flickered, radiating crushing menace. Ying tensed instinctively. This armored giant had to be the leader of the ghoul detachment. Its aura was at least peak iron, yet the pressure it projected neared bronze. With 100 ghouls behind it, Ying's squad had maybe a 30% chance, more likely they would be wiped out 3 times in 7 seconds. Retreat was the only choice. Then the armored figure did something that froze everyone in place. It stepped aside, dropped to one knee, and planted the standard before it like a loyal guard. From the swirling black haze, a man walked out. Well, we meet again, everyone. The newcomer was Chu Xiu. Ying's pupils constricted. Beside him, Su Yi shrieked, "It's you. How can this be?" Chu Xiu's face stayed blank. Surprised? Su Yi stammered, "Why are you siding with monsters?" "What are you? Monsters?" Chu Xiu chuckled. "They're my dearest soldiers." He lifted a finger in a casual beckon. The kneeling devourer of the rotting abyss rose, its iron hook claws shooting straight for Su Yi. "Arthur, block it!" Su Yi screamed. King Arthur appeared in golden armor and swung his sword, yet before the devourer, he was an ant. One sweep of the glaive sent sparks flying. Arthur was cleaved in 2, his phantom shattering instantly. The backlash made Su Yi cough blood, and a heartbeat later the devourer hoisted him aloft with one hand. Hands in his pockets, Chu Xiu asked coldly, "Who ordered my death?" "It wasn't me. I know nothing." Su Yi shrieked, legs trembling. "It was him." Clutching her wounded chest, Chu Hong pointed through the pain. "He hired the killers." "Bitch, Hong Wan." Su Yi exploded, then fell silent, terror sealing his lips. Chu Xiu gave an icy laugh. "Good. That makes things simple." Su Yi began to beg, but the battle standard shot forward. The obsidian tip pierced his chest and pinned him midair. Blood poured down. His eyes went blank, and he died on the spot. Ying sucked in a sharp breath. Ruthless stroke. Almost no word. So the real terror in Hong Wan's squad was actually Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's gaze shifted to Ying and the others, colder still. "You drugged Chu Hong and tried to rape her, didn't you?" "He always repaid kindness, and always took vengeance." "Then all of you can die." A cruel smile spread across Chu Xiu's lips. Boom. Ying felt his scalp erupt. He spun and roared, "Run. Move it. That guy's a monster." Heroic spirit minotaur. Ying summoned a hulking minotaur swathed in black miasma, its eyes burning crimson, and ordered it to tear through the ghoul's defensive ring. In the next heartbeat, the corrupt abyss devourer loosed a roar that shook the earth, dark red shockwaves rippling outward. Bone-shattering thrust. It bellowed, charging with its war banner raised, iron hooves carving a fissure in the ground as a gale exploded behind the blow. "I am a bronze rank heroic spirit. I will never lose to you," Ying shouted, his voice quivering. "Bronze rank? Is that supposed to impress me?" Chu Xiu snorted. "Corrupt abyss devourer, show him real power." Thirsting resonance. Bloodlust war banner. The crimson flame beneath the devourer's helm flared into a scarlet bloodfire. Thirsting resonance engaged, boosting its combat strength by 50%. Bloodlust war banner activated, granting every allied unit within 30 meters an additional 30% surge. Bathed in bloodfire, the devourer swelled, slammed a foot into the earth, and lunged forward with its halberd raised high. One stroke cleaved the minotaur clean in half. "Bronze rank. Bronze is exactly what I butcher," Chu Xiu sneered. The banner shaft whistled through the air and skewered Ying like a kebab, blood streaming down the fluttering cloth. The remaining scouts were swallowed by the Ghoul Legion. Within moments their flesh was torn open, their heroic spirits shattered, and they were devoured alive. Hong Wan's face blanched. These monsters obeyed Chu Xiu without question. One ghoul even flashed a gruesome grin as it brushed past her, leaving not a single scratch. The corrupt Abyss Devourer planted its banner in the ground and stood proudly. Haiying hung from the pole, barely breathing, like a sack of garbage. Blood bubbled from his lips as he clung to the shaft, his eyes wide with terror. Impossible, he coughed, spitting fresh blood. What are you? Me? Chu Xiu smiled. They call me Abyss, or if you prefer the Lord of the Undead. He strolled forward as if in a garden, a tidal wave of ghouls following in his wake. Not a speck of dust touched his robe, yet with a casual flick of his hand he wiped out He Ying's squad to the last man. Only Chu Hong remained. The half-brother collapsed on the ground, propped up on trembling hands, his face ashen with fear. So this is father's favorite son? Chu Xiu's voice dripped with scorn. And shrank Xiongqi, yet too scared even to lift a finger when real danger shows up. He advanced step by step, killing intent chilling the air. No, don't kill me. Chu Hong pleaded. My father is the commander, a provincial lord, a blue jade powerhouse. If you kill me, hell hunt you to the ends of the earth. If I die in this secret realm, hell sense it at once. Yinyan City will be locked down, and you won't escape. Chu Xiu drew a slow breath and grinned. Like father, like son? Look at you, your pants are soaked already. A dark stain spread across Chu Hong's crotch, proof that his courage had fled long before his words. Chu Xiu drew a deep breath as fragments of memory flashed through his mind. When he was a child, Sun Yuemei had just married into the Chu family. Though still young, Chu Hong already behaved like a wind-up monkey, forever causing trouble. The pocket watch their mother had left behind was the only keepsake Chu Xiu possessed, and he polished it with the care one would give a treasure. Yet because Chu Hong casually said, I want it, Chu Xiong forced Chu Xiu to hand it over. After playing with it for a while, Chu Hong grew bored, walked to the second-floor landing, and tossed the watch away. The crisp clang of metal on the marble floor burned itself into Chu Xiu's soul. Consumed by fury, he gave Chu Hong a shove. That night Chu Xiong beat him for 2 full hours, then locked him outside. Dressed only in thin pajamas, he stood in the freezing wind as the temperature hovered around 0. By morning he was running a high fever that lasted an entire month in the hospital. He left gaunt, a step from death, and not once during that time did Chu Xiong visit. Instead, the man took Chu Hong on a 7-day trip to Shanghai. Incidents like this littered every one of Chu Xiu's 18 years, each carving a new scar into his heart. Rage boiled within him. Thud! Chu Xiu's fist crashed into Chu Hong's cheek. Xiongqi. Only then did Chu Hong panic and summon his spirit beast. With a humming roar, a winged creature shaped like a tiger, a single horn jutting from its brow, materialized in midair one of the 4 ferocious beasts. Chu Xiu let out a scornful laugh. You spoiled waste. Do you even know how to fight? Before the words had died, a battle standard ripped through the air. The Fuan Devourer smashed straight into Xiongqi. Whoosh! The enormous flag hooked the beast and hurled it aside. Xiongqi howled, reduced to a helpless kitten, its body shattering into motes of light before vanishing. Blood spurted from Chu Hong's mouth as backlash tore through him. Chu Xiu's legion was different from everyone else's. Banner of 10,000 souls was a summoning artifact hidden within his mind. His warriors were undead. No matter how many fell, he could call them back without risk. Others, however, suffered crippling wounds when their spirit beasts collapsed. Chu Xiu stepped forward. Thud! One punch sent Chu Hong flying 3 meters. Old man, he shouted, do you see this? Your so-called prodigy can't even take 1 hit from me. He grabbed Chu Hong by the collar and slammed another fist into his nose. This is for stealing my mother's keepsake. A whipping kick launched Chu Hong sideways. This is for every taunt and slight you hurled at me. Finally, Chu Xiu lifted his foot and drove his heel into Chu Hong's forehead. And this is for everything the Chu family owes me. Chu Hong lay sprawled like a beaten dog, foam and blood bubbling at his lips, his eyes unfocused. Hands in his pockets, Chu Xiu stared down coldly. A genius? Hardly. Chu Hong, you're not worthy of being my rival. Give me time, and I'll surpass even Chu Xiong. Commander? So what? I, Chu Xiu, will become the supreme master of the undead scourge. My journey reaches for the stars and the sea. Chu Hong trembled, blood dripping from his chin, his voice quivering. Don't kill me, please spare me. My dad is the commanding envoy, a provincial governor. If you kill me, you'll be finished too. Let me go and I won't tell him. They'll say I fell by myself. And money, do you want money? I can give you piles of it. Take everything. Take these magic crystals, just let me go please. I don't want to die, I still have a bright future ahead of me. Chu Hong screamed himself hoarse, kowtowing as he emptied his storage pouch. Magic crystals scattered across the ground while tears streamed down his chin. Chu Xiu strode forward, drew a deep breath, and raised his fist again. Swish! A dark blur flashed. The Abyssal Devourer appeared behind him, its massive claws hooking Chu Xiu, and lifting its master into the air. Crack! The earth erupted, rock fragments flying. A skeletal centipede the size of a house burst from the ground. Bone-white segments snapped through the air, its screech rattling eardrums. In a blink the monster snapped up Chu Hong and shot skyward. Bone centipede. Bronze rank, 3rd tier. It's the king of beasts in this abyssal rift. Chu Hong blanched and cried out. Jia, mocking laughter drifted over. Several figures strolled closer. In front was a burly, bearded man, a longbow slung across his shoulder and a purple crystal resting in his palm. We'll be taking the commanding envoy's precious son off your hands. Who are you people? Chu Hong backed away warily. A hunter squad, Captain Hong Luan. The bearded man grinned. Though we have another name, the cult of the evil god. He shook the crystal, voice low and smug. We've sealed the abyssal rift. Our only goal tonight is to kill Chu Xiu's son. He dared wipe out our Jiang province branch. Now he'll learn what it feels like to lose a child. As for the rest of you, die with him. At his words the bone centipede landed heavily behind him. Its spine split open and a shadow-wreath figure leaned out, half embedded in the bone plates, face indistinct, limbs twitching in eerie fashion. Allow me to introduce my heroic Spiriton, a rank shadow beast. The bearded man patted the bony armor. It can possess monsters and bend them to its will. His gaze locked on Chu Xiu. Kid with the mask, you've got talent. Join the cult, and I'll spare you. Prove your loyalty, start by killing the woman beside you. Chu Hong's eye sharpened. Chu Xiu remained unmoved. Finish talking? Then fight. I'd like to get back to sleep. The bearded man's face darkened. Since you refuse the toast, you'll drink the penalty. Bone centipede, kill them all. Hiss driven by the shadow beast. The bronze-tier centipede whipped up a storm of dust and lunged straight at Chu Xiu. Abyssal Devourer come out. At Chu Xiu's command, the armored giant raised its war banner and slammed into the oncoming monster. The banner struck. The centipede staggered but only slid back a step before sweeping its body sideways and hurling Chu Xiu through the air. Clutching her chest, Chu Hong grew even paler. Deep abyss, it's too strong. Your heroic spirit can't win. We have to retreat if not for the poison ravaging her body. She could have fought beside him. Guilt gnawed at her. Chu Xiu twisted in midair, landed lightly, and brushed dust from his shoulders, still composed. Avoid its edge? Better ask if it can draw out my full edge. He tossed a bulging cloth sack to the ground. It burst open, spilling a hill of magic crystal spoils from the Black Eagle squad and Chu Hong's private stash alike. Dinner time. Once you're full, carve a path through everything in front of us. The Abyssal Devourer scooped up half the crystals and poured them down its maw. The rest it flung to the ghouls lurking in the shadows. Come, army of the dead ants. Chu Xiu raised both hands, a wicked grin flashing across his face. After seizing the sack of demon cores, the Abyssal Devourer gulped down half of them in one go, and jets of black miasma erupted from his body. In the ensuing rumble, his pitch-black carapace seemed bathed in molten iron, glowing with magma-like crimson veins that threatened to melt the obsidian armor apart. A system prompt boomed into view. The Abyssal Devourer has risen to bronze rank, stage 1. New skill acquired. Infernal War Banner. Crimson runes surged as the banner in his hand filled with seething magma-like energy. Its fabric blazed a piercing blood red. A wave of heat rolled outward, warping the air and making every hair on end. At the same time, the Whitefang Ghoul Legion has advanced to Black Iron rank, stage 4. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, a sharp smile curving his lips. Bronze rank, stage 3 still killable. He flicked out a Marlboro, clamped it between his teeth, and with a spark sent a thin ribbon of bluish smoke drifting away. Before this cigarette burns out, I want them gone. Far off, Chu Hong and the rest of the Red Lawn squad stared, speechless. Her throat tightened, and she almost screamed. What kind of ability is that? By common knowledge, demon cores had to be purified by a support-type spirit before being converted to energy crystals. Otherwise the spirit would be corrupted by abyssal power, dragging its host down into monstrosity. Yet Chu Xiu fed them as though they were candy. Not only was the Abyssal Devourer unharmed, it actually evolved, and even the 100-plus Whitefang ghouls behind it exploded with fresh power. Just who is he? Chu Hong's worldview was on the verge of collapse as she stared blankly at Chu Xiu standing alone at the front line. Chu Xiu exhaled a thin stream of smoke and murmured, "Hunger resonance, blood-drunk banner." In an instant the twin skills fired. Crimson sigils throbbed wildly across the Devourer's hide as its strength climbed another tier. The ghouls threw back their heads and howled, fangs dripping with gore-flecked saliva, then charged the cultists like a pack of unleashed hellhounds. Chu Xiu sized up the battlefield in a glance. Besides the bearded commander at bronze rank, the rest of the enemy were merely black iron. Against 100 empowered ghouls they stood no chance. The commander himself was only bronze stage 1, propping up the line with the peculiar powers of his spirit, the pale mask bone centipede. Sever that centipede, and the cult would crumble. Elsewhere, just outside the rift, the Yin City Rift administration finally noticed something amiss. The energy and life sign readings of an E-class Darktide Rift on the outskirts had dropped to 0 overnight. A monitor tech cried out, "Something's wrong. Cult of the Dark God signatures detected this is an incursion." The dispatcher tried to contact the 3 squads inside the rift, but received no reply and had to escalate at priority 1. Director Gu Xing flipped through the roster and felt his pupil's contract. One name in particular made his scalp tingle. Chu Hong, son of Chu Xiu, one of Jiang Province's 3 grand marshals. Damn it, the commander's son is trapped in that black hole. The sky's falling. If anything happens to Chu Hong, Chu Xiu will go berserk. Everyone knows he never stops talking about that boy and how much he means to him. If Chu Hong Gu Xing couldn't finish the thought, cold sweat was already beating on his forehead. See, contact Commander Chu at once. Only his Lania-class power can force open the Darktide Rift. All right, away. The news spread like wildfire. Chu Xiong was at home, teacup in hand, eyes still on the chessboard when the phone rang, cutting through the calm like a blade. After listening, his face darkened in an instant. The cult of the fallen god, you mangy dogs actually dared touch my son. What's wrong, old Chu? Did something happen to Xiao? Sun Yueme rushed over, her face full of worry. She found it odd that Chu Xiong reacted so strongly to Chu Xiuhun, normally acted indifferent toward that son. It isn't Chu Xiu. Chu Xiong shook his head, voice low. It's Honger who's in trouble. Before the words faded, a murderous aura swept out. Behind him, a towering beastly shadow burst forth. Taoya and Glass Spirit, ready to swallow the heavens. At Lan Yutir, Spirit and Host confuse. Tao Tai's presence now intertwined with Chu Xiong's, the surging power nearly blowing off the roof. Old Chu Honger can't die. He's my only son, you have to save him. Sun Yueme clutched his sleeve, voice trembling. Rest assured, whatever it takes, they'll bring Honger back. Chu Xiong's tone was ice cold. In the next instant, he smashed through the window, riding a roaring gale toward the outskirts of Yinyan City. Inside the Darktide Rift, the corrupted Abyss Devourer leapt into the air at full power, a crimson battle flag howling as it slammed down on the bone centipede. Boom. White cracks spread, gouging a deep crater in the creature's massive body. How's that possible? Your spirit just jumped to bronze Tiran. That strength is insane. The bearded man shrieked. Did you evolve by devouring magic crystals? Are you some kind of evil deity? Evil deities are nothing. Chu Xiu sneered, eyes icy. I command death itself. I rule every undead. I am the scourge. Crimson Doom Banner. His final word hit like an iron hammer on a judgment bell. The red glow on the Devourer shrank to a point, then poured into the flag. The cloth snapped in a gale, blazing like a sky-wide curtain of fire. The Devourer roared and swung again. Whoosh. Flames shot up like erupting magma, cleaving the bone centipede in two. Crack, crack. Bones shattered in rapid succession. In a heartbeat, the centipede was pulverized, and even the bearded man's spirit shadow was pinned and obliterated on the spot. Beaten me? How could I lose? His face turned ashen. An enemy only bronze tier first rank had one-shot a bronze a third rank monster. I have to run. The mission's blown. Yinxia just spawned a freakish genius. If he keeps growing, the cult of the fallen god is doomed. He spun to escape, only to see his teammates already subdued by Whitefang ghouls. The packed ranks of ghouls closed in, jagged teeth bared, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Countless Whitefang ghouls advanced step by step, grinning savagely, their stares chilling to the bone. The rotting Abyss Devourer strode forward, dangling the Shadow Man's severed head. The bristly bearded man's legs went weak, cold sweat coursing down his temples. Ghouls howled on every side, had nowhere left to run. Chu Xiu slipped both hands into the pockets of his trench coat and flicked the cigarette, but onto the gravel. Exactly one smoke's worth of time. Guan Yu once warmed his wine before taking Hua Xiong's head. He said lightly, "Today, I light a cigarette and shatter a bone centipede." Before his words had faded, the giant corpse behind him collapsed into a heap of twisted segments. Chu Xiu eyed the remains and murmured, "Rise." Tendrils of black mist coiled around the carcass like living snakes. A heartbeat later, a ghoul clad in heavy white bone armor burst from the centipede's husk, shoulders broad as shields, for thick arms, each brandishing a chipped cleaver. It loosed a guttural growl. HRR. The lesser ghouls instantly fell silent and shuffled back in fear. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained an elite unit 4-armed armored ghoul," thundered the system in Chu Xiu's mind. He arched an eyebrow, had actually drawn an elite monster. It shared the same evolution path as an ordinary ghoul, yet its bone plating and extra arms pushed its power near Black Iron Tier 8 far beyond its kin. Good. Chu Xiu nodded, satisfied. The spectators were sheet white. Someone whispered, "Summoning soldiers from a monster's corpse, what kind of twisted power is that?" Only now did they grasp the meaning of Lord of the Undead. Su Hongying's pupils tightened as she sucked in a breath. Her thoughts raced. The more abyssal rifts appeared, the more monsters would die, and Chu Xiu's undead legion would grow geometrically. One man would equal an army. All living things would flee. She had no idea he still had 9 reserve squads of Whitefang ghouls waiting in the wings. Who are you? The bearded man stammered, voice quivering. No one should wield power like this. Chu Xiu couldn't be bothered to explain. A smile tugged at his lips. Nothing's impossible. I can summon from dead monsters and from your body, too. He rested a hand on the man's shoulder. For example, right now. SHHK? A blade flashed without warning, sinking into the man's throat. Blood sprayed as he collapsed, the light in his eyes dimming. In his final moment, he saw black markings crawl across his skin, and a ghoul with his own twisted features clawed free of the husk. You're the real demon god, he breathed, before his head lolled and life left him. Well then, this is where we part ways, Chu Xiu said, turning to Chu Hong. Wait, she cried, biting her lip. There are still plenty of monsters in the rift. The poison on us is wearing off. If you don't mind, we can help you hunt. It'll be faster if you want to expand your army. Chu Xiu's gaze flickered. After a moment he nodded. Fine. Joy flashed across Chu Hongying's face. Her gaze burned so hot it seemed it could ignite the air. Chu Xiu frowned at the intensity. The thought, could she possibly like me? One of life's classic delusions floated to the surface again. A flash of undisguised excitement lit Chu Hongying's face. Following him might actually work. She took a deep breath and extended her hand to Chu Xiu once more. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Chu Hongying, codename Hongwan. These are my teammates. Behind her, 3 people stepped forward, clearly ill at ease. The first was tall and barrel-bellied, his uniform close to tearing. The second, with shoulder-length hair and heavy dark circles, looked perpetually half asleep. The third, dressed in a pale skirt, lowered her head shyly. My name's Pangda, the big man muttered, scratching his head. Mo Mian, the long-haired one rasped. Hello, I am Chu Xiao, the girl whispered, softer than a mosquito. Chu Xiu gave them a cursory glance and turned away. Let's move. To him, they were temporary tools. All that mattered was the convenience they could offer, Hongwan included. What about him? Chu Hongying pointed to Chu Hong, unconscious on the ground. Leave him, Chu Xiu said. If the monsters tear him apart, that's none of our concern. He cast Chu Hong a final look, a trace of mockery in his eyes. He had actually once considered this trash a rival? Chu Hong no longer deserved a role in his story. The world was vast. Jiang Province and Yinyun City were far too small. His real opponents were the SS and even SS rank heroic spirits head face in the college entrance exams. Only those prodigies were worth his full effort. An hour later, the counter froze at 466. Chu Xiu grinned. The undercurrent void is basically cleared. Chu Hongying offered the pile of magic cores. Keep them, Chu Xiu said, pushing the crystals back. She hesitated. What, too few? No. She waved her hands quickly. I was wondering, would you join us? You lead, we follow. Join them? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. The identity of Abyss couldn't be exposed yet. Until he controlled real power, the name Chu Xiu had to stay hidden. Becoming captain of an exploration team was the perfect cover. Fine, he said with a faint smile, but we'll need a new name. A new name? What is it? Abyss Squad, Chu Xiu replied. Boom boom boom. Outside the void, a colossal Taotai wreathed in blood-red flames pounded away, yet the black hole's surface didn't budge. Nearby, Chu Xiong grew increasingly agitated. Did you send the report? Did the capital get it or not? He roared. Gu Xing shrank back. Yes. They've dispatched reinforcements at top speed. They'll open the void for sure. Who? Who did they send? Chu Xiong demanded. Me. Problem? The icy voice drifted down from the sky. A massive rift split the air above Yinyun City, and a figure slowly descended. At the sight of him, Chu Xiong's face went deathly pale. His fear was almost tangible. Flaming red hair, eyes like live coals. Step by step the young man advanced toward the black hole, his tone indifferent. They dragged me all the way here to save some worthless trash? What on earth are they thinking? Masterly. Chu Xiong, usually so full of swagger, shrank the instant he saw the young man, his voice suddenly meek. Chu Xiong, I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They actually made me come all this way for that useless son of yours. Li Ma Xiao rubbed the back of his neck, irritation written across his face. Lordly, my boy may not match your peerless talent, but he's still in strength spirit warrior and has already been admitted early to Xinxia University. That can't be called useless, can it? Chu Xiong forced a laugh, caught between fear of Li Ma Xiao and anger at the insult. Li Ma Xiao didn't bother to explain. He simply shook his head. When I call him useless, I'm not talking about talent. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes flicked over Chu Xiu. By the way, you've got another son, right? What spirit did that kid awaken? At the mention of Chu Xiu, Chu Xiang's face darkened. He sighed and shook his head. That unfilial brat better not bring him up. He's a disgrace to me. Li Ma Xiao frowned. More than a decade ago had met Chu Xiu, then a precocious boy of 7 or 8 with a steady, determined gaze. Li had been sure the child would become extraordinary. Had he misjudged him after all? He waved a hand. Enough about him. You still can't break this rift? With that, he turned to the ink-black dark-tide rift ahead, studying it closely. It's covered by a barrier from some half-breed of the evil god cult. But that won't matter, Li Ma Xiao scoffed, stepping forward. Just in a rank rift. Worst case, I'll tear it open myself. As his foot came down, a golden lotus of flame blossomed in the void, then another and another. Each step birthed a lotus, fiery waves rolling outward in a stunning display. Neza, come out. Hands in his pockets, his voice was flat. A low hum rippled through the air. A heartbeat later, a three-headed, six-armed figure appeared behind him, wielding the universe ring, the red armillary sash, the fire-tipped spear, and the demon slayer's sword. Golden divine flames raced across its body, its presence overwhelming. Yesli Moxio's awakened spirit was none other than the SS-rank deity of the Three Altar Sea Assembly, Neza. That alone explained Chu Xiong's fear. Barely in his 30s, Li was already among the capital's top powerhouses, ranked in Waxia's 10 elites, and known across the 100-nation Abyssal front as the Demon Lotus Working. Head single-handedly quelled more than a dozen S-rank, 3 S-rank, and even 1 SS-rank Darktide Rifts in unmatched record. Break it, Li Maxiao ordered. Neza thrust the fire-tipped spear, golden flames roaring. Boom. Golden light erupted, and the rift shattered at once. The spinning black vortex burst apart, its depths laid bare. It's open, Li Maxiao said calmly. With one move, had destroyed the rift Chu Xiong had battled for half an hour. Honger, don't be afraid. Father's here. No one will touch my son. Chu Xiong threw back his head, loosing a thunderous roar before charging straight in. Half an hour passed. If trouble were coming, the place would already be in chaos. Yet it stayed eerily silent. There wasn't the faintest trace of a fiend in the rift. Cleaned out already? Li Maxiao rubbed his chin, one brow lifting. Interesting. Looks like something unexpected went down here. Hands in the pockets of his trench coat, he strolled in behind Chu Xiong and stepped into the dark tide hollow. Black Hole Administration, listen up. Alert every official spirit warrior in Yinyan City and seal every passage. Li Maxio's tone turned icy. The vermin of the cult of the evil god are hiding in Yinyan. Round them up no mercy. Gu Xing felt a chill stab through his chest and bowed his head in assent. Deep inside the rift, Be Brother Abyss, thighs is for you. By the dim rock wall, the petite Su Xiao straightened her back and shyly offered half a red bean bun to Chu Xiu. Thanks. Chu Xiu took it, and Su Xiao ducked behind Su Hong, showing only half her face as she nibbled her own piece. She was born with a communication disorder, Su Hong whispered. She usually only talks to me. Speaking up today took real courage. I get it. Chu Xiu polished off the bun in 2 bites and brushed off his hands. Once we're done eating, let's leave. Nothing worth staying for down here. He had just bent his knees to rise. Boom. The entire cavern shuddered. Everyone glanced up. A blood-red shadow blotted out the ceiling. Well, what is that? Pang Da's eyes bulged, his Adam's apple bobbing. A colossal crimson beast appeared in the sky, its maw wide enough to swallow sun and moon. Each of its limbs was a sky-piercing pillar, and twin scarlet eyes glowed like blood-red moons, murderous aura raging. That's a spirit, Imo Mian murmured. Class Sa Tao Tai spirit, Chu Xiu said evenly. And its controller is Lan Yu rank. He knew the monster all too well. Its master was his putative father, Chu Xiong. So Chu Xiong had blown apart the dark tide hollow just to rescue his precious son, Chu Hong. A wry smile tugged at Chu Xiu's lips. What a loving father. On the Tao Tai's spine, Hong, hands clasped behind his back, Chu Xiong locked onto his unconscious son below and in a single step descended beside him. Hong, wake up. Are you hurt? Was it the cult of the evil god? Seeing his son's battered state, fury surged in his eyes. Dad, you're here. Tears flooded Chu Hong's reddened eyes. You have to avenge me. It was the cult? Chu Xiong's grip tightened on his son's shoulders. And no, it was Abyss. That damned Abyss. Chu Hong snarled through his sobs, hatred dripping from every word. At the rift entrance. Strange. The cult's aura is gone, slaughtered to the last. Space split open and Li Maxiao stepped out, hands still in pockets, curiosity flashing in his gaze. Someone wiped out the cult and cleared the fiends? Fascinating. He ran his tongue over his lips. Delightful, even. On the Tao Tai. Abyss, is it? The vein in Chu Xiong's brow throbbed. He dares lay a hand on my son. He's courting death. He closed his eyes, sensed, then snarled. I have your scent. Now come to me. The gigantic Tao Tai spirit roared past him, claws lashing out as it hurtled toward Chu Xiu and the others in the distance. Suddenly, Su Hongying and the others looked up, horror filling their eyes as a gigantic claw reached down from the distant sky. The black clouds split apart, and the Tao Tai's talons descended like a natural disaster, their crushing force aimed straight at the group. Once a Blue Jet-ranked commander acted, resistance was meaningless. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and gestured for Su Hongying's party not to struggle. In the next instant, the Tao Tai swept them all up. Its murderous aura thundered over them, churning their blood and making every bone feel as if it would snap. Don't panic, Chu Xiu said quietly. He's a commander. He won't kill over a private grudge. And remember who wiped out the last remnants of the cult of the heretic god. This was his first true confrontation with Chu Xiu. After years of frustration, he could finally stand before the man who had once seemed an unscalable peak and face him heat-in. Fear never surfaced. Instead, An irrepressible thrill surged within him. At last he could meet Chu Xiong's gaze as an equal. Next time, he vowed, he would do it openly under his own name. Boom. The Taotai slammed them into the ground, flinging up dust. Chu Hong flushed and steadied Chu Xiu. The sisters looked up timidly at the broad-shouldered, middle-aged man Chu Xiong, a Blue Jade commander. Ha! Abyss, you didn't expect this, did you? Chu Hong crowed, puffing out his chest. I told you my father's a commander. Lay a hand on me, and hell make sure you die without a grave. Chu Xiu glanced up, only to be distracted by another figure. Beside father and son stood a young man with a defiant air. Chu Xiu's pupil's contract edit was Li Ma Xiao, one of Yangxia's 10 champions, the youngest working in the realm and bearer of the demon lotus metal. His name was legendary, yet here he was. Sensing the stare, Li Ma Xiao met his gaze. His eyes lingered on Chu Xiu's mask, and a playful smile tugged at his lips. Oh, so this is the kid who wiped out the cult of the heretic god? Interesting. Rage flashed through Chu Xiong's eyes as he fixed on Chu Xiu. So you're Abyss? You're the one who struck my son? Chu Xiu returned a cool look. Commander Chu, before you pass judgment, perhaps ask what your darling boy has been up to. What has he done? Chu Xiong demanded. Drugging, murder, rape? Chu Xiu replied coldly. Or shall we let him confess himself? Chu Xiong's face darkened as he spun toward Chu Hong. Chu Hong shook his head frantically, words tumbling in panic. Dad, I didn't. He's framing me. He's with the cult of the heretic god, and wants me dead. A dangerous light flickered in Chu Xiong's eyes. Trusting his son without hesitation, he snapped, cult lackey trying to sow discord die. He swept out a palm, violent energy condensing into a giant hand that roared toward Chu Xiu. Bang! A fair, slender hand caught Chu Xiong's wrist. Li Ma Xiao smiled faintly. Commander Chu, a man of your rank should think before he strikes. He's no cultist that killed every last one of them. Turning to Chu Xiu, Li Ma Xiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. Impressive. Judging by the aftermath, you're also the one who cleaned out this entire dark hole, aren't you? What? Chu Xiong gasped. Workingly, why would you say that? Li Ma Xiao pursed his lips. He swept a casual glance at the crowd and said in a low voice, that guy's killing aura is so thick it's almost solid. Can't you see it? Of course I can. The other man stammered, not daring to meet those crimson eyes. Li Ma Xiao's gaze pinned itself to Chu Xiu. With the boost from the heroic spirit, 3 altar sea conference deity Neza, he seemed to see beyond Chu Xiu to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, abyssal beasts churning among human remains. Such savage intent made him secretly marvel. Emptying the dark tide black hole single-handedly, how strong is this man? Homer, you lied to me. Chu Xiong's roar shattered the tension. Chu Hong ducked his head, voice shaking. Dad, he knocked me out, I don't know anything else. But he did hit me. Every bruise is from him. His volume rose as if loudness could bury his guilt. Bang! Chu Xiu stepped forward and drove an elbow into Chu Hong's face. Blood sprayed as the boy dropped to his knees. Scum, like you should feel lucky, I only hit you a few times. I wiped out the evil god cult, meaning I saved your life. Taking a couple punches from your savior is the least you owe me. Chu Xiu wiped the blood from his knuckles, utterly calm. Chu Xiong's face went stone gray. If Li Ma Xiao weren't here, he would have smashed the lunatic who dared strike his son. But the Lotus Demon Battle King was eyeing Chu Xiu with open admiration, and Chu Xiong didn't dare move. Stifling his rage, he cupped his hands. Humph. Thank you for rescuing my son. No need, Chu Xiu said coldly. Saving people was never my plan. If that cult hadn't been stupid enough to attack me, your son could have died, and I wouldn't have spared a fart. The blunt words left Chu Xiong speechless. Li Ma Xiao added lightly. Chu Xiong, keep your kid in line. And you, he shot a frosty look at Chu Hong. Think your old man's rank makes you untouchable. In my eyes, that badge means nothing. One glance turned Chu Hong ghost white. He hardly dared breathe. Then Li Ma Xiao sheathed his killing intent, a meaningful smile curling his lips as he looked at Chu Xiu. Kid, I like your style. How about becoming my disciple? The offhand offer hit everyone like thunder. Li Ma Xiu, the youngest battle king of Yinxia, wild and unrestrained. The imperial command had begged him to take prodigies as students. Head refused them all. My disciple can be average in talent, but he has to suit my taste. If he doesn't, even an SS-rank genius can get lost. Head said it himself at the Battle King Summit. Headquarters didn't believe him, foisted several rising stars on him, and within 3 days Head sent them packing, calling them useless drunks. Yet now he was personally naming Chu Xiu. Chu Xiong nearly cried out in shock, while Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. Becoming Li Ma Xiu's disciple meant gaining the sharpest blade of Peking. No one would dare bully him again. More importantly, Head have space to grow. Nez has spirit, kills, but never coddles. An awakened host must be proud and fierce. He was sure this battle king was no villain. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. His voice rang clear and firm. From the abyss, I greet my master. Go back and tell those old fogies in the magic city that I've taken a disciple, so quit dumping every useless stray on me. I've had enough of it. Li Ma Xiu's voice was soft, yet it rumbled in everyone's ears like distant thunder. He took a step forward. Let's go. This worthless black hole doesn't need to exist anymore. He raised his right hand. A pale, lotus-root arm reached out behind him, and flames ignited at the wrist. Fire licked across his palm as he clenched the entire dark-tide black hole in his grasp. When his fingers closed, boom, the black hole shattered into countless dark currents that scattered like dust in the wind. In the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves standing under open sunlight again. Chu Hong and the others froze, pupils contracting. They'd never witnessed one of Yangtze's top combatants in person, and now they'd just watched Li Ma Xiao crush a black hole barehanded. Even more staggering, the Abyss had formally become his apprentice. Their squad's fortunes were about to soar. When one person rises, the whole group is lifted. Have your team head back. You're coming with me, Li Ma Xiao said, brushing off his sleeve as his gaze swept over Chu Xiu. He turned slightly. By the way, Chu Xiu, take your son home and straighten him out. Next time he steps out of line, it won't end this easily. Chu Xiu lowered his head in salute. Understood, War King Li. And you as well, young friend Abyss. The last 3 words were practically squeezed through gritted teeth. Chu Xiu let out a cold laugh. Next time, he might just end up beaten to death. CRRK. Chu Xiu's fist tightened until veins bulged, fury flashing across his face before he forced it down. Were Abyss not Li Ma Xiao's disciple, he would have smashed the boy into paste right then and there. That won't be necessary, young friend Abyss, Chu Xiu said, eyes glinting with frost. Being War King Li's apprentice is no easy role. When you reach Xinxia University, you'll learn that those who would wear the crown must bear its weight. All 18 war kings of Yinxia were under constant scrutiny, and their heirs drew even fiercer attention, especially when the war king was the youngest, most promising, and most headstrong of the lot. The moment Chu Xiu set foot in Xinxia University, every eye on campus would be fixed on him. The Chu father and son returned to their family estate, only to find Chu Xiu's bedroom door ajar and the room inside empty. Humph. Look at the time, and that unfilial Brad is still out carousing. Chu Xiu snapped, fury edging his voice. He turned to Chu Hong. Today was humiliating. The school evaluation is next week. You can't afford another fiasco. Chu Hong's chest tightened. Today's events had plummeted his standing with his father. I understand, Dad. I'll redeem myself in the assessment. I won't embarrass you again. Honger, what happened? You're covered in bruises. Hearing the commotion, Sun Yume rushed out. Her eyes reddened at the sight of her battered son. Mom, someone beat me up, Chu Hong muttered, aggrieved. Beat you up? Who in Yin Cloud City dares touch you? You're the commander's son. Sun Yume's eyes blazed as she shoved Chu Xiu. And you, Chu Xianji, your own son gets beaten, and you do nothing? Whoever hurt him should be killed. Kill, kill, kill. Then you go do it. Chu Xiu snarled, shaking off her hand, his face dark with frustration. Humph. Chu Xiu, what kind of attitude is that? You really think I won't do anything? They'll have my brother come down from Modu to Yinyan City right now. So tell me who laid a hand on Honger. Sun Yume's gaze was as sharp as a blade, her fury almost punching through the office ceiling. Born into the Sun family of Majuan of the War King clan, she had the clout to look down on every powerhouse in Yinyun and even the whole of Jiang province. It was Li Ma Xiao's disciple. Go ahead and call your brother. Chu Xiong tapped a finger on the desk, his voice as cold and hard as iron. Who? Who did you say? Li Ma Xiao? The Demon Lotus War King, Li Ma Xiao? Impossible. I heard he never takes disciples. Her roar climbed, but shock quickly replaced it. If the culprit was truly a disciple of the Demon Lotus War King, bringing her big bro Therno, even her father would be useless. The Sun family might be a War King clan, but Li Ma Xiao alone was equal to an entire clan. Parentless and peerless, the Demon Lotus War King shook every corner of the world. His name was famed across the 100 nations of Blue Star, and many swore that within 10 years he would step into Black Jade and become a nation-level legend. He took the boy on a whim, that's all I know. Chu Xiong waved a hand, impatience evident. Li Ma Xiao saw a kindred spirit in the kid and accepted him on the spot. As he spoke, he pictured Abyss defiant ice, no fear of power, only the ambition to replace it. Exactly the look his own rebellious son wore. How could this be? Sun Yume muttered, still unable to accept the news. If this reached the imperial capital, the shockwaves would be off the charts. Let it go. Abyss is terrifyingly gifted, a younger copy of Li Ma Xiao, probably Honger's age. The tallest tree catches the wind. Once he reaches Xinxia, countless factions will be watching him. Chu Xiong sighed. Disputes at that level were beyond a provincial commander's reach. Outsiders thought he was untouchable, but in the capital marquises and generals were a dime a dozen. He was just another servant sent to the frontier. Honger is already outstanding. Don't sell yourself short. The truly monstrous talents will be handled by someone else. Just work hard and one day take over my command. At least you're better than that useless rebel of a son disgraces the Chu family name. Chu Xiong's tone softened, a trace of affection in his eyes. I understand, father. I'll show you my progress at next week's assessment. Chu Hong clenched his fists, determination ringing in his voice. Chu Xiong nodded, satisfied. his gaze gentle at last. Yet a shadow rose in Chu Hong's heart at that assessment. He would humiliate Chu Xiu and vent today's frustration. He alone was mother and father's true child. A small copse on the outskirts, dusk thick in the air. Cicadas droned with the breeze, stirring the leaves in a soft rustle. Li Ma Xiao walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, loose and casual, while Chu Xiu followed silently beneath a black mask. Their steps crushed fallen leaves into muffled fragments. After a dozen paces, Li Ma Xiao stopped, turned, and grinned. "Hey, kid, how long are you going to keep up the act in front of me? Take off the mask." His voice was husky, half teasing, half certain, the corners of his mouth lifting. Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu flinched had his cover been blown. Still, he recovered quickly. Hiding from a battle king like Li Ma Xiao was never going to be easy. He raised a hand and slowly removed his mask. "Huh, I knew it was you." Li Ma Xiao grinned, excitement flashing in his eyes. "The moment I saw you, I was almost certain." "Why?" Chu Xiu forced down his emotions and asked. "The eyes." Li Ma Xiao pointed at him. "When we first met 10 years ago, those eyes hadn't changed. A man with eyes like that could never be the useless waste Chu Xiong described. If I'm right, your heroic spirit has awakened a second time, hasn't it?" Chu Xiu's heart lurched. Li Ma Xiao tilted his head. "No need to look so shocked. A second awakening is normal. Me spirit went through it too." His voice sped up as he recalled the past. "At first, my spirit was grated drank, just a lump of flesh. 3 years later, that lump split open like a chrysalis and jumped straight to SS rank Neza. A second awakening needs a catalyst. Want to guess mine?" Chu Xiu stayed silent. He knew his own Wanhun banner had awakened by devouring monster souls, but Li Moxio's trigger sounded far more extreme. "Death." Li Moxio's voice sliced through the air. "I killed my father first, then myself. Only then did the second awakening happen. The air went still. That's why I want you as my disciple." His smile turned cold. "You only have a bad relationship with your father. I truly murdered mine." The grin flickered, savagery flaring before he pushed it back down. He turned away, a distant sorrow flashing across his eyes. "Chu Xiu, we're alike. I have high hopes for you. But if you want to be my student, you'll have to pass the first test. Show me your spirit." He stamped the ground, carving a ring of flame around his feet. His black shirt burned away from shoulder to wrist, and golden fire coated his skin. "I want to use my spirit. Force me outside this circle, and you pass. He'll even throw in a gift." Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, a slow smile spreading. "Interesting. I do love a challenge. Life should be nothing less." He exhaled a single word. "Rise." The earth churned. A dozen ghouls clawed out behind him, bones scraping, snarling as they lunged at Li Ma Xiao. "Oh, that's your spirit?" Pity. Li Ma Xiao thrust out his palm, golden fire surging. "It's not enough." A tidal wave of golden flames swept out, and in an instant every ghoul was reduced to ash. The instant a dozen ghouls fell, a huge white shadow vaulted into the sky. A roar split the night. For skeletal arms swung from massive bone cleavers, their whistling arc crashing toward Li Ma Xiao. The blades burned through the darkness like a meteor on fire. "Oh, so that's your real spirit? Interesting." Li Ma Xiao narrowed his eyes. "That skeletal ghoul's aura is at least class. With the swarm of lesser ghouls you control, you're brushing a class overall." Even so, he didn't believe Chu Xiu could wipe out the cult of the evil god with just this. The kid's still hiding a trump card, he warned himself. Boom. A golden palm print burst from his hand, flames billowing as it blasted the four-armed armored ghoul a dozen meters back. "Stand," Chu Xiu murmured. A heartbeat later, the charred ghouls around Li Ma Xiao rolled over and climbed to their feet. Their numbers keep growing. Li Ma Xiao frowned. At equal rank, this dense horde alone was troublesome. "Is your spirit an entire legion?" Before he could probe further, he lit the golden flame again. It stretched into a long ribbon that sliced the surrounding dead to pieces. "Chu Xiu, your trick surprised me, but there's still not enough. You're far from passing my test," Li Ma Xiao sneered. Oddly, Chu Xiu kept his hands in his pockets, face calm. Then came the second order. "All of you stand." Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of black summoning circles flared in midair, hemming Li Ma Xiao in. His pupils contracted. That many the threats on par with its glass spirit. A thunderous war cry tore through the night. The full moon was eclipsed by a red-black silhouette 2-meter general in obsidian armor, crimson standard in hand, molten light flowing across his plates. Hunger resonance. Blood-soaked battle standard. Full release, Chu Xiu intoned. Black vapor erupted from the armored figure, and the ghoul army went berserk. The four-armed ghoul roared and charged again, blades flashing. Bone shatter thrust follow with the scorching flag. Chu Xiu ordered. Rumble. Crimson light burst forth. Molten radiance streamed from the armored figure into the banner. It shot upward, becoming a blazing flag that glowed like a crimson star in the night. An instant later, the Abyssal Devourer slammed down from the void, the flaming banner crashing toward Li Ma Xiao. "Huh, now that's more like it. Didn't think a newly awakened kid could ignite my fighting spirit," Li Ma Xiao laughed. He still hadn't called his own spirit or weapon. He was only borrowing a sliver of Nez's power, barely bronze tier 4 or 5, yet his battle lust blazed. He braced both palms and met the Abyssal Devourer Hedon. The air howled, earth and vegetation shredded. A gale slammed into Chu Xiu, his chest tightened, dust swirling around him, yet he smiled. Master, this round check. The red banner swept the dust aside. The Abyssal Devourer stood tall, while Moxio's feet had been forced beyond the flaming circle. A silver button from his shirt had been sliced off and now hung from the banner's tip, gleaming in the moonlight. Not bad. Kid, is this the full extent of your heroic spirit's power? Xiao withdrew his aura and glanced at the button that had popped off his own shirt, yet the scene before him left him genuinely shaken. Chu Xiong had branded this kind of existence in frank failure? Ridiculous. The man standing here could easily become Yangtze's future Morningstar. Behind Chu Xiu stretched a vast, shadowy host of undead. Banners snapped in the wind, and murderous intent felt almost tangible. To his left stood an armor ghoul clad in tattered plate, with 4 blade-wielding arms. To his right loomed a reeking Abyssal Devourer, bristling with fangs. The 2 monstrosities flanked him like royal guards, making Chu Xiu look every inch a king descended to earth, a brilliance that no battlefield could ever hide. An absolute S-rank heroic spirit, Xiao judged silently. In a team fight, he's practically SSS. If this ghoul legion were allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences would be unthinkable. And he had no idea that Chu Xiu actually commanded 9 more legions, just like it, and each one could still evolve 4 times. This was a real, undead cataclysm. You win, kid. Xiao grinned, already savoring the thought of Chu Xiong's arrogant face. What happens when that old man finds out you are the abyss itself? The son everyone wrote off as useless turns out to be the most formidable of all. Chu Xiu merely shrugged and offered a faint smile. My target isn't Chu Xiong. His opinion means nothing to me. Oh, Xiao raised an eyebrow. Then what is your goal? To dominate the globe and march across the stars. Chu Xiu exhaled, raised a thumb, and pointed to himself. I'm going to turn every creature of the abyss into my army. The audacity of it let Xiao almost see a blazing dark star rising, destined one day to illuminate the world. Now he understood why he and Chu Xiu hit it off. Neither of them would bow to anyone. Their fates were their own. Interesting. Xiao chuckled softly. In that case, let me stand on the front line and watch you conquer the world. His tone turned earnest. Tell me, what do you want? I promised you a reward, and I don't make empty offers. Master, I'll accept your generosity, Chu Xiu said, making a gesture of taking something. I need magic crystals, lots of them, and monster corpses. So that's how your heroic spirit advances. Xiao nodded, then gave a wry smile. I can't produce a large haul of magic crystals right away, but he flicked his finger, and a fist-sized crystal blazing with golden light hovered in the air. This comes from a gold-tier monster. It's the lowest grade crystal I'm carrying. Do you dare take it? Why wouldn't I? Chu Xiu caught the crystal in one hand. Golden radiance seeped through his fingers, yet he didn't immediately feed it to the Abyssal Devourer. Its current stage couldn't handle such power. He would wait until it evolved once more. As for monster corpses, I don't have any on me, Xiao continued. With a twist of his wrist, he produced a golden token etched with intricate patterns and shimmering lines. Someone in Yin Cloud City owes me a favor. He runs a decent-sized trading guild there. Take this token. Whatever you want, just help yourself. The token landed in Chu Xiu's palm with a soft snap. Its icy touch sent a jolt through him, and his pupils suddenly narrowed. Great Yin Trading Company. That's not merely okay. It's one of the premier guilds in all of Jiang Province. Its endless expedition squads work like relentless meat grinders, diving into void rifts day and night to haul back resources the fortune they've amassed could buy the entire city of Yinyun. Master, I'm curious, what's the name of the guy who owes you a favor? Chu Xiu couldn't resist asking. Xiao shrugged. Can't remember. I saved some nobody on the abyssal battlefield. Think his name was Yin Shang? Chu Xiu's mouth twitched. Seriously? That nobody is the chairman of the Great Yin Trading Company. That's a war king for Yumani's nothing but pocket lent to him. Before the words had faded, Moxio's smile vanished. I'm off. There are cult remnants hiding in Yinyun City, and this time I'm taking them down in one sweep. He folded his arms, twin golden fire wheels flaring under his feet. The flames howled, tearing a seam through the night. An instant later, he shot skyward and disappeared into the clouds. Under the moonlight, only Chu Xiu remained, rolling a gold-grade monster core between his fingers. The nearby Abyss Devourer lunged for it, eyes blazing, but he sidestepped easily. Can't let you eat this, know it kill you 10,000 times over. He yawned. Long day. I'm beat. Let's head back, sleep, and visit the trading house tomorrow. The wind outside the city still carried a faint tang of blood. Dismissing his summoned forces, he strode away on pale, silver moonlight. He arrived home to darkness. The lights snapped on. Chu Xiong sat on the couch, face thunderous. Where the hell have you been? Do you know what time it is? Chu Xiu ignored him and headed for his room. Don't say I didn't warn you. Stop disgracing the Chu family, or don't blame me for getting rough. Chu Xiu looked back, eyes cold. And what does Commander Chu plan to dough beat me to death? You. Chu Xiong trembled with rage. Unfilial brat. You're not worth a single hair on your brother's head. Chu Xiu turned away. His father's curses hammered after him. I, Chu Xiong, have led an upright life. How did I father trash like you? If you don't place in the top 3 next week, see what I do. Don't even think of staying here. Get out and beg on the streets. From now on, you're dead to me. What sin did I commit to raise a dog like you? Each word crushed Chu Xiu's heart and pushed him further away. Words, he thought, hurt more than fists. Family bonds. Sorry, unnecessary. From this moment on, Chu Xiu and the Chu clan were finished. He closed his eyes and opened them again. His pupils were as dark and cold as a winter pool. Next morning, Chu Xiu left early. At the corner, a clear voice called, "Brother Chu Xiu." Lu Yuan jogged up in pink sneakers, her white hoodie billowing in the breeze, high ponytail swaying. A sheen of sweat on her brow showed she'd just finished her run. Up this early? Chu Xiu asked. Yes. I have to work hard so I can protect you better, she said, clenching her small fist, affection shining openly in her eyes. Oh, I'm already Iron Black Tier 6. For next week's assessment, shall we team up? Chu Xiu's pupils tightened. An S-grade prodigy really was terrifying. She'd awakened only recently. Without his own cheat, he wouldn't even see her dust. All right, they'll count on you to keep me safe, he said, ruffling her hair. It struck him that had never given her a proper gift. Your birthday's in a few days. How about we pick out a present now? Let's take a walk. Her eyes lit up like stars. Sure. He'll run back, shower, and change. Wait here for me, okay? Look forward to it. She flashed a mischievous smile, darted back inside, and whispered to herself, Come on, Lu Yuan, you can do this. You're definitely going to win, brother. Chu Xiu's heart. When Lu Yuan stepped outside again, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. She had swapped her high ponytail for 2 playful buns, and a mint green, strappy maxi dress traced her soft curves. The sunlight highlighted her delicate, snow-white collarbones. The hem swayed in the breeze, and her white sneakers and matching socks showed off long, energetic legs. Let's go, brother Chu, she said, naturally hooking her arm through his. A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Xiu's eyes, but he answered softly, All right. Where are you taking me? Lu Yuan asked as they walked, though worry tugged at her. Chu Xiu rarely had money. Chu Xiong kept him on a tight allowance. Sometimes he barely had enough to eat and had to take odd jobs. Head even had a girlfriend, Han Xiaoming, who wasn't cheap to please. She feared he would stretch himself thin for a birthday gift, so she quickly added, The present doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts. A card, a hair clip, anything. Worst case, just write happy birthday on my hand. Your handwriting is beautiful. She opened her pale palm and flashed a bright smile. Chu Xiu laughed. The thought matters, sure, but the gift can't be shabby. Your brother Chu used to be broke. Now it's different. During the Dark Tide Black Hole incident, he had quietly siphoned off several 100,000 yuan from the cultists' accounts. As he spoke, his phone buzzed. Su Hongying had sent a message. Captain, hey, race what we got for the monster materials, 286,700 yuan. A moment later, 200,000 hit his account. With his previous savings, Chu Xiu now had close to $1 million. He wasn't a tycoon, but money came easy these days. They took a cab to Dian Trading House, one of the top shops in Jiang Province. The building gleamed like a miniature palace. 2 solid gold pichio guarded the entrance, and on either side stood 3 attendants in teal chong sams, makeup flawless. As Chu Xiu and Lu Yuan set foot on the steps, the 6 attendants greeted in unison, Welcome to Dian Trading House, honored guests. The scene made Lu Yuan nervous. Brother Chu, the cheapest thing here starts at 5 figures. Maybe we should go somewhere else. Chu Xiu patted her head lightly. Relax, I've got savings. In truth, he was here for fresh monster corpses. Every morning, Dian shipped newly hunted beasts from the suburbs and dissected them on site. He was sure the materials he needed were available right now. Okay, just don't push yourself, Lu Yuan said with a nod. The attendants kept perfect smiles, showing no hint of disdain for their youth, proof of a first-class establishment. Let's pick your present first. Chu Xiu's gaze drifted over the showroom's glass cases. At the very center hung a pale moon gown in the classic Lucian style. Lu Yuan's gaze froze on the dress, but the moment she caught sight of the price tag, 228,000, she hurriedly looked away. That figure was almost her father's entire yearly income. Following her line of sight, a maid in a teal dress smiled and began her pitch. Sir, this is the Guanghan Lucian gown. It's woven from Abyssal moonlight silkworm silk, reinforced with phoenixwood filament, edged in Jinhua gold thread, and personally inscribed with guardian and purification runes by a gold-rank spirit warrior. Its physical and magical defenses are excellent, and it blocks all negative status effects. The design is inspired by the Moon Palace fairy's robe, elegant and regal. Your girlfriend would look extraordinary in it. Thank you, but I'm still a student. I can't afford something this fine yet. They'll come back when I'm stronger. Lu Yuan shook her head with a smile, then whispered, Brother Chu Xiu, I need to find the restroom. The maid remained courteous and immediately summoned someone to escort her. Chu Xiu's eyes returned to the gown, a satisfied light flashing within them. In a week, Lu Yuan would take the Dark Tide Black Hole Exploration Examiner first venture into a secret realm. A gift that combined protection and beauty couldn't be more fitting. This one. Wrap it up. His voice was calm. The maid blinked. Sir, are you serious? My bank card. Chu Xiu flipped out a black card traced with golden lines. Startled, she accepted it. The young man in plain clothes and boyish features had just produced more than 200,000 without blinking, proof that appearances deceive. Thank you, sir. She bowed and moved to run the card. A sugary voice rang from outside the store. Ah, Xiaotian, hurry up. I saw an incredible dress, the one modeled after the Moon Palace fairy. It would look perfect on me. Buy it for me, and I'll wear it for you tonight. Chu Xiu recognized the voice at once and turned, momentarily taken aback. Walking in were Wang Xiaotian and his former girlfriend, Han Xiaoming. The Wang family ran a mercantile guild in Yinyan City and had just secured a major new agency, so their star was on the rise. The three of them locked eyes and froze for a heartbeat. Han Xiaoming's tone dropped, tinged with embarrassment, while Wang Xiaoshan's lips curled in mockery. Well, if it isn't our great failure, Chu. He laughed. Delivering takeout to pay tuition and you're shopping at the Yin Emporium? Everything here starts at 5 figures. Each delivery nets you 1.5 yuan. How many trips for one dress? Be realistic, man. Don't pretend to be what you're not. Right, Xiaoming? He slipped an arm around Han Xiaoming's slim waist. Han Xiaoming wore twin ponytails, a light blue JK jacket, a white miniskirt, and snow-white over-knee socks, an outfit that would land her on any irresistible thread in his past life forms. She nodded in agreement. That's right, Chu Xiu. Xiaoshan's just being honest. Chu Xiu couldn't be bothered to argue. He turned to the teal-clad maid. Package the dress. And arrange a meeting room for me. I want to see Chairman Yan of the Mercantile Guild. Tell him. Wang Xiaotian burst out laughing, cutting him off. Meet Chairman Yan? Chu Xiu, are you dreaming? You think the Yin Emporium is a wishing well? Chairman Yan is swamped. You don't just stroll in and ask for an audience. Sir, the president is indeed here today, but this isn't a decision we can make. The maid's voice was soft, almost overly polite against the thick red carpet and bright lights of the hall. You hear that, Chu Xiu? Hilarious. No strength, yet still pretending to be tough. Wang Xiaotian, hair dyed a glaring blonde, lounged against the counter. A wave of sharp cologne filled the boutique. Pointing at the Guanghan flowing Immortal gown inside the crystal case, he watched the sheer fabric shimmer an eerie blue. Hey, wrap that dress up. I'm taking it. I'm sorry, sir, but this gentleman already purchased it. The maid's eyes flicked toward Chu Xiu. He hasn't paid. No money, no sale. I'll add another 20 grand. Wang Xiaotian flicked his wrist, his metal watch flashing like a blade. Apologies, sir. We do honest business here. First come, first served. No bidding. The maid's professional smile never wavered. Wang Xiaoshan's face sank. Wang Xiaotian of the Heavenly King Chamber of Commerce. My father, Wang Badeo, is your distributor in Yinyan City. You still want sell me the dress? She gave a courteous shake of her head. Young Master Wang, rules are rules. I'm afraid I can't oblige. That single sorry. Young Master Wang stripped him of all dignity. Gritting his teeth, he turned on Chu Xiu. Humph. Chu's eye dumped by Ming Ming. So you've latched onto someone new? Groveling this hard? 200,000. That's more than you'll save in a lifetime. Don't tell me you took out loans, cleaned out every online lender? Sliding closer, he wrapped an arm around Han Xiaoming's slim waist. Does your new crush have even half of Ming Ming's looks? He nodded at the girl in his arms. Can she compete? Ming Ming is so obedient, you know. Bet you never realized. Chu Xiu, she knows every position. Han Xiaoming's twin ponytail swayed as she nestled smugly into his embrace. She really was campus queen material. Sweet, innocent features paired with a brank spirit, the moonlit rabbit, a rare combination at Yinyan High. Yet Chu Xiu felt only indifference. To him, Han Xiaoming was merely passable. Compared with Lu Yuan. Silky white legs. Next to Lu Yuan's 170 height, they looked stunted. A cute little A-cup, dim beside her radiant sea. A brank spirit? Against the S-rank goddess of the ninth heaven, she couldn't even approach the threshold. The gap in aura was vast. Cologne and tension churned the air. Chu Xiu almost laughed. Online wisdom says men want their exes to live well, while some exes trash their former boyfriends to prove their own judgment. Han Xiaoming was clearly the latter. I'm not chasing anyone, Chu Xiu said calmly. Then why buy such an expensive dress? Don't be shy, she from our school. Not even as good as Xiaoming, right? Wang Xiaotian threw back his head, laughter echoing beneath the crystal chandeliers. You're getting worse with a jiha. Ha. Amid the jeers, Chu Xiu's eyes remained still. Wang Xiaotian thought had seen through everything. Unaware had accidentally told the truth. Chu Xiu was chasing no one because the one doing the chasing was a girl leagues above the moonlit rabbit. A cold voice cut through the air, and a moment later Chu Xiu saw a girl with an equally cold expression walking toward him. Chu Xiu, there's no need to chase her. As long as it makes you happy, we'll do anything, she said, slipping her slender arm around his wrist and shooting Han Xiaoming a challenging glance. Lu Yuan? It's really you. Wang Xiaotian blurted. The shock on his face was as if had been struck by lightning. At Yinyan High, Han Xiaoming was already considered top tier, but there were only a handful of girls who could rival her, and everyone agreed the true pinnacle was Lu Yuan. Rumor had it she had awakened an extraordinarily powerful heroic spirit, so powerful that the school kept her hidden, planning to unveil her during the college entrance exam as their trump card to stun the whole province. Her admirers could line up from the east gate to the north gate, yet she had never been linked to any boy and rarely said more than a sentence to one. Now she was clinging to Chu Xiu's arm like a devoted girlfriend. Lu Yuan, it really is Lu Yuan. Wang Xiaotian felt a block of iron press against his chest. No matter how pretty Han Xiaoming was, next to Lu Yuan, she looked like a country bumpkin. One girl was as refreshing as summer mint, while the other, whether in figure, poise, or aura, was utterly outclassed. Chu Xiu, I told you, you don't have to give me anything so expensive. If it's from you, even a simple card would be a treasure to me, Lu Yuan added softly. Wang Xiaotian nearly coughed up blood. When Han Xiaoming was with him, she wanted pricey spirit supplements one day, solid gold jewelry the next, and a dress costing hundreds of thousands after that textbook gold digger behavior. Yet Lu Yuan would cherish even a greeting card. She was the model girlfriend. Damn, Chu Xiu's luck is insane, he muttered, stomping in jealousy. What was wrong with Lu Yuan's eyes? How could she fall for the guy the whole school had written off as useless and even look ready to throw herself at him? Seeing a girl more beautiful and accomplished than herself at Chu Xiu's side, Han Xiaoming's face went ashen. She hadn't expected Chu Xiu to do better after dumping her. Did that mean had been right to end it, that she'd been the obstacle? In that instant both she and Wang Xiaotian felt their hearts crack. It's fine, as long as you like it, Chu Xiu said, ignoring them and swiping his card for the dress. What are you so pleased about? Wang Xiaotian sneered. Got money? Big deal. If you come in last again in next week's assessment, the school will expel you. Then you can spend the rest of your life delivering takeout. Taking pleasure in another's misfortune is always the mark of the weak. When the strong grow angry, they draw their blades against someone stronger. When the weak grow angry, they draw their blades against someone weaker, laying bare their own incompetence. Chu Xiu raised his eyes, his gaze icy. Who exactly do you think you're talking about, Wang Xiaotian? Chu Xiu, are you barking at me? I'm a partner of Dine Commerce. One word from me, and they'll throw you out. Wang Xiaotian shouted, then turned on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you must be blind. You could be a goddess, but you chose this loser. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened. Insult Chu Xiu again, and I'll pound you. As the words fell, it was as if a bright full moon rose behind her, the sheer pressure forcing Wang Xiaotian to take an instinctive step back. Hiding behind a woman, are you? Let's see you have someone take the college entrance exam for you too. He yelled, trying to save face. Save your breath, Chu Xiu said, a flash of killing intent in his narrowed eyes. Well, settle this during next week's assessment. He never left a score unsettled. Wang Xiaotian had crossed the line again and again. Next week, he would make him pay. Woo, let's fly. Let's go. Wang Xiaotian, furious, seized Han Xiaoming by the wrist and dragged her toward the exit. Brother Xiaotian, that dress me family partners with the great Yin Trading Company. We can have as many as we want. Since two paupers have already touched this one and soiled it, let's just give it away, Han Xiaoming said, chin lifted in disdain. Wang Xiaotian snorted, picking up speed. He talked tough, but he knew the truth. That silver-white full moon rising moments ago wasn't just beautiful. It proved the heroic spirit Lu Yuan had summoned was top tier. If they actually fought, he might have a 30% chance, one of those 30% where you get killed 3 times in 7 seconds. Yuan, it's for you. Chu Xiu tucked the carefully wrapped Guanghan flowing immortal dress into Lu Yuan's hands. Brother Chu Xiu, such an expensive gift. The girl was thrilled and flustered, her slender fingers lightly stroking the fabric. She suddenly looked up, eyes bright as water. Brother Chu Xiu, bend down a bit, I've got something to show you. Chu Xiu obliged. In the next instant, Lu Yuan locked her arms around his head. He found himself pressed into a warm, soft, springy embrace, a faint fragrance flooding his senses. It's all right, she whispered. Whatever happens, I'll always be with you. Even if the whole world doubts you, you'll always be my great hero. As she spoke, her gentle fingertips combed through his hair like she was soothing a restless kitten. Then her moist lips brushed his cheek. When I have money someday, they'll prepare a grand gift for you, too. When they parted, she swung the dress behind her back and smiled. Next week, they'll wear it for you, Brother Chu Xiu. With that, she skipped down the steps and vanished outside the trading company. Watching her leave, Chu Xiu chuckled. Did she really think he couldn't read her little schemes? Still, romance would have to wait, had bigger things on his mind. Once she was gone, he turned to the maid behind the counter. Hello. I'd like to see Chairman Yan. I have business with him. I'm sorry, sir. The chairman is. She broke off when Chu Xiu produced a token, antique and imposing. Show him this. He'll meet me. His voice was calm, but brooked no refusal. The maid froze. She'd seen every membership card the company issued, even the rare black platinum ones people love to flaunt, but never a token like this. After a moment, she bowed. Please wait here, sir. He'll notify the chairman immediately. Great Yin Trading Company. 28th floor penthouse. A middle-aged man with wavy silver hair and a perfectly tailored suit stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, hands in his pockets, gazing over night-shrouded Yinyan City. Neon lights splashed kaleidoscopic colors across the glass, yet his expression remained flat. Lord Li is in Yinyan City. If only I could see him, he muttered, sighing. With so much on his plate, why would he spare time for me? Saving my life on the Abyss battlefield was honor enough. Even with assets worth hundreds of billions and the greatest fortune in Jiang province, he was still just an ordinary businessman before Yangtze's war king. In the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, traders sit at the very bottom. He and Li Maxiao came from completely different worlds. Knock, knock. The door rattled, and a maid's clear voice followed. President, someone wishes to see you. He brought this token. A token? Yanshang paused. His gaze landed on the black and gold medallion in her hand, and his heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that the Demon Lotus Battle King's insignia? Send him in. His voice dropped an octave. The maid pushed the door open and laid the token on the desk. Yanshang grasped it, then asked urgently, is the bearer that readied, defiant young man? She shook her head. No, he looks like a student. A student? Yanshang's brow furrowed. Theft never entered his mind. Who would dare steal from the Demon Lotus Battle King and live to tell the tale? Whoever he is, bring him upstairs. Treat him with respect. And brew some tea. Use the Jade Spring Mountain Dragon well. His tone was solemn. The maid withdrew, inwardly reeling. So Chu Xiu hadn't been boasting after all. The president himself would receive him, serving the finest tea in the house. A few minutes later, the office door opened again. Chu Xiu stepped inside, his face unreadable. At first glance, Yanshang sensed the youth in him. His eyes were steady, yet the faint aura of campus life clung to him. Clearly still in school, yet holding the Battle King's token. And you are? Chu Xiu. Friend Chu, may I ask what ties you have with Battle King Li? Before he finished, Chu Xiu's phone buzzed. 4 words lit up the screen. Turn on the TV. Sent by Li Maxiao. Chu Xiu froze. His master knew he was inside Yan trading house. He pointed to the 100-inch set on the wall. President Yan, could you switch that on? Certainly, Yanshang replied, powering it up while pressing on, but you still haven't answered. The screen lit, and Li Maxiao's arrogant face filled it. Battle King Li. Yanshang blurted. Li Maxiao's voice boomed. I assume everyone can hear me. No introductions needed. No one among Blue Star's 100 nations can fail to find out who I am. I have only one announcement. A crooked smile lifted his lips. As of today, I have a disciple. He's from Jiang province and will sit for this year's college entrance exam. Li Maxiao burst into laughter. Feel free to hunt him down. Whoever defeats my disciple will become the next Battle King candidate. He'll keep the seat warm for you. Fight. Hunt. Let war sweep across Jiang province. His laughter echoed. Then he added, Kid, do you like the gift your master just gave you? Don't disappoint me. The feed went black and flipped to an ordinary news channel. Chu Xiu rubbed his forehead. His master had hijacked every national broadcast just to make that announcement so reckless. Yanshang stared at him, voice dry. So you're the one. Chu Xiu sighed and introduced himself formally. My name is Chu Xiu, disciple of the Demon Lotus Battle King, senior student of Class 3, Yinyun High School. Nervous? Surprised? Perhaps. But fear had no place here. For Chu Xiu, the top spot in Jiang province was already his, and anyone who stood in his way would be swept. Acidino exceptions. Li Maxiao's move was like igniting a bundle of dynamite in public. The moment the news spread, every eye snapped toward Jiang province. Even elite prodigies from other regions stirred, eager to cross provincial lines for the fight. This year's Jiang province champion was destined to be the most prestigious in Yangtze's history. No one knew the identity of Li Maxiao's mysterious disciple, yet everyone understood one thing. Seize the title and you would, by default, defeat that hidden protege. Glory like that was irresistible. More importantly, the champion's crown came with a ready-made War King title. To back his disciple, Li Maxiao had placed that priceless rank on the table. Yanxiao produced 50 or 60 provincial champions a year, but in decades, only 18 War Kings had been crowned. The two honors were worlds apart. The entire nation erupted at this audacious wager. Forums crashed, comm links overloaded, and application forms flooded testing centers across Jiang province. Chu Xiu watched the rolling headlines and let a smile tug at his lips. Master, you certainly know how to deliver surprises. He spoke silently to Li Maxiao, hundreds of miles away. I said my goal was the Sea of Stars, and you hand me a heavy cannon first. Conquer the world? Then he'll start by conquering the national exams. Scalding battle lust burst from his chest, as though his blood were boiling. The 10,000 souls banner stirred, its demonic aura whispering in his ears, urging, warning, Lord of the Dead, sweep the exam grounds. Raise an army of the fallen, make the living bow, and stand alone at the summit. Beside him, Yanshang cradled a teacup, ready to offer comfort, but the smile on Chu Xiu's face froze his heart. The nation's fiercest prodigies might storm into Jiang province at any moment, yet the young man was smiling. No panic, only surging will and certainty of victory. A chill ran down Yanshang's spine, but admiration followed, like attracts like, and Li Moxio's disciple was no ordinary soul. Brother Chu, Yanshang set down his cup and rose solemnly. As Master Li's student, whatever you need, speak it. They'll support you with everything I have. Chu Xiu leaned forward without hesitation. I need monster corpses, as many as possible. Can the guild provide them? Monster corpses? Yanshang blinked. Every inch of a monster was treasure. The cost of Chu Xiu's request would be staggering. Reading his concern, Chu Xiu smiled softly. There's no need to worry. I only require one thing from each corpse, so I won't remove the whole body. What he truly wanted were the lingering souls that clung to the newly dead, something others could neither see nor touch, and whose removal wouldn't diminish the corpse's value at all. One more detail, Chu Xiu added. They must have been dead no more than an hour. Yanshang pondered, then clapped his hands. In that case, you're in luck. A shipment arrived 10 minutes ago. Come with me, Brother Chu, and they're yours. Chu Xiu followed Yanshang all the way down to the 6th level and stepped into a vast purification chamber packed with monstrous corpses piled high like mountains. He pushed the heavy metal door open. A damp, sticky odor rushed out, pinning him to the spot. Black-violet miasma churned in the air, thick with resentment that stung his nose. Mr. Yan, please take precautions. We're about to perform a triplistage purification on the remains. A few technicians in protective suits hurried over, genuine concern in their voices. They'll be fine, Yanshang replied with a dismissive wave. Years of crawling through abyssal battlefields had left him unfazed by death. Scenes like this don't scare me. He stepped aside and added, this is Mr. Chu. He's here to collect something. Collect something? One technician blinked, sizing Chu Xiu up. From the purification room? Did you drop something down a monster's throat? Chu Xiu said nothing. His gaze swept across the mountain of bodies, and a slow smile tugged at his lips. The sheer numbers were exactly what he needed, enough to let his Whitefang ghouls earn a full upgrade. Excitement clenched his fists. President Yan, please have everyone leave. Yanshang nodded at once. Everyone out. No one comes back in without my order. Though puzzled, the staff withdrew. The door closed, leaving only Chu Xiu and Yanshang inside. President Yan, you should step back as well, Chu Xiu said evenly. Yanshang instinctively retreated. Chu Xiu lifted his chin and spoke softly. Rise. Black fog coalesced from the void. Rings of shadow spiraled across the floor. What? Yanshang's chest tightened as he stumbled back. From the vortices crawled snarling ghoul-sashened skin, jutting fangs, deep guttural roars. In mere moments, portals filled the chamber, and hundreds, then thousands, of ghouls stood swaying, their overlapping shadows surging like a living tide. What are these? Heroic spirits? Yanshang's pupils contracted, shock flooding his eyes. Chu Xiu watched, laughter flickering in the depths of his gaze while the numbers on his Wanhun banner interface exploded. Congratulations, host. Whitefang Ghoul 10. Congratulations, host. Whitefang Ghoul 10. Congratulations, host. Whitefang Ghoul 10. Congratulations, host. Elite Soldier unlocked Rampage Ghoul. Congratulations, host. Elite Soldier unlocked Titan Ghoul. Congratulations, host. Elite Soldier unlocked Venom Ghoul. Amid the swarm, 3 figures stood out. 1. The Rampage Ghoul scuttled on all fours, scaling walls in a blur of motion. 2. The Titan Ghoul loomed 3 meters tall, muscles knotted like stone, each arm a towering pillar. 3. The Venom Ghoul glowed eerie green, wiry yet deadly, every gesture releasing corrosive fumes. Together with the original 4-armed armored ghoul, Chu Xiu now commanded for elite types. The counter climbed to 999 and froze. Congratulations, host. Whitefang Ghoul Core can advance to the Blood-Ravenous Legion. A-rank Abyss Devourer can evolve into S-rank Abyssal Lord. Mission issued. A Darktide Black Hollow key has dropped. Clear the hollow to complete the upgrade. A flash of silver and ornate key landed silently in Chu Xiu's palm. He stared at it, expression tightening by a shade. A promotion quest? Interesting. Chu Xiu studied the pitch black key lying in his palm, feeling the weight it radiated through his fingertips. He knew this advancement quest would be brutal. One undead legion was nowhere near enough insurance. Time to push the Wanhun fan up another tier, he decided. The banner had to summon a 2nd legion before the mission would feel safe. Right now it was only level 1, and the bottleneck was him. The stronger the host, the more necrotic power he could endure, and the banner would rise accordingly. Unfortunately, his current physique was downright frail. If the undead army grows stronger, I have to keep pace, he told himself, sketching out a new training plan. The instant the thought formed him, the spatial vortex snapped shut, swallowing hundreds of undead, and leaving the disposal chamber deathly still. Chairman Yan, I'd appreciate it if you pretended none of that just happened, Chu Xiu said with a calm smile. Yanshang froze, then nodded like a woodpecker. He knew that if so much as a whisper leaked, Li Moxiao would show up tomorrow with a blade. Seeing this, Chu Xiu's smile deepened. That's for the best. Thank you, Chairman Yan. You're too polite, young brother Chu, Yanshang replied, thumping his chest. Whether in Yinyan City or anywhere in Jiang Province, if you ever need me, Just say the word, and he'll go all in. The oppressive aura of those hundreds of ghouls still made his heart pound. Anyone who could command creatures like that had to be at least a rank maybe, even nudging SS. Making connections early could only help. In that case, I do have a favor to ask, Chu Xiu said. Name it. I heard Dian Trading just partnered with a distributor in Yinyan City, the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, right? That's correct. Do you have issues with them? Nothing major, Chu Xiu replied lightly. I just had a minor run-in downstairs with Wang Xiaotian from Tianwang. I understand, Yanshang nodded. Rest assured, we'll give you a satisfactory answer. When it was time to part, Yanshang personally escorted Chu Xiu out of the building and arranged a Maybach to take him home safely. The moment the car disappeared from sight, his expression darkened. Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, was it? If they dare offend young brother Chu, they're finished. He dialed without hesitation. Cancel every deal we have with Tianwang effective immediately. Across town, Wang Xiaotian was simmering. Being scared off by one sentence from Chu Xiu and Lu Yiwen was an utter disgrace. The memory of Lu Yiwen's flawless curves only fueled his anger. As soon as his car rolled into the underground garage, he dragged Han Xiaoming into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. The starlight headliners sparkled overhead, the padded ceiling cushioned their backs, and with the rhythm building, the cabin quickly filled with a thick, cloying scent. Right then his phone buzzed. Wang Badeo's roar exploded through the speaker. 60 seconds. If you aren't back here in 1 minute, consider yourself disowned. The bellow made Wang Xiaotian jolt, freezing him mid-motion, his soul nearly leaving his body. Dad, what's going on? He fumbled to pull on his pants. Wang Badeo's roar over the phone was loud enough to shatter the earpiece. What did you do today? The president of Dian Trading just canceled our deal with Tianwang Commercial Guild. Do you know how much I invested? Half my net worth. I even borrowed 100 million from the bank. It's all gone. You unfilial brat. Who did you offend? Even Wang Badeo's voice was trembling. A crisis like this left him with no room for bluster. I really don't know, Dad. I didn't offend anyone. Wang Xiaotian scrambled off Han Xiaoming, his voice shaking. If it's anyone, it's just some classmate. He's dirt poor, delivers takeout at school, and his awakened spirit weapon is frank trash. It can't be him. Han Xiaoming was pushed aside, clothes half slipped, her face ashen. Bitterness surged within her. What a useless man, always half-hearted. Still, she dared show no dissatisfaction, even though Wang Xiaotian treated her like a fleeting amusement. Get back here this instant. Wang Badeo forced down his fury. He'll keep digging. This is too sudden, too weird. Dian Trading is willing to pay 100 million yuan penalty to walk away. If some heavyweight isn't behind this, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Okay, I'm coming. Panicked, Wang Xiaotian jumped out of the car. Without a glance at Han Xiaoming, he tossed a few bills onto her. Grab a cab home. The bills slid down her exposed collarbone. She clenched the money, humiliation flooding her. She looked just like a woman who'd been paid for the night. At that moment, Chu Xiu stepped out of the back seat of a Maybach, glanced up at his apartment building, and headed inside. Soon after, another Maybach Silver S480 eased to a stop at the complex gate. Chu Xiu climbed out, brows furrowed. The figurehead glimpsed in that two-tone S680 top spec Maybach looked like Chu Xiu. That car could buy 3 of his. How could that loser Chu Xiu be mixed up with people who drove something like that? Must been seeing things, Chu Xiu muttered. Plenty of rich folks live here, probably just a neighbor. Upstairs, the light in Chu Xiu's room was already out, the apartment silent. The kid's asleep this early? Chu Xiu shook his head, chiding himself for worrying. Meanwhile, worn out from the day, Chu Xiu was fast asleep. But that night, all of Yinxia lay wide-eyed. A notice from Li Ma Xiao blasted across the internet. Top prodigies from every province were converging on Jiang province to sit the upcoming college entrance exam. Young heirs from Shanghai's War King clans and the capital's nation-guarding families were on the move as well, determined to test themselves against the disciple of the demonic Lotus War King. Li Ma Xiao, Yangxia's youngest War King and a likely candidate for nation guardian within 10 years, ensured that any disciple of his would stand squarely in the spotlight. At dawn, Chu Xiu got up, hailed a taxi, and headed to Yinyan City's premier martial gym. In the heroic spirit era, humanity learned that a summoner needed a formidable physique to withstand spirit power and wield spirit arms. Martial gyms sprang up, charging sky-high fees, but offering body-refining manuals derived from spirit skills techniques that could massively boost a warrior's strength. Want to toughen up? Easy. Just as Chu Xiu reached the gate, a file pinged onto his phone from Li Ma Xiao. Pulled some strings and got you a monster technique from a nation guardian's heroic spirit. Best body-refining art in Yangxia, nothing else even comes close. Curious, Chu Xiu opened the file. One glance froze him in place. For bold characters blazed across the cover, the 8-9 arcane art. The Ba Jiu Xingong was definitely a top-tier technique for strengthening the body. Chu Xiu stared at the screen of his phone, a string of guesses flashing through his mind. From which national-level powerhouse had Li Ma Xiao managed to get it for him? Could the awakened spirit at that level really be Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, or even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? He clenched his fist, then looked up at the sprawling martial hall across the street, muttering to himself, now that I have the Bajio Xiangong, do I still need to go in there? He shook his head and stepped to the curb to hail a ride. The fact that Li Ma Xiao had sent such a supreme body-forging art as a simple digital file struck Chu Xiu as absurd. Wasn't that guy afraid it might leak out? Hey, Chu Xiu, is that you? A clear voice called from behind. Chu Xiu turned, and his expression darkened when he saw who it was. A class monitor, what are you doing here? He pocketed his phone, sounding a little helpless. Gu Xiuamon hurried over, her brows knitting. Didn't you know? Chu Hong rented the hall today, so our whole class can train for free. Everyone gets a technique to boost their score in next week's assessment. What he didn't tell you. Technically, Chu Xiu was also a student of Class 3, and the group chat had been flooded with messages, yet he alone had been left out. Chu Xiu scratched his head. I don't need it. Gu Zuman's face darkened. Outrageous. Chu Hong has gone too far. You're part of the class, so why should you be excluded? That's blatant favoritism. Before she finished, she grabbed Chu Xiu by the sleeve and dragged him toward the hall. I really don't need it. Monitor Chu Xiu sighed softly. Ever since he awakened a useless spirit weapon, most classmates treated him like air. Only Gu Xiuamon still spoke to him kindly. Yet he knew her concern wasn't romantic, she was simply a fair class monitor. They pushed the door open. The main hall had already quieted. Most students had collected their techniques and left, leaving only a few people tidying up equipment. The lights reflected off the soft floor, casting shallow reflections. Monitor, you're the last one, Chu Hong said, approaching with an ingratiating smile. He handed over a data chip case etched with rainbow patterns. I saved this especially for you. A superior technique, the glazed scripture, a streamlined version of the A-level divine art 7 treasure, glazed body. It suits your spirit perfectly. He had been busy courting Gu Xiuamon lately, and the flattery was obvious. But when his gaze slid past her and landed on Chu Xiu, Chu Hong's smile froze. What are you doing here? Chu Xiu looked him over and noticed the bruises still mottling Chu Hong's cheek, the marks from the punch he had given him last time. The sight made him curl his lips in a brief laugh. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Chu Hong's voice rose as he jabbed a finger at his face. Let me tell you, this injury came from sparring with someone you can't imagine. If it had been you, your corpse would already be feeding the weeds. Chu Hong, Gu Xiuamon ignored his rant, frowning instead. You said everyone in the class would get a technique. Why doesn't Chu Xiu have one? Isn't he one of us? Chu Hong snorted. Him? Nth grade loser, what does he need a technique for? Besides, I'm the one paying, so we'll give them to whoever I like. I don't like Chu Xiu, so he gets nothing. Gu Zuman's voice turned stern. And why not? Because he shares my surname. Someone of his status dares to use the same name as me. Chu Hong sneered. If you really want a cultivation manual, bow 3 times before mel out enough for everyone to hear, and I might just hand it over. Chu Hong leaned close to Chu Xiu's ear. Though he spoke softly, his arrogance and mockery were unmistakable. What's wrong? Cramming at the last minute? Can't afford a martial academy, can you? Chu Hong sneered, his mouth curling into an exaggerated grin. Relax. After next week you'll be expelled, and your family won't take you back, either. I'm father's only son. In the Chu family there's Chu Hong, not Chu Xiu. You're nothing but a stray dog. He stepped back with a cold laugh, triumph practically spilling from his eyes. Save it. Chu Xiu shook his head, voice calm. I have no use for such a low-grade manual. Low-grade? Chu Hong burst out laughing as if he'd heard the world's best joke. Chu Xiu, you don't even have a single technique. What gives you the right to look down on mine? Show me a high-grade manual if you've got one. Don't think I don't know you're broke. You probably don't own any manual at all, so who are you to sneer at me? Chu Xiu couldn't be bothered to argue. He turned away, crossed the room to a worn meditation mat, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. What a poser. Chu Hong scoffed. He knew only truly advanced arts let a cultivator draw in ambient energy while meditating. Low-tier manuals were basically calisthenics, plus pills and medicinal baths that broke down and rebuilt the flesh. He was certain Chu Xiu couldn't have secured anything high-level. Come on, Shui Man, he told the girl beside him. Ignore him. Train with my glazed treasure art. I've booked a top-grade cultivation room for you to even nourish your heroic spirit. Gu Xuanman glanced casually at Chu Xiu, then faced Chu Hong. She frowned and shook her head. I'm not going. Chu Hong, why are you always targeting Chu Xiu? He's never wronged you or anyone else. Stop basing your fun on humiliating others, will you? With that, she headed upstairs to the dojo's 2nd floor. Shuiman, Shuiman, Chu Hong called after her. What about the manual? Don't you want the manual? She didn't look back. Keep it. Anger lent speed to her steps. Chu Hong cut off his shouting, gaze darkening as it fixed on Chu Xiu meditating below. Rage boiled inside him. He wanted to beat the boy bloody, but forced the impulse down. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. They'll train first, then deal with you. Don't run off if you've got any guts. With that threat, he followed her upstairs. Silence returned to the hall. Chu Xiu's mind, however, had plunged into the boundless sea of the 89 arcane scripture. Each line of the manual felt alive, wriggling within him. Temper the mortal body to holiness undying and indestructible so a human frame may rival a heroic spirit. No wonder it was hailed as Yangtze's strongest cultivation art. He activated the scripture at once. Free-floating energy particles in the air shuddered, as if sucked in by an invisible maw, and surged toward him. Whoosh! He grunted as the torrent swept over his skin, seeped into muscle and bone, and finally drenched marrow and blood, refining even his organs. The 89 arcane scripture has 9 tiers: shedding the mortal, ironstone, fiery separation, thunderous echo, profound ice, jade body, immaculate, primal unity, and, at the summit, undying and indestructible. At the highest level, the flesh can rival the finest heroic spirits. The first realm, shedding the mortal, hardens the skin until it drumbeats like a Cayunious hide. Blades and arrows cannot pierce it. Reaching that alone puts one's physique at the top of one's peers. For the 10,000 soul banner to reach level 2, Chu Xiu reckoned he would have to cultivate the scripture at least to the second realm, Ironstone. One step at a time, he thought, continuing to draw in energy. A newcomer's first session always offered a burst of rapid progress, and his advance was indeed swift. The previously loose, pale skin across his frame tightened in moments, clinging to muscle like armor. Power flooded his limbs, growing stronger by the second. 2 hours had passed. Chu Xiu slowly curled his fingers into a fist as he rose from the meditation cushion, his weight sinking, spine arched like a drawn bow. In the next instant he struck at the empty air. Bang! The atmosphere split apart, a thunderous crack reverberating through the vast training hall. He lifted the sweat-soaked hem of his shirt and pinched the skin of his abdomen. It was firm and springy. He rapped his knuckles against his chest and heard a deep drum-like thud, as if calling troops to battle. With the 8-9 mystic art finally taking root, a satisfied grin spread across his face. "Captain, what are you doing here?" came a familiar female voice from the second floor. Chu Xiu looked up to see a spirited young woman in a red training uniform descending the stairs with brisk steps. "Chu Hong," he asked, a little taken aback. "That's right, Captain, I'm a coach at this gym," she said, tapping the name tag on her chest. Chu Xiu glanced at it. The words gold-level coach gleamed on the bright badge. Longji Martial Arts Hall ranked among the top 3 in Yinyan City. Earning a gold coach title here was no small feat. His eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "Perfect timing. I've just mastered a new technique. Help me test it." "Me? I'm not sure that's a good idea." Chu Hongying's mouth formed an O. "I admit your spirit energy is strong, but in terms of hand-to-hand skills and physical condition, well, the last time we met you were pretty scrawny. If I really hurt you, that would be awkward. You're the Malian War King's disciple, after all. It's fine. Give it your best shot. If I get hurt, it's on me," Chu Xiu said with a wave. "All right if you insist." She swallowed and finally nodded. They squared off in the center of the hall. Chu Hongying decided to use only 30% of her strength. She practiced the Mulan-style Northern Gale rainbow dress, and her muscles and bones were tough as tempered steel. If she went all out, she could easily send someone to the ICU. With the decision made, she tucked her shoulder and elbow, then swept out with a punch. Bang! Chu Xiu's eyes flashed as he met her strike heat, the air exploding around them. Chu Hongying felt a colossal force surge through the impact. She staggered back more than 10 steps, heels skidding across the floor, nearly crashing into the wall. She looked up in disbelief. Chu Xiu was already on her with a second punch tearing through the air. "So this is the famous gold-level coach? Doesn't seem that impressive," he teased. Chu Hongying's face darkened. "I'll admit my spirit energy can't match yours, but if you think my fists and feet are nothing, you've picked the wrong opponent." She stopped holding back, power roaring through her limbs as she launched a full-force assault. Bang! 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 Fists and feet collided, shockwaves firing in rapid succession. Chu Xiu moved like a dragon weaving through clouds, his footwork rock-steady, his strikes broad and decisive. Each clash sent a countershock reverberating up Chu Hongying's arms. The 8-9 mystic art contained 9 battle forms, and now he unleashed the first shattered sky. Its ferocity kept Chu Hongying under constant pressure. Amazed by the art's power, Chu Xiu's palms hammered like war drums, rolling sound waves swirling through the hall to shake his opponent's focus. Chu Hongying's ears rang as if war drums were exploding beside her, and her strikes fell into chaos. I quit, Captain, I surrender," she cried, shaking her head. Her arms were so numb she could hardly raise them. One more of Chu Xiu's heavy punches, and a bone would surely snap. Only then did Chu Xiu pull back. Sweat streamed down his forehead and chin, soaking his training shirt so thoroughly that every ridge of his 8-pack and the smooth lines of his muscles showed. With wide shoulders and a narrow waist, he looked like a model torn from a magazine cover. Chu Hongying couldn't stop glancing, her eyes circling him again and again. He was impossibly handsome, a coil of explosive power. If she could curl up in that embrace tonight, she didn't dare imagine how giddy she might be. Chu Xiu flexed his wrists and took stock. Ran through the rift-cleaving form, start to finish. At this level, ordinary summoners can't touch me. No weak spots left. Pleased, He turned to leave when hurried footsteps echoed on the stairs. Still here, Chu Xiu? A teasing voice called. Since when can you afford a gold tier coach? It was Chu Hong. Reaching the last step, he spotted Chu Hong and froze. Chu Xiu winked. Chu Hong instantly understood, retreating to a corner as if she didn't know him. Only then did Chu Hong exhale Gu Xiu was present, and he didn't want her learning about the sleazy ideas he once had in Dark Tide's abyss. Chu Xiu, gold tier coaches don't go easy. How about you and I trade a few moves? Chu Hong said with a meaningful smile. We're roughly equal in strength. I'd like to see what that so-called advanced technique has done for you in 2 hours. Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed, a glint flashing. You really want to try? What afraid? If you're scared, just say so. I want Laffa. Chu Hong threw back his head and laughed. Gu Xiu could take no more. That's enough. Chu Hong, she said coldly. You always bully the weak for attention. Go pick on someone stronger. Better yet, why not spar with our gold tier coach? Chu Hong's face darkened. Spar with Chu Hong? He valued his life. He ignored Gu Xiu and kept his focus on Chu Xiu. Well, yes or no? Give me a straight answer. A fight dropped at his doorstep. Why refuse? Chu Xiu grinned. Sure, come down. But if young Master Chu loses, what then? Chu Hong snorted. Pointless worry. I can't lose. Humor me had if? There is no what if. I want lose to trash like you. Chu Xiu raised a brow. Your words no backing out later. You calling me a liar? Anger flared in Chu Hong's eyes. He yanked out a palm-sized jade box. Fine. If I lose, this is yours. He slapped the box onto the table. Its lid glowed with a warm sheen. A 500-year purple ginseng my dad got me. Great for strength and blood. Whether you stew it or brew it, worth close to $1 million. Chu Hong lifted his chin, shaking the box for show. If he asked, Chu Xiu would pluck the stars from the sky for him. Chu Xiu had never owned a decent set of new clothes, stared at the box, and mocked himself. So, this is what it's like to be a commander's son. Obscene wealth. Then he'll gladly take the ginseng. Chu Xiu crooked a finger at him. Come on, young Master Chu. I can't wait to beat you up. Beat me? I should be the one beating you. At the edge of the spectator stands, Chu Hong barreled forward like a rhinoceros storming a battlefield, his footsteps thunderous as he swept a whip kick straight at Chu Xiu's face. Stop, Chu Hong. Gu Xiu leaped to her feet, only for Chu Hong to press her back down. Relax. We're spectators, just watch. Gu Xiu stomped in frustration. You're a gold medal coach. Why won't you stop them? At this rate, Chu Xiu's going to be killed. Chu Hong shrugged. Hey, race a joke. Chu Xiu getting killed by Chu Hong. If Chu Xiu hadn't held back last time, Chu Hong would already be dead. This time the worst that'll happen is an ICU visit. In the arena, Chu Hong sneered. Die, Chu Xiu. Your puny strength can't compete with mine. Bang. Fist met leg. Chu Xiu merely lifted an arm, blocking the heavy kick as if it were nothing. I hear your technique comes from the demon spirit Qian Kai, great calamity mantra. Chu Xiu flashed a grin. Let's see just how calamitous it is. Incensed, Chu Hong sprang back, then vaulted into the air, body coiling as his knee plummeted like artillery. Falling ominous star. A spark lit Chu Xiu's eyes. Instead of dodging, he punched straight at the descending knee. This move's called Rift Strike. Boom. The blow detonated like thunder, blasting the air apart. A heartbeat later, a body was hurled across the hall, crashing into the wall. Chu Hong spat blood, clutching his knee as he writhed on the floor. My leg. It hurts. Chu Xiu, you crippled me. How dare you? Expressionless, Chu Xiu strode over, bent down, and picked up the box of purple ginseng. A bet's a bet. You lost, so this is mine. Put that down. My dad bought it for me. So, you gambled, I won. I'm taking it. If you touch that ginseng, my dad won't let you off. He'll look forward to it. With that, Chu Xiu headed for the locker room. Chu Xiu Gu Xiu was stunned. Someone as strong as Chu Hong had been flattened in a single move. Was this really the frank loser everyone mocked? Class rep, thanks for today. Chu Xiu flashed a smile and walked off, leaving Gu Xiu staring after him in a daze. Chu Hong shrugged. Honestly, Chu Xiu didn't call me here to coach him. He wanted to spar. Truth is, I don't think I can beat him. The gap between people can be bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Gu Xiu stood frozen. A gold medal coach admitting defeat to Chu Xiu hit her like an earthquake. For students who had just awakened their spirit guardians, a gold coach was already out of reach, yet even she couldn't match in Frank's spirit. Even more absurd, Chu Xiu's spirit was only Frank. If his rank were any higher, he might bulldoze the entire school. Her cheeks flushed as she sighed inwardly, been worrying over nothing. Chu Xiu had probably never needed her help at all. Chu Hong lay sprawled on the floor, grimacing in pain. The louder his earlier boasts, the more pitiful he looked now. He struggled to lift his head, bloody foam at his lips, yet still refused to stay quiet. He roared, damn bastard. So what if you're a little stronger? We're measuring spirit guardian power. Your familiar isn't worth a single hair from my Qiongqi. Splintered wood littered the edge of the ring, and his shout echoed sharply through the vast Longji martial hall. However cocky you act, you're still class trash. Think you can defy fate? Keep dreaming. Next week's exploration exam tree fighting the monsters with your bare body, if you dare. Can you? You'll be eliminated, expelled. Rage burned away his reason, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the upright figure ahead. Chu Xiu, beating me changes nothing. You're still a weakling, destined to stay down. To Chu Xiu, the loser's bellow was no more than the howl of a stray dog. He brushed dust from his shoulder and said coolly, "Worry about yourself, cripple." Then he turned and walked out of the hall. Chu Hong jogged after him. "Captain, I heard your school's holding an exploration test next week. Lots of people are waiting to watch you fail." "Let them," Chu Xiu replied, unconcerned. "But Chu Hong's father is a commander. After what you did to his son, he'll cause trouble. And he still doesn't seem to know who you really are." "Doesn't matter. That old man's hassled me plenty of times." Chu Xiu shrugged. Chu Hong froze, suddenly connecting the dots. Chu Hong and Chu Xiu shared the same surname. Stammering, she asked, "So Chu Xiu is your father?" "Only on paper," Chu Xiu said calmly. "You can think of me as an orphan if that's easier." They fell silent while a cool breeze swept around the street corner. Looking at his steady, unyielding expression, Chu Hong felt the gulf between him and the pampered Chu Hong was vast. "All right, if that's it, I'm heading back," Chu Xiu said, waving a hand. "There's something else," Chu Hong cut in. "A new E-class Dark Tide Rift has appeared on the west side of the city, still undeveloped. Interested? When does it open?" "In 2 weeks." "Fine, we'll take it." Chu Hong nodded, but hesitated again. "Anything else?" Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Our squad just got a new application." "Oh, from whom?" "A girl. Her file's here." She handed him her phone. Chu Xiu glanced at it and paused. "That girl." The name on the screen read, Lu Yuan. A faint smile touched his lips. "Approve it. She'll be safer with us than anywhere else." "Got it." Chu Hong pocketed her phone, unable to keep from muttering internally. The always aloof Chu Xiu had actually shown affection? Chu Xiu stepped inside and found the house utterly silent, with no one around. Only then did he remember that Chu Hong and Sun Yuanmei had rushed to the Sun Clan estate in Shanghai today. A disciple of Mo Yin, the Battle King, had appeared in Jiang province, drawing the young elites of every warrior family, and the Suns refused to be outdone. The pair had gone to greet Sun Yumei's nephew, Sun Xingchen, a standout of the clan's 3rd generation. Years ago Chu Xiu had met the man once and remembered only his arrogance. He had never liked the Sun clan. Its members had once insulted his late mother to his face. With a soft click, the door shut behind him. Chu Xiu drew a small case from his jacket. Inside lay a 500-year-old purple ginseng. It could be stewed for medicinal baths or boiled into tonics, effects that ordinary people would absorb over half a month. But he cultivated the 8-9 arcane art, his body far stronger than most, so he chose the most direct and most potent method, eating it raw. Crunch. He bit off a large chunk. A sharp, bitter heat exploded across his tongue, making it tingle. He chewed quickly, washed it down with mineral water, and let the medicine plunge into his stomach. The moment it hit, scalding energy spread through flesh and blood. His muscles flushed crimson as though licked by fire. Alarmed by the herb's ferocity, he hurriedly ran the 8-9 arcane art. Booming waves of power swept through his limbs and bones. The 8 trigrams concealed deep mysteries. 9 revolutions temper true breath. Yin and yang shape myriad forms. A tranquil heart enters non-action. Open. Chu Xiu clenched his fists. Muscles swelled, shredding his clothes into strips, veins coiling beneath his skin like dragons. Second stage of the 8-9 arcane art ironstone realm. Flesh like meteoric iron, bones like frosted jade. The gateway to the path of the physical body lay at his feet. He growled, skin temperature soaring like molten steel. Snatching up the remaining half of the purple ginseng, he swallowed it whole and emptied a bottle of water after it. Boom. An even wilder surge erupted inside him, shells of force detonating one after another. Flesh like meteoric iron, bones like frosted jade, sinews turned coiling dragons. Enduring the swelling pain, Chu Xiu locked himself in a seated stance. Sizzles filled the air. Heat waves scorched the wooden floor, leaving charred cracks and a brand-like mark where he sat. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Brother Chu Xiu, are you home? School starts tomorrow, so I made you a bento." The door wasn't locked. Lu Yuan knocked a few times, got no answer, and carefully pushed it open. "I really shouldn't barge in like this," she muttered, placing the lunchbox on the table and peering down the hallway. Chu Xiu's bedroom door was half ajar, a dark red heat haze spilling through the gap. So hot. Lu Yuan fanned herself, unfastened 2 buttons of her cardigan, and felt sweat bead on her forehead. Curiosity nudged her forward. On tiptoe, she eased the door wider. Creak. A sound suddenly echoed, disturbing Chu Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, painstakingly suppressing the medicine's fierce effect and silently refining its power. He opened his eyes sharply and turned his head. "Brother Chu Xiu? Oh, you're here." Lu Yuan's voice showed surprise. She noticed something different about Chu Xiu today. He wasn't his usual calm self, his breathing was rapid, and above all, the room felt incredibly hot. "Yuan you." Chu Xiu's forehead bulged with veins. The potent effect of the purple ginseng surged through his body, turning him into a blazing furnace with an uncontrollable, fiery energy. Lu Yuan, however, was a virgin whose pure essence was naturally cold, and her guardian spirit, the Nine Heavens goddess, was also of a cold attribute. The moment she appeared, Chu Xiu felt as if he'd encountered his salvation, his body instinctively drawn toward her. Boom. Chu Xiu suddenly stood up, grabbed Lu Yuan by the shoulders, and roughly pushed her down onto the bed. Brother Chu Xiu. No, she gasped softly, looking fearfully at the burning hot Chu Xiu. Holding her firmly, his hand began to slide toward her thigh. The smooth, soft skin beneath his fingertips further ignited the flames raging within him. Brother Chu Xiu, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuan weakly struggled, but his strength overwhelmed her easily. She quickly realized something was terribly wrong with Chu Xiu. Brother Chu Xiu, you're suffering, aren't you? She whispered, gently stroking his face. Her cool fingers traced down his neck, shoulders, and spine, easing slightly the scorching heat of his skin. If you're truly in pain and need relief, it's all right, Yuan is willing, let me help you. As she spoke, she hugged him tightly, pressing his head gently to her chest. Come, Brother Chu Xiu, let Yuan help you. Hearing her gentle words, Chu Xiu frowned deeply. Suddenly, he tasted something salty at the corner of his mouth and jolted awake. He touched the girl's tears. Lu Yuan was quietly crying. Feeling a wave of guilt, Chu Xiu's madness receded slightly, and he shook his head vigorously. Gathering all his determination, he pushed himself away from her and stood up, supporting himself against the bed frame. I'm sorry, Yuan, I'm fine now, really I'm sorry. He desperately suppressed his wild urges, sat back down, and began circulating the 8-9 profound technique at full force. I won't be defeated by a mere ginseng root, this is only the beginning. Boom. The second wave of medicinal effects surged forth fiercely, but this time, Chu Xiu's reason firmly held the upper hand. Finally, he completely refined the medicinal power. His 8-9 profound technique advanced to its second realm, the Ironstone realm. His fists now carried the weight of mountains, and his bones hardened like forged steel. At this stage, his physical body was finally strong enough to withstand the advancement of the 10,000 souls banner. Chu Xiu regained clarity and turned on the lights. Lu Yuan timidly sat at the edge of the bed, nervously fastening her clothes, only to discover 2 buttons had been torn off roughly by Chu Xiu, revealing pale, delicate skin. She clutched her clothing tightly, unable to fully conceal her exposed chest. Brother Chu Xiu, are you all right now? She whispered cautiously. Chu Xiu's own clothes were torn apart, his bare body radiating masculine energy. Lu Yuan glanced at him briefly, blushing deeply and turning away quickly. I'm fine now. I'm sorry, Yuan. Chu Xiu said softly, taking out a shirt and draping it gently around her shoulders. I lost control earlier, did I scare you? She shook her head softly, her voice barely audible. It's okay if it's Brother Chu Xiu, I'm willing. Chu Xiu was momentarily stunned. At that moment, footsteps hurriedly approached, followed by a loud bang as someone kicked open the door. You animal! Get out here right now! It was Chu Xiong, furious and outraged. Seeing Chu Xiu and Lu Yuan together and noticing Lu Yuan wearing Chu Xiu's shirt, Chu Xiong's expression darkened further. You beat your younger brother so badly, yet you're shamelessly doing this at home. You disgrace. Consumed by anger, Chu Xiong stormed forward, raising his hand to slap Chu Xiu across the face. Smack! The sound rang out as Chu Xiu's hand shot forward and clamped around Chu Hong's wrist. For a moment, Chu Hong felt as if iron tongs were crushing his bones, the burning numbness shooting straight to his brain. Disbelief flitted through his eyes when had this brother, long written off as useless, become so terrifyingly strong? You barge in and start swinging without a word, quite the show of authority for a commandant, Commander Chu. Chu Xiu's voice was mild. Bastard, you dare fight back? Chu Xiong roared, his face flushing scarlet. Look at your brother, his kneecap is shattered. He lost because he wasn't good enough. Chu Xiu's tone stayed even. He challenged me. He lost. End of story. Does defeat automatically summon his father as backup? Commander Chu, are you really here to cry justice for your precious son? Meeting those unyielding eyes, Chu Xiong felt his rage ignite. If the boy was this defiant already, what would he become once he had real power? He ground his teeth and abruptly changed tack. The purple ginseng, where is it? I prepared that for your brother. Hand it over now? He staked it in a bet with me and lost. Chu Xiu raised a brow. Trying to renege? Do you know how much that root costs? How many favors I called in to get it? You are the one who taught me. A gambler pays his debts. Chu Xiu's laugh was icy. Chu Xiong drew a deep breath, his face dark enough to drip ink. I have no time for this. That thing is wasted on you. You don't deserve it. 100,000, give me the ginseng, and the money's yours. 100,000 sounds impressive, Chu Xiu grinned. Too bad I already ate it. Unless you want to cut me open and dig it out? Ate it. Chu Xiong blurted. Are you insane? That root is potent enough to last Chu Hong until the college exams. A sliver a day in decoction, another in a bath. You swallowed the whole thing? At your current level, you can't possibly absorb it. Do you take me for a fool? Chu Xiu snapped. The ginseng is gone. Live with it. I told you it's gone. I ate it. Chu Xiu planted his feet like a nailed stake, refusing to retreat an inch. Amid the charged silence, a lazy voice drifted over. Come now, uncle, why waste breath on this trash? Everyone turned. A young man lounged against the doorway, arms folded, emerald slit-pupiled eyes glinting coldly under the light. One measly, purple ginseng, throw it to the dogs. If you really want it, they'll have 2 more shipped over. A million yuan trinket isn't worth fussing over. His features were shadowed and serpentine. Even a casual glance sent a chill down the spine. His gaze landed on Lu Yuan at the bedside, and his eyes brightened. What a breathtaking beauty! He licked his lips, lust plain in his gaze. Chu Xiu stepped forward, placing himself between Lu Yuan and the newcomer. Humph, little cripple, the youth sneered. You think you can shield that woman? There's nothing Sun Xingqian wants that he can't have. He shrugged and turned back to Chu Xiu. Uncle, enough. Why get angry over trash? I've got 2 healing elixirs here, give them to cousin and let him recover. The assessment is next week, isn't it? Let cousin earn his own payback then. Chu Xiong thought it over and had to agree. Humph, take it if you want, but remember this one stalk of purple ginseng won't change a thing. Trash will always be trash. A mangy dog belongs face down in the mud. With that venomous jab, he left with his entourage. Even after they were gone, the air still crackled with icy arrogance. Chu Xiu drew back his gaze, turned to the girl beside him, and said, let me walk you home. Lu Yuan nodded silently and followed him outside. As the night breeze brushed their faces, she suddenly clasped his hand. Brother Chu Xiu, has uncle always treated you like that? He went way too far. I'm used to it, Chu Xiu replied evenly. Her eyes filled with pain. But you're his son. How can he humiliate his own child? Chu Xiu shook his head, voice calm and steady. Yuan, not everyone is born into this world with a parent's blessing and love. Some are just the product of a fleeting impulse. Love is the world's most expensive luxury. It isn't handed to everyone at birth. Those words stung her heart. She leaned lightly against his chest. I'm sorry, brother Chu Xiu, but I believe things will get better. He'll grow stronger, protect you, and give you all the love you deserve. He ruffled her hair. That thought alone is enough, little one. Now go inside before your family starts to worry. He watched her step through the door. Under the dim hallway light, the warmth on his face ebbed away, replaced by a chilling stillness. Instead of going home, Chu Xiu slipped downstairs. Night lay cool as water. The trash yard below the building was empty and pitch black. Banner of 10,000 souls, appear, he whispered. Black mist boiled up behind him, and the banner's phantom emerged in silence. Congratulations, host. The banner of 10,000 souls has advanced to level 2. Congratulations, host. Authority to summon a second undead legion unlocked. Congratulations, host. Authority to summon a second undead warlord unlocked. Slay monsters, and they will be converted into units for the second undead legion. As the system prompts echoed, a faint smile curled his lips and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Now, he just had to wait for the exam to begin. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong and the others reached the hospital. After forcing a vial of healing elixir down Chu Hong's throat, he finally managed to climb out of bed. Sun Xingqian gave him an amused once-over. Cousin, how did a piece of trash like Chu Xiu hurt you this badly? A bit embarrassing, isn't it? Chu Hong snorted. I let my guard down, that's all. I didn't expect his physical stats to be that high. But we're spirit warriors, the spirit decides everything. Within Frank's spirit, he can't defeat my Qiongqi. His gaze turned icy. Besides, I'm not the only one after him. Tomorrow's exploration exam will be Chu Xiu's real death sentence. Do whatever you like to that little bastard. Hunger, just don't kill him. Chu Xiong said coolly, though malice flickered in his eyes. He dares defy me? Has he forgotten whose table fed him all these years? Sun Xingqian chuckled. He's just trash, not worth the fuss. Uncle, make the arrangements. I want to take the college entrance exams in Yinyan City. I know, Chu Xiong replied with a nod. And Li Moxio's disciple, Abyss, is in Yinyan right now. Oh, ha. Now that is interesting. Sun Xingqian grinned, eyes blazing. I came to Jiang province for Abyss, but he's not the only one. Geniuses from every province are converging, some even wield SS rank spirits. They're all here for Abyss. He patted Chu Hong's shoulder. Face it, cousin, that so-called Abyss assessment your school is holding is just an appetizer. Don't waste too much energy on it. The real feast is the college entrance exam. As he spoke, fierce ambition lit his eyes. I understand, cousin. Chu Hong nodded, wearing a calm expression while feeling nothing inside. He knew he couldn't measure up to someone like Abyss and saw no point in trying. With Xinxia University's special admission already secured, all he wanted was to outscore Chu Xiu in tomorrow's school trial. Get some rest. Tomorrow I expect my son to stand above everyone else and take first place, Chu Xiong said, patting Chu Hong's shoulder with steady confidence. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make it happen, Chu Hong replied, clenching his fist as determination flashed in his eyes. Early the next morning, Chu Xiu had spent the entire night seated cross-legged, circulating the 89 arcane arts at full throttle. Vital energy flowed through his meridians like a steady stream. leaving him refreshed and free of fatigue. Time to go. He pulled a neatly folded blue and white uniform from his backpack, changed quickly, and stepped outside. Dawn bathed Yun City in pale gold. In front of Yun High, the city's most elite school, the street was already packed. Everyone who made it in was top tier. The weakest awakened spirit ranked except for the infamous last place student, Chu Xiu. This year's exploration assessment was a joint event with Tongqing High, Yun Second High, and Dongxian High. Nearly 2,000 students from the 4 schools had gathered, making the competition fiercer than ever. Look, dead last Chu Xiu actually showed up. I thought he'd just quit. We haven't seen an frank loser here in over a decade. He's the first who would drop out after getting into Yun. Still, showing up for the assessment with frank strength is pure humiliation. Haha. The test requires 4-person teams. Let's see who's willing to carry him. Wherever he goes, he's dead weight. No one wants that burden. The mockery continued until a series of silvery chimes silenced the crowd. A girl in a moon-white dress stepped forward. Gossamer cloth hugged her slender figure, the hem shimmering with shifting lunar patterns. Each graceful step bloomed like a lotus, and a silver hairpin tinkled softly. She's stunning. Who is she? An angel. Lu Yuan, Class 1, Senior Year. When she awakened, a full moon rose behind her and hung there for half an hour. It blew the faculty away. Genius and goddess, the undisputed school belle. She's walking toward me. Does she want my number? Keep dreaming, she's obviously heading for me. Shut up, I'm about to lose it. I failed the Dauntless challenge. I followed her until she stopped in front of Chu Xiu. She slipped her arm through his as naturally as if they'd practiced it 1,000 times. Brother Chu Xiu, I told you I'd wear the Guanghan flowing immortal dress today, so you could see me at my prettiest. She lifted her skirt and twirled, moonlight rippling around her. Touching a finger to her lips, she asked with a smile, well, do you think Yuan looks beautiful? I just heard hearts breaking. The goddess you couldn't have is already holding his hand. If Lu the goddess chose a genius, I could accept it. Why pick useless Chu Xiu? I can't stand it. Where did we fall short? Chu Xiu couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl's graceful figure and lavish attire. The sun bathed the training field in warm light. Lu Yuan's sky-blue dress fluttered in the breeze, her bright eyes twinkling above a playful smile. Her airy charm rivaled that of a moon palace fairy. You're beautiful, Chu Xiu said sincerely. Then, Brother Chu Xiu, would you team up with me? Lu Yuan asked in a gentle voice. Sure. He nodded without hesitation. The students who had been snickering at his lack of teammates exchanged bewildered looks. How had the mood flipped so quickly? Before they could collect themselves, another girl jogged over athletic clothes, high ponytail, confident stride. Count me in, Chu Xiu. I'm joining your team. Class monitor, Chu Xiu blinked in surprise. Gu Xuemon stepped in front of him. Behind her, Chu Hong staggered up, panting. The bandage on his hand was gone, his injury clearly healed. Xuemon, why aren't you on my team? How am I worse than that loser Chu Xiu? Chu Hong shouted, reaching for her arm. Gu Xuemon jerked free. Sorry, I have the right to choose, she said firmly, then moved to stand beside Chu Xiu. 2 stunning girls on his side made dozens of boys feel their hearts shatter like glass. Eyes brimming with jealousy locked on Chu Xiu. How did the class underdog deserve this? Chu Hong's face darkened. So you're living off women now? Think they'll protect you once we enter the black hole? He swept the crowd with a hard stare. Anyone who joins Chu Xiu's team is making an enemy of me. Next shrank all around. As the garrison commander's son, Chu Hong was real authority. No one at Yun High dared cross him. Chu Hong, that's despicable. Gu Xuemon snapped. Despicable? Chu Hong sneered. Victory justifies everything. Not using your connections would be stupid. Today he would humiliate his half-brother. The young master is right. Someone laughed. Wang Xiaodian pushed through, dragging a pale, stiff-legged Han Xiaoming, Chu Xiu's ex-girlfriend. Recently grounded by his father, Wang Xiaodian had vented his boredom on Han Xiaoming like a toy. He snorted, Chu Xiu, you sure know how to make enemies. Chu Hong joined in. Can't even scrape together a team, yet you still want into the dark tide black hole? Beg me, and I might spare one of mine. Their smug words hadn't finished echoing when the crowd suddenly parted. A woman strode out, tang blade in hand, Taoist robe white as moonlight. Her black hair was tied in a high knot, her features cool and flawless pure as mountain snow melt. Are you Chu Xiu? That's me. And you are? Chu Xiu frowned. Had never seen her before. My name is Ning Anren. May I join your squad? The air froze. Chu Hong's face turned livid. Head just laid down the law, and someone was already ignoring it. Didn't you hear what I said? He growled. I did, Ning Anren answered, tilting her head, starlight dancing in her eyes. What does it have to do with me? So you're looking for trouble with me? Anren doesn't look for trouble. I simply do what I want. She dismissed him and faced Chu Xiu again. So may I be on your team? Curiosity burned in her gaze. Her master had spoken of an abyss, the Demon Lotus War King's newest disciple. Was it this boy? Even she had been turned away by that War King. How had he earned such favor? A faint smile played on her lips, her eyes bright. Am I really inferior to him? I don't believe it. Sure. Chu Xiu gave a calm nod. He didn't care who ended up on his team, as long as the head count was enough. Beside him, Chu Hong's face turned ashen. In just a few minutes, Chu Xiu had filled his roster, and 3 of the recruits were strikingly beautiful girls. To Chu Hong, it felt like a public slap. Chu Hong glared at Chu Xiu, his eyes practically spitting fire, while many nearby students sized Chu Xiu up with the same complicated look. "He'll give you one last chance," Chu Hong growled, turning his gaze on Ning Anren. "Quit his team right now, and he'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, are you threatening me?" Ning Anren cast him a cool glance, her slender fingers resting on the hilt of her sword. In that instant, Chu Hong felt as if an icy blade were pressed between his brows, and a tremor shot through his mind. Shame and anger surged, and just as he was about to erupt, a hand settled firmly on his shoulder. "Enough, cousin." Sun Xingqian's expression was gentle, but his tone allowed no argument. "They've already stepped into the black hole. At least let them have their shot at the competition. If they can't even try to qualify, that would be pitiful." He leaned forward and whispered in Chu Hong's ear, "The Ning clan's heavenly daughter isn't someone you can afford to provoke." Chu Hong's pupils shrank. In Yinxia, only one family bore the name Ning clan of the imperial capital, one of the 5 nation-guarding houses: Yi, Ning, Su, Lin, and Xiao. 2 clans watched over Modu, and the other 3 defended the capital and the borders. Even the working lineages paled in comparison. "I understand, cousin," he muttered. Before leaving, he threw Chu Xiu a cold look, then walked off with Sun Xingqian. "Uncle Chu is here too. You'd better put on a good show," Sun Xingqian added. "I know," Chu Hong replied, and the 2 of them disappeared into the crowd. Chu Xiu withdrew his gaze. Soon the presidents and senior staff of the 4 academies arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. A temporary pavilion of carved beams and painted rafters had been erected, and the dignitaries took their seats, overlooking the gathered students. In the seat of honor sat a stern, middle-aged man, Chu Xiong, commander of Yanyan City. Off to the side, Chu Hong stood tall and proud, basking in the sight of his father. In all Yanyan, who didn't treat Commander Chu with the utmost respect. Such was the attention that power commanded. "Commander Chu, Chu Hong's performance has been outstanding. He's one of the finest talents Yanyan High has ever seen." The principal flattered eagerly. Chu Xiong, however, looked bored. His eyes bypassed everyone and locked on a Chu Xiu below, filled with disgust. "Why is that useless boy still enrolled at Yanyan?" he asked coldly. "Aren't you afraid he'll embarrass the school?" The principal scratched his head awkwardly and explained in a low voice. "He hasn't broken any rules. His aptitude is just poor. If we expelled him over talent alone, people would accuse us of bias. After all, Chu Xiu was admitted on merit. Remove the dead weight. Expelling the last place student is perfectly normal." Chu Xiong's tone was icy, as if striking a gavel. The principal's pupils contracted. How ruthless Chu Xiong could decide a student's fate with a single sentence. Though they shared the same surname, Chu Xiu and Chu Hong truly lived in 2 completely different worlds. But once the commander had spoken, the principal did not dare utter a word of dissent. "Rest assured, Commander Chu, I'll expel him as soon as the assessment ends," the principal whispered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Only then did Chu Xiong nod in satisfaction, his voice icy and unquestionable. On the sports field, every student had already gathered. Raw energy howled like a rising tide as a dark current vortex slowly unfurled in midair, the pitch-black gate hanging like a giant maw while a deep hum reverberated. "I'm not wasting my time on such a low-level test. Good luck, cousin." Sun Xingqian curled his lip and stepped aside to light a cigarette. He had just transferred to Yanyun, but as a prodigy from the working family in the magic capital, he felt that joining this trial was beneath him. "I understand," Chu Hong replied, leading his squad to form up at the portal entrance. "Young Master Chu, it seems we share an enemy. How about we cooperate once we're inside?" Wang Xiaodian approached with Han Xiaoming in tow, wearing a fawning smile. The Wang clan had fallen on hard times after the Dian Trading Company scandal, and he hoped Chu Hong could help him reach Commander Chu and ease the crisis. "You're pretty amusing." "Fine, I agree," Chu Hong said with a grin, and the 2 teams stepped through the gate side by side. On Chu Xiu's side, 3 girls followed close behind. "It's all right, brother Chu Xiu. Just stay behind me and relax. I'll protect you," Lu Yuan whispered, squeezing his hand. "Thank you, Yuan," Chu Xiu managed, forcing a smile. "Me too. I've got your back," Gu Xuemon declared, thumping her chest. "Since I've joined your team, Ning Anren will naturally give her all," Ning Anren added with a gentle smile. Though a sharp light flashed in her eyes, she was eager to witness the abyss' true power. Light and shadow flickered as they stepped into the newly formed vortex. A pitch-black graveyard stretched before them. A blood-red moon hung overhead. Dead vines strangled ancient trees, black crows cawed, and a chill wind knifed through bone. Many first-time students froze at the sight, knees knocking as they forgot why they had come. Crack, crack, shrill splintering sounds erupted. Tombstones split down the middle, stone shards flying. Bone-white fingers burst through the soil, the earth fissured, and grotesque skeletons dragged iron chains as they crawled from their graves. their clattering bones ringing like death bells. Ah, monsters! Help! Someone screamed, collapsing in terror. Before the external monitors, the dignitaries shook their heads. Their nerves are far too fragile. Indeed, if they panic like this, how can they fight on the front lines? Let's hope this assessment toughens them up. The cameras refocused on the key cadets. Lu Yuan stood calmly in front of Chu Xiu. Brother Chu Xiu, get behind me. She raised her hand, the hem of her celestial dress brushing the broken stone. Heroic spirit, summon Jiutian Xuanu. At her words, the phantom of a brilliant full moon rose behind her, driving back the darkness in an instant. Moonlight cascaded like a waterfall, revealing a graceful figure. Waist-length silver hair dusted with starlight, a cinnabar sigil blazing between her brows, and flowing sleeves hugging flawless curves. Her left eye flickered gold, her right shimmered with river-like moonlight. In her hand, constellations condensed into a long sword of mystic bird feathers, the blade carrying the brilliance of the nine heavens and humming with wind and thunder. This was an S-grade deity, the Jiutian Xuanu. With a soft command, Lu Yuan's celestial goddess sword flashed a streak of icy light, slicing an entire line of skeletal warriors in half and scattering shards of bone. Ning Anren glanced over, surprise flickering in her eyes, an S-rank divine spirit. With talent like that, even the Ning clan would hail her as a prodigy. She tightened her grip on her long sword. The blade swept out like a ribbon of light and cleaved another skeleton cleanly in two. Known for her swordplay and raw physique, Ning Anren could spar with these monsters without ever calling a spirit. Lu Yuan, I've got you covered. Spirit summoning 7 treasure, glazed lamp. Gu Xiu cried. A lotus-shaped lamp, shimmering with rainbow light, hovered above her palm. Artifact spirits may sit at the bottom of the hierarchy, yet this 7 treasure glazed lamp was already a rank and could one day evolve into the rank 9 treasure glazed lamp. Worlds beyond Chu Xiu's paltry frank bugle. Prismatic beams fanned out, shattering skeletons and driving them back. The other students, recovering from their initial panic, swiftly followed suit and summoned their own spirits. In moments the tide had turned, these bone fiends were merely iron rank I, no real threat to a class of elite students. Before long, every skeleton lay in pieces, and the group began clearing the field. Only Chu Xiu remained crouched among the wreckage, expressionless, turning over bones and running his fingers across shattered skulls. His odd behavior drew immediate whispers. So lame. He stood there like a post while the girls fought, and now he's looting the spoils. Exactly. I don't get why Goddess Lu and the others keep that loser around. And Frank deadweight. I'd be embarrassed to stay on their team. Give it a rest. He's Frank, you can't expect much from him. Chu Xiu ignored them. One by one he pressed his fingertips to the fractured bones. When he touched the final shard, a familiar black interface bloomed in his mind, the 10,000 Souls banner panel. Spirit, 10,000 Souls banner LV.2. Tier Max. Abilities, Necromantic Command Transcendent, Necromantic Summon Transcendent, Soul Share Divine. Legion I, Whitefang Ghoul Legion, 999999 ready to evolve. Legion abilities, Gnaw, Claw. Evolution Path, Whitefang Ghoul Bloodthirst Devourer Dark Fiend Immortal Corpse King. Elite Ghouls, 4-armed Armored Ghoul, Great Strength Ghoul, Berserker Ghoul, Poison Mist Ghoul. Undead War General, Abyssal Devourer 11. Evolution Path, Abyssal Devourer Abyss Lord Abyss Sovereign World Eater Overlord. War General abilities, Bloodlust Banner, Bone Shatter Spike, Hunger Resonance, Fiery Doom Standard. Legion 2. Unassigned 88999 available for summoning. If he could seize the chance to summon the second Legion in full, he would finally learn its true form and power. That was the trump card he was waiting for. Reining in his thoughts, he looked up at the still whispering students, his eyes as dark as the night. Soon, he had gathered the remains of 100 creatures. Let's move. We're heading deeper into the black hole, Chu Xiu said to the 3 women. Got it. Brother Chu Xiu, let's go, Gu Xiu answered first, hurrying after him with a spring in her step. The 4 left the ravaged graveyard. Brushing a loose lock behind her ear, Ning Anren watched Chu Xiu's back and allowed herself a faint smile. Monsters on this level aren't even worthy of drawing the abyss out. Still, the aura here is nothing like a normal grade dark tide black hole. There might be a pleasant surprise ahead. She pressed her lips together and quickened her pace. Meanwhile, in the outside observation hall, a giant screen streamed the team's every move. Several high-ranking principals and officials watched, shaking their heads. How could Yin Hai accept trash like him? Everyone else is fighting for their lives, and he just loots corpses. Shameful. Oomph. Every school has a couple of bad apples, Yin Yun's principal answered, forcing a smile despite his grim face. When this expedition is over, I'll expel him myself. Instead of staring at him, you should pay attention to Lu Yuan's awakened and S-grade divine spirit, the Jiutian Xuanu. Do any of your schools have one of those? The other principals fell silent. They didn't even have an S-grade student, let alone an SS. Yin Yun boasted both the S-grade prodigy, Chu Hong, and the S-grade Lu Yuan, leaving the rest far behind. Outside observers couldn't help noticing the odd contrast. Bottom-tier Chu Xiu and top-tier Lu Yuan were rumored to be closure relationship most had never expected to see. Inside the black hole, the night was oppressive, and a cold wind rattled scattered bones. The team pressed on. In the distant darkness, a massive shadow loomed, flickering in and out of sight. As they drew near, they finally saw it clearly, a mountain built entirely from bleached, weathered bones. That mountain, it's made of bone. Gu Shuamon blanched. Bone mountain, that can't be good, Lu Yuan muttered, tightening her grip on her longbow. The ridges ran on, layer after layer of skeletons, dwarfing anything they had seen outside. Doesn't it look like a gigantic tombstone? Chu Xiu mused, rubbing his chin. A chill ran through them. It really did resemble a colossal tombstone built of bone. This is way beyond spec, Ning Anren frowned. For an grade dark-tide black hole to spawn something like this, even she looked honestly surprised. Boom. Bone mountain shuddered, fragments crashing down like war drums. Move. The mountain split, and a titanic skeletal hand came crashing down, blotting out the sky. The four leapt back on instinct as the hand howled through the air. Lu Yuan reacted instantly, summoning the Jiutian Xuannu. Divine light swept out, yanking the other three to safety. Suspended in midair, Chu Xiu frowned. The mountain seemed to be calling to him. In a flash, he surged with power and tore free of the Xuana's protection. The skeletal hand slammed shut, trapping him in its palm. Brother Chu Xiu, Lu Yuan cried, trying to send her spirit after him, but Ning Anren grabbed her arm. Don't. He'll be fine. This place is too dangerous. We need to fall back. She cast a long look in the direction Chu Xiu had been taken, half certain he had done it on purpose. The giant hand carried Chu Xiu into the mountain's depths. A tunnel of bone swallowed him, thick with the stench of death. Finally, an opening. Balanced on the bony palm, Chu Xiu brushed his hair from his forehead and smiled. He took out a dark mask and pressed it to his face. Chu Xiu offline, Abyss online. The low, rasping voice echoed through the mountain of bone. He spread his arms, and black mist surged like a tide. By my command as Abyss, Lord of the Undead New Legion, form up. A mournful horn blared. Bones tumbled. Shadows clawed their way from the mountain's flanks, skeletons snapping together and donning armor. A fresh undead army assembled at Abyss' feet, seething with battle lust. Well, steamroll this entire dark-tide black hole, Abyss declared, eyes gleaming coldly beneath his hood, black robes whipping in the gale. No one would stand in his way. Chu Xiu touched down lightly. Above his head, the skeletal hand hovered in midair, motionless. Tap. He took 2 steps forward, the sound echoing through the desolate mountain of bones. Come forth, my legion of the dead, he said, his voice low and distinct. At his words, the abyssal pit beneath his feet gaped open once more. Instead of the fetid stench that had accompanied the Whitefang ghouls, an icy aura of metal and dried bones billowed out. The first to emerge was a rank of pallid skeletal guards, rusted longswords in their hands and chipped shields on their left arms. Their bones clacked together with brittle snaps. Behind them rose a colossal black-boned giant, towering above its kin. Ebony bones veined with crimson sigils held snarling wraith skulls at each joint. A skull-crushing maul rested in either hand, and a segmented spine like a scorpion's tail arched over its back, poised to skewer anything that dared obstruct it. Congratulations, host. Palebone Guard Legion summoned. Palebone Guard Legion upgrade path unlocked. Congratulations, host. Summoned a grade war General Skull Crusher Tyrant. Skull Crusher Tyrant upgrade path unlocked. Chu Xiu opened the 10,000 Souls banner interface. Artifact, 10,000 Souls banner, level 2. Rank, max. Skills, Necrotic Domination Transcendent. Necrotic Summoning Transcendent. Soul Synergy Divine. Legion I, Whitefang Ghoul Legion, 999999. Legion Skills, Devour, Rending Claws. Evolution Path, Whitefang Ghoul Bloodsoaked Devourer Dark, Fiend, Undying Corpse King. Elite Ghouls, 4-armed Armored Ghoul, Mighty Ghoul, Frenzied Ghoul, Toxic Mist Ghoul. Undead War General, Abyssal Devourer 11. Evolution Path, Abyssal Devourer Lord of the Chasm, Abyssal Sovereign Devourer of Worlds. General Skills, Bloodthirst Banner, Bone Shatter Impale, Hunger Resonance, Fiendish War Banner. Legion 2, Palebone Guard Legion 88999. Legion Skills, Cleave, Charge. Evolution Path, Palebone Guard Bone Golem, Nether Warden, Doomsday Bone King. Undead War General, Skull Crusher Tyrant 11. Evolution Path, Skull Crusher Tyrant Eternal Knight Abomination Oblivion Necrolord Emperor of the Nether. General Skills, Thousand Bone Interment, Throne of Skulls, Aberrant Demon Bone. Excellent. Another war general as powerful as the Abyssal Devourer. Chu Xiu's gaze lingered on the black-boned giant. The oppressive aura radiating from the twin skullhammers made him nod with satisfaction. Closing the interface, he looked up at the towering mountain of bone before him. Because the new legion was also bone-based, the necrotic energy within him resonated strangely with the mountain. This peak was likely the carcass of some ancient, titanic skeletal creature. Something even more valuable might be buried deep inside. Pale Bone Guard, advance, he ordered calmly. Blades rang against bone shields as the Pale Bone Guard moved forward in orderly ranks. The Skull Crusher Tyrant followed close behind its master, twin hammers resting on its shoulders. They threaded between jagged bone spikes and stepped over ribs stacked like fallen trees until they reached what would have been the beast's heart. The space opened into a sudden chamber. In the center, a pale skeletal hand upheld a crystal-clear bone heart, suspended in midair, pulsing as though sealed blood still coursed through it. What is this? Chu Xiu muttered, frowning as he reached out. The bone heart floated up to meet his hand, and then settled gently into his palm. Nether heart essential for the Skull Crusher Tyrant's ascension to Emperor of the Nether. A flood of information filled his mind. Startled, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with undisguised astonishment and delight. The heart was the final catalyst for the Skull Crusher Tyrant's ultimate evolution. The Yuming heart. Could this colossal mountain of bones be the Yuming Great Emperor's transformed corpse? Chu Xiu stared at the white bone cliffs piled like overlapping peaks, his mind racing for answers. No matter how he reasoned, none emerged. After a moment, he tossed the questions aside. When soldiers come, face them. When water rises, damn it. If a problem can't be solved now, leave it for later. He turned and waved, and the black phalanx behind him receded like an ebbing tide, disappearing at the mountain's base. The instant Chu Xiu left, a faint tremor stirred deep inside the bone massif. Space itself quivered, and a single finger bone curled, as if a soul had entered it. The final seat is filled. The undead sovereign has been chosen. The war of endings may begin. The icy, rasping voice echoed once through the dark, and then fell silent. Elsewhere, news of Chu Xiu's disappearance sent Lu Yiwen into despair. Strength drained from her, and again she tried to rush back to Bone Mountain, only to have Ning Anren block her way. He might still be alive, Ning Anren insisted, pointing at the leaderboard shimmering overhead. Right now we need to kill more fiends and raise our score. Look, we've already slid past 300. If Chu Xiu comes back and finds us eliminated, do you think he'll be happy? Lu Yuan's long lashes trembled. At last she nodded. You're right. Brother Chu Xiu will return. He'll fight for his share too. Rallying, she joined Ning Anren and Xia Lingsheng in attacking the monsters. Even one teammate short, their seamless cooperation and ferocious pace let them rack up results rivaling any four-person squad. In the shadows, Wang Xiaodian reported the latest news to Chu Hong with a gloating grin. Young Master Chu, that Chu Xiu was dragged into Bone Mountain by some mysterious skeletal hand and vanished. Oh, is that so? Chu Hong's lips curved. Pathetic. He doesn't even qualify to face me in a fair duel. Pretending a hint of regret, he narrowed his eyes. With Chu Xiu gone, Lu Yuan's team. Cold light flickered in his gaze. I won't let them get comfortable. Wipe them out. How should we do it? Simple, spread the word. With that, Wang Xiaodian hurried off to carry out the plan. Inside the black hole, students from the 4 academies advanced relentlessly. Shouts, clashing steel, and roaring spells filled the air. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the monsters grew, and only Bone Mountain remained an untouchable forbidden zone. Suddenly someone cried, "We've found the Dark-Tide Abyss boss at 10th rank, Black Iron Bone General. It's already crushed a dozen squads. The Bone General is worth the most points. Whoever kills it takes first place." The news spread like wildfire, setting the Abyss ablaze with excitement. Chu Hong led the charge toward the Bone General, and many assumed the top spot was his for the taking. Move. Upon hearing the intel, Lu Yuan and her teammates sprinted toward the coordinates at full speed. We have to bring down that Bone General. I won't let Chu Hong steal it, Lu Yuan said, her eyes frosted over. Ning Anren tightened her grip on her longbow, and Xia Lingxing flipped a short blade between her fingers. They might not care about being number one, but they would never let Chu Hong claim the glory. Chu Xiu despised him, and anything Chu Xiu despised, they would crush. For brother Chu Xiu, they'll kill even a god if I must. A vast blackened plain stretched beneath the night sky. Countless skeletons paraded among the tombstones, and at the graveyard center stood an enormous, pitch-black withered tree. Under its branches sat a skeletal figure clad in battered armor, a battle halberd resting across its lap as if it were meditating. The locals were fiercely territorial. Stay outside the circle of tombstones, and they remained still, but cross the line, and the one at the center, the Bone General, a black iron 10th rank monster, would strike like lightning. Only minutes ago it had cleaved one student's spirit in two, leaving the student coughing blood and unconscious. This black iron 10th rank boss is way overkill. A professional expedition team would struggle, and we're just students. Can't they let us coast for once? They'd have to be animals to think this is fair. Someone muttered, drawing a bitter smile from his companions. Not far away, a barren hill blocked part of the moonlight. Chu Hong, Wang Xiaodian, and several others lay hidden in the grass, eyes locked on the graveyard. By my count, they should be here any minute, Chu Hong whispered. Pretty much. I leaked the intel on purpose. They won't ignore it. Wang Xiaodian, spring the trap. Pull every monster within a few miles over here. On it, young Master Chu. I won't let you down. Wang Xiaodian grinned. They should have thought twice before teaming up with Chu Xiu. At his command, the ground trembled. Monsters scattered across the land surged toward the graveyard like a tidal wave gone mad. At the same time, Lu Yuan, Ning Anren, Gu Xiuamon, and the others had already reached the Bone General's domain. So that's the Bone General, what crushing pressure, Gu Xiuamon murmured, tightening her grip on her weapon. It's manageable, Ning Anren said, drawing her sword in a flash of cold light. I'm charging straight in. The small fry shouldn't trouble you, right? None at all, Lu Yuan replied. She had just advanced to Black Iron rank 7, and the S-grade spirit behind her eyed the battlefield hungrily. These mobs were nothing. Good. Leave the Bone General to me. I want to test its edge. A feverish light blazed in Ning Anren's eyes. I wonder if Chu Xiu will step in. I dream of fighting the Abyss. Why did the Lotus War King choose him and not me? With that, she stamped the ground and vanished. Zheng. A clear sword cry pierced the stillness. Silver-white light ripped through the night, and the graveyard erupted. She's nuts. No spirit, just her body against the monsters. A student shouted. Is she trying to die? She went straight past the mobs to the Bone General. Crazy. Does she think she's a spirit herself? A human body can't outmatch a void boss. The chatter couldn't drown out Ning Anren's sword light as it carved a path across the field. Lu Yuan was equally stunned. She had never seen Ning Anren summon a spirit, yet by sheer strength and swordsmanship, she had cut down nearly every monster they'd met. Now she wasn't even calling on a spirit against the Bone General. That was sheer arrogance. There was no time to ponder. A monster tide was closing in. Lu Yuan gritted her teeth, swept her spear, and shouted, Captain Gu, cover me. Heroic spirit, appear 9 heavens mystic maiden. Moonrise over the sea. A column of golden moonlight tore through the sky, and the phantom of the 9 heavens mystic maiden strode from the brilliance. Her sleeves billowed. One sweep of her long sword reduced a field of skeletal warriors to dust. Right behind her, Gu Xiuamon raised the 7-treasure glazed lamp with both hands. A rainbow beam exploded outward, locking her and Lu Yuan inside a shifting barrier of prismatic light. Outside the arena, the students felt their scalps prickle. Those 3 alone could flatten 3, maybe 5 entire teams. Gasps and shouts echoed back and forth. Across the field, Ning Anren flicked her blade at the Bone General. Clang. Steel rang against steel, and the shockwave hurled her backward, boots sparking across the ground for dozens of meters. Not bad, Bone General. But I refuse to believe the Azure Lotus sword Arya can't cut you down. Her ponytail snapped behind her as swordlight blossomed like lotus petals, raining on her foe. The Bone General spun his halberd, smashing every glimmer to pieces. So it's true, raw human strength has limits. Ning Anren's knuckles whitened on the hilt. Looks like I need a heroic spirit after all. She whispered, Heroic spirit, appear Azure Lotus sword Immortal, Li Tai Bai. A pale blue lotus unfolded in midair, and the phantom of a white-robed swordsman hovered at her back. An S-rank deity, the Azure Lotus sword Immortal, Li Tai Bai. Resolve blazed in her eyes. If you withstand my Azure Lotus sword Arya, I, Ning Anren, will take my own life right here. Usually indifferent, she had inherited the sword Immortal's proud bones. Retreat simply wasn't in her vocabulary. Azure Lotus sword Arya. Xing. The specter of Li Bai drew his blade. 10,000 lotus blossoms burst open at once. Swordlight turned to petals that ripped the sky apart. A blinding blue arc hurled the Bone General into a distant giant tree, shattering his bone armor. Ning Anren puffed her cheeks. Using a heroic spirit spoils all the fun. I promised Shifu I wouldn't touch that card on this trip to the capital. She shrugged. Too late now, so you can die. She lifted her hand, ready to unleash Li Bei's finishing strike. Boom. A frigid aura erupted from every direction, and her face drained of color. Monsters, tons of them. Shadows poured from the forest, encircling students from all 4 schools. 500, no, 1,000, maybe more. She gritted her teeth. It's a trap. No way this many beasts gather on their own. Who set us up? The battlefield dissolved into chaos. More than 1,000 base-class fiends, the Bone General still thrashing, and only 3 of them capable of fighting back. A heavy dread settled in her gut. She threw her head back and shouted, Abyss. You really not coming? Your little girlfriend's in over her head. She spun around just in time to see Lu Yuan swallowed by a tide of monsters. Powerful as the 9 heavens Xian knew was, Lu Yuan simply couldn't keep her manifested for long. Her spiritual energy had been sucked dry. She panted for air, sweat sliding down her cheeks. High above the battlefield, the razor-sharp phantom of the 9 heavens Xian knew was already flickering as blades and shadows crumbled apart. Demons poured in from every direction, dense black haze threatening to swallow the earth. Each guttural roar slammed against Lu Yuan's chest like a mallet, making her shoulders feel even heavier. Yuan, can you still hold on? Gu Xiuamong knocked aside a lunging demon wolf, her eyes anxious. Whether I can or not, I have to. For brother Chu Xiu. Lu Yuan tightened her grip on the talisman, her voice trembling with exhaustion. No matter what, I must win 9 heavens Xian knew, kill. The spirit's long sword fell once more, shattering several skeletal warriors on the spot. Yet in the next heartbeat, new skeletons reassembled from the wreckage, their numbers doubled. The tide of monsters surged higher and higher, wiping out every path of retreat. Lu Yuan's reserves were gone. Her limbs were weak, her sword hand shaking. Chu Xiu was forced back against a rock wall, and the two had no defenses left. On a distant platform, arms folded, Chu Hong narrowed his eyes at the demon-stained wasteland below, a grin spreading across his face. With that many fiends, what can she possibly block them with? She's dead for sure. Wang Xiaotian snorted. The great prodigy Lu Yuan, drowned by a numbers game. And with Chu Xiu absent, knocking these girls out is plenty to disgust him. Exactly. Chu Hong's gaze turned icy. If only Chu Xiu were here to make him taste it himself. If I don't crush him, he'll never calm down. His knuckles whitened as he spoke. At the edge of the battlefield, skeletal soldiers closed in, corralling the students into a tight knot. Some clutched their spell tools, voices shaking. What do we do? There are too many demons. Two want to run, but we're surrounded. If we stay here, we're dead. Pressed into a corner against a crumbling wall, Lu Yuan and Chu Xiu watched the nine heavens, Xian Nu flicker like a candle about to expire. Then, clang, a flash of steel cut through the fray. A pallid bone warrior burst in, cleaving the frontmost skeleton in half. The newcomer's bones were chalk-white and thick-jointed, its long blade gleaming a cold blue completely unlike the yellowed skeletons around it. Look, someone's coming, a student shouted. Through swirling dust, a masked figure strode forward, wrapped head to toe in a black cloak. Only a sharp jawline was visible. The monsters at his side marched like disciplined troops, silent and deadly. Ranks of pale bone guards charged ahead, shields and blades raised. Hulking skull crushers swung twin hammers, each blow reducing several skeletons to ash. That grim host carved a straight corridor through the chaos. Who is that? How can he summon so many bone soldiers? If I'm not mistaken, that has to be the Abyss. What? The Abyss is enrolled in one of the 4 great academies? What a hidden abyss buried his identity far too deep. Silence blanketed the sports field shared by the 4 elite schools. The shock on every teacher and student felt ready to burst from their throats. The Abyss is actually one of us. Is he really a local from Union City? The whispers spread beyond the campus, and countless dignitaries lost their composure as well. No one had expected the peerless prodigy who had been accepted by the Demon Lotus War King to come from one of these 4 schools. But which one was it? Could he be from ours? No way, maybe he's one of us. I can't figure it out at all. The 4 principals secretly jockeyed for position, listing every outstanding student in their files, yet none of them could pin down the face behind the mask. Meanwhile, on the black hole battlefield, Chu Xiu moved through the carnage wearing an icy mask, directing his flood of undead pale bone guards. Their power eclipsed that of ordinary skeletal warriors, crushing them in a one-sided massacre. System messages chimed one after another. Congratulations, host. Pale Bone Guard 1. Congratulations, host. Pale Bone Guard 1. In only a few breaths, the number of Pale Bone Guards under his command broke through 100. Kill them. Leave no one alive. At his order, the Abyss Devourer and the Skull Crusher Tyrant swung a Fiend Flame banner and a pair of crushing hammers, charging straight at the Bone General. Fragments of white bone flew as deafening booms echoed among the trees. He really is the Abyss, the disciple of the Demon Lotus War King. He handles those monsters as if they were his own limbs. What kind of spirit beast does he have? The Bone General roared and slashed, but it was suppressed on every side. Chu Xiu sneered and closed in step by step. Another elite monster? Then you're mine. Boom. The Skull Crusher hammer smashed through its skull, and the Abyss Devourer tore open its chest. The Bone General was hurled 100 meters, snapped a towering tree in half, shattered on the ground, and perished completely. The entire Bone Legion collapsed with it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the elite Monster Bone General. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes to survey the spoils. His Pale Bone Guards had risen to 219, and he had added another elite monster to guard his ranks. Single-handedly, he had ended this disaster and brought the Bone General under his banner. In the distance, Chu Hong trembled all over, terror flooding back in an instant. It was the nightmare of once being dominated by the Abyss. Damn you, Abyss. What business is it of yours if I'm dealing with Lu Yuan's team? Why did you have to interfere? Wang Xiaoshan's face turned ashen. Young Master Chu, even the Bone General is dead. What do we do now? No problem. I still have my trump card. Chu Hong shouted, his voice quivering though he tried to sound arrogant. Bone Marshal, show yourself. Only then did everyone remember that the real boss was not the Bone General, but the being hidden deep inside the black hole, the bronze-grade Bone Marshal. The Bone General had merely been the vanguard. Chu Hong lifted his head, ice cold. This black hole was not the grade listed on the surface, but a true Aggradian even more dangerous than any Aggrade hole explored before. The Bone Marshal could unleash a bona fide skeletal apocalypse. Abyss, you think you're invincible? 2 fists can't block 4 hands. You're doomed to lose. He clenched his teeth, reminding himself of his own status. His father was a military commander with power over entire provinces. He must not lose. For him, losing would be worse than death. A roar split the heavens, making the entire secret realm shudder. Bone Mountain seemed to take 1,000 hammer blows at once. Brittle remains shattered, and thick black mist surged from the fissures, rolling skyward. In an instant, a skeletal giant, 3 to 5 meters tall, coalesced within the swirling clouds. Bleached bones clacked into place, joints crackling with phosphorescence, while the dark vapor hardened into a tarnished bronze suit of armor etched with ancient runes and wrapped in dim blue chains. A hollow hum followed, and blue flame flared to life in the giant's empty eye sockets. He wore a bronze crown. A crimson cloak snapped like wildfire in the gale, and a frigid aura bled from every limb. The leftover fragments gathered in the black mist and reformed into a towering skeletal warhorse. Blue fire licked at its hooves, and a still beating, flesh-colored heart throbbed between its ribs. The horse shrieked. The giant took 2 long strides and swung into the saddle. Spreading his fingers, thunder cracked. A pitch-black sword wreathed in blue flame tore through the air and settled into his grip. The bone marshal sat astride his mount, tattered cloak whipping behind him. The horse reared and screamed, as if sounding the charge. An instant later, a torrent of blue fire burst from Bone Mountain and swept toward the depths of the realm. Wherever the marshal galloped, the ground split into countless chasms, and waves of skeletal soldiers poured out far more than the Bone Captain had raised before. Outside the secret realm, senior staff from the 4 academies stared at the monitoring screens, their faces blanching. That's a 5th-tier bronze grade boss. But this isn't Glass Rift. The students want last a minute. Notify the Rift Management Bureau, have them force the gate open. Exactly. A bronze monster is beyond any freshman, and he's leading an entire undead army. Voices overlapped in growing panic. Yet Commander Chu Xiu remained perfectly calm, tapping the tabletop with one finger. Why the rush? The students all wear teleport bracelets. They want die. His eyes gleamed. Let's keep watching. I'd like to see whether the one the Demon Lotus warlord favors, the so-called Abyss, can show me anything worthwhile. Abyss earlier arrogance still festered in Chu Xiong's mind. This time, he almost hoped to see him humiliated. Besides, the person who orchestrated the Bone Marshal summoning was his own son, Chu Hong. If Abyss fell, it would avenge Chu Hong's grievance as well. One principal finally spoke up, voice laced with anger. Commander Chu, if your son drags the other students into this just to cripple Abyss, the consequences. So what? Chu Xiong cut him off coldly. In the commander here. If anything happens, he'll take full responsibility. The others exchanged uneasy glances. No one dared to challenge him. They swallowed their fury in silence. In a shadowed corner, Sun Xingchen lounged in his chair, eyes fixed on the screen where Chu Xiu stood amid a sea of corpses. A playful smile tugged at his lips. Abyss, hiding among the crowd, how amusing. Too bad I didn't enter that rift. He shook his head, voice low and chilly. Otherwise, I could have killed you myself. It doesn't matter, I've got all the time in the world to finish you off. He'll crush your skull beneath my heel and seize the War King's throne. Boominless footfalls thundered like war drums as the Bone Marshal charged in at the head of a vast skeletal horde. Any student caught in that blinding white tide was cut down instantly. The Academy's protective array flared, forcibly teleporting the fallen out of the black hole arena. In the span of a few breaths, shattered armor and mangled limbs were swallowed by the advancing bones, their edge unstoppable. So terrifying. It's a literal tide of bones. They went down in one hit. Without the teleport array, we'd be dead for good. Relax. Man, maybe they'll recruit you as a skeleton soldier next. One by one, eliminated students reappeared outside the light screen, faces ghost white and slick with cold sweat. High on a mountain peak, Chu Hong hid in the shadows, surveying the battlefield. The path carved by the bone tide was clear as day, and even he felt a chill. If he charged in, he too would be pulverized in seconds. Murder flashed in his eyes. Xinyuan, old scores and new ones, let's settle them together. His gaze locked on the masked figure, cold as a blade. The ground trembled. A dull rumble rolled closer. Students near the graveyard looked around in panic. Chu Xiu stood calmly beside a bone general, the myriad Sal banner in his sea of spirit swirling madly, sending out inky black mist. Such dense monster energy, and it's converging on me fast. He narrowed his eyes, not a trace of fear in theme, if anything, a spark of anticipation. Fall back. A stronger enemy is coming. What? Gu Zumin and Lu Yuan froze in place. Before the words faded, snow-white figures burst from every direction, surrounding them. At the forefront loomed a colossal bone knight astride its warhorse, a giant sword humming through the air, malice rolling off it in waves. So many monsters. Way more than the bone general summoned. What is that thing on the horse? It feels like a ghost king several times stronger than the general. This isn't an exam. It's suicide. I'm out. A trembling student forced his teleport array and vanished, soon followed by others. Only Chu Xiu advanced against the flow, step by step, toward the Bone Marshal. Rise. With a tap of his toe, a black summoning circle roared open. Pale bone guards crawled from the earth, armor plates clacking as they formed ranks. Chu Xiu's fingers flashed again. An army of Whitefang ghouls leapt from the glyph, fangs dripping, eyes crimson. The two undead legions stood distinct yet disciplined at his sides. Flanking him were Skullcrusher Behemoth and Abyssal Devourer, towering monsters of bulging sinew, like massive bodyguards to a dark king. Chu Xiu met the bone marshal's gaze across the field. The air seemed to freeze. Then he grinned and crooked a finger. "You're interesting. Join my forces, my elite monster." Blue soulfire blazed in the marshal's empty sockets, as if it understood the taunt. Rage erupted. Its skeletal neck twisted as it loosed an ear-shattering roar, warhorse rearing high. Boom! The charge horn exploded. The Bone Legion lifted shields and spears, surging like a snowstorm toward Chu Xiu. "Fine. If you want yield, I'll beat you into submission." Expressionless, Chu Xiu uttered one word: attack. In the next instant, the bone tide slammed into the undead scourge. Azure flames and pitch-black mist tore at each other in the center of the battlefield. Bones shattered, darkness streaked, blades clashed. Screams echoed through the void. Bone shards sprayed, ghouls pounced, Skullcrusher's fists swept wide. Abyssal Devourers spewed corrosive vapor. Steel, bone spears, and talons wove a storm of death, raining blood and shattered fragments over the graveyard. A frenzied war had begun. Chu Xiu strolled through the ranks of skeletal soldiers with his hands in his pockets. When one bone warrior swung a blade at him, he casually raised a fist and blew it to pieces. Bajiu Zuangong roared within him. Muscles bulged, skin stretched drum-tight, flesh weighed like meteoric iron, bones gleamed like cold jade. Every punch and kick could split mountains and crack stone. In his eyes, a second or third-tier black iron fiend was nothing more than a live target waiting to be smashed. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a rapid series of Lai Kong strikes, overlapping fist shadows as he advanced, a high-speed human bulldozer tearing through the crowd. "What an abyssal summoner," Ning Anren murmured, her brows knitting. As the Tiannu of the Ning clan, she walked the path of the sword. One blade let her contend with heroic spirits. Yet this man's individual power matched her own, and behind him stretched a staggering undead legion. She examined them closely. The skull-crushing tyrant and the Rot-Abyss Devourer, each with an aura that screamed a rank heroic spirit. Beyond them loomed a mass of elites, most between C and B rank. No ordinary summoner could field so many spirits unless one commander could summon others, or the summoner's true spirit had yet to appear. Pressing her lips together, Ning Anren sighed inwardly. This guy is a monster. Elsewhere on the field, the Undead Legion and the Bone Army clashed in a killing frenzy. The Rot-Abyss Devourer swung the fiery doom banner, waves of flame rolling as he charged the Bone Marshal. The skull-crushing tyrant whirled twin hammers right behind him. Together, the two warlords dove for the enemy commander. Boom! The banner swept out like a blazing halberd, reducing swaths of skeletons to ash. Thousand Bone Burial. The skull-crushing tyrant hammered the air. The ground erupted in jagged bone spikes that shot toward the Bone Marshal. Roaring, the Bone Marshal met the charge with a giant sword. The warhorse under him split the barren earth, blue flames spraying from its nostrils as it smashed through the bone spikes, blasting them to splinters. Chu Xiu's eyes went cold. Tough but nowhere near enough. Rot-Abyss Devourer Bloodlust Resonance. Blood-soaked battle standard. Follow with shattering bone pierce and take out his mount. Skull-crushing tyrant cranial throne. After that aberrant demon bone. Black mist surged around the Rot-Abyss Devourer, his aura spiking. Gripping the banner with both hands, he sent a jet-black streak spearing straight for the warhorse. At the same time, a black skull crown materialized over the skull-crushing tyrant. A 30-meter radius sank into a sepulchral domain where endless bone thorns stabbed from the void, pinning the mount in place. The tyrant's scorpion-like spine split into 8 bone chains, blood-red spikes flashing as they pierced the warhorse's limbs. An instant later, the Rot-Abyss Devourer's banner swept down and severed the skeletal steed's head. After losing his mount, the Bone Marshal shot into the air, but the moment he hit the ground, a mass of thorn-like bones speared up and pinned his limbs. He couldn't move. A burst of fire slashed across the night sky whoosh, and the Hunter Fiend banner roared past, shearing off an entire arm. His heavy greatsword crashed into the dust, sparks flying. The Marshal's blue soul flame flickered, and he tried to summon his undead legion only for his voice to be cut off a heartbeat later. "You want your army to save you?" Chu Xiu sneered, spreading his arms. "Let's see who can save you now. Rise." As the low command rang out, pitch-black teleportation sigils flared among the shattered bone fragments. "Congratulations, host. Pale Bone Guardian 1. Congratulations, host. Pale Bone Guardian 1. The numbers surged. In the blink of an eye, 566 Pale Bone Guardians stood at attention. The Bone Marshal stared in horror. The former Vanguard Bone General was swinging his war halberd, felling soldiers who had once been his own. Four-armed ghouls in bone armor tore ranks of skeletons to pieces. A giant ghoul smashed a skeleton with a single punch. A berserker ghoul blurred from target to target, taking heads in a flash. Toxin ghouls released clouds of green mist that hissed and ate through bone. In mere heartbeats, the vast undead host was ground to powder, and the marshal himself was locked in place by two bone generals, reduced to furious howls. Tap tap tap. The battlefield fell silent beneath its drifting dust as Chu Xiu walked forward, step by step. You've lost. So this is all the mighty bone marshal amounts to. He'll give you one chance, submit. Chains tightened. The marshal writhed, blue fire boiling with defiance. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. With a searing hiss, the hunter fiend banner, ablaze like molten rock, speared through the air. Terror widened the marshal's eyes. His knees buckled, desperate to kneel, but the banner had already punched through his chest. Sorry, there is no chance. Dead or alive, you'll serve me either way. Across the field, the skull-crusher tyrant brought down a massive fist, smashing the skeletal warhorse to pieces, pulverizing even its heart. Rise, Chu Xiu ordered, his gaze icy, fixed on the scattered bones. A deep hum rolled out. The bones swirled together, and the bone marshal and his mount were reborn. A crimson cloak morphed into shackles, netherfire burning in every seam. Congratulations, host. Elite monster acquired, bone marshal. Congratulations, host. Elite monster acquired, netherflame bone steed. The bone marshal strode forward, chains clinking, then dropped to one knee before Chu Xiu and swore fealty. With a wave of Chu Xiu's hand, the countless undead dissolved into black smoke, vanishing at once and leaving only a carpet of bleached bones to mark the devastation. Stunned onlookers realized he had single-handedly swept away the bone tide, giving them their first true glimpse of the word abyss. It was as if he did not fight alone. He was the calamity itself. Wherever the abyss touched, an undead plague followed. Suddenly Chu Xiu turned toward a nearby hill, a faint smile playing at his lips, his eyes dark and no wing as if to say, I found you. Atop the hill, Chu Hong, still frozen in shock, felt an invisible killing intent lock onto him. Every hair on his body stood on end. This is bad. Run, he shouted. Fall back now. The abyss has spotted us. Chu Hong screamed in terror. He, Wang Xiaodian, and Han Xiaoming scrambled down the mountain path, kicking up dead branches and loose stones. They had barely covered any ground when a gigantic shadow loomed across the trail. The creature was wrapped in gray-white bone armor, a skull-crushing mace in each hand. Its scorpion-like spine snapped apart, becoming 8 icy bone chains that whipped through the air, wove into a cage, and locked the trio in place. What the Chu Hong's vision went dark. The abyss had moved even faster than he feared, sending undead to cut them off in advance. Elsewhere, Chu Xiu watched everything through their shared soul link and smiled. Did you really think you could run? You leave when I say so. If I don't, you could run until your legs break and it wouldn't help. In the spectator stands, the high-ranking onlookers exchanged uneasy glances. The abyss had just crushed an undead calamity, revealing the fearsome power of the War King's first disciple, and now he was clearly aiming to kill Chu Hong, the man who had started it all. Chu Xiong's face turned ashen. If anyone else laid a finger on his son, he would charge in at once, but the abyss was Li Mashuo's pupil. If he, as a senior, bullied that disciple, Li Mashuo of Mad Lotus War King would appear instantly and butcher him. That devil cared nothing for etiquette. Honger, withdraw at once. Don't try to fight us out of your league. Chu Xiong shouted through the teleport array. Got it, Dad. Chu Hong lifted his hand to trigger the escape formation in his wristband. Snick. A bone chain coiled around his arm, sliced like a blade, and shattered the band. The array was destroyed, and the devices on Wang Xiaodian and Han Xiaoming were severed in the same instant. Han Xiaoming's legs gave out, and she dropped into the mud, white knee-high socks soaked and filthy, something warm leaking beneath her. She was a parasite who survived by clinging to men. She had never faced terror like this and was scared out of her mind. Please don't kill me. My family's rich will pay you anything you want. She wailed. Wang Xiaodian also fell to his knees at the skull-crusher tyrant's feet, voice shaking. Like Han Xiaoming, he bullied the weak and groveled before the strong. The tyrant's orders were only to block the road. He would not strike first, but if they insisted on dying, that was their problem. Boom thunder cracked overhead. A colossal beast materialized behind Chu Hong, a tiger-bodied, winged monster blazing with murderous orchionchi and glass spirit beast. Whoosh! Chu Hong vaulted onto Qianqi's back. The beast beat its wings and shot skyward, the wind ripping up gravel and dust. He knew he was no match for the skull-crusher tyrant. Escape was his only hope. Young Master Chu, take us with you. Wang Xiaodian reached out in despair, but Chu Hong paid him no heed. Staying alive was all that mattered. Sadly, he had underestimated the skull-crusher tyrant, or rather, he had underestimated Chu Xiu. Seeing Chu Hong try to bolt, the skull-crusher tyrant snapped its 8 bone chains forward and wrapped them around Qianqi's limbs. Run? Where do you think you're going? With a sickening crack, the chains yanked Xiongqi out of midair and slammed him onto the mountain road. A masked figure stood on the path, one hand clasped behind his back. Chu Xiu. Gravel crunched beneath his boots as he closed in, step by step. Whoosh. The corrosive abyss devourer rose behind him, and a gigantic black war banner sliced through the air with a thunderous howl before crashing down. Its razor-edged fabric split Xiongqi in half, nailing both pieces and the tyrant's chains into the pitch-black earth. Blood burst from Chu Hong's chest. He dropped to one knee, knuckles white with pain. External Assessment Command Center. Chu Xiong fixed his eyes on the feed, face dark as iron. His fists ground against the console, a chill of murderous intent spilling from him. The 4 academy presidents shrank back, though they chuckled inside. We told you students' lives matter. Now that it's your son, feeling the pain, aren't you? Inside the singularity. Clutching his chest, Chu Hong glared at Chu Xiu. Looking at me like that? Fine. Chu Xiu's tone was calm, his words sharp as blades. As the commandant's son, you got the entire briefing early. You knew this was an E-class Dark Tide breach, not the class everyone else was told in. You hid it from the bureau, didn't you? Cold sweat trickled down Chu Hong's temple. Your father wanted you to steal the limelight, so he opened the back door. First you leaked the lie that the Bone General was the boss, luring when squad into a trap. I showed up and killed the general. Then you awakened the real boss, the Bone Marshal, hoping the Bone Tide would finish me off. Every plan failed. The great commandant's son, yet you don't even have the guts for a fair fight. What a disgrace. Each taunt slammed into Chu Hong's chest. His face turned ashen. Chu Xiu's gaze shifted to Chu Xiong. And your father, what a tyrant. To make you look good, he let the Bone Tide rampage, injuring countless candidates. Those kids are the future defenders of Yanxia. That commandant's badge? A dog would wear it better. Outside. Bang. Chu Xiong smashed the heavy tabletop with one palm, veins bulging. A student was cursing him in public, and he could do nothing. Drawing a shaky breath, he clenched his fists and growled. College entrance exam, just wait. The tallest tree catches the wind. We'll see how many people line up to knock you down. Hatred burned in his eyes. Inside the singularity. For the second time, Chu Hong knelt before Chu Xiu, pride in tatters. Chu Xiu glanced at Wang Xiaodian and Han Xiaoming, a faint smile on his lips. They'd sworn outside Dian Trading House they'd teach him a lesson. Now they trembled on their knees. If they knew Abyss was really Chu Xiu, imagine their faces. Tie them together, fly a kite. He flicked a finger. Clack. Black bone chains whipped out, binding the 3 of them into a bundle and hoisting them behind him. Move. Chu Xiu headed downhill, 2 undead warlords at his heels. Dust billowed where the chains scraped the ground. Chu Hong and his companions were dragged along like corpses, swaying in utter humiliation. The commandant's son had been trussed up and flown like a kitty in intolerable humiliation. Dusk pressed down on the encampment, and Chu Xiong's fury threatened to burst through his veins. Seated across from him, Sun Xingqian seemed perfectly calm, his long fingers tapping the tabletop. Uncle Chu, no need to lose your temper. When the Gaokao arrives, they'll make my move and show everyone exactly why you don't mess with our family. Well, wipe your nephew's disgrace clean. His eyes swept to Chu Xiong, burning with battle lust. You're certain you can do it? Chu Xiong's voice was hoarse. Absolutely. The teenager lifted his chin, speaking with a certainty far beyond his years. After all, I'm from the Sun family of the magic capital, the line of the War King. At the words War King, Chu Xiong froze. Marrying Sun Yueme, the War King's daughter, had already been a reach for him. He knew little about the clan's true strength. Sun Xingqian's unshakable confidence made him realize he might have underestimated them. Very well, Xingqian. They'll leave it to you, Chu Xiong said gravely. Make sure you avenge your cousin. At the foot of Whitebone Ridge, tattered banners snapped in the night wind. Chu Xiu dragged 3 prisoners down the slope and returned to the clearing where Lu Yiwen and the others waited. Well, Abyss, you truly live up to the name. Ning Anren greeted him, sword in hand, a playful light in her eyes. Likewise, Chu Xiu replied with a mild smile, glancing at the receding field of corpses in the distance. If the Whitebone army hadn't surged, that Whitebone general would have fallen to your blade, maybe even the marshal. Shu. Ning Anren raised a finger to her lips, amusement softening her voice. Spelling it out ruins the fun. She flicked her ponytail, eyes bright. I look forward to facing you in the Gaokan to the day your real identity comes to light. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. So, you know everything. News flows faster in the imperial capital. Besides, my grandfather is the guardian of the realm and my master is the War King. In Yanxia, very few can match my pedigree. Her tone was light, but carried unmistakable pressure. Stepping aside, she gestured to the others. All right, the floor is theirs now. Lu Yiwen and Gu Shuaman hurried over. Thank you for the help, Abyss, Lu Yiwen said with a nod. Classmates should look out for one another. Chu Xiu answered evenly. Lu Yiwen studied the black iron mask that covered his face, a crease forming between her brows. Those eyes looked uncannily familiar. She tried to get a better look, but Chu Xiu had already turned away. Haven't we met somewhere before? She pressed. No, you're mistaken. I'm just another student from the 4 great academies, nothing more. She still felt unconvinced. The jolt Shed felt when Shed seen his pupils had almost made her call out his name. I have a favor to ask, she murmured. Could we go back up Whitebone Mountain to rescue someone? The person you're looking for is safe, Chu Xiu replied with a faint smile. He flicked his wrist, tossing the prisoners at the girl's feet. The assessment's over. I'm heading out. As for them, send them to the island nation as kite men if you like. With that, he turned and melted into the night, his cloak billowing behind him. Lu Yuan watched his silhouette fade, the uneasy feeling in her chest growing stronger. She stepped forward, almost calling out, Brother Chu Xiu. She called out to the figure at the edge of the abyss. Chu Xiu's shoulders jerked. He almost turned around, yet he forced down the impulse and let the black silhouette disappear into the ruin-like darkness. That girl is sharp, she nearly saw through me, he thought. Only when he was completely out of sight did he finally exhale, pat his chest, and pull off the mask, revealing his real face. All right, the assessment's over. By the numbers, our team's locked in first place among the 4 schools. Chu Xiu glanced at the timer on his wrist and muttered, everyone but Abyss is out. Time to regroup. With that, he sprinted toward the exit, worry for Lu Yuan pressing at the back of his mind. He looked so much like Brother Chu Xiu. Lu Yuan frowned, replaying the familiar silhouette. And he said Brother Chu Xiu was finito, they know each other? While she puzzled over it, an urgent, familiar shout reached her. She spun around to see Chu Xiu weaving through the broken walls, panting. Brother Chu Xiu. Overjoyed, she ran up and flung herself into his arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. Chu Xiu ruffled her soft hair, his tone indulgent. How could anything happen to me? I'm perfectly fine. But am I late? Is the trial already over? Mum? Lu Yuan nodded playfully. It's done, and we crushed it. She blinked, holding up her fingers with pride. I took down a bunch of monsters, pretty cool, right? Very cool. My Yuan's the best, Chu Xiu laughed. Around them, the surviving students watched the tender scene, teeth grinding. Damn it. Abyss got MVP, and Chu Xiu just coasted to victory. A score of 3.0. How do you land first with numbers that low? Pure dumb luck. Seriously, why does he clear the stage without even lifting a finger? Grumbles filled the air, but no one stepped forward. The trial was over, and the students were escorted out of the black hole. Abyss had already wiped out the remaining monsters. From here, the black hole administration would take over. Before leaving, Chu Xiu glanced back at the eerie bone mountain, a faint frown on his brow. Too many questions, he thought, but they'd have to wait. They'll come back and get to the bottom of it someday. Shaking off the thought, he followed the others to the surface. Unbelievable, Lu Yuan's squad just took first place across all 4 schools. Wait, what about Abyss? Wasn't he the MVP? Please, he never wore a wristband. The timer recorded nothing for him. No way. Chu Xiu just pulled off a legendary free ride straight to number 1. Voices rose in a wave of disbelief. Brother Chu Xiu, do you think Uncle has anything to complain about now? Lu Yuan whispered. Chu Xiu was about to answer when the principal of Yinyuan High slowly stood up. The elderly man's gaze was icy as it settled on Chu Xiu. I'm afraid I have bad news. Chu Xiu, you are expelled. As of today, you are no longer a student of Yinyuan High. His tone was flat, almost indifferent. Expelled, expelled? The word froze everyone in place. Chu Xiu's team had clearly taken first place. Luck may have played its part, and the victory might not look glorious, but first is still first. On what grounds could he be expelled? That's right, Chu Xiu, you're expelled. Principal Yanyan's voice was icy, utterly flat. Yinyuan High has no use for an frank spirit warrior, much less for a student who hides behind others and enjoys the spoils. We don't need the incompetent. He stared down at Chu Xiu as if at an ant, blatant contempt in his eyes. Expelled? No. I object. Lu Yuan stepped forward, her face full of indignation. Our group came in first. How can you expel Brother Chu Xiu? Principal, this is completely unreasonable. Besides, Yinyuan High has never expelled a student, and he hasn't broken any rules. You don't have that right. The principal gave her a dismissive glance. True, there's no precedent. But there has never been an frank spirit warrior at Yinyuan either. Among the 4 top academies in Yinyuan City, ours is ranked first. Every student here is a prodigy, handpicked from thousands. Even the weakest awakenings are C or drank. And frank? In 100 years, unheard of. I don't care whether he's done anything wrong. His very existence humiliates this school. You say I'm breaking tradition? His presence broke it first. He shames me, and that alone is his fault. Yes, Chu Xiu, your existence is a mistake. The words pierced Chu Xiu's mind like needles. In a daze, he remembered his trip to the imperial capital 10 years ago, when Chu Xiong told him the same thing. Your existence is a mistake. 10 years on, nothing had changed. Unloved by his father, and with his mother gone, it felt as if the whole world was hostile to him. But who had the right to judge his existence? If he grew strong enough, he would be the one to define the rules. If this world insisted he was wrong, then he would conquer it. Chu Xiu raised his eyes and met Chu Xiong's gaze. The man looked at him with winter's chill, as though seeing an enemy, not a son. Only loathing remained. So expelling me was your idea too, Commander Chu? Chu Xiu pressed his lips together, refusing to look away. Answer me. Look me in the eye and tell me. Bang. The desk shook as Chu Xiu sprang to his feet. And what if it was? Since when do you have the right to question my decisions? What are you anyway? You're right, I'm nothing special. A bitter smile tugged at Chu Xiu's lips. But, dear father, you promised me. As long as I ranked in the top 3, all past grievances would be settled. If we ignore the process and look only at the outcome, haven't I succeeded? Yes, but you did nothing. You got lucky, hiding behind a woman. Chu Xiu, didn't I tell you never to expose our relationship in public? Were you listening at all? Bang. Fuming, Chu Xiu drove his foot into the solid oak table, hurling it across the room. Its legs crashed against the steps with a splitting crack. Every teacher and student flinched, yet the noise was nothing compared to the revelation Chu Xiu had just dropped. The fearsome commander Chu Xiu was his father. Commander, you, the principal of Yinyun High School, was dumbstruck, his mind in turmoil. He had thought Chu Xiu had angered the commander. Now he saw they were father and son. Even a tiger seldom harms its cubs, but Chu Xiu looked ready to kill his own child. What? Chu Xiu's the commander's son? Then Chu Hong is his brother? No way. Chu Hong's been tormenting him all year. I thought they were mortal enemies. And their siblings? That's savage. I gripe about my parents sometimes, but my dad still slips me a few gold coins every month. How does a family get this messed up? The murmurs swelled, shock and doubt rippling across the campus. Chu Xiu lifted his gaze, voice like ice. You never treated me as a son, so why should I treat you as a father? You think I owe you obedience? If you hate me that much, kill me right here. Go on to it. He stood tall beneath the pavilion, staring up at the row of power brokers on the platform, a lone wolf, facing a den of predators. Bastard! Chu Xiu roared, trembling. You think I want? I should have smashed you against the rocks the day you were born, spared us this disaster. The words hit harder than the flying table. Moments ago had ordered Chu Xiu to release the white bone marshal, ignoring the students' lives. Now he was abusing his authority to crush his own son. Outrage boiled through the crowd. Heart pounding, Lu Yuan stepped to Chu Xiu's side. If Yinyun High insists on expelling Brother Chu, expel me first. Gu Shuamong moved forward too, meeting the eyes of the principal and Chu Xiu. Principal, this is absurd. Commander Chu, you're no father at all. If he goes, I'm leaving with him. The two girls stood shoulder to shoulder, staring up at the lofty dignitaries. Arms folded, Ning Anren let out a cold laugh. I didn't come to Yinyun for this school. I'm here to face the abyss on equal ground in the exams. Expel him, you expel me. I've seen enough to die a father wishing his son dead. Chu Xiong, you're unworthy of the title. And who do you think you are? Chu Xiong snarled, face darkening. A bit of talent, and you dare meddle in my family's affairs. Ill-bred girl. I can teach you some manners myself. The words were barely spoken when Sun Xingqian's face went ashen. He rushed to Chu Xiong's side and clutched his sleeve. Uncle Chu, you can't touch her. Arrogant as he usually was, Sun Xingqian's voice now trembled. Some lines simply couldn't be crossed. Why? Chu Xiong frowned. Seeing the color drain from Sun Xingqian's face, his own expression tightened. The stage lights burned like fire. The air pulled taut as a bowstring. The crowd stirred, murmuring in waves. At the podium's edge, Sun Xingqian pressed his lips together, his face pale and tense. Chu Xiong instinctively touched his throat, his voice lower than before. In the first row, Ning Anren let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping her arm as golden cuffs caught the light. Across the whole of Yinxia, no one has ever claimed the right to teach me a lesson in my family's stead. You're the first, Chu Xiong. Her gaze sharpened. Go ahead, try it. Just don't expect to walk away unscathed. The words landed like sledgehammers. Chu Xiong's pupils shrank. He sensed the hornet's nest he had stirred. You're? He ventured. From the Ning clan of the imperial capital, she answered, voice clear. My father is Ning Yi. My grandfather Ning Tianxia. The hall erupted as if a boulder had been hurled into still water. Is that the Ning clan's Tian Nu? Someone blurted. A protector-level family. Others sucked in their breath. Chu Xiong's face went bloodless. How could a mere command officer presume to discipline a lady of a guardian clan? In the capital he would have bowed and greeted her as Miss Ning. He bent low. Miss Ning, I failed to recognize Mount Tai before me. Please forgive my offense. My wife is from the Sun clan in Magic City. The Sun and Ning clans have intermarried several times. By that token, we're practically family. Ning Enren's laugh cut like ice. Spare yourself the flattery. Do you really think you're kin to the Nings? Ridiculous. We don't acknowledge beasts as relatives. The insult sliced deep. Under 100 watching eyes, Chu Xiong's neck flushed crimson, yet anger dared not surface. He stood stiff as a board. From the floor, Chu Xiu watched his father's humiliation with a cold smile, swaggering toward the weak, groveling before the strong, genuine cowardice. In the face of real power, money and status were nothing but scraps of paper. With that thought, contempt colored Chu Xiu's gaze. Chu Xiong sensed it and flushed harder. Whatever happened, he would not be belittled by this useless son. But why was Ning Anren shielding him? A sense of justice alone? Impossible. What did this worthless boy have that caught Miss Ning's eye? Miss Ning. Chu Xiong drew a deep breath, forcing calm. Ignorance is no crime, and I have apologized. As for family matters, I ask that you stay out of them. From today on, Chu Xiu and I are no longer father and son. He'll take his own path, and he'll take mine. He swept a hand, speaking fast. I will no longer pay his tuition, nor may he live under the Chu roof. Yinxiao law states that at 18 I owe him no support. From this moment, I, Chu Xiong, recognize only one son Chu Hong. The declaration fell, silence followed. Fine. Very well, Chu Xiu said, oddly calm. He stepped onto the stage, his stride steady. Reaching the lectern, he drew out a bank card and set it down with a sharp slap. The plastic gleamed under the lights. Lifting his eyes, he spoke in a clear, even voice. I don't owe you a thing, Chu Xiong. Every cent you spent raising May recorded it all. The ledger's in my room drawer. Check it yourself. And this covers every cent the Chu family has spent on me for the past 18 years, 386,792 yuan and 48 cents. I'm paying it all back. From this moment on, you and I are finished. Chu Xiu slapped a thick pile of bank slips onto the lectern, turned, and strode down the steps. The hall fell silent. Every gaze locked onto his retreating figure. At 18, he had just severed all ties with his clan in front of everyone, something none of these students had ever imagined. Yet Chu Xiu stood as cold and decisive as a drawn blade. Even though his talent had been rated the lowest, level, many in the room felt a surge of respect. Chu Xiu's a real man. He's awesome. You're a role model. I used to call you trash, sorry man. Your spirit may be worth more than any talent score. The crowd's mood ignited. If Yinyan expels Chu Xiu, I'm dropping out too. Someone shouted. Count me in. He'll transfer as well. Kick me out while you're at it. Me. The voices rose in waves, some genuine, some not. But every one of them shifted the pressure onto Principal Yinyan. His face darkened. Students like Luo Yiwen, Gu Shuamong, and the Ning family's prodigy were his surest bets for topping the college entrance rankings. If they stormed out in protest, the loss would be catastrophic. Drawing a long breath, he whispered to Commander Chu. I'm sorry, sir, my hands are tied. You can see it yourself, we can't expel him now. Under Ning Anren's stare, Commander Chu could only give a helpless wave. The principal adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, voice calm, yet yielding. Chu Xiu, Yinyan will give you another chance. Finish your studies. Well, overlook today's incident, but you can forget about first place. Take this as your chance to start over. Chu Xiu stopped and glanced sideways. A chance? I don't need your charity. Start over? I've done nothing wrong. You talk about giving me a chance, but I'm done giving chances to you. He tapped his chest and spoke loud enough for all to hear. From today on, Yinyan Academy is a closed chapter in my story. I'm withdrawing. Remember, you didn't force me out. Yinyan no longer deserves to keep me. I, Chu Xiu, am quitting on my own. The hall erupted. He's really going head-to-head with the school. A grin tugged at Ning Anren's lips. Fascinating. Strength aside, his attitude was exactly her style. No wonder the Demon Lotus War King took him as a disciple. It wasn't just potential, but that unyielding defiance. In truth, both master and pupil were born rebels. Principal Yinyan finally lost his composure. Chu Xiu, are you insane? Do you know what you're doing? Drop out, and you lose the college entrance exam. Unflevel spirit warrior skipping the exam, that's a one-way ticket to ruin. Not your problem, Chu Xiu replied quietly. After a long silence, Principal Yinyan was left utterly stunned. How could this boy be so fierce? His father, Chu Xiong, had just been courteous and measured, yet his son was like a freshly whetted blade, cutting through every pretense. Chu Xiu's expression remained calm. He wasn't acting recklessly. As the personal disciple of the Demon Lotus War King, he had the privilege of registering for the college entrance exam directly. Wasting half a month at Yinyan High would do nothing for him. He would rather head straight to the dark tide black hole to temper himself. Besides, he was still holding a trial key tied to the evolution of the Whitefang Ghoul Legion and the Abyssal Devourer. The ordeal would be lengthy, and any delay could ruin everything. Staying in school was nothing but an extra shackle. Yet outsiders knew none of this and simply thought he was crazy with bravado. Brother Chu Xiu, Lu Yiwen clutched the hem of her coat, her voice tinged with hesitation. Chu Xiu took her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Then whatever you decide, I'll back you. If you skip the exam, he'll skip it too. Silly girl. Chu Xiu patted the top of her head. Don't gamble with your own future. You're gifted, your prospects are limitless. I won't hold you back. He lifted his eyes to Principal Yinyan, his tone even, yet it made the office suddenly feel heavier. That's that. As of today, Chu Xiu is withdrawing from school. He then looked at Ning Anren. Miss Ning, thank you. Ning Anren shook her head, her lips moving soundlessly to form two words, the abyss. I understand. Either way, I still owe you. With the evaluation over, Chu Xiu turned to leave. When he passed Chu Hong, he paused, his voice low but razor sharp. You've been beaten by the abyss twice now. That's disgrace enough. Do you really think Chu Xiong will still see you as his precious son? He hates nothing more than being embarrassed. Chu Hong lay on the ground, battered and bruised. His face turned livid as he snarled. So what? That's none of your damn business. Chu Xiu, you have no right to gloat. I'm still better than you. Remember this, I lost to the Abyss, to the Demon Lotus War King's disciple, not to a useless nobody like you. Heh. Chu Xiu let out a short, derisive laugh and walked on. Ah, you damn bastard. Chu Hong roared, pounding the floor with both fists as hatred filled his chest. Beside him, Wang Xiaodian and Han Xiaoming instinctively shrank back. Chu Xiu hadn't spared either of them a single glance from start to finish. Wang Xiaodian forced a chuckle and patted Chu Hong's shoulder. Easy, young Master Chu. It's only Chu Xiu. He may look impressive now, but it's just a moment of impulse. He'll regret his decision sooner or later. You shouldn't stoop to his level. The two of you will soon live in different worlds. Wang Xiaodian seized the furious Chu Hong and urged him on in a rapid whisper. Humph, you're right. Chu Xiu, from now on we really will be in two completely different worlds. Chu Hong growled, unable to smother the fire tearing through him. Different worlds indeed. The bystanders murmured. One had risen from the abyss and soared to the heavens, while Chu Hong, his heart shattered, now flinched whenever he heard the word abyss. Chu Xiu turned away, his figure stretched long and tall in the sunset glow. Everyone watched that solitary silhouette moving with a steady, unhurried stride. For Chu Xiu, this decisive turn cut away every shadow of his past. Alone or lonely, he was striding toward a brighter, wider, more dazzling future. No had never been alone. Behind him marched a multitude of the dead, an unfailing legion of spirits crowding around the supreme lord of the undead. Brother Chu Xiu. Lu Yuan had just stepped forward when a crew member stopped her. The award ceremony was about to begin. Award ceremony? Leave me out. Ning Anren tossed the words over her shoulder, refused to go on stage, and strode after Chu Xiu without hesitation. Once they left the ramshackle outskirts, wild grass swayed in the wind. Chu Xiu abruptly halted, turned, and smiled. Miss Ning, are you really so eager to fight me? A slim form emerged from the shadows. Her long sword flashing cold-lighted was Ning Anren. Chu Xiu Abyss. She leveled her sword, her ponytail snapping in the night breeze. I can see why the Mo Lien Battle King chose you as his disciple, but I refuse to accept it. There is nothing Ning Anren wants that she cannot obtain except becoming his student. He rejected me and chose you. I will fight you myself to learn where I fall short. Chu Xiu dipped his head and clenched his fist. Let me remind you, no one is truly invincible. Beyond every sky is a higher sky. Beyond every man someone stronger. If you cling too tightly to winning, losing will hurt. Ning Anren narrowed her eyes. Hurt? You're saying I'll lose? Or are you telling me to be philosophical? For you as well, is there a sky beyond your sky? Chu Xiu shook his head. No, I am the sky beyond the sky. I am the one beyond all men. His words had barely faded before swordlight burst forth. Well, Abyss, you certainly are bold. Ning Anren growled, her blade ripping the air. Chu Xiu's body, hard as bronze and iron, met her without fear. His fist cracked like thunder. Boom. Fist and sword collided, the impact humming through the air. Ning Anren flew back dozens of meters, her boots carving deep trenches in the earth. Her eyes shrank to pinpoints. That's Ba Jiuxiangong. The Mo Lien Battle King taught you? No, he must have borrowed it from Yang Jinghua. Hardly anyone in the capital can master it. Yet you have. Her shock had not yet faded when Chu Xiu stepped forward, power coiling in his fist. Lai Kong style. His punch fell like a meteor plummeting to earth. 9 forms of war arts. Ning Anren was stunned. Chu Xiu had even mastered the combat techniques paired with the 8-9 profound art. In just a few days he had become the Demon Lotus War King's disciple, entered the 8-9 profound art, and now wielded the 9 forms with ease. Was he even human? Ning Anren gritted her teeth and swung her sword. A cold flash split the air, several razor-sharp sword beams struck Chu Xiu. With a resonant clang they burst apart, yet his clothes didn't even tear. Tempered by the 8-9 profound art, his body was like a heroic spirit's, skin as tough as thunder drums, each touch echoing like rolling thunder. The first realm, the mortal shedding stage, whose defense crushed hope. So hard for the first time, unease rose in her heart. Her once unstoppable sword had lost its edge. Clang. Chu Xiu's fist hammered the blade. The steel bent instantly, and his immense force flung Ning Anren through the air. She spun several times before steadying herself. Miss Ning, this is the challenge you promised? Chu Xiu sneered, his voice dripping with provocation. Humph, don't gloat. You're only at the first layer. Once I pierce that shell, you'll still lose. She flicked her sword, pale cyan light winding around it. Azure Lotus Sword Aria. Her figure blurred into afterimages. Before the blade moved, 6 phantoms had already appeared. The first slash fell, followed by a second at double speed, then 4-fold, 8-fold, 16-fold. 6 linked strikes, the limit her body could bear. Legend says that at its peak, the Azure Lotus Sword Aria can stack strikes 1,000 times, surpass light itself, splitting the void with endless lotus blades. She was only a few steps away. 6 streams of sword force converged midair, forming a brilliant arc aimed at one point on Chu Xiu's arm. Rip! Blood spattered. Told you your 8-9 profound art can't block my sword. I broke it. I'm incredible. Excitement shone in Ning Anren's eyes. Chu Xiu merely smiled. Boom. The sword energy sank into his flesh and stopped. Did you think ID only just begun? He said quietly. Ning Anren's heart sank. Second layer stone iron stage. Every word landed like muffled thunder. Impossible. Her face went pale. Head held the art for mere days and had already reached the second layer. Chu Xiu stepped forward, shifting his stance, cold light flickering in his eyes. Whoosh. He inhaled. Air rushed into his lungs, white mist curling over his skin. The earth sank beneath his feet, and he vanished like a wisp of smoke. Swish. A chill ran down Ning Anren's spine. She leapt back, left hand bracing her sword. Mountain-crushing form. Boom. His fist slammed the blade. The shockwave hit like a landslide. Ning Anren was blasted away, blood mist blooming midair. Crash. She snapped a tree thicker than 3 men, then hit the ground hard, robes dust-covered, coughing and gasping. The hidden force in his punch had nearly shattered her organs. Shua. Chu Xiu strode forward and closed the distance, driving a fist toward her face. The whistling force of the punch made Ning Anren's pupils contract. The violent gust ripped her ponytail loose, black hair spilling over her shoulders as the wind scraped her cheeks raw. He drew his fist back and asked, voice low, still want to keep going? Ning Anren wiped the blood from her lip and sighed. I'd love another round, but all this noise will attract attention. We'll settle it at the college entrance exam. I lose this bout. Next to meet the heroic spirit battle ill, even the score. She pushed herself up and grinned. Fine, Chu Xiu said with a nod, though he didn't believe a word of it. Heroic spirit battle? By then his Whitefang Ghoul Legion would have evolved and Ning Anren wouldn't even rank. The thought made his blood surge, and he tightened his grip on the silver key in his palm. Ning Anren suddenly warned, don't think mastering the 8-9 arcane art makes you unbeatable. Someone in the capital has done it too. You'll meet him in the exam or the Xin Xia University freshman tourney, a monster whose talent rivals the Demon Lotus War King. Is that so? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Good. I've met plenty of monsters. In the end, they all call me the monster. The line left Ning Anren speechless, and before she could reply, Chu Xiu had already walked away. Back at the Chu residence, he stuffed a few clothes into a suitcase and rang Yanshang for an address. Moments later the location arrived, and Chu Xiu hailed a cab. When the driver heard the destination, he spun around in shock. Kid, you sure you're headed to Dian Manor? Dian Trading sank a fortune into those 9 villas, each one's worth hundreds of millions. Villa 1 is the chairman's own place. Chu Xiu blinked. Yanshang was giving up his own house. The man had style. Meanwhile, inside Villa 1 of Dian Manor. Dad, are you kidding me? A girl in sunglasses dragged a suitcase across the marble, her stomp making the floor tremble. Move to Villa 9? No way. I live in 1. You're kicking me out for an outsider? For that loser Chu Xiu? He got expelled from Yinyun High, everyone knows. Have you lost your mind? Every item on her screamed luxury Hermes bag, Richard Mille watch, sparkling jewelry, even designer shades and outfit expensive enough to buy 10 apartments in Yinyun. On the phone, Yanshang's voice was firm. You do as you're told. No. If you force me out, just pretend I'm not your daughter. Father and daughter squared off, tempers flaring. Yanshang snapped, fine. When trouble comes, don't come crying to me. A little hardship might teach the brat a lesson. Bring it on. Yan clenched her fist. If some frank nobody sets foot in my house, they'll throw him out. Click. The lock turned. Chu Xiu punched in the code and stepped inside, suitcase wheels rolling across the floor. The first thing he saw was a girl in Balenciaga stockings, eyes spitting fire. Breaking and entering? Pervert. Take this. The moment she spotted him, she swung her leg in a vicious kick aimed straight at his groin. Checking out my legs, are you? Chu Xiu paused, then caught the girl's ankle. His fingertips brushed the warm, supple skin, pleasant to the touch. He gave a light tug. Rip. Yan lost her balance and crashed into a half-split on the icy marble tiles, her stockings tearing at the crotch. Cold seeped up through the stone and made her break out in goosebumps. My leg is broken. Help me up, she shrieked, arms flailing, her face twisted in pain. Chu Xiu didn't even spare her a glance. He picked up his suitcase and walked up the stairs to the second floor, one step at a time. Damn you, you bastard. Watch my spirit. Yan snarled, eyes stinging from the chill. A golden flash exploded behind her, and the phantom of a huge leopard, its fur patterned with ancient coins, rose into the air. She stroked the sleek back and barked, Bao, go bite him. Grade A spirit great coin king let out a low growl, launched itself forward, and scattered broken gold pieces beneath its paws. With every stride, a coin dropped from midair and clinked to the floor. Its combat power was only average, but its gift of wealth from thin air made any awakener richer than a treasure basin, enough to spend for 10 lifetimes. One video online would lure hordes of young hopefuls. Oh woo. No sooner had the great coin king set paw on the second floor landing than a figure blocked the dark corridor, hefting a heavy warhammer in each hand. Skullcrusher tyrant. The leopard's ferocity vanished. It froze, and its claws scraped the floor. The tyrant seized the scruff of its neck and lifted it. Awu, the great coin king's voice dwindled to a whimper. It fished a paw through its own fur, plucked out a handful of coins, and offered them ingratiatingly. Bang! Skullcrusher tyrant didn't even look at the bribe. With a casual swing, it hurled the leopard off the landing. The crash shook the whole villa. Yenyuer jolted in fright. The great coin king dissolved into green smoke before it could protest. An instant later, a giant hand clamped her by the nape, and a hulking shadow dragged her toward the front door. She screamed, "Let me go! Don't pull my hair! Don't rip my clothes! This dress is from Paris. It cost 300 grand. Bang! The tyrant tossed her outside without mercy. She landed on the lawn, dazed. Then slammed the door shut, and the lock clicked in one smooth motion. "Hey, don't lock the door. My luggage is still in there. Open up," she yelled, hugging her miniskirt and shivering. "It's freezing. I'm not wearing panties." Woo. Reaching for her phone, she discovered it was in her bag. She could only curse at the closed door. "Damn you, Chu Xiu. He'll never forgive you." Upstairs, Chu Xiu had already unpacked. He held a silver key between his fingers, his gaze steady. "Let's begin the advancement trial." He tightened his grip, then pointed the key at the air. Buzz. The air warped, and a black bronze gate, 10 feet tall, materialized out of the void. Chu Xiu lifted his arm and slid the key into the lock. The key went in smoothly. Moments later, the massive doors swung open, releasing a surge of crimson light. Chu Xiu drew a deep breath. The stench of blood filled his lungs, and the scarlet glow picked out every detail of his face. Heh, an advanced trial. This should be interesting. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he braced both hands against the frame and stepped inside. Creak. The bronze doors closed behind him, then dissolved soundlessly into the wall. Tap, tap, tap. The dim, red-lit corridor was only wide enough for a single person. Hands in his pockets, Chu Xiu walked on, his footsteps echoing across the blood-stained floor. The passage wound forward into bottomless darkness, a chill in the air tightening his skin. "Come out." At his quiet order, a feral ghoul crawled from a crack in the wall. "Scout ahead." With a snarl, it raced forward, sharing its vision with Chu Xiu. Boom. A massive stone axe crashed down, slicing the ghoul clean in two. Chu Xiu frowned. Roughly 300 meters ahead, he stepped back to gather strength. Whoosh. The ground burst underfoot as Chu Xiu shot forward more than 10 meters, yet the sense of danger only grew. "Come out." He halted and barked the command. A flag-bearing skeleton erupted from the ground, raising its banner to block a second stone axe with a resounding clang. Before he could catch his breath, a gigantic steel hammer materialized ahead, swinging down with crushing force. "Come out." The Skullcrusher tyrant appeared, twin hammers crossed to arrest the steel weapon mid-arc. Buzz. The walls on either side began to squeeze inward. The corridor shrank from 3 men wide to barely one, still closing in. With a thought, Chu Xiu summoned both of his undead legions. They formed a living barrier, holding the walls back and keeping a narrow path open. Flash. He pressed on. As the hallway stretched endlessly ahead, he called every last undead minion Elides and Cladetto serve as a shield. When at last he burst from the blood-red passage, he realized his undead forces were entirely spent. A colossal gate more than 10 meters high blocked the way forward. Behind him, the walls continued to squeeze, pinning his legions in place. From here on, he would face the trial alone. Chu Xiu drew another long breath. Interesting. Forcing me to fight without the undead. So this advanced trial is aimed at meth summoner, not my army. He lifted his gaze, battle spirit surging. Fine. Bring it on. Show me everything you've got. Striding up to the gate, he planted both palms against it. Muscles bulged as he unleashed his full strength. Boom. The massive doors trembled. Shadows writhed beyond, and a lone figure slowly opened its eyes. "Come, then let's see if you're truly worthy of becoming the lord of the undead." Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the darkness. Chu Xiu looked around warily. Before him loomed a circular altar several dozen yards across. The platform was cast from blackened bronze. Veins like molten blood pulsed across its rough surface, their fiery glow staining the surrounding walls an eerie crimson and filling the air with foreboding. His gaze suddenly locked onto one corner of the altar. The darkness split open as a blood-red figure staggered forward. It was a 3-meter giant, the blood-soaked Devourer. Muscles bulged like braided cables, veins writhing beneath crimson skin as if his strength could no longer be contained. Most terrifying of all, 16 joints, both hands, shoulders, elbows, and knees each sprouted a black steel scythe blade that glinted with lethal chill. When the giant opened his mouth, rows of backward-facing teeth formed a saw capable of shredding steel. So this is the next evolutionary step for the Whitefang Ghoul Legion. Chu Xiu felt a chill. The blood-soaked Devourer roared. One thunderous step shook the floor and carried him right in front of Chu Xiu. He clenched a fist the size of a pillar and hammered it toward Chu Xiu's skull. Chu Xiu swayed aside at the last second. Boom. The fist slammed into the black bronze slab, shattering it and spraying shards everywhere. What brute strength! Before Chu Xiu could regain his balance, a razor-sharp whistle ripped past his ears. The Devourer was spinning at high speed, 16 scythe blades weaving a crimson cyclone that hissed through the air and lunged toward him with murderous force. That impact couldn't be taken heeded. With no weapon in hand, the situation couldn't be worse. He didn't have time to think. Pushing off with his toes, he darted toward the edge of the altar. The cyclone didn't let up. It split into three, spreading out in a triangular pattern that pinned him in the center of the circle. Banner of 10,000 souls. At his silent command, black mist surged behind him, and a long standard wreathed in wailing spirits materialized. The system's prompt still echoed in his ears as the banner dropped into his palm. Swirling darkness folded and condensed into a pitch-black tang saber. The blade radiated an arctic chill, ghostly black light crawling along its edge. Chu Xiu gripped the saber. The 8-9 arcane arts coursed across his skin, blood energy surging as his power climbed. He stamped the ground and shot forward like a black phantom, the saber flashing through empty space in an arc of darkness. Clang, clang, clang. The edge crashed into the crimson cyclone, metallic chimes exploding as all 16 sides were deflected, sparks spraying from their tips. The storm dispersed. A long, black gash split the Devourer's chest. Break. Chu Xiu leapt high, bringing the black blade down with titanic force squelch. A pillar of blood erupted as the 3-meter giant was cleaved clean in two. Swish, swish. Touching down, he flickered twice, the saber drawing 2 crescent arcs. The heads of the remaining Devourers flew off, their bodies thundering to the floor. The 8-9 arts gave him limitless strength, and the divine weapon born from the banner amplified his bursts several-fold. Raising the sword, its black tip aimed at the depths of the altar, Chu Xiu spoke in a low but steady voice. You think these insects can stop me? Boom, boom, boom. The altar answered with violent tremors. Black mist gathered overhead, slowly shaping into a colossal 9-meter silhouette. Chu Xiu looked up. The specter bore 2 pairs of obsidian wings and wore a crown of thorns. Its eyes were swirling black vortices. A row of 7 deadly sin sigils burned across its chest like living flame, and arcs of lightning danced around the golden crystal scepter in its hand. Simply by standing there, it seemed to compress the very air around it. S-class, undead warlord lord of the devouring abyss, present. The frigid voice rumbled down from the height like a death sentence. Pathetic human, who gave you the right to gaze upon a god? Chu Xiu tilted the blade, battle lust blazing in his eyes. He whispered, pathetic? Human? You have no idea who you're dealing with. A surge of pitch-black mist burst from Chu Xiu's body. Gripping his dull tang blade, he advanced on the Abyssal Lord without a shred of fear. The next instant the blade shuddered in his palm, its edge unraveling into a swirling banner of 10,000 souls. He shouldered the banner, hands in his pockets, and looked ahead with icy disdain. Kneel when you face your king, or forfeit your destiny. I am the master of the dead. Let every spirit across the heavens honor me as they would a god. Undead Legion, assemble. At his command the army outside the gate roared as one. At the far end of the blood-red corridor, the chain-bound behemoths clad in bone armor broke free. The Rhodabyss Devourer swung a great axe and smashed its stone shackles. The Skull-Crusher Tyrant let out a furious howl, its warhammer pulverizing the pillars. With a thunderous crash they tore open the crimson walls, shattered the colossal doors, and stormed into the altar. Boom, boom, boom. Their heavy steps made the entire platform quake. Both giants dropped to one knee behind Chu Xiu, heads bowed, awaiting orders. Meanwhile more undead poured through the cracks, their battle cries shaking the air. A Whitefang Ghoul strode into the blood mist. Its frame swelled, pale skin soaking up fresh gore, muscles knotting, 16 obsidian blades ripping through its flesh like a living phalanx. The system notification blared. Whitefang Ghoul Legion has evolved. New Legion skills unlocked. Crimson Hurricane, Glutton's Banquet. Chu Xiu bared his teeth in a grin and spat a single word. Slaughter. Boom. All 999 Blood Feast Ravagers surged toward the Abyssal Lord like a crimson tide, while the Skull Crusher Tyrant and Rhodabyss Devourer vaulted after them with their massive weapons raised. Vermin dare challenge a god. Final Edict Abyssal Tempest. The Abyssal Lord lifted his staff. A black nebula spun in the void, blotting out the sky, and the breath of annihilation came crashing down. The altar shattered. Blood Feast Ravagers were ground to dust. Even the Tyrant and the Devourer were hurled backward. With the defense in ruins, the starry maelstrom hurtled straight for Chu Xiu. His pupils contracted. In the split second before impact, a towering steel silhouette moved between him and the storm. The Rhodabyss Devourer, red war banner held high. The banner snapped. Half his body was drained to ash by the nebula, exposing a violet heart carved with 7 runes, pulsing like a captive star. My liege, no one will harm my liege. With only half a body left, he dragged the tattered banner and charged the Abyssal Lord. Foolish insect. The Lord sneered, flicking his staff and spearing straight through the stellar heart. The torn banner clanged to the ground, consumed by black flame, yet the Devourer clamped a gauntlet around the staff and roared, "No one shall harm my liege." The violet star detonated in his chest, flooding the entire altar with blinding light. The blood feast ravagers that had been pulverized moments before sprang back to life once more. Not only had the slaughtered blood gluttons risen once more, the Abyss Devourer Lord stared in shock as the corrosive Devourer frantically drew the power from his own body. Thick, dark blue energy surged from every bone and vein, dragged toward the other's chest, where a heart burned like a star. That heart seemed ready to swallow him wholito, make him part of itself. Wah! His pupils contracted, then he threw back his head and laughed, white fangs glittering in the black light. Congratulations. You never forgot your duty. We were born to shield our master. Good, now I can rest. From this moment, the title of one of the 10 undead generals is yours. Follow our master wage war across the heavens. With those words, he dropped every defense. Boom. The energy he had sealed away like a volcano burst free, a dark torrent pouring into the corrosive Devourer. Bones cracked, muscles swelled and tightened beneath the flood. The very air trembled. Invisible blades of wind shredded the surrounding void into rippling distortions. Rah! He threw back his head and howled, body shooting up several meters. Dense black light solidified around him like an armored carapace. Congratulations, host. A rank undead warlord, the corrosive Devourer, has advanced, now evolving into rank Abyss Devourer Lord. When the darkness cleared, the newborn Devourer Lord hovered in midair, back straight, eyes bottomless. The Skullcrusher tyrant instinctively moved to shield Chu Xiu, but an instant later the Devourer Lord landed, dropped to one knee, and pressed a fist to his chest. Greetings, my sovereign. A smile touched Chu Xiu's lips. The corrosive Devourer had fully evolved into a true Abyss Devourer Lord. Rise. The Devourer Lord stepped behind him in silence, an aura several times stronger than the Skullcrusher tyrant's. At the same time, the Whitefang Ghouls who had completed their trial became a legion of blood gluttons, every soldier leaping to Black Iron rank, 10th tier. As for the Devourer Lord, he had soared straight to Bronze rank, 6th tier. The newborn Devourer Lord now wielded 2 core abilities. 1. End-time decree containing 3 storms: Abyssal Storm, Nebulous Storm, and Death Storm. 2. Crown of Judgment containing 3 judgments: Spear of Judgment, Sword of Judgment, and Devourer's Verdict. On paper his skills had shrunk from 4 to 2. In reality, they had expanded into 7 devastating arts. With this new legion, my power has soared again. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, calculating. His legion limit had jumped from 999 to 9,999. He was about to command his first 10th-strong undead army. If he walked into the college entrance exam now, no one could fathom the carnage. Time to head out. Chu Xiu led his 2 warlords through the altar's depths. A hum rippled through the void. A black stone gate emerged. He pushed it open, and the scene blurred. They were back in the old, dusty room. Advancement quest perfectly completed. A silver key fell into his palm, turned to green smoke, and vanished. Outside, dawn was breaking. The first pale shaft of daylight pierced the window and mingled with the gloom. Chu Xiu glanced toward the yard. A girl was curled in the grass, hugging her arms, shivering. He frowned slightly and called Yanshang. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. If I'm not mistaken, that's my daughter. She's a headstrong girl, and I figured a little hardship might teach her something." Chu Xiu nodded. "She certainly got more than a little," he replied coolly. "Left out in the cold all night, she'll be lucky if she doesn't come down with something serious." "What?" On the other end of the line, Yanshang drew a sharp breath. "Mr. Chu, she hasn't called you?" "I tossed her out with her luggage. She doesn't have a phone on her," Chu Xiu said flatly. Silence swallowed the receiver. A moment later, Yanshang spoke, voice lowered and tense. "Mr. Chu, I'm coming to get her right now." He hung up without waiting for a response. 10 minutes later, a black Maybach screeched to a stop at the villa gate. The door flew open and Yanshang jumped out, coat in hand. In the icy mist, the girl was huddled beside the stone steps, cheeks flaming red, frost clinging to her nose. Each gust of wind set her shivering. The ends of her hair were already crusted with ice. Yanshang's heart twisted. He whipped off his wool overcoat, wrapped it around her thin frame, and scooped her up in his arms. The villa door clicked open. Chu Xiu stepped outside. Yanshang turned his back, avoiding the man's gaze. Years of loyalty kept his emotions in check. Head lowered, he murmured, "Mr. Chu, I hold no grievance against you. The War King Mo Lian once saved my life, and you're his disciple. I wouldn't dare." His voice was barely audible. Chu Xiu said nothing. As he passed, his glance flicked over the girl. The faint trace of envy vanished almost at once. Lifting a finger, he ignited a thin thread of crimson energy and sent it into her body. The chill faded. Warmth spread beneath her skin. The bluish tint left her face and her breathing steadied. After a few heartbeats, she opened her eyes. "Daddy, you're all right?" Yanshang hugged her tighter, voice thick with relief. She shook her head, apology shining in her eyes. Daddy, I thought it through. I was being selfish. I'll behave from now on. I'll be a good daughter. Shang froze, then nodded again and again. Yes, yes. My Yuer is the sweetest child in the world. Indulgence all but overflowed from his eyes. Chu Xiu watched the pair, lips curving faintly before he turned back inside. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Shang called after him. Save it, Chu Xiu replied with a wave. Just be a good father. For a child, having a tree to shield them from the storm is the greatest fortune in life. The villa door closed behind him, leaving Shang standing in the winter night, speechless for a long time. He knew Chu Xiu's story all too well. The son of a commander who grew up ignored, starved of affection, finally severing ties with his own father once he came of age. To Chu Xiu, a father's love was a luxury forever out of reach, and no matter how strong he became, nothing could fill that void. Back in his bedroom, Chu Xiu dropped onto the mattress. The ceiling light glazed his indifferent eyes. I don't need a father, or a tree, or anyone at my back, he whispered through clenched teeth. I will become the strongest. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chu Hong. Rally the team. Contact the Black Hole Authority. I'm challenging the strongest E-class Dark Tide Rift in Yinyan City. On the other end, Chu Hong fell silent for several seconds, then drew a sharp breath. Understood. But 3 squads have already accepted that mission. If Abyss wants in, we'll have to beat one of them first. All 3 captains are high bronze Wraith fighters. Captain, we beat one of them? Chu Xiu cut her off, his voice quiet but razor sharp. No, we'll solo that rift. As for the other squads, tell them to get lost. The line stayed dead for a long moment. Then Chu Hong swallowed hard, adrenaline surging. Good grief, Chu Xiu Abyss, indeed. Reckless youth at its finest. Captain, bring the new recruit along. After issuing the order in a low voice, Chu Xiu fastened his mask. The black window slid up, and he slipped into a taxi. Its taillights flared once in the darkness, then sped away from the brightly lit villa. Elsewhere, a speeding Maybach shot through an intersection. In the back seat, Sun Xingqian turned toward Chu Hong, his tone calm, yet unmistakably firm. You're coming with me this time. The Dark Tide Rift isn't low level, but your father got you the Book of Heroic Souls. Your power has grown enough to give it a try. City lights streamed backward outside the window. Sun Xingqian gestured toward the passing streets. That's the privilege of being born into an old clan look. On the sidewalk, a student pedaled past, gasping for breath. An elderly man rattled by on a tricycle loaded with freshly picked vegetables. A yellow-jacket courier darted between them as hurried pedestrians swept along. Not everyone deserves to be a spirit warrior, Sun Xingqian said, swirling the red wine in his glass. The liquid reflected his smile. Even if you awaken, without talent or rare resources, you'll still end up a failure. Your brother Chu Xiu is proof. He withdrew his gaze, voice suddenly rising. But we are different. Behind us stand Yinxia's most powerful forces and highest authority. We were born at the top of the pyramid natural elites. What others spend their lives chasing is trash we can throw away on a whim. Understand, cousin? Chu Hong clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. I get it. Our birthright is our greatest strength. Exactly. Sun Xingqian clinked his glass. So stop fearing the abyss. The world is bigger than you think, and it's packed with powerhouses. Even the Demon Lotus Battle King isn't unbeatable. Above every Battle King sits a guardian of the realm, and our Sun family has remained an undefeated Battle King lineage for a century. That's true heritage, something the Demon Lotus King lacks. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes. The family title of Battle King had gone to Sun Haori, not him. Sun Xingqian against the blazing sun, where exactly had he fallen short? Suppressing the thought, he flashed a smile. We're here. Let's stretch our legs. I've been in Yinyan for ages, and still haven't had a proper workout. The car rolled to a halt. Sun Xingqian stepped out, the night wind lifting the hem of his dark coat. The 2 men stood before an abandoned subway entrance in Yinyan. Under the dim street lamp, yellow-black police tape crisscrossed the stairs, sealing the station off. Several officers from the Black Hole administration were monitoring the energy fluctuations inside the Dark Tide Black Hole, their instruments emitting a low drone. Behind the caution tape, 3 exploration teams waited to enter. Sun Xingqian and Chu Hong arrived side by side, and the bureau staff immediately hurried forward and bowed. Young Master Sun, young Master Chu, you're here. Sun Xingqian cast an indifferent glance over the crowd and casually pointed at the 3 distant teams. Tell them this black hole is mine. They can go play in the mud somewhere else. The staff member froze, hesitation flickering across his face. Young Master Sun, these 3 teams are already the top squads in Yinyan City. One is silver tier, and the other 2 are the strongest bronze tier groups. If we order them to leave outright, I'm afraid. Did I stutter? Sun Xingqian shoved him aside and slapped him hard across the cheek. If they don't get lost, they can come to me. Who do you think you are to question me? The man's face flushed crimson with humiliation, but he dared not resist. Understood, young Master Sun. He jogged over to the 3 adventuring teams and whispered an explanation. 2 squads glanced at Sun Xingqian, fear written all over their faces, then quickly packed their gear and left. Only the leader of the third team, a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair whom everyone called Brother Zu, remained, his brow furrowed. The bureau worker tried to dissuade him in a low voice. Brother Su, that guy is trouble. His backing is enormous. No matter who supports him, I have to enter this dark-tide black hole. The man clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. My daughter's life depends on it. A teammate pleaded, Brother Su, I know it's hard, but the purifying herb might be available through the Dian Trading Company. You don't have to fight the black hole boss again, you've already failed 7 times. 3 million. He growled through gritted teeth. I've emptied everything I own and still can't raise that much. No matter what, I'm clearing this black hole today, or I die trying. With that, he straightened his back and walked towards Sun Xingqian, his steps heavy yet resolute. His tall shadow loomed over Sun Xingqian, radiating silent pressure. Sun Xingqian pressed his lips together, amusement flashing in his eyes. The man drew a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Sir, please give me a chance. Let me enter the black hole with you. I have no other choice. A reason you can't refuse, huh? Sun Xingqian arched an eyebrow. Yes, my daughter is gravely ill and must. And what's that got to do with me? Sun Xingqian sneered. Why should I care whether some lowborn lives or dies? The man's eyes widened, his fists cracked with tension. Anyone else insulting his daughter would have been punched long ago, but facing this scion of the magic metropolis, he swallowed his rage. Sir, I can pay you. Money? You think the Sun family needs your pocket change? Don't insult me. I'm willing to do anything slave labor if I must, just let me go in. Sun Xingqian snorted, contempt gleaming in his gaze. What use are you? Poor talent, weak strength, low birth. Letting you play the beast of burden would be charity. Do you even qualify? Muscles corded under the man's skin, veins bulging, yet he still forced down his fury. Sir, what will it take to let me enter? If you'll just give me this chance. How about this? A cruel smile curled Sun Xingqian's lips. What does your wife look like? Got any photos? Let my brother and me have a few days of fun with her, and maybe you'll think about it. Ha ha. He broke into raucous laughter, and Chu Hong clutched his stomach, laughing along. The bystanders' faces went ashen, yet no one dared speak. The middle-aged man's teammates glared daggers, wishing they could tear the pair apart on the spot. My wife died 3 years ago, the man rasped, chest heaving. Even a dead woman yow'd stoop that low? Why? Why? Ha ha. They'll tell you why right now. Sun Xingqian curled his lip in scorn, his voice dripping with arrogance. Because you're weak, a filthy commoner. You want to bargain with me? You? Get out of my sight. The black-haired middle-aged man glared at him, eyes blood-red, chest heaving. No matter what, he had to enter the black hole today. In that case, don't blame me for what happens next. As the words left his mouth, spiritual power surged inside him, and a hazy figure rapidly solidified behind his back. Oh, interesting. A mongrel dares point killing intent at me? Who gave you the courage? Sun Xingqian laughed madly, jabbing a finger at him. You clueless trash. With that pathetic strength you think you can kill me? Come on. Boom. The man roared and summoned a spirit. Segments of dark red heavy armor clanged together in midair, revealing a burly warrior astride a jet-black Wuchu stallion, its ghost-headed saber rolling with crimson flames. Human-class spirit, grade B Hua Xiong. Sun Xingqian pressed a hand to his forehead and laughed even harder. A measly, grade B spirit dares block my way. Hua Xiong howled, bringing the flaming saber down in a blazing arc. Sun Xingqian merely snapped his fingers. A low hum burst forth. 2 crimson pupils flared behind him, and a monstrous serpent's head lunged out. The head alone was the size of a hill, scales flashing with icy light, the word disaster blazing on its brow. From its head alone, the serpent had to be at least 100 meters long. Whoosh! The serpent dove, and its jaws slammed shut. Crack! Half of Hua Xiong's body was sheared off on the spot, the Wuchu horse shrieking before it vanished. The summoner was hit by the backlash. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell to one knee, face ashen. Before he could draw breath, the serpent's head rammed him like an iron tank. Boom! He was hurled dozens of meters, crashing through ruined buildings, stone shards flying, the ground splitting open. Kill him, Sun Xingqian ordered with a casual flick of his hand, as if crushing an ant. The serpent whistled forward, maw yawning wide, ready to rip into the half-conscious man. Clang! A metallic blast rang out. The serpent's head abruptly halted, then recoiled under a massive force. Who? Sun Xingqian's gaze turned icy. Through the swirling dust, an enormous hand hoisted the black-haired man from the rubble. His savior was a 3-meter turtle ash-gray giant, twin skull-crushing hammers in hand, heavy bone armor on his frame. A thick black spine jutted from his back, blood-red veins pulsing along it, swaying like a scorpion's tail. This guy could it be? Sun Xingqian spun warily. Not far away, a small squad advanced. Their leader wore a pitch-black mask, a swirling vortex at its center that seemed to tug at one's soul with a single glance. Well, look who would ice an old acquaintance. The masked man, Chu Xiu, fixed his chilling gaze on Sun Xingqian and Chu Hong, a cold smile in his eyes. The Abyss. You again. You're like a ghost that just won't leave. Chu Hong growled, teeth clenched, flames of fury blazing in his eyes. After absorbing the book of heroic spirits his father had bought at great expense and boosting his spirit to bronze rank, Chu Hong finally clawed his way out of a terror-filled abyss. Yet the moment the black hole anomaly emerged, dread dragged him back down, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. What's this? The black hole admits you but bars us? Chu Xiu's hoarse voice shattered the silence. He fixed his gaze on Sun Xingqian's group, a frosty smile lifting the corner of his mouth. The Battle King clans really are tyrannical. Every other word you spit is rabble. Your Sun family's Battle King wasn't born wearing a crown, was he? He started as an ordinary man, earned his glory in battle, defended the nation, and only then won the people's praise. When did you turn into some lofty superior who sneers at everyone else? Doesn't the Yinxiao that the Battle King's guard include millions of common citizens? The torrent of questions drove the color from Sun Xingqian's face, yet he had no answer. And besides, Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Who can promise that today's nobody won't shake the world tomorrow? Sun Xingqian arched a brow, still sneering. You think the abyss will someday rule the world? Possible, perhaps, but laughable. You're only fit to swagger around little Yin. The moment you see the real world, the real dragons, you'll realize how absurd your arrogance is. Real dragons, does that include you? Chu Xiu's gaze cut like a blade. All I see is a stink bug. The word stink bug ignited Sun Xingqian's fury. Courting death. Swish. Two crimson serpent heads lunged from behind him, jaws snapping at Chu Xiu. You want into the black hole? Beat me first. Otherwise, you're not qualified. That makes it simple. Chu Xiu laughed. The next instant the skull-crushing tyrant erupted from the ground, twin hammers spinning into blurred crescents that smashed into the serpent heads. Hammer shadows and serpent shadows tangled in the air, thunder booming around them. At the same time, bone spikes exploded from the void, and the Whitebone Marshal charged out on his warhorse behind Sun Xingqian, the Whitebone General at his flank sweeping a colossal halberd. Sun Xingqian snorted. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals are all you've got? Abyss, where's your undead army? Summon everything you have, Ito. You think I'm unworthy of your best? Chu Xiu lifted a brow. As you wish. He slowly extended his right hand. Rise. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Black vortices spun across the earth, and towering blood-red giants tore themselves free one after another. The dense horde cast a shadow wide enough to swallow the world. Gulp. Staff members at the Black Hole Administration swallowed hard, while the two nearby squads turned paper white. So this was the legendary Abyss. His strength was terrifying enough, but what stunned them even more was that he was a senior about to sit for the college entrance exam. Sun Xingqian, Chu Xiu raised his blade, voice low. I told you the Dark Tide Black Hole belongs to the Abyss squad. If you don't clear out, I'll crush you. Black mist pooled in his palm, condensing in an instant into a pitch-black tang saber. Banner of 10,000 souls, transcendent skill, metamorphosis. There were far too many of them. A sea of crimson bodies packed so tightly it seemed ready to drown the abandoned subway station. Black-red mist churned beneath the ceiling, and the tracks were awash in a scarlet tide. With the slightest lift of Chu Xiu's hand, 100 blood devourers formed ranks on the shattered ballast. If he truly gave the order, there wouldn't be a single foothold left in the entire station. The Black Hole Authority agents cowered in the distance, haunted by one terrible image: if Abyss ever unleashed these undead in a crowded city, the result would be a natural disaster. Years later, the Spirit Association would add a new clause to its code: no spirit summoning in urban centers. No one knew the rule had been written to restrain one spirit warrior named Abyss. The captain's gotten even stronger, Chu Hong whispered, pupils contracting. She had never seen an army of blood like this. Its presence eclipsed the Whitefang ghouls by more than a notch and hinted at something fundamentally evolved. If I had that kind of power, I could protect brother Chu Xiu even better. Lu Yuan clenched her fists, eyes blazing. Chu Xiu dragged his tang saber, the tip trailing sparks of red light, and advanced step by step. Sun Xingqian, are we still fighting or not? Sun Xingqian's face darkened, his fists creaking as though he might explode on the spot. Cousin, forget it. Chu Hong grabbed him. Not worth dying over one little dark current black hole. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Xingqian decided to keep his trump card. He snorted. Abyss, I'll let it slide this time. Take the dark current hole if you want it. My Sun family has more of those than we can count. He withdrew his spirit. The three-headed serpent hissed once and vanished into the shadow behind him. Dusting off his clothes, he told Chu Hong, let's go. Consider this whole toss to the dogs. Worthless. If you're weak, train harder, Chu Xiu said calmly, making Sun Xingqian tremble with rage. Abyss, you think I'm afraid of you? Aren't you? If you're not, then fight, Chu Xiu replied, raising his blade. Grinding his teeth, Sun Xingqian growled, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman wins. I'm not wasting time here. Wait for the college entrance exam, you'll see. Chu Xiu scoffed. A real powerhouse doesn't say wait until then. He makes sure you never reach the exam. Sun Xingqian, you're nowhere close. Pale and shaking, Sun Xingqian finally stayed silent and left with Chu Hong in tow. With a casual wave, Chu Xiu dismissed the 100 blood devourers. They burst into mist and disappeared. He sheathed his saber. "Come on, let's head in," he said, pointing at the black hole. A violent cough echoed through the station. The black-haired middle-aged man, Chu Xiu, staggered to his feet, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still forced himself toward Chu Xiu. "Sir, please let me go in. I'll repay you with everything I have." He pressed a hand to his chest and spoke with difficulty. "In your current state, even inside you wouldn't stand a chance against the black hole boss," Chu Xiu answered flatly. "I know, but this is my only chance. I can die, but my daughter can't. I'll risk everything for her." Chu Xiu frowned, his voice low. "Is it worth it?" "It is." Chu Xiu shot back, eyes unwavering. What parent doesn't love their own child? Chu Xiu sighed and patted his shoulder. "You're a good father. Familiar with the black hole?" "Very." Chu Xiu bobbed his head. "I've been in 7 times, but I still haven't beaten the boss." "Fine. I'll lead. You guide," Chu Xiu decided. "When the boss drops loot, you pick one item." "Really?" Chu Xiu's voice quivered with excitement. "Why would I lie? Thank you. I'll give it everything I've got." Chu Xiu clenched his fists, already picturing his daughter, Ning Ning, alive once more. "Su Xiao, patch him up first." Chu Xiu gave the order, then tipped his chin at the control staff. "Open the hole." "Right." The workers lifted the subway station blockade at once. Black light surged like a tide when the hole opened. Chu Xiu glanced back. "Stay tight. This dark tide hole is tougher than the bone martial run." "Got it." Lu Yuan nodded hard. The team stepped into the darkness and vanished. In a blink, they stood on a vast emerald meadow, soft grass, fragrant blooms, fluttering butterflies, distant birdsong, and a cool, sweet breeze. Chu Xiu paused. Every other dark tide hole had been bones or desolation. This warmth almost made one forget the danger. "So beautiful." Chu Xiu bent down, brushing a pink blossom with her fingertip. "Don't touch it." Chu Xiu shouted. "Back up." Swish, its stem whipped out, stretching like a gray-green vine snake toward her. At once, every flower bared chalk-white fangs and gaped wide. Lu Yuan and Chu Hong lunged simultaneously. Behind Chu Hong rose her battle spirit Hua Mulan, spear in hand. One sweep shredded the vines. A phantom of Jiutian Xuanu shimmered at Lu Yuan's back, and a moon-bright blade of energy scythed down, slicing the demon flowers to ash. The bloody tang crept back into the air. Chu Xiu caught his breath, face grim. "Kapok Fiend's bright on the outside, lethal inside. A teammate of mine was killed here the moment we landed." He pointed to 2 distant zones. "That's the Valley of 100 Blossoms, and that's the Forest of 10,000 Trees. The boss jumps between them. Only by wiping out large numbers of monsters in both places at the same time can we force it to show. If it notices us first, it orders every creature to seal the exit. These things can self-ignite. If we're trapped, we're dead." His voice dropped, hoarse. "It took me 6 full runs to chart a route that slips past their detection and heads straight to the boss, a path purchased with more than a dozen lives." His fingers trembled, pain flooding his eyes. "Including my wife's." "I'll ask just once, what path have you found?" Chu Xiu drew a deep breath, emerald light flickering in his palm, his voice low and resolute. "Heroic spirit, summon Hua Xiong." A towering apparition surged up behind him, hefting a massive ring-hilted saber. Hua Xiong's corded arms bulged as the blade hacked downward, the air shrieking around it. With a thunderous crash, the ground caved in, dust billowed, and a pit large enough to swallow several squads of riders opened in an instant. Pointing to the bottom of the crater, he laid out the plan at once. Dig a tunnel underground, using the spirit's strength to drive straight toward the heart of the forest. Avoid thick root systems so outsiders wouldn't be alerted, and because tunneling would drain both stamina and mana, everyone had to take shifts and save enough strength for the Secretron boss. Chu Xiu was about to go on when Chu Xiu cut him off with a raised hand. "That's enough. We don't need the rest," Chu Xiu said calmly, yet with steely finality. "And that route I refuse to take it. Too cramped, too tedious." Chu Xiu frowned. "It's the best option I can see." From the air, would be wide open and instantly exposed. "So," Chu Xiu's lips curved, "it'll take 100 Flower Valley and Myriad Wood Grove at the same time." His words landed like a hammer blow. "It's really not that hard," he added lightly. "Impossible." Chu Xiu's voice shot up. "You have no idea how many monsters are in there. The numbers are insane. They fight without fear. How are we supposed to?" "What about mine? My creatures can fight without fear as well." Chu Xiu snapped his fingers. The air buzzed as though a canvas had been ripped open. Black vortices blossomed, deep enough to swallow the eye. One after another, blood-red behemoths crawled out, their talons thudding like war drums. Chu Xiu held nothing back. 999 blood gluttons materialized at once. Each was massive, sheathed in crimson membrane, and bristling with jagged fangs. Just standing there, they radiated suffocating menace, a churning tide of scarlet horror. He snapped his fingers again. Bone cracked explosively beneath the soil. A pale bone legion burst from the ground. The bone marshal astride a blazing skeletal warhorse, bone generals sweeping broad halberds, and the skull crusher tyrant, whose ponderous steps pulverized stone. "Skull Crusher, lead the Palebone Legion to 100 Flower Valley and smash it flat. "I'm assigning 200 blood gluttons to back you up," Chu Xiu ordered. The skull-crusher tyrant knelt on one knee, armor clattering. Then he wheeled about, charging toward 100 Flower Valley with the bone tied and 200 blood gluttons in tow. Bone blades and talons tore through the forest, petals scattered like shreds in a storm. A bone general's halberd sent trees flying, while the bone marshal's mount stamped fiery hooves, as though trampling molten rock, bulldozing everything in its path. Close behind the two elite bones, Skullcrusher's ragged breathing mixed with bloodthirsty glee scarcely needed to lift a hand himself. Chu Xiu brushed dust from his sleeves, perfectly composed. "All right, let's head into Myriadwood Grove." Suzhou stared at the brutal pale legion, utterly dumbstruck. Before him stood a genuine monster army. What he had seen outside was terrifying enough, yet that had been only the tip of the iceberg. This was the full force. Pang swallowed hard. "Here we goth Captain's nightmare hour," he muttered. Mo Mion's usual drowsiness vanished in an instant, chased away by fear. Suzhou's mind went blank with shock. If they had wielded power like this back then, his teammates, his wife, none of them would have died. Suzhou's whole body shook. So this is absolute power, horrifying beyond belief. That man, he's a monster. Chu Xiu was already used to those awestruck, trembling gazes. His face was calm, his tone detached. "Let's go. Head for Wan Yuzhen. You there, clear the way." Hundreds of blood gluttons stepped into the lead in perfect unison. "Skill Crimson Typhoon." Chu Xiu's voice was soft, yet it cracked like a war drum. A heartbeat later, the blood gluttons began to spin. 16 bone blades fused into a whirling wheel, raising a storm of scarlet wind that howled toward the depths of Wan Yuzhen. Monsters sensed the intrusion and lunged out, but the first collision tore them apart. The Crimson Typhoon moved like lightning. Anything that dared approach was shredded amid the roar of steel and wind. Chu Xiu and his team strolled behind, utterly unhurried. Up ahead, the gluttons carved a straight corridor of gore. Not a speck of dust stirred beneath their feet. It felt as though they were out on a spring picnic. "Honestly, the captain could solo this whole dungeon. We're basically useless," Su Xiao whispered. Su Hong shot her a fierce glare. "Idiot, don't say that out loud. If the captain realizes we're dead weight, he'll kick us off the team." Chu Xiu heard every word and chuckled. "Clearing a map alone is dull. We're a squad, remember?" He turned to Suzhou. "How's this for strategy? 2 sweeping lines there, not going to tunnel away, right?" He gestured in midair. "Summon an army, split it in 2, and bulldoze straight through." Suzhou was speechless. Ordinary spirit warriors could never fight like this, much less divide their forces. At last he ventured. "Sir, won't you run out of power? An eidolon's strength comes from its summoner. If it drains you, not a chance." Chu Xiu shrugged. "I'm not the one supplying the energy." The terrifying force flowed from the 10,000-soul banner, which drew ambient mana from the air and cycled it endlessly. Chu Xiu glanced at his personal panel. The Legion's headcount was climbing fast. Pale Bone Guard 1. Pale Bone Guard 1. But his brows knit. The blood gluttons were stuck at 999. After the last upgrade, the cap should be 9,999, yet the number refused to budge. "The monsters here are too weak to convert into high-tier gluttons," he guessed. All current gluttons were already Iron rank 10. He'd probably need Bronze rank beasts to push further. Bronze rank, that means trying a class underflow rift. Only silver teams dare go there, and Yinyan City has just one. He let the thought drop and refocused on Wan Yuzhen. "First we steamroll this rift. I bet the so-called boss is getting antsy." At that moment, the turmoil deep within 100 Flower Valley alarmed every creature. At the far end of the gorge, a gigantic crimson rose quivered. Its petals began to unfurl. When they fully opened, a humanoid figure stepped out, and endless blood-red petals drifted into the void, filling the sky. The figure stood nearly 8 meters tall, its body forged from roses laced with violet energy veins. Its head was a vivid green pistol, and 3 rotating golden crowns of thorns hovered above it. This was the boss-rank creature from the Dark Tide Abyss, the Crimson Violet Flower King. A guttural roar reverberated from deep within its core, announcing that it had detected every movement of the undead army trespassing into the Valley of 100 Flowers. At that roar, dozens of emerald vines as thick as water barrels lashed out. They first whipped through the air, then wove together into a massive net that sealed the valley tight. Instantly, countless buds and clusters of cottonwoods, tulips, and roses twisted into fang-bearing demons, while the seemingly soft roots beneath the earth slithered like venomous serpents, ready to strike. In truth, Suzhou's carefully mapped route was worthless. Beneath both the Valley of 100 Flowers and the adjacent forest of 10,000 trees lurked monsters that watched the surface. The so-called shortcut was merely another road to hell. A deafening roar shattered the stillness. Marshal Whitebone spurred his mount ahead, hooves cracking like thunder as iron shoes crushed the bodies of approaching fiends. Swinging a massive sword, he unleashed gales of blade wind. Severed limbs flew, and the Pale Bone Guard pressed forward. Black mist spilled from the myriad soul banner, seeped into shattered flesh, and in a blink new bone guards clawed their way out of the remains. 200 blood devourers became hundreds of crimson whirlwinds. Wherever they swept, blood-streaked petals scattered and monsters collapsed like wheat under the scythe. Within minutes, a third of the valley lay torn open, and the spearhead was already closing on the Flower King. The Flower King roared once more. Though the invaders were many, it sensed only a few high-level foes, the strongest no more than bronze rank 5. Petals curled as it took a single step, a shower of blossoms erupted behind it, and its vast form flashed to the canyon mouth. Twin teal leaves on its back spun, merged, and formed a colossal cross shuriken. With a flick of its wrist, the weapon streaked several hundred meters through the air, a green bolt aimed straight at Marshal Whitebone. Marshal Whitebone raised his sword to block, but the force hurled horse and rider backward, slamming them into the cliff face. Exultant, the Flower King hurled the cross shuriken again, this time locking on to the Skull Crusher Tyrant and the Bone General. The Bone General roared. Vertebrae along the Skull Crusher Tyrant's spine detonated with a metallic clang, and 8 jet black bone chains snapped out, crossing midair to intercept the spinning blade. With a thunderous crash, the long halberd shattered, and the Skull Crusher Tyrant was blasted back dozens of meters. In the distance, Chu Xiu watched through shared vision, lips pressed tight. The boss was savage and immensely strong, yet it clearly had not revealed its trump cards. Suzhou might have raided this place half a dozen times, but he had never even forced the Flower King to fight, in earnest meaning no one knew its true powers. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. He snapped his fingers. Come. In the pitch-black void, a pair of ghostly eyes slowly opened. Dark vortices churned like nebulae, and the staff in its hand shimmered with dim golden light. At your command, my lord. Inside the Valley of 100 Flowers, just as the Flower King advanced on the Skull Crusher Tyrant and the other generals, a colossal vortex opened in the sky. Hua Wang convulsed as a colossal aura roared back to life. By my master's order, I condemn you to death. Shi Yuan Lord's voice rumbled as he flicked his staff. The sky inverted, endless darkness churned, birthing whirlpools that spiraled downward. Final decree nebula storm. Boom. The void split like thunder at the ear. Black light billowed into a rolling cloud bank, blotting out the sun. Hua Wang's scalp Perclethus monster eclipsed every foe he had ever faced. A second blast struck. The nebula storm swept in with world-ending force. Hua Wang had no time to think. He triggered a teleport and vanished from Baiwa Valley. A heartbeat later, most of the valley lay in ruins, shattered cliffs and cinders drifting through the air. Shi Yuan Lord stood at the center, a mere twitch of his staff unleashing devastation fit for a god's judgment. What in the world was that? The team in distant Wanmu Forest blanched. The blast from Baiwa Valley felt like heaven's wrath. No way. I didn't hear a thing, maybe you imagined it. Chu Xiu said with an easy laugh, though his eyes stayed calm. The others exchanged looks, all wondering the same. Was this Chu Xiu's handiwork again? They were used to his absurd trump cards and ruthless methods. Forget it, monsters incoming. Move. Chu Xiu raised his Tang Dao and lopped off a charging creature's head in one stroke. The boss fled? Headed to Wanmu Forest? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Shi Yuan, return. The teleport sigil in the 10,000 soul banner flared. Shi Yuan Lord stepped out and took his place behind Chu Xiu. That thing's probably holed up deep in the forest, a teammate joked, only for Chu Xiu to text back, try not to wet yourself when it shows. He turned to the Suelu Tyrant. Collect demon cores, devour them on the spot, power up. You're all too weak. The Suelu Tyrant's massive body trembled, a low, unwilling growl rumbling in its throat. Compared with Shi Yuan Lord, it lagged far behind. To avoid being abandoned, it had to grow stronger. The pale bone guards scattered, snatching up monster cores and refining them where they stood. Crimson soul flames danced in their sockets. Chu Xiu's smile widened the surge of undead battle, lust only worked in his favor. By now, the crimson violet Hua Wang had slipped into Wanmu Forest and exhaled in relief. Shi Yuan Lord's strike had been divine fury. A moment slower, and the storm would have shredded him. Fortunately, he could hop freely between the two realms, keeping out of Shi Yuan Lord's reach. Through the forest's monster network, he quickly learned that Chu Xiu lacked any overpowering spirits. Every summoner was gathered in one spot. Bloodlust and greed swirled in his floral eyes. Perfect. While they're light on reinforcements, he'll wipe them out in one sweep. Laughing madly, Hua Wang flung rose petal blades, spawning countless afterimages that streaked in all directions. Each clone spewed strange pollen, blanketing the entire forest in seconds. Wanmu Forest, dense with gargantuan trees, was even more treacherous than Baiwa Valley. The trees themselves could shift, weaving a labyrinth that quietly claimed the lives of any trespasser. A strange mist rolled in, thick and unsettling. Everyone stiffened as pale pink fog rose between the trees, swallowing the trail ahead in an instant. Don't breathe. It's miasma. Summon your spirits now. Suzhou, ever alert, shouted. He was the first to call forth Hua Xiong. Scarlet energy surged around him like molten lava. The others followed, releasing bursts of multicolored light that formed protective barriers. Only Chu Xiu remained motionless. Gripping his Tang Dao, he walked straight toward the densest part of the fog. Hey, what are you doing? One breath of that stuff will rot your organs and it seeps through your pores. Shield yourself. Su Zhou yelled after him. Chu Xiu ignored him. After all, the 8-9 arcane art had tempered his body to the strength of divine iron. No poison could reach his vitals. This toxin couldn't even numb a muscle before it was burned away. Holding the blade low, he made a casual swing whoosh. A razor-thin arc split the pink haze, carving a clear corridor. Interesting, he murmured, stepping through the opening into the deeper woods. Where his sword passed, the fog burst apart. Hidden fiends shrieked as limbs snapped, each one felled by a single slice. From a distance, the others watched him carve a lone path toward the forest's heart. Then a blurred figure glided in behind him. Captain, behind you. Chu Hong and the others shouted. The Flower King growled, thorn-like fingers lunging for Chu Xiu's throat. Clang. He lifted his blade with ease and blocked the strike. Found you. A swift backhand slash cut the Flower King clean in two. Blood sprayed then vanished into smoke. Chu Xiu frowned. He had struck only a shadow. The real foe was still lurking. The rest assumed the threat was gone and relaxed. The captain's incredible, Pangda muttered. Chu Xiu, however, tightened his grip. Cautious boss, he whispered. If it was testing him, he would feign weakness and draw it out. The second attack came quickly. Chu Xiu dimmed his aura, leaving a gap. Boom. A heavy blow from the Flower King sent him crashing through a giant tree that exploded into splinters. Coughing, he dropped to one knee, leaning on his sword, blood running down the blade. The Flower King roared in delight. More clones burst from the mist and shadows, surrounding him in layers. Outside the grove, faces went pale. We're done for our strongest fighter, just fell. The lead clone opened its gaping maw and, with a guttural snarl, swallowed Chu Xiu whole. Every heart ceased. Lu Yuan even charged forward without thinking. She couldn't explain, it simply moved the instant she saw the abyss in danger. This sudden, inexplicable panic left her completely bewildered. Why do I care so much? She muttered to herself. At the edge of the dense forest, Su Zhou watched helplessly as vines dragged Chu Xiu into the darkness. His face went deathly pale. Chu Xiu was their strongest fighter, and without him they were doomed. This is bad. Lord Abyss is the best among us. Without him, how are we supposed to beat the boss? His voice shook. The group traded quick glances and settled on two choices. 1. Retreat at once and look for reinforcements. 2. Plunge into enemy territory and pull off a rescue. Is that even a question? Of course we rescue him. But that's a near-suicide mission. Are we really doing it? Quit talking nonsense. Chu Hong raised her spear, its tip glinting under the moonlight, and strode toward the woods. Maybe other squads cut their losses, but in Abyss squad we never abandon anyone. If I were the one captured, the captain would come for me, too. Exactly. Su Xiao nodded timidly. The captain saved us, so we'll never leave him behind. Brother Chu Xiu said real comrades stick together through thick and thin. The whole team followed without hesitation. Su Zhou stood rooted, stunned by the unity before him. In most explorer teams, sacrificing a teammate to escape was standard practice. Yet this squad's cohesion was unlike anything he'd seen. A unit like this would only grow stronger. One day, perhaps, the name Abyss Squad would resound across Yanxia. Move out. We're bringing the captain home. Their battle cries shook the night as heroic spirits answered the call. Spirit summon Hua Xiong. A steel-clad warrior charged in, black helm gleaming. Spirit summon Hua Mulan. A woman general leveled her red spear, eyes blazing. Spirit summon Divine Deer. Soothing green light rippled across the graceful stag. Spirit summon Reaper. A scythe-wielding shade loomed behind Mo Mian, radiating chill. Su Zhou shot a glance at the perpetually drowsy-eyed Mo Mian and shivered. This youth could command such a terrifying spirit. Spirit summon Tusked Boar King. A massive boar hefted a spiked mace, snorting like thunder. Spirit summoned Jiutian Xuanu. Robes billowed as the moonlit blade in her hand cast a silver glow, and in rank aura swept across the clearing. Let's go, it's our turn to save the captain. Chu Hong took the lead, sprinting into the forest. He'll shield us from the miasma. Lu Yuan invoked the goddess power, draping the team in silken moonlight that blocked the drifting poison. Meanwhile, vines cinched around Chu Xiu and dragged him over soil and dead leaves, yet he remained composed. That Flower King is cautious, its true body still hasn't shown, and we've been running almost 10 minutes, he murmured, a grin tugging at his lips. If it keeps hiding, I might lose patience. Playing weak is harder than it looks. A sudden glow flared ahead. The vines loosened and hurled him into a clearing. At its center swayed a colossal rose. Layer after layer of petals unfurled, and the Flower King stepped out. A raspy laugh escaped it, eyes sharp and predatory. With the strongest trapped, the rest would be easy prey. Chu Xiu smiled back, his gaze as keen as a blade. So you finally showed up, real body. Good. This time, try not to run. Hua Wang frowned at the strange look on Chu Xiu's face, sensing all at once that something was terribly wrong. That faint smile felt as though it had crawled up from an abyss, icy and merciless, sending a chill down his spine. Chu Xiu slowly spread his arms, his chest swelling, every muscle drawn taut as steel, his sleeves straining against the sudden surge of muscle. Crack! The vines wrapped around him burst apart, spraying emerald sap in all directions. Hua Wang froze for a heartbeat, then formed seals with both hands, sending a tidal wave of vines surging toward Chu Xiu. Swish, swish, swish. Thick shadowy mists poured from Chu Xiu's palms, and the Wanhun banner morphed into a 10-foot obsidian scythe. With a single sweep of his arm, the blade carved a whirling arc of black light, wind howling in its wake, and the charging vines were shredded to ribbons. The spectacle left Hua Wang gaping. Yet he still drew out two cross-shaped darts with unshaken confidence. These were the very weapons that had once driven back a powerful heroic spirit with ease. A crisp snap of his fingers echoed through the air. Behind Chu Xiu, the sky split open into a dark vortex that roared as it spun, and from its depths strode a towering figure. Wrapped in chains of dull gold and wreathed in baleful flames, it was the Xiwan Lord who had nearly torn the floor of Baihua Valley apart with a single nebulous storm. A prickling dread crawled over Hua Wang's scalp. Writes a heroic spirit could not stray far from its summoner, and the summoner of the Xiwan Lord was still in Baihua Valley. So how could the spirit appear here in Wanmu Forest? Yet the souls drawn forth by the Wanhun banner were different. Once released from the flag, they existed independently, able to roam the world at will, beyond the reach of any heroic spirit constraints. Terror washed over him. Hua Wang raised his hand to trigger the teleportation array, but Chu Xiu had lain in wait too long to let him escape. Tracking down Hua Wang's true body was the whole point of this wolf in sheep's clothing ploy. The Xiwan Lord lifted his staff and intoned a resonant incantation. Crown of Judgment, Devourer's verdict. A deep hum rolled out as waves of black light flooded the air, devouring and compressing it until the darkness solidified into a massive coffin etched with savage runes. It clamped shut around Hua Wang, sealing him off from the world. The imprisoned space seemed frozen, and the teleportation array failed at once. Hua Wang howled, his body exploding into a storm of rose petals that tried to seep through the cracks, only to discover that the coffin did not merely seal matter, but the very fabric of higher dimensional space. There was nowhere to flee. And this was only the devourer half of the spell. Chu Xiu curled his fingers and tightened his fist. Boom. Inside the coffin burst a storm of obsidian spears, stabbing, slicing, rending, pulverizing. This was the true coming of the verdict. Hua Wang's agonized screams tore through the sky, sending flocks of birds scattering in fright. Hua Wang screamed for help, trying to summon more monsters to his side, but the Xiwan Lord merely turned his scepter a fraction. Buzz. The sky churned with rolling nebulae. Black clouds pressed down like a vast curtain, blotting out the land. A nebulous storm crashed earthward, its dreadful pressure sweeping in every direction. Whole ranks of monsters trembled where they stood. No matter how hot their blood, none dared advance another step. What on earth is that sound? Chu Hong and the others, racing into the forest's depths, felt their scalps prickle at the distant, piercing screams. The screeches were sharp and mournful, yet clearly not human. They sounded like monsters. DDO, you think an even stronger beast is hiding in that black hole? Suzhou's voice quavered. He traded uneasy looks with the rest, disbelief all over their faces. If something nastier really is inside, this E-class black hole might jump straight to class, someone muttered, though without conviction. Or the captain might turn the tables. Mo Mian, silent until now, said softly. Hearts skipped a beat. Turn the tables? It was possible. The captain does have two powerful undead champions, but so far I haven't seen him call the one with the banner, Lu Yuan added, frowning. Has he been playing the weakling all along? The moment the thought arose, nearly every face changed. If so, Chu Xiu was far deeper than any of them guessed. Enough guessing. Seeing is believing. Whatever's happening, we're going in. Chu Hong spurred the team, and they sprinted toward the black hole's heart. Elsewhere, Chu Xiu snapped his fingers. The devouring realm vanished, leaving utter silence. Hua Wang smashed to the ground, body convulsing with exhaustion. Where's the Jinghua grass? Hand it over. Chu Xiu's voice was calm, but brooked no refusal. RRHHK? Hua Wang snarled. Chu Xiu frowned and understood none of it. My liege, he says he'll never surrender the Jinghua grass. The Xiwan Lord translated quietly. Is that so? Then kill him. Chu Xiu lifted his gaze, indifferent. Boom. Thunder rumbled overhead. A second nebulous storm was gathering, its aura of ruin sweeping outward. Hua Wang's fur stood on end. If that strike landed, he was dead for sure. Glurk glurk. Glarp glarp. Hua Wang shrieked, babbling in panic. My liege, he says the Jinghua grass is his life. If he gives it up, he dies anyway. But if you spare him, he's willing to trade you something valuable. The Xiwan Lord translated again. What valuable thing? Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. Longya rice. Chu Xiu's pupils contracted. Both his own cultivation and that of his spirit warriors devoured vast amounts of energy. Call it qi, primordial force, whatever you like. Longya rice brimmed with it. A single grain meant little, but a pound, 10 pounds, 100? More importantly, its potency never diminished, unlike many rare herbs whose effect wanes with each dose. With enough of it, a cultivator could push past one limit after another. Consequently, Longya rice was exorbitant. One gene cost 100,000 Yinxia coins. The only people who could eat it by the bowl were either fabulously wealthy or backed by staggering power. Above it sat the even rarer Longxin rice, said to be 10 times stronger. Classified as strategic stock, even the Dian Chamber of Commerce couldn't buy it. The public had never seen a single grain. The offer set Chu Xiu's heart pounding. He practiced Biju Xingong, and each new tier demanded exponentially more resources. A large stash of Longya rice might let his already formidable body leap to an entirely new level. Take me there. Chu Xiu spoke calmly. Grr. The Flower King growled impatiently, its fangs clicking together. Master, he says he'll guide us if you spare his life, the Abyss Lord translated. You're in no position to bargain. Chu Xiu's gaze turned icy. Refuse, and he'll kill you right now. His voice was cold as steel, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Flower King shuddered under the stare, its massive vegetation body trembling before it bowed its head. Master, it agrees to lead the way, the Abyss Lord added. Humph, pathetic. Chu Xiu snorted, restrained his killing aura, and motioned it forward. The Flower King dashed across damp leaves into the dark forest's depths, Chu Xiu close behind. Meanwhile, Chu Hong and the others finally reached the battlefield, only to see demon limbs strewn everywhere and the ground torn apart. There was a fierce fight here, but where's the captain? Hey, look at those footprints someone passed through. It might be the captain's team. Follow them. They sprinted along the tracks, stretching into the woods. Elsewhere, Chu Xiu and the Flower King raced for over 10 minutes. The thick canopy thinned, and the view suddenly opened onto a golden sea of grain about 3 mu of Longya rice. Each stalk stood thick and straight, golden kernels swaying in the breeze, their surfaces shimmering like scales. From afar, it looked as though golden dragons lay coiled among the stalks, a breathtaking sight. Grr. The Flower King pointed at the field and growled again. Master, it says this plot will yield around 1,000 gene of Longya rice, the Abyss Lord explained. 1,000 gene. Chu Xiu's heart pounded. Longya rice was already scarce, and yields per mu were small. If this batch hit the market, it would fetch at least 1 billion credits and demand would still outstrip supply. More importantly, 1,000 gene almost guaranteed the presence of Dragon Core rice. Is there Dragon Core rice here? Chu Xiu fixed his gaze on the Flower King. The creature nodded repeatedly, vine-like arms gesturing wildly. Master, it says roughly 50 gene of Dragon Core rice. 50 gene. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. Dragon Core rice was so precious that even direct heirs of working clans received only 100 grams a month. 50 gene equals a month's share for more than 200 heirs. In value, it rivals the 1,000 gene of Longya rice. That in a grayed dark tide black hole could breed such a delicacy filled Chu Xiu with irrepressible excitement. A quick calculation told him that harvesting all 3 mu at once would already be a heaven-sent fortune. If the Heroic Spirit Agribusiness Association found out, they could transplant the field with their specialized methods and multiply its worth dozens of times, producing Longya rice indefinitely. Meanwhile, in the outside world Union City's Heroic Spirit Agribusiness Association, President, in recent years dark tide black holes have been overexploited, and we've dug up almost every transplantable Longya seedling. The new holes show virtually no trace of it, and the dark tide environment is too harsh for the rice to grow. President Su Shiyan frowned. If we can't find more paddies soon, our cultivated Longya fields will wither. Have you contacted the Black Hole Administration? Is there really no trace of Longya rice in any hole, not even a single square meter? No, President, there's nothing. Su Xian, the association's chief inspector, kept his head lowered, sweat beading on his brow. You know how sensitive our instruments are to any trace of Longya rice. If it were there, would have found it. The spacious office was unnervingly quiet, broken only by the rustling leaves outside the window. Su Kaiyan's face was dark with anger, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the desktop. Have you contacted Yin Merchant House? He asked through clenched teeth. They have, but their stock is tight, and they can't spare any. Damn it. Su Kaiyan slammed the desk. Tea sloshed out of the cup, spreading across the documents. Longya rice was the association's money spinner. Every shipment sold to the elites of Yinyun City and neighboring regions at several times market price, generating staggering profits. Now vast paddies had withered overnight, as if someone had smashed their treasure trove. Sleep had become a luxury for Su Kaiyan. Where's Hongying? He suddenly remembered his daughter. Miss has joined another exploration team, the aide whispered. They're entering a black hole. That wild girl. Su Kaiyan snorted. Tell her to stop roaming around. Guo Xiao, the vice president's son from Hangqing, is willing to marry her. Once the wedding is set, our Yinyun Agricultural and Commercial Association will rise another level. The Guo family will also fix the Longya rice blight. If there's no other way, we'll have to inconvenience her. His words were sharp as blades, yet the helpless calculation behind them was unmistakable. Money had to be made, the association had to survive, and his daughter had become a bargaining chip. President, actually young Master Guo arrived in Union City yesterday, the aide ventured. What did you say? He's here? Yes. He heard the War King's disciple is in Union City, so he came to challenge him and meet Mississippi. But every message he sent her was ignored. She even blocked him. Bang. Su Qian's palm hit the desk again. The cup overturned, papers scattered. The unfilial girl. Guo Xiao's early arrival was clearly meant as a rebuke. Taking a deep breath, Su Qian pulled out his phone. Bzzz, the aide's handheld detector went berserk, its shrill alarm slicing through the tension. Both men stiffened. They knew that sound too well. It meant a field of Longya rice had been located. The Black Hole Bureau just picked up a Longya rice field inside a rift, the aide shouted. At least one mu by the readings. One mu. Su Qian's eyes widened. If they could transplant it, the association might live to fight another day. Which rift? Assemble a team immediately. A squad is already inside. They're called Abyss Squad. Miss is with them. A jolt shot through Su Qian, but there was no time to think. He bolted from the office. A black Range Rover was waiting. He yanked the door open. Buy out that rift. Clear it at all costs. Before he could climb in, an engine roared at the entrance. A red Ferrari 458 skidded to a halt outside the association. Old man, what's your granddaughter's game? Guo Chun stepped out, gold-rimmed glasses failing to hide his impatience. No explanation, no more relief funds for your association. Su Qian forced a smile, ready to flatter him, when the aide interjected urgently. President, coordinates confirmed. Abyss Squad has entered. Mrs. Inside. Guo Chun's brow arched. The leader of Abyss Squad, his name is Xinyuan? You're right, young Master Guo. His name is Xinyuan. Perfect. Guo Chun slammed the car door. He'll settle things with your daughter and seize Xinyuan's War King title in one go. Saves me time. With that, he floored the accelerator. The Ferrari's engine roared. Su Qian dived into the Range Rover, guards piling in behind him. The two luxury cars, one red, one black, shot through the streets like twin bolts of lightning, high-powered engines snarling, paintwork flashing under the neon lights. They left the city center behind, ripping past overpasses, tunnels, and the shadows of abandoned factories, racing toward the deserted subway station where the rift awaited. Let's harvest the dragonfang rice, Chu Xiu said. Deathly energy churned at the edge of the pitch-black patties. Before his words had faded, an undead army surged from the darkness like a tide. Bone armor clattered, scythes sliced through the air, and ranks of skeletons plunged into the waves of grain. Golden dragonfang stalks toppled in succession, their rich aroma mixing with a frigid black mist that rolled above the field. Meanwhile, the Agricultural Commerce Association convoy screeched to a halt outside the rift. President, the dragonfang readings are dropping. Someone's already harvesting. The secretary stammered, gripping the detector. What? Damn it, who? The Abyss Squad, it has to be. Su Qian roared, flinging the door open. Assistant, we can't let them get away with this. Everyone, into the rift. Brimming with killing intent, he charged toward the dark-tide abyss. President Su. President Su. Black Hole management staff rushed to bar his way. Abyss Squad is inside. Their captain said anyone who enters will be treated as an enemy. Suppression on sight. Suppression? Su Qian's face darkened, his fists trembling. Even me? Don't forget, the Agricultural Commerce Association feeds all of Union City. A fine word, suppression. The young man, Guo Chun sneered, hands in his pockets, and stepped to the entrance. I'd love to see how Abyss plans to suppress us. Grinning like a wolf, he tapped a toe, and the darkness swallowed him. Guo Chun charged in first. Young Master Guo is right. Su Qian bellowed. I brought a whole force. What can they do? And that ungrateful girl shall pay this time. His roar echoed as he led his people into the abyss. The staff left outside exchanged uneasy glances. One side, great, this is going to blow up. Abyss versus the association, plus the Guo family's heir? We can't cover this. He filed an urgent report at once. What did you say? Moments later, Qian Li, director of the Dark Tide facility, got the call and felt his scalp crawl. Trouble again. Abyss never quits. Every monster and deity is heading for Yanyaner, little third-tier city. Can't take it. He paced his office in circles, frantic. The chairman of the Yin Chamber of Commerce raised a calming hand. Director Qian, relax. The Abyss Captain's master is the fearless Demon Lotus War King. If things go south, the War King will keep the lid on. If Abyss wins, we stay out. If he loses, we step in and earn a favor. The logic clicked, and Qian Li exhaled. Chairman Yan, you're right still. If it were up to me, I'd back Abyss with everything I've got. Oh, why? Yan drew a deep breath. Because you haven't seen how terrifying he is. 10 Guo Chuns couldn't match one Abyss. Qian Li sucked in a breath. Is he really that frightening? So you already know which side to pick, Director Qian. I'm only giving you a little reminder. Director Qian stiffened, instantly grasping the weight behind Yin Shang's words. I understand, thank you for the warning, President Yin. In his mind, a man like Yin Shang never spoke idly, every sentence pressed down like a lead weight. Since the hint had been dropped, the choice ahead was crystal clear. Let's go. We might as well cheer the Abyss division on. Yin Shang rose lazily, stretched, and strode off. Elsewhere, Chu Hongying's team arrived, dusty from the road, and immediately spotted Chu Xiu standing beside an acre of lush green rice. What made them all draw a sharp breath was the creature crouched at his side, the Flower King, the monster that should have been rampaging in the depths of the black hole. Captain, are you okay? Did that thing take you hostage? A squad member drew his weapon, eyes fixed on the Flower King. That. Chu Xiu chuckled and lightly patted the beast's enormous head. Did you take me hostage? The Flower King glanced at the Abyssal Lord looming behind Chu Xiu, shuddered from head to toe, and shook its head like mad. If it had dared seize Chu Xiu, it would be dead already. Everyone traded looks, a few gasping. It's tamed? Their gazes flicked between Chu Xiu and the beast. Their new captain didn't seem human at all. Captain, you actually subdued it? Chu Hongying asked cautiously. Yeah, gave it a beating, and it settled down. Chu Xiu spoke as if discussing a pet. Su Zhou's scalp tingled. That thing was the black hole boss, yet the captain made it sound like training a dog. Silently, he gave a thumbs up so the sheep's clothing hid one ruthless tiger. Just then Su Xiao cried out, "That's Longya rice." What? Longya rice? They followed her gaze to see plump rice grains shaped like sharp fangs, shining gold. 10 grand a gene and still hard to buy, and there must be hundreds of gene here. Someone gulped, hands trembling with excitement. They stared at the field except Chu Hongying, whose face grew steadily darker. She knew the Agricultural Commerce Association was frantically buying up Longya rice. If they caught wind of this place, trouble would follow. Captain, we need to harvest and go. Right now, she urged softly. Otherwise we won't get out in time. Hold on. Chu Xiu scanned the paddies. There's more than 1,000 gene of Longya rice, herein 50 gene of Longshin rice. Longshin rice 50 gene. The news hit like a hammer. No one could speak. Longshin rice was an even rarer strategic resource. Suddenly, clattering footsteps echoed outside. They turned to see a well-equipped squad surge in. The leader made Chu Hongying's face drain of color. Su Kaiyan, a key figure in the Agricultural Commerce Association. Huh, excellent 50 gene of Longshin rice. Su Kaiyan's eyes gleamed, already seeing endless profits. With our association's exclusive cultivation method, we'll be producing more in no time. Chu Xiu had cleared the outer monsters, leaving the path wide open, so Su Kaiyan's team arrived with their strength intact. Su Kaiyan surveyed the field, then fixed on Chu Xiu with a grin. All right, Abyss Division, take your people and get lost. This patch is under the Agricultural Commerce Association now. His gaze snapped to Chu Hongying, voice turning icy. And you ungrateful girl, get over here. Young Master Gua went all the way to Yanyan looking for you, and you had the nerve to block his number? Chu Hongying trembled, biting her lip as conflict flickered in her eyes. Chu Xiu lifted an eyebrow. The moment they arrived, they wanted to seize the Longya rice fields? On what grounds? He was the one who sealed the black hole, pounded the boss, and discovered the plot first. Yet these people expected him to step aside, as if he were some pliable puppet. Get lost. The single word left Chu Xiu's mouth while his gaze bored into Chu Kaiyan. What did you say? Chu Kaiyan's face turned scarlet, rage flaring. Did the Abyss teach you nothing about respecting your elders? Do you even know who I am? Without the Agro-Commerce Association, where would you get your rice? When the Abyss arrived, rogue black holes slashed through the land, shrinking farmland and making grain scarce. The Agro-Commerce Association rose in response, developing new crops and pooling resources to stave off famine. Yet today, ordinary rice costs a small fortune, and the association has long since lost its soul. Chu Xiu let out a cold laugh. Decades ago, Chairman Yuan founded the association so every citizen of Yinxia could eat. He's been dead for years, and you've used the time to drive up prices and fleece the people, yet you still expect gratitude? You sharp-tongued mutt. Chu Kaiyan's hands shook with fury. He whirled on his daughter. Chu Hongying. He's insulting your own father, and you're still on his side. Chu Hongying shrugged, lips pressed tight. The captain isn't wrong. Ungrateful girl. How did I raise such a rebel? Chu Kaiyan clutched his chest, nearly fainting. Even so, he forced out. No matter what, the association is taking those 3 acres of Longya rice today. No one will stop us. Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. I say you're not taking them. The association might be unmatched at logistics, but if it came to a fight, Chu Xiu wasn't the least bit afraid. It's not up to you. A young man stepped from behind Chu Kaiyan, hands in his pockets, meeting Chu Xiu's gaze with a cold smile. I've long heard of the War Lotus King's disciple. Many geniuses want to cross swords with you. I, Guochun, would like to see how strong you really are. Chu Xiu glanced at him. And you are? Guochun, from the provincial capital's Guo clan. My grandfather is the vice chairman of Jiang Province's Agro-Commerce Association, he said, voice dark. Never heard of me. Oh, never heard of you. Chu Xiu's reply was flat. Guochun's breath caught, a muscle twitching in his jaw, but he quickly lifted his chin. Then let me add one more thing. Chu Hongying is my fiancée. Chu Hongying's face went white. She had run away to become a black hole explorer precisely to avoid being traded in marriage. Now Guochun had chased her all the way to Yinyan City, intent on dragging her back. She clenched her fists until her knuckles whitened. How was she supposed to fight her fate? Guochun pointed at Chu Xiu. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to take my fiancée Chu Hong. She's my woman, my property. Second, to test the strength of the War King's disciple. As his words fell, his fists tightened. A silver-white beast materialized behind him, and a wave of scorching heat billowed out. Roar! The beast let out a low growl. Its silver-white fur whipped in the gale, shot through with cobalt markings that glittered like stardust. Glass spirit beast, the Xiantong Tiger Lord. This white tiger variant carried more than half pure tiger blood, and a flick of its tail conjured wind as sharp as blades. Amid the storm, Chu Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, his voice like ice. Challenge me? You're not worthy. Chu Hong is my teammate, a member of Abyss squad, not someone's property. If she won't leave, no one will make her. As long as Abyss is here, nobody takes anything from this Placino person, no thing. Reach out, and he'll cut off your hand. Step in, and he'll grind your leg to dust. A cold light flashed in his eyes, sending a chill through everyone present. Roar! The Xiantong Tiger Lord threw back its head, its roar rolling through the forest like thunder. An ordinary person would have collapsed on the spot, but to Chu Xiu it was no more than wind. Like to howl, do you? Then be silent. He snapped his fingers. Boom. A black shadow plunged from the sky, the skull-crushing tyrant, its twin hammers crashing down on the Tiger Lord. Guochun snorted, contempt in his gaze. That's your heroic spirit? Abyss is overrated. Your tyrant is bronze tier 5, my Tiger Lord is bronze tier 8. 3 tiers apart, utter domination. He barked an order. Rend the earth. Netherwind. 3 cyclones shaped like spectral tigers howled toward the skull-crushing tyrant. The true Bodis claws tore at the air like lightning. The tyrant raised its hammers to block, but 2 phantoms struck from the flanks, forcing it back and carving deep furrows in the ground. Haha, this clown calls himself the War King's disciple? The War King must be blind. Guochun laughed wildly and shouted, kill. Xiantong Tiger Lord, bite off that spirit's head, soul devouring roar. Roar. The Tiger Lord unleashed a semicircular shockwave that blasted toward the skull-crushing tyrant. Thousand bone burial, Chu Xiu said calmly. The tyrant's hammers flung out a spray of bone spikes, meeting the shockwave head-only for every spike to shatter. Step aside. Chu Xiu kept one hand in his pocket, his eyes like frost. Aberrant demon bone. Boom. 8 blood-red chains burst from the black bones on the tyrant's back, slicing through the air and locking the space around the Tiger Lord. Guochun sneered. Parlor tricks. Finish your heavenly thunder shackles, release. Crack. A golden, invisible shackle snapped from the Tiger Lord's body. Killing intent surged as a pure-blood white tiger phantom, gleaming with golden light, appeared behind it. Once my Tiger Lord breaks all 9 shackles, it will rise to S-class divine beast, the white tiger. It has shattered the first today, so it can unleash a white tiger divine Artgung metal claw. That strike will erase your spirit from existence. Guochun was brimming with confidence. Facing the oncoming storm, Chu Xiu merely whispered, cranial throne. Roar. The skull-crushing tyrant bellowed as a spinning crown of black skulls materialized above its head. Bones cracked and twisted. Its frame swelled until it became a colossal white-boned giant dozens of meters tall. Merging its twin hammers into one, it spun the massive weapon and brought it crashing down on the earth. Ha! So it's the strongest versus the strongest. Guochun burst out laughing as the Xiantong, who Jun in his grasp sprang forward, trailing peals of thunder. Across the field, Chu Xiu's summoned Silu Baojun swept a skull-crushing hammer the size of a rooftop, its black iron shaft slicing a wide arc through the air. Not bad, Abyss. That trick actually puts a bit of pressure on me. But you're still not good enough. Guochun's taunt had barely left his lips when boom, the air split like torn cloth. An unseen force ripped the hammer clean in 2, shards of metal scattering. The mountain's-eyed Silu Baojun staggered back, each step punching craters into the rocky ground. The Xiantong Hu Jun paid a price as well. Its forepaws were shredded, blood dripping down snowy fur. For a moment the fight looked even, yet Guochun felt the tide turning. Beside the first heaven-forged thunder lock on the beast's back, a second chain suddenly flickered into view, purple lightning dancing along its trembling links, ready to explode. So it begins, his eyes gleamed. The second thunder lock. Break this chain, and my Xiantong Hu Jun will be even stronger. Time to flip the board open. Delight surged through him. Normally the second lock would take a month or 2 of steady cultivation. Now the Abyss had forced it out early, an unexpected windfall. Composing himself, he grew even more arrogant. Consider it a gift for making my partner stronger. I'll end you with the highest respect, Abyss. This fight is finished. You're competent, but not my equal. I win, disciple of the War King. With a thunderous crack, the second lock shattered and lightning speared into the sky. Behind the tiger, a colossal white tiger phantom solidified, bones and markings clear as if it were alive. Ultimate art frigid Fong Rend. Guochun muttered. The Xiantong Hu Jun leapt high, claws sparking as they tore through the air. Its gaping maw traced the outline of a golden tiger head that snapped toward the Sulu Baojun. What can you possibly use to block this? You've lost. On the ground, Su Kaiyan cheered wildly. Ha ha, outstanding as always, young Master Gua. Even the War King's disciple can't stand against you. This Abyss talked so big turns out he's not even worth a hair of yours. Across the way, the members of Team Abyss stood straight-backed and indifferent, a hint of pity in their eyes. Chi Huawang snorted. Guachun had no idea what he was up against. Chu Xiu had only revealed a single war spirit. The skeletal marshal on horseback and the bone general with the halberd had yet to appear, let alone the endless undead legion behind them. Worst of all was the creature that could descend at any moment. Chi Huawang shivered, glancing at the space behind Chu Xiu as if a black vortex might open and unleash a nebulous storm to swallow them all. High above, the frigid Fong Ren was about to land. Just then, Chu Xiu raised a hand and snapped his fingers. You did well, he said calmly. Bronze 5th tier against their bronze 8th tier. Holding your own is enough. Stand down. At his words, the towering Sulu Baojun vanished like ink wiped from parchment, leaving only a chill lingering in the air. Ha! Did you see that? Su Kaiyan jeered, pointing across the field. He was so scared he dismissed his spirit outright. Members of the Trade Martial Association hooted in agreement. To their eyes, Chu Xiu's retreat proved his cowardice. So much for the great fallen warrior. If that's all he's got, even I could take his place. Su Kaiyan sneered again, voice dripping with contempt. Idiots, look at your proud captain now. Think he can protect you? Pathetic. Other than boasting the title of the War King's disciple, how could he possibly compare with young Lord Gua? Su Hongying's face remained calm, yet she was certain of one thing: Chu Xiu's true strength went far beyond what anyone had seen. Otherwise, he could never have suppressed the Crimson Violet Flower King so casually. Without question, he was still hiding trump cards no one knew about. Miss Su, are you sure Mr. Abyss is going to be all right? Maybe we should get him out of here while we still can. That genius from the provincial capital is terrifying. Su Zhou gripped his weapon, Adam's apple bobbing as his voice quavered. I've spent half my life as an explorer, but I've never seen talent this overwhelming. Earlier, Sun Xingqian's assault had already chilled him to the marrow. Now Guochun's momentum was even stronger, leaving him unsure which of the two truly stood at the summit. Perhaps the gap between him and them was simply too vast for him to judge. No, he won't lose that easily. Su Hongying waved a hand, her tone resolute. On the other side, Lu Yiwen stared at Chu Xiu, brows knitted. Too similar, a bold idea took shape in her mind. Abyss and Chu Xiu might be the same person. The fact that they had never appeared together, the strange alternation inside the bone black hole, everything pointed that way. If brother Chu Xiu really is Abyss, why has he kept his genius hidden all this time? She whispered. Chu Xiu's spirit had been rated class, yet the undead legion under Abyss both in number and quality already stood firmly in S-class, or beyond. Spirits could evolve in theory. Guochun's class Mystic Eye Tiger Lord might, with great fortune, ascend to S-class Celestial White Tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. But that was a single rank jump. Countless people spent their lives unable to raise a spirit even once. Jumping straight from class to above class? It had never happened in human history. That was why no one ever linked the class nobody with the legendary Abyss, no one except Lu Yiwen, whose love for Chu Xiu let her sense the same aura and edge in both men. I will uncover your true face, Abyss. Determination flashed in her eyes. At that moment, Chu Xiu lifted his hand and lightly touched thumb to forefinger. Snap! Boom, air cracked, the void quivered, and a chilling surge erupted behind him. It's time for your debut, he said softly. The sky ripped open, a vast black vortex spinning madly. From its depths descended a towering figure, staff in hand, thorned crown upon his head, shrouded in swirling deathly chi. The pressure swept across the field. The Crimson Violet Flower King shuddered violently, instinctive fear exploding within its core. It's him, it's really him. He's here. Memories of bondage under the Abyssal Devourer Lord nearly tore the creature apart. Meanwhile, Guochun's white tiger plunged downward, super finisher Frostfang Rend ready to cleave the Flower King in two. Facing the deafening roar and air-ending claws, the Abyssal Devourer Lord only curled his lips in a cold smile. My liege, how would you like it to die? In one strike, Chu Xiu replied calmly. The next instant, the Abyssal Lord raised his scepter. Terminal Decree Abyssal Tempest. Unlike the Nebula Tempest's falling stars onslaught, the Abyssal Tempest ripped open enormous whirlpools in the void. Each spinning vortex unleashed a horrific suction, like countless gaping maws shredding the sky and earth. In a heartbeat, the white tiger's sweeping Fong strike was ground to dust, leaving not even a trace behind. Where did my ultimate go? Guochun froze, 3 questions echoing in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What was I about to do? Before he could react, the Abyssal Lord aimed his scepter at the azure-eyed Tiger King. Judgment Crown Spear of Verdict. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, endless black holes yawned open. Obsidian spears jutted from the darkness, their icy tips locking onto the Tiger King before raining down like a storm. Hundreds of judgment spears wove a deadly net in midair, making Guo Chun's scalp prickle. What is this? Do you have 2 heroic spirits? He rasped. Chu Xiu simply grinned. 2 spirits? Take a guess. He snapped his fingers. Bzzz. The ground split, dark whirlpools surfaced, and the entire forest of 10,000 trees dimmed. Bestial roars followed as an undead tide poured out, encircling the Commerce Guild members layer upon layer. The blood-frenzied Devourers marched under 4 elite champions, while the pallid Bone Guards obeyed the Bone Marshal and Bone General. Their vast numbers vanished into the horizon, each heartbeat pounding louder. Su Xiu felt that any one of those leading monsters could kill him on the spot. Who are you? Su Kaiyan's voice shook, a question rising from the depths of his soul. SHK. Guo Chun spat blood. The azure-eyed Tiger King had been skewered into a pincushion by the verdict spears. Even the newly awakened Heavenly Thunder Chain was erased by that dark power. The wounds were beyond repair. You all want to know who I am? Chu Xiu chuckled, tapping his mask. I am Abyss, disciple of the Demon Lotus War King, captain of Team Abyss. He paused, then bowed slightly. But that's only how others see me. The real me, pleased to meet you. He looked up, ghost light flickering in his eyes. My name is Abyss. You may also call me the Lord of the Undead. Boom. At his words, the undead army dropped to one knee in unison, low growls rolling like thunder in homage to their king, Lord of the Undead. Guo Chun stared at Chu Xiu, finally grasping the abyss between them. He had fought with everything he had, smugly thinking he had won. Yet he had only wiped out one small detachment of an endless undead legion. Laughable that had deemed the War King's disciple mediocre and dreamed of taking his place. Chu Xiu had shown only the tip of his power and still fought him to a standstill. They might as well have been pitting crickets against each other. Now do you still want the Longya rice patties? Do you still want to take my teammates? Do you still think you can beat me? Chu Xiu's voice rang out like cold iron striking stone, sharp and chilling. His gaze swept over everyone present before fixing on Su Kaiyan and the wounded Guo Chun. The look in his eyes was a naked blade. As it passed, scalps tingled. If even Guo Chun had been defeated, who else dared move? Yet how could the Agricultural and Commercial Association willingly abandon the Longya rice patties when they were so close at hand? Su Kaiyan ground his teeth. Torn between aching impulse, she wanted to fight, but lacked the courage, wanted to seize, but lacked the strength. At last his eyes flicked, and he turned the pressure on his own daughter. Hongying, he suddenly shouted. The association's Longya rice panicles are about to wither. Without fresh grain, our profits will collapse, and Yinyan City's output will plummet. You're my daughter, Su Kaiyan's daughter, and the daughter of the association's president. You must shoulder this responsibility. Su Hongying's face stayed cold, as if she had foreseen everything. What obligation do you expect me to bear? 2 choices. Su Kaiyan raised 2 fingers, a sinister smile curling his lips. 1. Marry young Master Guo, and let the Guo family bail us out. 2. Hand over the Longya rice patties so the association can survive on its own production and sales. Pick one. Right now the grain reserves of both the association and all of Yinyan City rest in your hands. He finished with a self-satisfied smirk. I can't take them by force, but when it comes to moral blackmail, I'm second to none. Despicable, Su Hongying hissed through clenched teeth. She saw straight through him. The so-called grain crisis was a lie. The money he had embezzled over the years could feed Yinyan City for more than a decade. He would do anything for his own gain. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, killing intent like needles. There are all kinds of fathers in this world. Some, like Su Xiu, would die for their daughters. Others, like Su Kaiyan, treat their children as bargaining chips. Su Kaiyan pressed on. Su Hongying, don't forget who raised you. I fed you, clothed you. How dare you be ungrateful? Seeing her waver, he sneered and pushed harder. Su Hongying opened her mouth, but found no words. No need for her to answer. I will. A cold voice cut in as Chu Xiu stepped forward. Hongying won't leave with you, and she won't accept any of your plans. As for the Longya rice fields, you won't get a single stalk. Force didn't work, so you try moral coercion? You're courting death. He snapped his arm forward. Surround them. An undead tide surged forth, encircling Su Kaiyan's party in an instant. Abyss, you dare lay hands on me? Su Kaiyan blanched, roaring. He spun toward his daughter. Su Hongying, you'd really side with outsiders against your own father? So what if I do? Su Hongying shot back, voice icy. Chu Xiu wasted no more words. He raised his hand. Strike. Whatever happens today, Abyss will take full responsibility. Unless you don't mind me beating him up. Under Yinxiao law, bringing a child into the world and refusing to raise her is a crime. All he ever did was his duty, and no one gets to guilt trip you over it. So don't fear his threats. As long as I'm around, anyone who touches you answers to me. You're free. Su Hongying bit down hard, hot tears sliding over her cheeks. Yes, he had raised her, but her father, Su Kaiyan, had never cared about anything beyond that fact. She remembered clearly, when she first entered grade school, her early beauty made Su Kaiyan scour the city for potential marriage deals. At 15, she was paraded through one matchmaking banquet after another, thrown at the powerful clans of Jiang province. Her mother had been an ordinary girl whose looks caught Su Qian's eye. He treated her as breeding stock, and she died soon after giving birth. To outsiders, Su Hong was the pampered princess of the Agricultural and Commercial Association. Only she knew she was a gilded canary, a bargaining chip her father fed to the upper crust. Truth be told, even her own body was merely a vessel for his bloodline. Now someone had smashed that cage. He told her without hesitation, "I'm your captain. From now on, nobody forces you to do anything. In the Abyss squad, my word is law. Any hand that reaches for you, I cut it off." Su Hong covered her trembling lips, shaking from head to toe. "He really saved me. He dragged me out of a decade-long abyss. Like a shaft of light in the dark, he said, 'Fly to your mountain, little bird. You're free.'" "Captain, thank you. Thank you so much." She snapped her head up and glared at Su Qian. "From this moment, Su Hong is no longer your daughter. We are finished. And starting today, I am not Su Hong, I am Hong Wan of the Abyss squad. Su Hong is dead. The one standing here is Hong Wan, and she is free." Su Qian thought his ears had failed him. The daughter who always bowed her head was rebelling. "Unfilial brat. How dare you? You're my daughter. I raised you. Without me, you wouldn't be alive. You thankless wolf, just like that slut of a mother." Hong Wan snapped her gun up, the black muzzle pointed straight at him. "Am no ingrate and no wolf. You forced my mother to bear your child that was on you. My mother was never a slut. She was a helpless soul robbed of her own fate. She should have married the man she loved, but you used power to steal her life, even her life itself. Su Qian, every sin began with you. You have no right to rule mine. Damn you. If I'd known, I'd have splattered you on the wall. Filthy girl." Su Qian lunged at her. Smack. Chu Xiu stepped in front of Hong Wan and slapped Su Qian so hard the man spun 3 times before crashing to the ground. "I said nobody touches her while I'm here, not even Heaven's King. I'm disciplining my daughter. None of your business. Think I'm scared because you're the War King's disciple? This is Su family business. Men, seize her no, seize Hong Wan, and bring her back." Su Qian roared, scanning the crowd. But no one from the Agricultural and Commercial Association dared move. The Abyss squad's strength was freakish. Charging in would turn them into floor tiles. They weren't fighters anyway. Who would pick a fight with Chu Xiu? Dead silence. Not a soul budged. Useless trash. Su Qian's veins bulged with rage. Chu Xiu snorted and stepped closer. "What about you? Aren't you trash?" With Su Qian staring in horror, Chu Xiu slowly raised his fist. "Abyss, stop. Don't hit me. Let's talk this out." Su Qian's scream exploded over the shattered rice field. Seeing Chu Xiu's fist crack and pop at the joints, about to smash into his face, Su's knees buckled, and he shook uncontrollably. "Do you think talking works on you?" Chu Xiu's voice was low and bone-chilling. Boom, boom, boom. 3 heavy punches landed without mercy, sending clods of mud flying. A bruise swelled on Su Qian's forehead and blood streamed down his temple. "What's there to discuss? With you? Ridiculous." Another 3 blows struck even harder. "The Agricultural Commerce Association is so mighty, right? Come on, show me that arrogance now." His mocking voice fell like a storm of fists. Bleeding freely, Su Qian staggered toward Guo Chun and pleaded, "Help me, young Master Guo. Please help." Guo Chun glanced over, fear flashing behind a mask of indifference. "Help you? Who's going to help me? Even my heroic spirit was beaten down. I'm nursing internal injuries. Abyss is too strong. I'm no match. What am I supposed to save you with?" With that, he looked away and barely dared to breathe. Chu Xiu shoved Su Qian into the mud and pounded him until he went limp. Then he stepped over the man like a dead dog and declared coldly, "If the Agricultural Commerce Association wants to challenge the Abyss, then the Abyss I will meet them heathen." Everyone shivered and dropped their gaze. "Let's go." Chu Xiu raised his hand and stored the last stalk of dragonfang rice in his spatial ring. His eyes settled on the crimson-violet flower king. "Give me the purification grass," he said, calm but brooking no refusal. The flower king rumbled. The devouring Abyss Lord drifted to Chu Xiu's side and translated, "My liege, it says it already surrendered the dragonfang rice. Why must it hand over the purification grass as well?" Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. "You think I'm stupid? Your core element is a rose. What use is evolution grass to you? You want it for a breakthrough, right? Let me guess, you plan to reach silver rank, which would upgrade this rifted class. Then abyssal power rewrites everything. The rift evolves, and you stay on as it's bossonly stronger. If another raid fails, the rift merges with reality, and you walk free. Trying that trick on Mado, you take me for a fool?" A flash of steel flared as a tang saber formed in his palm. "I said I wouldn't kill you if you told me everything. You didn't. So you die?" He tightened his grip, and the blade hummed. In the next instant, a cold arc split the air, cleaving toward the Flower King. The creature's scream ripped through the sky, turning to a furious roar. The devouring Abyss Lord translated urgently, "My liege, it says you broke your word." Chu Xiu snorted. "Credit is for people. Livestock doesn't get credit." With that, the blade flashed like lightning and sliced through the stalk. The Flower King tried to counter, but the Skull Crusher tyrant lunged from behind, its steel arms locking it in place. Staff raised, the devouring abyss lord called down a devourer judgment that engulfed the creature. Another flash of steel. Chu Xiu stepped in and finished the strike. Crimson Violet Flower King fell, sickly green light leaking from its massive body. Fetch the purification grass, he ordered, sheathing the saber. The devouring abyss lord floated off and soon returned, respectfully offering a small blade of grass that shimmered with silver light. The purification grass. Shock flickered in everyone's eyes. The purification herb is said to neutralize every form of negative damage, abyssal corrosion, poisons, debuffs, you name it, and can even hasten a spirit's evolution. It's so rare that a single sprig fetches millions. With a casual flick, Chu Xiu tossed the glowing, emerald green herb to Chu Xiu. Here, take it. The moment the green light landed in his palm, Chu Xiu froze as if struck by lightning. MMR. Abyss, are you really giving this to me? He stared at the herb in disbelief, breath ragged, such a priceless treasure, handed over without a second thought. Chu Xiu's expression didn't change. The herb might be valuable, but it was useless to him. He never broke a promise. That was his rule. It's not for you. It's for your daughter. I simply saw a father doing everything he could and decided to help. That's all. Whatever the reason, Chu Xiu was already weeping with gratitude. After gathering all the Dragonfang rice, Chu Xiu led the team out of the rift. With the boss down, the dark-tide black hole's spatial walls began to crumble. Outside the abandoned subway station, Director Qian Ping of the Rift Management Bureau and Yin Shang, chairman of the Yinyan Chamber of Commerce, watched the twisting portal. Hands clasped behind his back, Yin Shang said, when they come out, embedding abyss is fine while Su Kaiyan takes a beating. Director Qian shook his head. Don't be so sure. I just heard that Guo Chun, the Guo family's heir from the Provincial Agribusiness Association, went in too. He's latest age bronze, class, stronger than anyone Abyss has faced. My money's on Abyss getting stomped. Have you ever seen Abyss fight? Yin Shang smiled. Even Sun Xingchen from Shanghai doesn't dare challenge him lightly. You really think Emir Guo Chun can handle him? Qian Ping fell silent. Back at the college entrance exam, Sun Xingchen had tried to beat Abyss. For someone as vindictive as Sun to stay quiet this long, he must not be sure of victory. The realization sent a chill down Qian's spine. The ripples at the portal's edge folded inward. A tall figure stepped out. Hands in his pockets, it was Chu Xiu. Team Abyss followed close behind. Right after them came Su Kaiyan, battered and bruised, dragged out by two aides. Guo Chun was just as pale, supported on either side. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Chairman Yin, you really called it, Director Qian whispered. As the last person exited, the rift's shimmer collapsed completely. This dungeon's cleared. Log it. Team Abyss, Chu Xiu said flatly. Director Qian's heart pounded. This abandoned station rift was the toughest level dungeon. Without a silver rank spirit user, it was nearly impossible. Yet the fledgling Team Abyss had breezed through it. Once news spread, their name would echo across Yinyan. Let's go, Chu Xiu said. He paused, then added, dinner at the Union Hotel tonight. We'll split the Dragonfang rice. Lu Yuan's ears perked up at the word dinner, and her eyes immediately sparkled. Captain, I'm in. Can I get a little extra? I want to bring some to my boyfriend. She bit her lip, a bit embarrassed. You have a boyfriend? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, his expression beneath the mask turning strange. Boyfriend? She can't mean May never agreed to that. Lu Yuan blinked, a mischievous smile on her face. Of course. Why not invite him tonight, so everyone can meet him? Captain, interested? Chu Xiu's face darkened at once. What's your boyfriend's name? Chu Xiu's tone turned noticeably cold. Come on. Captain, you've met him, brother Chu Xiu, Lu Yuan said with a playful wave of her phone. He was expelled recently and feels down. I want him to meet everyone. Chu Xiu cleared his throat and refused flatly. Lanya rice is rare, and I don't intend to share it with outsiders. Besides, this is a deep abyss squad gathering no guests. He shook his head awkwardly. Suspicion flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Fine, she tapped her palm, silently guessing who Chu Xiu really was. Not far away, Yin Shang stepped forward and saluted. Congratulations, Abyss, on conquering Yinyan City's toughest level black hole. Director Qian of the Black Hole Management Office echoed him. Yes, that black hole sat on our board for 3 years. Any longer, and it might have merged with reality. We owe it to Captain Abyss. Chu Xiu nodded politely. You flatter me, President Yin. And this is? He glanced at Director Qian, confusion flickering across his face. Before he finished, Su Kaiyan staggered over, clutching his chest. Old Qian, help me. Su Kaiyan jabbed a trembling finger at Chu Xiu. That Abyss punk has seized our Agricultural Commerce Association's Lanya rice fields. Using his status as the War King's disciple, he beat me, took my daughter, and injured young Master Guo. His crimes are endless. While Su Kaiyan screamed himself hoarse, Chu Xiu remained unmoved, a faint smile playing at his lips. Director Qian looked awkward. He knew Su Kaiyan, but Yin Shang had warned him about Abyss background, and the choice was clear. Yin Shang arched a brow. Chairman Su, what are you talking about? The Black Hole Office has everything documented. Abyss discovered the fields and cleared the black hole. Be the rules. The spoils are his. How did that become trespass? Does the Agricultural Commerce Association always make things up? Su Kaiyan's face went ashen. He turned to Director Qian, voice trembling. Old Qian, you think so too? Director Qian cleared his throat and nodded slowly. That's right, Chairman Su. You need to broaden your perspective. Only then did Su Kaiyan grasp what it meant to be utterly abandoned. No matter how loudly he shouted, no one spoke for him. Abyss held him completely in check. Erf! He roared in frustration. Thud! Chu Xiu tapped a fist to Su Kaiyan's forehead, knocking him out cold. Stop whining. Chu Xiu shook his hand, as if flicking off dust. The crowd fell silent. Even Guo Chun swallowed hard. Whatever he was about to say died in his throat. All right, disperse. See you tonight. After wrapping everything up, Chu Xiu hailed a cab and left without a word. Back at the villa, he shed every disguise, walked straight into the storeroom, and hefted out an absurdly large iron cauldron. He stacked bricks into a makeshift stove in the middle of the courtyard. Clear water filled the pot's belly. Then he dumped in 20 pounds of dragon core rice with a whoosh. One click of the fire starter, and blue flames leapt up. Chu Xiu squatted by the hearth, feeding in split logs. In the crackle of burning wood, the rice aroma soon boiled over the rim and drifted through the entire yard. Wow, 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 it smells amazing. What are you cooking? The doorbell rang, and a teenage girl in Balenciaga black stockings and a tiny leather skirt pushed the gate open, her nose practically chasing the scent. Why are you here again? Chu Xiu looked up, impatience written across his otherwise blank face. Not welcoming me. This is my house. The girl Yuer paced the courtyard with her hands behind her back, imagining herself a lioness on patrol, though to Chu Xiu, she looked more like a noisy kitten. My dad said you could stay here for a while, but he never said I couldn't come. She chattered on. Hey, Chu Xiu, Dad says you're taking the college entrance exam this year, but you were expelled. So how are you going to sit for it? And you were just in Franku, relatively weak spirit warrior. So how did you throw me out of the yard the other day? And what are you cooking? It smells so good. Give me a taste. Chu Xiu still didn't answer. Seeing his lack of interest, Yuer pouted and plopped onto a stone stool opposite him. Her cheeks puffed as she grumbled. Seriously, Dad keeps telling me to be nice to you, turning me into some desperate fangirl. It's infuriating. Halfway through her complaints, she pulled out her phone and started scrolling. The flames roared higher, and steam rolled within the pot. Chu Xiu glanced at it. The grains were about to burst, and the fragrance grew stronger. Wow, 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 Chu Xiu, look. Yuer waved her phone as she rushed over. Breaking news. Abyss just cleared the toughest rank black hole in Yin City, and his squad soloed it. So cool. Abyss is such a legend. Chu Xiu fetched bowls and chopsticks and ladled out the first helping. You like Abyss that much? Of course. In the 4-school joint exam, he single-handedly stabilized a black hole, and now he's taken down the hardest one in the city. He's a total hero. Is there anything he can't do? I want a boyfriend like Abyss so badly. Her thumbs flew as she liked and commented, eyes sparkling. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and ate in large mouthfuls. Each dragon core grain was plump and translucent, fragrant with a trace of coolness. One bowl after another disappeared, blood and cheese surging like a flood as his strength climbed to a new peak. This is just plain rice. It smells unbelievable. Give me a bowl. Yuer stared at the rice left in the pot, practically drooling. She scooped a large spoonful into her mouth. A second later her body trembled. Mom, what kind of rice is this? It's amazing. But why is it so hot? Before finishing, her cheeks flushed, her blood rushed, and she slumped over, fast asleep. Chu Xiu let out a quiet sigh. The medicinal power of Dragon Core rice was dozens of times stronger than Dragon Tooth rice. Silver grade, or even gold grade spirit warriors used it as daily fare, and only because he had mastered the 8-9 mystical art could he eat it so casually. A lightweight like Yuer could never handle it. He pulled out his phone and dialed Yanshang. Come take this nuisance home. There was a brief silence on the other end. As it happens, Mr. Chu, I have news for you as well, Yanshang said after a pause. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Xiu focused on absorbing the tremendous power of Tenjin of Dragonheart rice. Moments later, Yanshang arrived, but seeing Chu Xiu cultivating in the courtyard, he chose not to interrupt. Thick white vapor billowed from Chu Xiu's shoulders and crown, dense enough to seem almost solid. Under the dual tempering of medicine and technique, his muscles swelled rapidly, and his skin flushed crimson, like red-hot iron in a furnace. The heat radiating from him was so intense that Yanshang, several paces away, felt his cheeks burn. This is outrageous, Chu Xiu marveled inwardly, sensing his physical strength climb at a startling pace. Be a conservative estimate, at least 30%. One more step, and he could break into the third layer of the 8-9 mysterious art, the realm of fiery departure. Once there, the 5-colored lotus flames refined within his organs could ignite into truly fire at a single breath, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. A short while later, he ended the session with a long exhale. The red light faded from his eyes, leaving only calm resolve. Mr. Chu, Yanshang called respectfully as he stepped forward, still feeling the residual pressure of that blazing aura. as if Chu Xiu were a living steel furnace. By the instinct that comes from years of practice, Yanshang knew this was no ordinary art. The foundations of a battle king's disciple were evident. Chu Xiu rose, dusting off his sleeves. His gaze was steady. President Yin, what news? Yanshang hesitated a moment. Have you heard of the Silver White Squad? Of course, Chu Xiu replied. They're the most renowned scouting team in Yinyan City. Captained by Jean and Vice-Captain Yin Yi are both silver-grade spirit warriors. They cleared 3-class Dark-Tide black holes in a row. Exactly. In our circle, everyone knows them, Yanshang continued. But the administration confirmed a 4th-class Dark-Tide black hole in Yinyun, and the Silver White Squad's first run failed. Yin Yi was captured, and 2 Bronze-tier members were killed on the spot. His voice grew heavy. Recently, the Abyss Squad made headlines by conquering the hardest E-class Dark-Tide black hole. Now comes the shock of Silver White's first defeat. Losing their vice-captain is a staggering blow. So they're recruiting the city's top teams to join forces. Yanshang produced a metallic invitation that gleamed silver. The Abyss Squad is on the list. Only 4 invitations were issued. Chu Xiu skimmed the crest and embossed letters, raising an eyebrow. The other 3? Yanshang answered truthfully. One went to Sun Xingqian of the Sun family in Modu. Another to Ning Anren, the sword maiden of the Ning clan in the imperial capital. The third to the killer deity squad from the provincial capital. Rumor has it they're even stronger than Silver White. And the last, naturally, is for Abyss. He gave a wry smile. In terms of reputation, Abyss hardly ranks beside them. Holding this invitation feels scorching hot. Beyond that, Yanshang's tone tightened ever so slightly. Commander Chu will be in charge of the upcoming raid, and he has put up a rare treasure from his personal vault, the revolving pendant, as a reward for whichever of the 4 squads performs best. At the mention of the revolving pendant, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. He had planned to stay out of this operation, but the moment his mother's last keepsake was involved, hesitation was no longer an option. The pendant Chu Hong had taken from him when he was 16 could not be allowed to fall into anyone else's hands. Clearly, Chu Xiong and his son still had no idea of its true value, or they would never have offered it as a prize. Mr. Chu, the mission won't be easy, and your college entrance exams are right around the corner, Yanshang said respectfully. If you'd like to decline, I can refuse on your behalf. No, tell them Abyss will participate. They suggest you bring only 2 people. Which 2? Su Hongying, who's experienced, and Lu Yiwen, who has remarkable potential. The choices made sense, though they made Chu Xiu frown for reasons he couldn't name. Still, he nodded. Fine, I agree. With his answer in hand, Yanshang left with Yan Yuer. That evening, Chu Xiu slung a sack of dragon tooth rice over his shoulder and caught a taxi to the Juha Grand Hotel. Just after changing into his Abyss gear, his communicator buzzed. Brother Chu Xiu, where are you staying now? Lu Yuan's message popped up. Crashing at a friend's place. What's up? He replied. Nothing, I'm bringing you something good tonight. It'll definitely help you. Seeing her second message, Chu Xiu's lips curved. This kid really did think of him all the time. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? The lobby manager asked as he stepped inside. Abyss. The single word made the manager's pupils contract. His manner became even more deferential. So it's Mr. Abyss. You're our most honored guest tonight. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is prepared for you. In Yanyun City, the name Abyss was legendary, a high schooler who had solo cleared the most brutal E-class Dark-Tide black hole, putting his combat rating at least in late bronze, perhaps even tier 10 peak. A talent like that was unheard of in a 3rd-tier city, and the entire province was watching. As the manager bowed to lead the way, Chu Xiu set the heavy burlap sack on the front desk. Cook this rice tonight, he instructed. Use firewood. Add just enough water to cover the grain and simmer on low heat for 2 hours. The sack weighed a good 50 kilos, and the surrounding diners fell silent. Who brought their own rice to a high-end hotel? Not far away, a pot-bellied tycoon leaned back in his chair, one well-oiled hand wrapped around the waist of his companion in a red dress. He snorted. Since when can any riffraff saunter into the Juha Grand Hotel? I've never seen anyone lug in their own rice. Ridiculous. The woman covered her red lips, giggling. And wearing a mask, too. Maybe he's a wanted man. Chu Xiu cast them a cool glance. The tycoon felt a chill, yet forced himself to bluster. What are you staring at? Did I say anything wrong? This rice is expensive. Don't ruin it, Chu Xiu said to the manager, ignoring the man. The tycoon scoffed. How much could a sack of rice cost? I eat only the Agricultural Commerce Association's premium grade hundreds per gene. Stop pretending. That sack can't be worth more than 1 dish here. This bag of rice doesn't come cheap. You could wave money around all day and still not find another one like it. Judging by the heft, it must be close to 50 gene, about 50 pounds. Honestly, you blockhead, everything you own probably isn't worth as much as this single sack. Before the words had even settled, the hotel's glass revolving door swung open with a sharp clatter. 2 young men in perfectly tailored suits strode in, their steps perfectly in sync, hands casually shoved into their pockets. The lights drew a white line across their polished shoes. Sun Xingqian, walking in front, headed straight for Chu Xiu, bent down, and pinched a few grains from the bag. Golden, translucent longya rice slipped through his fingers with a soft hiss, like fine white sand. The grains disappeared into the carpet without a sound. 50 gene of longya rice, Sun Xingqian said with a low whistle, a cold smile on his lips. Put it on the open market, and the price will only climb. Abyss, you're certainly generous 50 gene just to entertain your teammates. He looked up, eyes sharp as blades, and fixed them on Chu Xiu. What's the matter? Regretting that you didn't go head-to-head with me for the dark tide black hole? Don't flatter yourself. Chu Xiu's voice was calm. Sun Xingqian chuckled and waved a hand. Blowing your cover over a few bags of rice would be stupid. I'm after the top spot in the college entrance rankings, the working title. Abyss, don't think you're the only one in my sights. A glint flashed in his eyes. News of the Malian working had spread across the country, and countless prodigies were slipping into Jiang province. From what had gathered, more than a dozen contenders of his own level were already here, and even he felt the pressure. If you graded Yangtze as young elites, T0 the monstrous talents under state protection, T1 the personal disciples and reserves of the workings, T2 the brightest heirs of the great clans, T3 and below that where someone like Chu Hong barely scraped in, around T4 or T5. As for Abyss, opinions varied. Some said he belonged in T1, others claimed he should be dumped in T3. When Sun Xingqian finished his mental tally, his gaze landed on a portly businessman not far away. The fat man shivered under the stare. Can't you take a hint? Sun Xingqian sneered. This hotel isn't for every stray cat and dog. Just looking at you annoys me. Will you leave on your own? Or do I have to help you? The fat man's face fell. Why should I? I'm a silver tier member of the Juha Grand Hotel. I've spent 50,000 here. Sun Xingqian gave a low, icy laugh. Do you even know what this rice is worth? It could buy everything you have. He scooped another handful, the grains tracing an arc through the air. Longya rice goes for 100,000 per gene. There's 50 gene here. If we sold it at a premium, we'd be talking 5 or 6 million, minimum. You'd fetch less than this sack, you stupid pig. 100,000 a gene? The fat man trembled, his face flushing a dark purple. That's impossible, no rice costs that much. Frog in a well, Sun Xingqian said, his voice like frost. You're no spirit warrior. You don't understand our world. A petty merchant dares loiter in front of spirit warriors? Insect, leave now, or he'll crush you where you stand. With that, the energy inside him exploded, the air thudding as if struck by a heavy hammer. The glass on the table quivered silently. Chu Xiu turned his head, one brow arching. Sun Xingqian had grown stronger since their last meeting. The businessman's legs buckled under the killing intent. He stumbled, forgot about the woman on his arm, and fled the hotel in disgrace. Abyss, Sun Xingqian said, reining in his aura and flashing a grin. We're raiding the black hole together in 2 days. Try not to slow us down. He gave Chu Xiu's shoulder a casual slap, then headed toward the private dining rooms. Chu Xiu turned and stepped into the private room. The hallway buzzed with chatter until someone finally matched the face to the name. Abyss, that rings a bell. Holy, it's really him, Abyss. To outsiders, he's a frog at the bottom of a well staring at the moon. To explorers, he's a mayfly gazing at the sea. Abyssinian City's top young explorer and the War King's personal disciple. The crowd watched him go, their eyes filling with awe. Moments later, the members of Abyss squad arrived one after another. Chu Xiu raised a hand. Help yourselves to the Dragonfang rice, don't be shy. Steam curled above the bowls, snowy grains tumbling, and everyone dug in. Captain, we got Su Zhou's daughter back. He wants to come by and thank you. Su Hong said with a grin, chopsticks full of rice. As long as she's safe, that's enough, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head lightly. He wished every father could protect his child, unlike what had happened to him back then. He produced a gilt-edged invitation. The day after tomorrow, the Silver Squad is tackling a class black hole. I'm taking Hong Luan and Lu Yuan with me. The rest of the roster was crammed with names: Sun Xingqian, Chu Hong, Ning Anren, and the provincial capital's notorious Shashan Squad. At those 3 words, Su Hongying's expression tightened. Shashan Squad is bad news. From what I've heard through Su Kai's network, they might be tied to the cult of the old gods. You wrecked one of the cult's operations years ago. They still hold a grudge and may strike in the dark. That raid had made Abyss famous, and ever since the cult had stepped up its hunt for Yangtze's prodigies, heirs of great clans, the War King's successor, the Nation Guardian's successor, the top scorers from every city all on their kill list. The dark tide black hole was an external threat. The cult was the danger within. Chu Xiu's reply was calm. Can you confirm it? Su Hongying hesitated, then shook her head. Then we'll meet force with force. The wheel pendant is in that black hole, so I have to go, Chu Xiu said, setting down his teacup. Eat first. We'll handle the details later. Just then Lu Yuan tiptoed in, hugging a thermal box wider than her waist, carefully pouring Dragonfang rice into it. Chu Xiu caught sight of her and chuckled. There's plenty of rice. Fill your own stomach before you think about feeding some guy. Laughter erupted, and Lu Yuan's cheeks flushed bright red. Night settled deep and heavy, yet the Su family study blazed with light. Su Kaiyan bowed his head. Captain Yin Sha, I'm counting on you this time. A raspy chuckle came through the phone. Abyss is a top target for the cult of the old gods. No one walking into that black hole will walk out. Two heirs of the War King, the Sun Clan's second prodigy from Shanghai, the Marshal's son, a genius with an S-grade spirit, kill them all. Yanxia will bleed. Just keep the outside world distracted. Relax. I only want Abyss dead, Su Kaiyan said, his voice hard as steel. Yanxia's laugh was chilling. Chairman Su, your daughter is on that team too. Can you really let her die? A wretch born of a whore, an ungrateful waste. Better to be rid of her, Su Kaiyan replied, words as cold as blades. Only the ruthless achieve greatness. I like your resolve. When it's done, they'll sponsor you into the cult of the old gods. Wealth and power will be yours, free of worldly chains. The offer hissed like a serpent. Su Kaiyan's fingers trembled, his breath ran hot. Then thank you, Captain Yanxia. Captain, dig in. Why aren't you eating? Steam curled up from bowls of dragon tooth rice and a whole spread prepared by a five-star hotel chef, the aroma thick enough to make anyone's mouth water. Chopsticks clicked as everyone else tucked in with gusto. Most explorers aren't exactly poor, but only the elite can afford a place that charges 2,000 yuan a head. Since Su Hong left Su Kaiyan, she's been supporting herself and watching every coin. Su Xiao and the other two are ordinary explorers as well, living on tight budgets. Lu Yiwen is still a student. None of them had ever set foot in a restaurant like this, and every unfamiliar, artfully plated dish was pure temptation. While the others were busy eating, Chu Xiu hadn't lifted his chopsticks once. Lu Yiwen glanced at the mask covering his face, a crafty gleam appearing in her eyes. The captain must find it hard to eat with that mask on, right? What if he took it off? You're wasting such good food, she said theatrically, sucking a piece of meat off her chopsticks and closing her eyes in bliss. Look at this prosperity prawn, it's as long as my arm. And this black gold abalone is bigger than my fist. Plus the M12 cilantro beef is to die for over rice. As she spoke, she pushed plate after plate toward him. Come on, try some. Sorry, I don't eat cilantro, Chu Xiu said with a small smile, clearly seeing through her little scheme. But I do like sweet and sour ribs. Lu Yiwen bit her canine, steeling herself. Sweet and sour ribs were her favorite. She had ordered them without hesitation when Chu Xiu let her choose the menu. A few ribs were a small price to pay if she could finally unmask Abyss. Opportunities like this didn't come twice. Sure, they'll bring them over. Captain, have as many as you like, pour that sauce on your rice. It's amazing. She flashed a grin and set the dish before him. Su Hong, the only one here who knew Chu Xiu's true identity, froze for a second. Was he really going to reveal himself now? She hurried to smooth things over. If it's hard to take the mask off, the captain can pack the food to go. Yiwen, he might have his reasons. With so many eyes on him, showing his face could invite extra trouble. I am sorry, Sister Hong, but Lu Yiwen pouted, still reluctant. Chu Xiu shook his head at Su Hong. It's fine. We're all members of Team Abyss now. We'll be relying on each other a lot, so honesty is best. With that he reached up, fingers touching the mask. Lu Yiwen held her breath. The true face of Abyss was about to be revealed. Was he really Chu Xiu? The answer was seconds away. Clack. The mask hit the tabletop. Chu Xiu calmly picked up his bowl and took a bite. Delicious. Then he lowered his head and dug in. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the now uncovered face, while Lu Yiwen's expression was one of pure disappointment. She pouted and sat back down, and the link between Chu Xiu and the Abyss vanished completely. When the mask came off, it revealed the most ordinary young face imaginable. A straight but unimpressive nose, clear eyes that lacked vitality, looked so plain even a crowd would overlook it. No one would guess this unremarkable face belonged to the stormmaker of Yinyan City, the Abyss. Su Hong froze. This was nothing like the real Chu Xiu. The true Chu Xiu had thin lips, sword-shaped brows, and an air that was both steady and slightly defiant, nothing like the bland visage before her. Seeing her doubt, Chu Xiu winked deliberately. He had realized long ago that Lu Yiwen was growing suspicious, so had asked Yanxiang to craft an exquisite skin mask. It might not fool top-tier experts, but it was more than enough for Lu Yiwen. Right now he couldn't afford to show his real face. How could Frank's spirit suddenly unleash power far above his level without drawing curiosity, greed, or tests? And with his mother's death still shrouded in mystery, he wouldn't expose himself to the hidden hands at work. Most of all, Chu Xiu nursed a fire inside. Once he had the strength and status, he would stand before Chu Xiu openly and declare, "None of you are a match for me." Chu Xiu. Lu Yiwen glared at him resentfully, but Chu Xiu calmly polished off the entire plate of sweet and sour ribs. Seeing her cheeks puffed out, he chuckled to himself. Teasing the girl was a pleasant pastime. All right, you two keep eating. I'm going to pay the bill. He wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth and left the private room. After settling up, he headed for the door. Outside, a brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided to a halt. The door opened, and a young man with his hair in a topknot stepped out. Ink-black bamboo stalks stood out on his white shirt. A cluster of attendants surrounded him as he passed by Chu Xiu. The young man's step faltered. He glanced back at Chu Xiu's retreating figure, a curious arch lifting his brow. Something wrong, young master? An attendant asked. Nothing. I just met someone interesting, the young man replied with a faint smile. For him to call anyone interesting was rare. The attendant stiffened in surprise. Even the heirs of the capital's warlords failed to impress the young master. Who on earth was that man? His name was Yi Linxiao. Retracting his gaze, he pondered quietly. In this unremarkable Yinyan city, someone had mastered the 8-9 arcane art up to the second tier, the Ironstone realm. Startled, he wondered if that man might be Uncle Li's new disciple Abyss. Shall we inform Miss Ning, young master? Another attendant asked. No, best to stay low-key, Yi Linxiao answered. Amren dislikes being tied down. We'll move on our own. The real target is the cult of the evil god. Understood. With you leading us, crushing that cult will be easy. Don't underestimate them, Yi Linxiao warned, his smile fading. The cult harbors plenty of monsters. The so-called Ten Yamas are all S-class wraiths, nearly as strong as the warlord heirs. Keep your head down. Underestimate no one, or you'll capsize in still water. Yes, young master. The attendant nodded. Their young master was always like this, formidable, yet humble, never arrogant. Perhaps that was why Lord Yang intended to groom him as a future guardian of the realm. Brother Chu Xiu, where are you? Have you eaten yet? I brought you lunchy hee. Chu Xiu had just stepped through the door when Lu Yuan's message popped up. He glanced around the unfamiliar, spacious living room and smiled. This girl never stopped sending him good things. His thumbs moved quickly. I'm staying at a friend's place for now. Got it. I'm on my way, bringing a bento just for you. She replied almost instantly. Less than 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped at the entrance to the villa district. Wow. Lu Yuan craned her neck, taking in the high walls and immaculate flower beds. Amazement lit up her face. Your friend is pretty loaded, huh? Haha, it's nothing. I'm only staying here temporarily, Chu Xiu said, scratching the tip of his nose slightly guilty. She hugged a two-tier, oversized lunchbox and handed it to him, the weight obvious. Here, I made this for you. When Chu Xiu lifted the lid, a delicious aroma burst out. The bottom tier was packed tight, with longya rice. Each translucent grain held a faint trace of spiritual energy. Yuan had pressed it down repeatedly, so he could eat more. The top tier held 3 dishes, their colors dazzling. Juha Grand Restaurant's secret recipe: braised pork ribs, stir-fried emerald snowflower greens, and tender pan-seared jade belt scallops. Chu Xiu remembered covering the bill and knew he hadn't ordered these. She must have paid out of pocket. Those dishes ran well over 1,000 yuan. I cooked it myself, didn't cost much, she said, blinking playfully, waving away the expense. Chu Xiu closed the box and nodded solemnly. I really haven't eaten yet, I'm starving. Thank you, Yuan. She hid the true benefits of the longya rice, afraid he'd feel burdened. Touched by her care, Chu Xiu reached out and ruffled her soft hair. Moonlight spilled around them as they strolled side by side along the pond's pebble path, their shadows stretching long. Chu Xiu suddenly frowned. Yuan's breathing was uneven, her steps carrying a slight limp. Your foot. It's fine. I rushed out and twisted it. That's all, she said lightly, giving a quick wave. I'll ice it when I get. Before she could finish, Chu Xiu scooped her up. Ah, Yuan gasped, arms instinctively circling his neck. He strode to the pavilion at the pond's center. The wooden boards creaked in the night breeze, the water mirroring their close silhouettes. Setting her down, he knelt and slipped off her shoe and stocking. Her pale ankle shone in the moonlight, a thin ring of swelling clearly visible. It's already red. If it hurts, tell me. Her answer was barely a whisper. The next second, Chu Xiu's warm palm pressed against her arch, kneading gently. A soft cry escaped her. Her toes, white as jade, trembled in his hand. Relax, don't tense up. He guided a trickle of inner energy through his fingertips, heat seeping into the strained muscles. A soothing tingling spread, painting her cheeks a deep blush, like a ripe apple. After a moment, Yuan drew a steady breath, breaking the charged silence. Brother Chu Xiu, in a couple of days you'll be out on a mission. I might not be able to bring you meals for a while, so take good care of yourself, okay? You need to bundle up so you don't catch cold. Eat well. Being full gives you strength. And one more thing, don't feel anxious. If anyone can become amazing, it's you. But even if you never do, it's fine, because to me, Brother Chu Xiu, you're already the best. He'll work twice as hard for the both of us, grow stronger, and then he'll be the one protecting you. Lu Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, chirping like an unstoppable sparrow, her words spilling out in a rush. Chu Xiu knelt on one knee, adjusting her socks and laces, smoothing every wrinkle with painstaking care. Relax, Yuan. Your brother Chu Xiu isn't that fragile. He looked up and smiled. Ever since people slapped the label loser on him, he had never sunk into despair. Even when classmates, teachers, and relatives cast disgusted looks his way, he still believed he was fine just as he was, and that better people would naturally gather around him in the future. As for those who hated him, why should he care? All right, you're good to go. Chu Xiu steadied the girl's snowy calf and gently set her foot on the floor. Brother Chu Xiu, the moment he stood, Yuan dove into his arms, her thin arms tightening around his waist. Brother Chu Xiu, close your eyes. He obeyed. Her faint fragrance drifted to his nose as their chests met and their warmth mingled. A second later, something soft brushed his lips, an innocent, fleeting kiss carrying all the courage she could summon. Chu Xiu slid an arm around her slender waist, cupped the back of her head, and leaned down to return the kiss deeply. Yuan's cheeks went scarlet. She rose on tiptoe, melting into his embrace. When his tongue grazed her teeth, he forced himself to stop and slowly let her go. Yuan lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, fists clutching her skirt. Her voice was barely louder than a whisper. I have to go home now, brother Chu Xiu. She whirled and fled. Her ponytail bounced in the moonlight, a blush spreading to the tips of her ears more eloquent than any words. Time flew by, and that day was bound to draw every eye. Since rising to the silver rank, the Silver-White squad had swept through 3 grade Darktide rifts without a hitch. Now, for the first time, they'd been stopped cold, and even Silver Wing was trapped inside. With no choice left, the squad issued a rallying call, inviting every powerful fighter to help suppress the rift. The news sent shockwaves through Yinyan City. Major corporations, the Agricultural and Commercial Association, the Rift Management Bureau, the Great Yin Chamber of Commerce, even the commander himself showed up to oversee the operation. The mission was hailed as the most anticipated event before the college entrance exams. The rift had opened in a decades-old abandoned orphanage. A cordon had already gone up around the site, and no one but explorers was allowed inside. A massive black hole churned at the orphanage gate, radiating a savage aura. At its current pace, it would soon fuse completely with the real world. Waves of energy slammed against the air like a raging tide, and no one dared imagine the monsters lurking within. Beyond the vortex, several exploration teams formed a semicircle, staring at the darkness from behind a safety line. Many members quivered if they were ordered to enter. Few believed they would return. Under the porch less than 10 meters from the anomaly, a young man in a silver half-mask rested a long spear on his shoulder and leaned against the iron gate without moving. 3 or 4 equally well-armed comrades surrounded Himyinyan City's strongest exploration unit, Imbai Squad. When will the others arrive? A clear female voice rang out. It was Ning Anren. She stepped from the crowd, her loose white training robe tracing a slender silhouette. A long sword lay in her arms, and her waist-length ponytail swayed in the wind, making her appear like snow born of frost. When asked why she did not cut the hair that hindered her swordplay, she once replied, "They say 3,000 worlds lie hidden in these strands." At her footsteps, the masked youth by Jean glanced up. Heavenly Maiden Ning, the friends from Shashan Squad, are here. The words had barely left his mouth when a broad shadow fell over Ning Anren. Move. The voice was low and cold. She turned to see a figure more than 2 meters tall looming behind her. His enormous back seemed wide enough to blot out the sun. A giant axe rested on one shoulder, chains coiled around his torso, and black armor as dark as night encased him. Yin Sha, captain of Shashan Squad. We're all here. The squad's other 2 members, Sun Xingqian and Chu Hong, stepped forward. Sun Xingqian shrugged. The only one missing is Abyss, right? Chu Hong scanned the gathering and let out a dry laugh. A high-level raid sounds fun. I hope it doesn't disappoint. He kept sneering. Xinyuan Squad sure knows how to make everyone wait. Do they think they're the finale? If you ask me, they're just filling the roster. Ning Anren shot him a frosty glance. Xinyuan's record speaks for itself. What about you, son of the commander? First match, Xinyuan made you wet your pants. Second match, they strung you up like a kite. Third match, you never even dared raise a hand. By that logic, young Master Chu, you're the one here to make up the numbers. Her words sliced like ice. Chu Hong's face went livid, and he trembled with fury. Enough. Stop it. Chu Xiong strode forward, raising a broad hand. Keeping everyone waiting on Xinyuan is improper. They have 5 more minutes. If they're not here, they're out. Ning Anren snorted. Power goes a long way in Yinyan City, Commander Chu. The mockery in her eyes was unmistakable. Why not try throwing that weight around in the Imperial capital? Got guts? Then come to the Imperial capital and prove it. The taunt alone nearly made Chu Xiong's face flush crimson. He knew all too well that the moment he set foot in the capital, a mere commandant like him would barely make a ripple. The streets were packed with scions of noble houses. The 5 guardian families and 3 great clans ruled the place. Half of the 18 war kings were stationed there, and above them stood even stronger generals and marquises. Chu Xiong tamped down his anger, faced Ning Anren, and spoke in a calm yet unyielding voice. Miss Ning, this is Yinyan. We may not match the capital, but we have our own rules. When in Rome, follow the locals. Even a disciple of a war king doesn't get special treatment here. Ning Anren merely gave him a cool glance and said nothing. Chu Xiong lowered his eyes to the Voyage the Sea smartwatch on his wrist. The countdown showed only 3 minutes left. Suddenly the crowd began to stir. Make way, make way. Chu Xiu parted the human wall and strode forward, with Su Hongying and Lu Yiwen right behind him. Su Hongying's gaze brushed past Su Kaiyan beside Chu Xiu. She shot him a frosty look and moved on. Su Kaiyan snorted, a flicker of blood-red malice in his eyes. Ungrateful wretch. The Abyss squad's arrival sent the atmosphere soaring. That's Xinyuan. Yeah, he solo cleared the toughest E-class Dark Surge black hole. Damn monster. And he's still a student. And he's local, too. A guy from tiny Yinyan trading blows with powerhouses from the imperial capital, Modu, and Hangqing. If you're having kids, have one like Xinyuan. My dad said that if I had half of Xinyuan's skills, he'd carry me across the street on his back. Your old man's giving the ultimate thumbs up. The chorus of praise made Chu Hong and Chu Xiu look darker by the second. Even their power couldn't silence the crowd. Bai Jin rose to cut through the noise. All right, everyone's here. Let's move. Silver Wing has been trapped for 3 days. Any longer, and he's in real danger. By rights, he should already be dead, Sun Xingqian added blandly. Bai Jin shook his head. Silver Wing is different. His spirit is the A-class Silverlight Windbird. He can crystallize his body, and his defense is outstanding. At most, he can last 2 more days. We need a quick, clean fight. Everyone present was extraordinary, and he had no time for squabbling. Chu Xiong took over. According to the rules, whoever takes MVP in this raid earns this reward, the revolving amulet. I don't know its true secret, but I can tell you its rank, and class relic. Relics are born of black holes, strange treasures gestated by the Abyss. They can be techniques, equipment, or weapons, and they share the same grading as spirits, from F up to SSS. Class. Eyes instantly blazed. And class relic never appears on the open market. The moment one surfaces, it's worth billions. Even the wealthy Dian trading house possesses only a single class relic as its crown jewel. A few years ago, in Greater Western Europe, an S-grade relic, the Spear of Gungnir, surfaced at auction and fetched nearly 10 billion euros before a mysterious family secured it. The sale stunned the world. No sooner had the relic left the venue than at least 10 War King-level combatants pursued it, and one of them even fell in the ensuing battle. That price spoke volumes. Now, the revolving jade pendant in front of everyone has already been rated S-grade despite its unknown function, so its potential value is beyond measure. Chu Xiu stared at the black jade pendant in Chu Xiong's hand. A hazy image of a shadowy palace hovered on its surface, endless currents swirling within. His face went rigid while anger churned in his chest. This priceless relic was actually the keepsake his mother had left him, and he had always thought it was just an ordinary talisman. Chu Xiong, Chu Hong, you've really taken everything that belongs to me, he muttered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He turned and stepped toward the pitch-black spatial rift. Let's go. The team filed inside, their figures swallowed by darkness. Once they were all through, staff from the Black Hole administration moved to seal the entrance. Just then, a young man in a white shirt strolled over. Sunlight lit his fair profile, long hair brushing his cheeks, and a few embroidered bamboo shoots on his shirt lent him a quiet elegance. Could I take a look inside this black hole as well? He asked with a gentle smile. Director Qian stepped forward at once, voice flat. Sorry, the dark tide black hole is locked down. It's closed to visitors. Not even for me. The young man kept his tone mild. No, Director Qian began, but Chu Xiong caught his arm. If young Lord Yi wishes to enter, let him, Chu Xiong said, moving aside. I won't interfere with their raid. Just looking around, the youth replied, then glanced at the pendant in Chu Xiong's palm. That item is interesting. Back in the day, the Yu clan. Chu Xiong smiled. Sharp eyes, young Lord Yi. So that's it, the youth murmured. The Yu clan wiped out long ago, I suppose. He shook his head. Very well. He'll watch over them in the clan's stead. Chu Xiong inclined his head. After you, young Lord Yi. The youth stepped forward but paused at the rift's edge. By the way, about the cult of the evil god, stay alert. I suspect the upper ranks of Yinyan City have already been infiltrated, and there may be a mole among you. His gaze swept the crowd and lingered on Su Kaiyan for a heartbeat. A meaningful smile crossed his lips. I hope that mole doesn't get exposed too easily. With that, he vanished into the darkness. Cold sweat drenched Su Kaiyan's back. That look felt like someone had yanked his soul out. Exposed? Impossible. I've only been in contact with them 3 or 4 days, routine exchanges. He can't have seen through me. Unless mind reading? No, he's bluffing. It has to be coincidence. Su Kaiyan's heart pounded, scalp tingling. But who is that guy? He's a monster. Director Qian whispered to Chu Xiong. Who is he? Why be so accommodating? Chu Xiong withdrew his gaze and answered calmly. 5 nation-guarding clans anchor the capital, Yi, Ning, and Shao among them. His surname is Yi, and I called him young Lord Yi. Who do you think he is? Everyone exchanged shocked looks. That's right, Chu Xiong went on. He's the heir of the Yi clan, disciple of Yang Jinghua, the Shunwei manifest true monarch of Yangtze. You've heard of him. Yang Jinghua was the adopted son of the Yi family's patriarch. He and young Lord Ye's father were once hailed as the Yi clan's twin prides, but young Lord Ye's father died in an SS-grade black hole raid. 10 years later, Yang Jinghua rose to become one of Yangtze's 5 nation-guarding powerhouses. To repay past kindness, he shields the Yi family and took young Lord Yi as his pupil. Young Lord Yi practices the famed 8-9 mystic arts, known for forging the strongest physique in the capital. Among Yangtze's younger generation, he stands at the very top. Tell Muwold I dare bar his way. Chu Xiong's steady tone left everyone silent. After all, he himself was merely a commander dispatched from the capital. A gasp rippled through the crowd as Yi Lingxiu's true identity was laid bare. For someone of his stature to show up in the capital, as well could he be here for the Abyss? People exchanged uneasy glances, hearts pounding. As terrifying as the Abyss was, did it really warrant the attention of a man like him? Sensing the hidden edge in the young master's words, Chu Xiong warned in a frosty tone, the cult of the evil god is probably stirring again in Yinyan City. All of you need to stay on guard. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the gathering. Director Qian straightened his back. Rest assured, we're already on full alert. The college entrance exams are around the corner, an annual milestone in Yanxia. Those sewer rats will certainly try something. But with us here, they'll never succeed. Yanyan's patrol units had shifted to around-the-clock rotations, combing every street and alley for cult remnants to keep the students safe. Good, Chu Xiong replied, then turned to stare at the black hole, worry etched between his brows. I can't shake this unease, please, let nothing go wrong. My Hong is in there as well. The discussion ended there, and Su Kaiyan finally exhaled in secret. Yet a chill shot up his spine. If even the heir of the Guardian clan had arrived, could Yanxia really stand against so many powerhouses? Clutching the single-use transmission stone, he calculated frantically. He had to find the right moment to warn Yanxia. If the plan collapsed and Yanxia was captured, he would surely drag him down as well. Inside the black hole, the moment the team stepped through, they were greeted by a sky the color of dried blood. Crimson mist scorched their retinas, wooden floors groaned in the chill wind, and a battered sign marked orphanage sagged beneath layers of cobwebs. The air stank of decades-old sawdust and decay. Gnarled, lifeless trees clawed at the gloom like skeletal hands, filling every corner with foreboding. Angel Orphanage. Lu Yiwen read the sign under her breath, shivering. Nothing about this place felt angelic. It was pure hell. And this is supposed to be a black hole, she added, scanning the surroundings. Where are the monsters? Why an orphanage? Bai Jin regarded her calmly. This type of black hole mimics things from the real world. That's what makes it so uncanny. You can never tell whether what you're standing on is reality or illusion. The orphanage is the black hole, and the black hole is the orphanage. He kept his tone steady. I looked into it. Angel Orphanage was built 30 years ago and abandoned 10 years ago. What we're seeing is exactly how it looked back then. Sun Xingqian surveyed the area with interest. Black holes can manifest in any form imaginable or not. That's normal. See a bit more of the world, kid, and you won't be so jumpy. Then he turned to Bai Jin. Since you dug into the place, you must know what happened back then, right? Bai Jin nodded. 10 years ago, a mass murder took place here. Rumor has it a psychopath locked orphans in the basement and dismembered them. Others say he was a cultist who needed children's blood to nourish his spirit servants. The patrol eventually caught him, but he killed himself inside this orphanage. It has been abandoned ever since. Sun Xingqian clicked his tongue. Sounds like a live-action horror documentary. A deeper chill crept into everyone's hearts. If the black hole was recreating that massacre, they were in for more than ordinary monsters. In any case, the killer was ultimately arrested by the patrol and took his own life inside this orphanage, which has stood deserted ever since. Oddly enough, the orphanage still hadn't been torn down. Sun Xingqian brushed the dust from his palms and eyed the mottled iron gate. If it's still standing, the black hole's core is intact. Either we kill the butcher inside, or just shatter this whole world. Where did your last run stall? Bai Jin lowered his gaze, his voice heavier than ever. There's a mysterious rule path in the yard. We have to follow the chalk arrows on the wall. He pointed to a white arrow beside the doorway. From the gate to the main building, then to a warp array that drops us on the 3rd floor. Each floor has 3 classrooms, and after we clear 3 corridors we can reach the basement. Last time we died on the 1st floor. A crimson flash crossed Sun Xingqian's eyes. What if I ignore the rules? Feel free to try. Bai Jin shrugged. Then let's try. Boom. 2 thick, blood-red tongues erupted from Sun Xingqian's back, sliced through the air like thunderbolts, and crashed into the roof. The orphanage's shield flared to life, blocking the strike. A wave of crushing law rippled out like a tsunami. Move. Chu Xiu yanked Lu Yi and Ning Anren into the shadows. The rest were slower and took the blast heat in. Get back. Bai Jin roared at his teammates. Ning Anren slashed away part of the force with her sword, while Sun Xingqian was hurled across the yard. Farther off, Chu Hong managed to summon a heroic spirit. Yanxia, leader of the Shashan squad, tossed a blood-red crystal sphere that threw a barrier over his team just in time. Bai Jin's squad wasn't so lucky. Screams split the air as everyone but Bai Jin was pulverized into a crimson mist. No. Bai Jin's eyes went scarlet. This is all your fault. In seconds his entire team was gone. Shanghai's mighty clan sends you to help, and you wipe out your own allies. Sun Xingqian's face darkened. The shockwave had carried rule suppression, so strong it left him drenched in cold sweat. Yanxia pocketed the crystal sphere. Let's clear it by the book. No one argued. They stepped through the gate into the orphanage. Bringing up the rear, Chu Xiu whispered a command. A dozen blood gluttons crawled from his shadow and fanned out. A grade black hole was far more dangerous and bizarre than in a grade one. He refused to get careless. We really did land on the third floor, Lou. He stared at the blurred view outside the window and swallowed. The moment they crossed the threshold, the teleport circle had flung them upward. Bai Jin steadied his tone. There are 3 classrooms on this floor. We have to choose one. Last time I took the first a kitchen with a fire-controlling monster, but the layout might change. Then we'll still take the first, Sun Xingqian said, too lazy to overthink it. He kicked the door open. Their vision swam. When it cleared, they stood in an art studio. Bai Jin's face went ashen. This was nothing like the kitchen he remembered. Plaster casts and wax statues crowded the room, some sitting, some standing, every twisted head glaring at the intruders. The air was as cold as frost. Chu Xiu's gaze locked on the lectern. Wax heads identical to their own sat in a neat row, each face frozen in agony. Moments ago, before they entered, those heads hadn't existed. Bai Jin tightened his grip on his spear. Each classroom houses a monster. No idea what this one is. Whatever it is, we smash it, Sun Xingqian said, flexing his fingers. He was already itching to begin. Whoosh. Another hideous serpent head burst from behind Sun Xingqian. Boom! The head swept through one corner of the studio. Rows of wax figures caught in the impact and exploding into a blizzard of white shards. Humph, is that all? Hands in his pockets, Sun Xingqian lifted his gaze with disdain. But a heartbeat later, the scattered fragments whirled together as if pulled by an unseen hand, molding midair into a waxen monstrosity nearly 3 meters tall, its head almost brushing the ceiling. The creature's fist came crashing down. Boom. The air detonated, the shockwave blasting forward, and for the first time Sun Xingqian's expression tightened. Bronze tier 10. His pupils shrank. The oppressive aura could belong only to a bronze tier 10 beast. What kind of twisted rift is this? Even junk mobs are tier 10. Shangliu. Sun Xingqian stopped holding back. Bang, bang, bang. 9 snake heads unfurled, ripping from his back and spiraling around the studio. S-class demon spirit, Xianglia fight. Heaven-eroding true art dark water of Xianming. One head gaped, spewing pitch-black water that stank of acid. In an instant, the wax giant's arm dissolved into black sludge. So what if you're bronze tier 10? They'll carve you up like a pig. The words were still on his lips when a gale whipped up behind him. A second wax giant materialized and slammed an iron fist into his back. Boom. Sun Xingqian staggered and crashed to the floor. Impossible. He whirled and cursed. Damn, another tier 10. A tiny room spawning bronze tier 10 beasts 1 after Anno Thernode grade rift should refresh this fast. He could handle 1. 2 was pushing it. He hadn't reached silver yet and needed to save trump cards for the entrance exam, not blow them with everyone watching. While he hesitated, the big metal cabinet at the rear exploded open. Torrents of wax fragments gushed out, coalescing in a blink into 3 more giants. Including the first 2, 5 bronze tier 10 monsters now filled the room. The battlefield expanded at once, dragging everyone in, and no one dared assume that was the end of it. You're a real piece of work, Ning Anren muttered, drawing her sword. What did I do? This is the proper way to clear a dungeon. Sun Xingqian shouted under mounting pressure. Should we wait till they butcher us? Everyone move. The 9-headed Shangliu coiled overhead, hissing non-stop, while rivers of dark water devoured the air, thick with the stench of corrosion. Forced to join, Ning Anren raised her blade. Azure Lotus sword immortal. Swish. Azure lotuses burst into bloom. Li Taibai strode across the sea of petals, each step conjuring 10,000 blossoms that paved the void. A wine gourd dangled from his left hand. In his right, flashed a 3-foot blade. From the heavens a torrent of sword light as silver cascade plunging 3,000 feet crashed down, pinning one wax giant to the floor and shattering it. Yet moments later, the creature reformed anew. Ning Anren's face went white. These things were impossible to kill, no, completely unkillable. Slate gray wax giants crammed the studio, stiff muscles hiding brute force, every swing of an arm cutting the air. Su Hongying and Lu Yiwen had both summoned their spirits. Working together they managed to drop one giant, only to realize its aura was indeed bronze tier 10, while its real power was nowhere close, just stronger than average. Bai Jin, by contrast, barely twitched her spear and skewered another one clean through. But the giants kept reforming, apparently without end. The studio door was sealed behind a chalk gray wall, leaving no escape route. Hey Abyss, everyone's fighting, and you're just standing there watching? Sun Xingqian snapped when he saw Chu Xiu and the Shashan squad unmoving. What's your problem, man? This room isn't meant to be cleared by brute force. Chu Xiu shook his head. He watched 4 or 5 more figures squeeze out of the wall, while the entire studio shrank, as if some unseen hand were crushing it. He tightened his fist. Energy from the 8-9 arcane technique focused in his knuckles, and he struck Mountain Breaker. With a dull boom, the statue before him burst apart. A fragment landed in his palm. A light rub reduced it to powder. Not wax at all, he murmured. Just wall dust. These things aren't real bodies. He ran the numbers. The bronze tier aura was genuine, but the real enemy had to be hidden elsewhere. using these dust giants as decoys. To confirm, he borrowed the bloody Devourer's outside vision. A smear of cyan appeared on the outer wall. A creature less than half a meter tall crouched on the AC unit, whipping a slender wand. Chu Xiu stepped to the window, eased it open, and lunged. The green creature screeched and tried to leap away, but he caught it by the nape and yanked it inside. Pointed snout, monkey face, maybe 30-odd centimeters tall, the larval form of a black warlock. Every flick of its wand had raised more dust giants from the floor. A black warlock, by Jean muttered, eyes narrowing. So that's what was hiding in here. Chu Xiu ripped the wand away, tossed it down, and crushed it under his heel. The moment it snapped, every dust giant froze, then crumbled into drifting powder. Room cleared. He hefted the black warlock and threw it to Bai Jean. She leveled her spear and impaled it in one thrust. The creature howled, dissolved into a ribbon of blue smoke, and vanished, leaving a fist-sized magic crystal clinking to the floor. Chu Xiu pocketed it, opened the door, and the group filed into the corridor, heading up to the second-floor stairs. Ning Anren shot a cold look back. Try using your brain next time. You burned all your stamina and still didn't clear the room. Pure muscle, zero thought. Sun Xingqian's cheeks burned crimson, his body trembling. It was true, had nearly doomed the team again. Without Chu Xiu, they would have died in that studio. Bai Jean's voice was flat. From now on, no more reckless moves. One more screw-up, and I'll spear you myself. Having lost teammates to his blunders, no one felt forgiving. Sun Xingqian clenched his fists, eyes full of resentment, but kept silent. This round, Abyss took MVP. Sun Xingqian coasted through and earned a measly 3.0. Swallow it. Chu Xiu flicked the dark wizard's magic crystal. It traced a neat arc and sank with a crack into the split flagstone behind him. The Xiwan Lord hurried forward, cupping the obsidian shard in both hands. Scarlet veins pulsed beneath its glassy surface. Master, what are you? This rift is brutal. Chu Xiu's tone stayed calm, yet it carried an iron command. You're only bronze. 8th tier, nowhere near enough to face a silver-grade enemy. From here on, every monster core goes to you first. Don't let me down. The Xiwan Lord froze for a heartbeat, then dropped to one knee. His voice trembled, but his words were firm. Understood, my liege. I will not fail you. They'll protect you with everything I have. Chu Xiu gave an almost invisible nod and caught up to the team. Second floor of the orphanage. 3 sheet metal classroom doors still stood at the end of the faded corridor. The party stopped, frowning together. This time no one wanted a snap decision. Team Silver-White had broken through one of these doors before, and their experience could save both time and strength. Hey, race the plan, Yin Sha said, sweeping his gaze across the group. We split into 3 teams. Each stands in front of a door, opens it at the same time, takes a quick look, and then we decide which room to clear. Good idea. Chu Hong and Sun Xingqian exchanged nods. Ning Anren raised a concern. What if we're forced into different rooms? We only need to clear 1, but if we're scattered, that's 2 extra rooms, difficulty times 9. Yin Sha shook his head. Relax. We're only peeking, not stepping inside. But if the stage force teleports us, it won't, Bai Jean answered flatly. The second we enter one room, the other 2 doors vanish. No chance 3 teams get trapped separately. All right, that works. Ning Anren exhaled. Yin Sha scratched behind his ear and handed out assignments. We'll take door 1. You take 2 and 3. Teams split. Chu Xiu, Ning Anren, and the Xiwan Lord faced door 2. Sun Xingqian, Bai Jean, and the others moved to door 3. Yin Sha raised a hand, voice steady. On 3. 3, 2, 1. Bang. All 3 rusty doors swung open at once. Yin Sha leaned in and rubbed his ear. Looks like a dorm on my side. I'm staring at a restroom. Chu Xiu's brows knitted as damp, moldy air hit his nose. I've got the library. Bai Jean brightened, almost stepping through. We cleared the library last time. Book sprites hate fire one match, and before he finished, Chu Xiu's eyes hardened and he strode straight into the dim, dripping restroom. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Jean snapped, fury coloring his voice. Bringing these headstrong people along suddenly felt like a terrible idea. In the next instant, walls, floor, and ceiling warped. Vision stretched, space flipped, and everyone found themselves standing on cold, slick tiles. Overhead, a lone fluorescent tube sputtered, and water dripped steadily in the gloom. Chu Xiu, what's the big idea? Bai Jean roared. The captain said the library's safest. Why push us into a bathroom? Seizing the moment, Sun Xingqian piled on, righteous indignation masking thinly veiled glee. The captain set the plan, yet you went rogue. How is that acceptable? Chu Xiu glanced at him, unruffled. Captain Bai Jean, are you sure what you're seeing is real? Bai Jean's brows knit together. What are you getting at? Chu Xiu swept his gaze over the ruined corridor, speaking with calm certainty. This entire void is laced with illusions. What meets the eye isn't always the truth. Take the restroom in front of us, though. You really think it's only a restroom? Sun Xingqian snorted and jabbed a finger at the sign. What else could it be? A library? Chu Xiu clapped once and nodded. That's right, it is a library. Sun Xingqian scoffed. Abyss, you're good at twisting facts, but we're not fools. The moment the words left his mouth, The restroom quivered like water disturbed by a stone. In the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves in a vast hall lined with ancient shelves, the scent of ink thick in the air. Sun Xingqian stood frozen, Ning Anren's jaw hung open, and Bai Jin pressed Chu Xiu. How did you see through it? The smell, Chu Xiu answered calmly. The group exchanged puzzled looks. When we opened the studio on the second floor, the paint fumes were so strong they made my eyes water. That's exactly what a sealed art room should smell like. Each space that has been locked up this long ought to reek of its own odor. Yet when I pushed open the restroom, I caught nothing but heavy book scent. Over by Yin Sha's door there was a putrid stench of decay, and Yorshi nodded at Bai Jin only smelled of mildewed clothes. All 3 rooms were masked by illusion. Sight can lie. Scent is harder to forge. Odor reveals the truth. Silence fell. Bai Jin murmured, "The smell, I never would have thought of that." He regained his composure and gave a solemn nod. "We owe you one, Abyss." Sharp eyes. Chu Xiu only smiled, but his glance lingered on Yin Sha. Moments earlier, someone on Yin Sha's squad had instinctively covered his nose, which meant they noticed the anomaly, yet kept silent. Clearly, that team had its own agenda, and Chu Xiu made a mental note to stay alert. With the illusion dispelled, the group cleared the second layer with ease. The demon cores went to Chu Xiu and were devoured by the devouring Abyss Lord, pushing his strength to bronze 9. Soon they reached the first layer. Outside, Su Kaiyan finally lost patience. He excused himself, produced a messaging stone, and secretly contacted Yin Sha. The first floor's 3 rooms had vanished. In their place, a single corner hallway ended at a yawning shaft. A staircase spiraled down into darkness, each step descending toward an unknown basement. Someone had clearly arrived before them. The gate to the void's final depth, the boss lair, was already open. Silver Wing must be in the basement. Let's move. Bai Jin strode forward and led the charge toward the corner. Interesting, this black hole. Outside the orphanage, wind whipped past the gray-white walls, making Yi Lingxiu's hair drift against his cheeks. Hands clasped behind his back, he studied the lone, dilapidated building without the slightest ripple in his expression. A man-made black hole lay before him, proof of how far the cult of the evil god would go to deal with the prodigies of Yin Summer. They had sealed the place with a sinister light array and disguised the entrance as an ordinary dungeon. Unfortunately for them, they never expected me to come in person. Yi Lingxiu's gaze sharpened, as if he could see through the walls to where Chu Xiu's team was already exploring. Yin Sha, let's see how long you can keep your composure. 10 Halls of Yama, what a grand title. He murmured. Inside the orphanage, a spiral staircase twisted downward, its rusted railings casting warped shadows under dim lights. Every step on the wooden floorboards produced a brittle creak as the group moved cautiously and finally reached the basement. 2 rows of heavy metal doors stood coldly on either side, each fitted with a small window too dark to see through. Any idea which cell they're keeping Vice Captain Silverwing in? Chu Xiu asked, sweeping his eyes across the doors. Bai Jin answered at once. During the first run, a swarm of tentacles burst from a door. Silverwing saved me, got ensnared, and was swallowed whole. Everyone followed his gaze to the 3 doors ahead, their expressions tense. Only one of these doors holds a living person. Choose correctly, or pay the price. Blood-red words oozed across the wall, as if written in fresh gore. Chu Xiu frowned. Another 3-choice game. If the black hole boss set this up, that guy has an unhealthy obsession with best of 3. What now? Abyss, which door is it? All eyes swung to Chu Xiu. After 2 dives, he had become the group's linchpin. From the moment he entered, Chu Xiu had sensed something off about this black hole. A black hole should be a projection of the abyss into the real world, yet this one looked like an orphanage. An orphanage in the abyss? Impossible. The abyss was too crude for that. No monster possessed the brains to design a building like this. The whole setup felt more like a human-made dungeon. He glanced at Yin Sha, who wore an indifferent look and hadn't even glanced at the 3 doors. If Yin Sha already knew the truth, only one explanation remained. The doors and the blood-red message were all traps. The black hole was trying to mislead them. Chu Xiu moved toward the doors. Yin Sha's pupils shrank, but in the next instant Chu Xiu spun around. Devourer Lord. Judgment Crown Spear of Verdict. A black blur flashed, and a spear shot from a swirling void straight at Yin Sha. The half-mast teammate beside Yin Sha stepped forward, sword crackling with lightning, and hacked at the spear, but the impact hurled him back dozens of paces. Abyss, what are you doing? We told you to pick a door, not attack your own people. Chu Hong bellowed. The sudden assault left everyone stunned. At this point, I'm seriously starting to think you came here to sabotage us. You kept blaming my cousin for setting us up, but it's Chu Xiu who's really stabbing us in the back. Captain Yin Sha came to help, and he attacked him. What are you trying to pull? Chu Xiu? Are you out of your mind? The girl's accusations rattled off like machine gun fire, yet Chu Xiu only smiled, utterly unperturbed. He raised a hand for silence, then slowly turned and fixed his eyes on the slender figure standing beside Silverwing. Well, now looks like we've found the vice captain, he said lightly, his voice cutting like winter wind. Isn't that right, Captain Bai Jin? Bai Jin's entire body jolted. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. Staring at the sword wielder, he trembled with shock. Why? Look me in the eye and answer, Mui, Silverwing. Why are you in the Shoshin squad? His roar sent a chill down every spine. He's Vice Captain Silverwing? Gasps rippled through the crowd, all eyes locking on the masked figure. There's no mistake, Bai Jin growled, veins bulging along his arm. You can swap swords, but you can't hide that silver flash technique. Every swing leaves a streak of light in the air unique to your heroic spirit, the silver-winged slayer. No one else sees it, but I've memorized your every move, your every breath. The air turned volatile, the scent of battle thick and metallic. Bai Jin suddenly let out a low laugh, voice dripping with menace. Enough, Silverwing, no more pretending. The Darklight array is already in place. We only kept up the act this long for their benefit. His gaze swept across the others before rising sharply. Sadly, most of you aren't very bright. Except you, Abyss. He looked straight at Chu Xiu, a mocking smile on his lips. Reputation well earned. He'll give you a choice. Join us and gain invincible power and immortality. What do you say? Usually taciturn, Yansha shed his disguise at that moment, suddenly talkative. You're with the cult of the evil gods? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, voice calm. Exactly. Yansha snapped his fingers, the sound stabbed like a nail through eardrums. And it's not just us, this entire black hole is ours. Crack. With that crisp sound, the shadows behind him seethed. For massive figures stepped into the air. First, shoulders like ramparts, twin axes in hand the goblin giant. Second, slate blue face, crimson hide the berserker orc. Third, skin studded with blood-red crystals, tentacles everywhere the octal kraken. Fourth, porcelain white body wrapped in scarlet threads, dark sockets weeping blood the porcelain doll. All four were bronze class, 10th tier, exuding black miasma, so heavy the air itself seemed to ossify. Hand-reared death warriors of the cult, Yansha said with a flourish. Care to test their strength? The four advanced in unison, the ground quaking underfoot. Ning Anren's face darkened. Pure combat type San, all 10th tier. Li Bai, front and center. He no longer concealed his power. The battlefield ignited in an instant. Su Honging rose in a whirl of scarlet flames. Hua Mulan leveled her spear, its tip slicing the air. Silver moonlight spilled as the nine heavens goddess drew a crescent blade of chi. Lu Yuan summoned the white-robed sword Immortal, heaven-rending sword energy over his head, 10,000 green lotuses underfoot. Ning Anren merged with a swarm of sword shadows, his stance as unyielding as a mountain. Before Sun Xingqian, a nine-headed hydra coiled and hissed, its central eye gold, the remaining heads black, violet, crimson, and blue, chains clanking with every shift. Chu Hong's roar brought forth the ferocious Qiongqi, its murderous aura surging like a tidal wave. Heroic spirits filled the wasteland, turning it into a slaughter field. Silverwing drew his blade, its point aimed straight at Bai Jin. Behind him appeared a slender silver figure, masked and cold, sword gleaming with lethal frost. A class spirit Silverwing slayer. He shouted, "Come, Bai Jin, let's finish this the honorable way." Bai Jin hesitated only a heartbeat before tightening his grip on his spear. Then he stomped forward, killing intent billowing. Arise, ran men. The air detonated. A towering warrior materialized, bronze halberd in one hand, Bai Jin's spear in the other, bronze armor covering his frame, savage aura surging. Class spirit. The martial king ran men. Heaven itself seemed to tear open as halberd and spear converged into a blinding white archmanslayer halberd and Bai Jin's spear, descending like a comet from the sky. Ini, you've never beaten me. Baijin's voice was calm, yet the words pierced Yinyi's ears like steel needles. Both of them were first-tier silver rank awakeners who had bonded with human spirits, but Baijin's spirit was a whole tier higher. That single difference made him captain, while Ini had to settle for vice-captain. So what? I'm not the man I used to be. Ini roared. With a swish he vanished, leaving only a silvery afterimage. His rapier flicked forward, a cold gleam aimed straight at Baijin's throat. Clang. Ranmin swept his manslayer halberd sideways, knocking the blade off course. In the same motion his other hand spun a long spear that whipped back like a falling meteor. The two silver rank spirits crashed together. Fortinine exchanges exploded in a heartbeat, carving fine ripples into the very air. You two go bring me the abyss. Yansha stood at a distance, his tone equally flat. His teammates responded at once. Class Ghost Spirit Nyoto. Class Ghost Spirit Mumyan. Their spirits were low in rank, but the contractors themselves were bronze tier, 10 more than enough to contain Chu Xiu. Come out. Chu Xiu whispered. Boom. The skull-crushing tyrant burst skyward, smashing Nyoto and Mumyan backward. A moment later the Bone Marshal and Bone General lunged from the darkness, scythes and bone blades intertwining until the battle locked into a stalemate. Elsewhere, the giant goblin grappled with Ning Anren. Su Hongying and Lu Yuan together pinned down an orc. The blood crystal octopus and the cursed doll charged Sun Xingqian, while Chu Hong provided cover. On the surface the fight looked even, yet the real menace Yin Sha still hadn't moved. We need a quick finish. I'm the only one who can break this deadlock. Ning Anren's eyes swept the battlefield, thoughts racing. Hold nothing back. Nine Heavens Sword Chi. Azure Lotus Sword Song. Li Bai leapt forward. As his wine gourd tipped, invisible sword energy poured down like a torrential rain toward the giant goblin. In a flash, azure lotuses burst from the ground, their petals of sword light wrapping the goblin layer upon layer. Swish, swish, swish. Endless blades of chi riddled the creature with 1,000 wounds. The final stroke, yellow river from the sky. River forged blade to earth. The void quaked. The nine heavens sword chi converged into a dazzling greatsword that crashed downward. The lotus light split apart. The goblin was run through, leaving only a demon core clattering across the floor. Ning Anren didn't spare it a glance, ordering Li Bai to charge straight at Yin Sha, while Chu Xiu secretly let the Abyss Devourer swallow the core in a single gulp. Azure Lotus Sword Song. Sword energy blossomed once more, falling like a shower of petals on Yin Sha. Knowing how terrifying he was, Ning Anren instantly followed with nine heavens sword chi and the river-forged blade, pouring in everything she had. Even if she couldn't win, she would make Yin Sha pay. The next heartbeat made her pupils contract. Out of the darkness, a colossal black hand stretched forth. With a casual wave, it gathered every shred of sword energy into its palm. Crack! The hand closed, shattering the razor-sharp chi into drifting sparks of light. Then the hand curled into a fist and punched out with crushing force. Boom! The rushing river cleave sword exploded into glittering dust beneath a single punch. Ning Anren felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed her chest. Her ears rang while she stared in disbelief at the fragments of her blade. The Ning clan sword prodigy had unleashed her full-force technique, turned the tides, yet one palm and one fist had erased it completely. A chill gripped her heart. Yin Sha might be silver rank, but no silver should be this terrifying. What kind of monster was he? Yin Sha had planned to toy with the crowd, never expecting Ning Anren to strike first. Flexing his wrist, he sneered. Choose your opponent more carefully next time. Before the words faded, the space behind him cracked like shattered glass. A roar split the heavens. A lavard hand tore the fissure wider, and thunderous heartbeats rolled out, drumming against everyone's eardrums. Is that a heartbeat? What class is this spirit SSS? No SS. Voices quavered beneath the crushing pressure. If the cult of the evil god had an S-class summoner, we'd know the name. Who on earth is Yin Sha? The rift widened. A colossal figure strode through, a bronze steel strapped to its back. An 18-section meteor iron mace lay across its palms, netherlight flowing along the shaft. Lava veins glimmered through its heavy armor, shoulders jutting like mountain peaks. Two characters blazed on the steely Tai Shan. I know who he is. Sun Xingqian blanched, trembling. That prodigy the cult calls a sequence C done of the 10 Yama kings. Yin Sha snorted and gestured toward the spirit. Yin Sha, summoner of the mountain-crushing Yamatai Shan, king of the 10 halls of Yama. Pleased to meet you. Boom. The mountain-crushing Yama stamped, and the earth thundered. The crowd reeled, nearly knocked off their feet. With a second step, a torrent of stone burst upward, flinging Li Bai aside. Blood spurted from Ning Anren's lips. She tried to flee on her sword, but an iron hand clamped around her throat and lifted her high. Where are you running, little sword goddess? Dust-colored light curled around Yin Sha, a lethal shimmer in his eyes. Panic rippled outward. If Ning Anren fell in one exchange, what could anyone else do? And Yin Sha was only one man. How many cultists lay hidden? Hands clasped behind his back, Yin Sha announced, one chance. Defeat the foe before you, and earn the right to challenge me. Your prize, the Ning clan's sword goddess. Cracks spidered through the ground. A stone monolith rose. Yin Sha flung Ning Anren onto it. 3 black chains clattered over her, binding her fast. His gaze sliced across the crowd. Who's next? You? You? Or you? He pointed at Sun Xingqian, Lu Yiwen, and Chu Xiu. How about I try? A light laugh broke the tension. Gasps erupted. 8 trigram sigils blossomed on 3 demons. The diagrams spun, bones cracked, and the demons were ground to paste, leaving only 3 demon cores. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu ordered the Abyss Devouring Lord to swallow them. His aura surged, leaping to bronze tier 10. Every eye swung toward him. Even Yin Sha felt a chilling, indescribable danger was approaching. A transmission stone crackled with frantic shouts. Fall back, Yin Sha? Someone's broken-in personal disciple of Shunwei Xianxingzhenjuan, young master of the imperial capital's Yi clan, heir to the nation-guarding line Yi Linshao. Crash. A palm smashed through the orphanage wall. Dust billowed. A young man in white strolled in, hands clasped behind him, gaze clear yet razor-sharp. Pleasure to meet you. Yi Linshao. What are you saying? Yin Sha froze, stunned. The nation-guarding heir, Yi Linshao? How did someone like him get in here? Under the flickering lights of the domed hall, Yi Linshao strode across the heavy flagstones toward the crowd. His gaze swept the room and settled on Yin Sha, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I've long heard of the 10 Yama kings, he said. So you're only the 7th king of Mount Tai. Yin Sha's face went ashen. Yi Lingxiu's sudden appearance had wrecked all his plans. How did you get in? Yi Linxiao shook his head lightly, his tone calm. My little sister is here, so I came to keep her safe. The imperial capital has already noticed your problem and sent me to wrap things up. He narrowed his eyes, still smiling. Besides, the college entrance exams are near. With waves of Yangtze's prodigies pouring into Yinyan City, I doubt your cult can afford to give up such a fine hunting ground, can it? Silence fell. Yin Sha felt as though his heart had plunged into icy depths. Had the operation been too flashy, or had he underestimated Yangtze's intelligence network? He looked up, crimson light churning in his eyes. The profane formation was complete. If worst came to worst, he would bury everyone here. So what if you're a guardian-level heir? He barked. I'm a seated apostle of the evil god, one of the 10 Yama kings. He snapped his arm forward. You three, stop holding back and show them the deity's power. 2 Reaper squad members stepped out, each producing a cherry-sized heart that was still beating. Viscous purple fluid dripped between their fingers. They tilted their heads back, bit down, and swallowed the organs whole. Boom. Black flames erupted from every pore. Scales spread across their arms like jagged armor, muscles ballooned, and bones twisted beneath the skin with a sickening grind. Blades burst from their forearms, and their frames stretched past 2 meters, turning them into towering demonic Goliaths. Ha! I'm overflowing with power. This is the evil god's blessing. They roared, charging at Chu Xiu. Each footfall shook the ground, and a suffocating stench rushed forth. Chu Xiu pinched his nose, brows knitting. These 2 humans had this power turn them straight into monsters? A howling gust preceded them. One raised a sandbag-sized fist and slammed it toward Chu Xiu's head. Chu Xiu rooted his feet and lifted his left arm. Mountain breaker. His elbow smashed upward, meeting the giant fist Hedon. The searing force of the 8-9 mystical arts, 2nd level, detonated at once. His body could already match an average heroic spirit. He spun his fist over and followed up. Sky Ripper. A heavy punch blasted forward. Bang. The air tore like paper, and both sides staggered back several steps. Chu Xiu watched the 2 charging again, his gaze grave. They had once been ordinary summoners, yet the evil god's power had given them strength rivaling a bronze-rank monster. Yi Linxiao stood off to the side, watching coolly. Yin Sha's lips curled. Now you see why the evil god's cult left you in shambles on the Abyssal front? When a heroic spirit fights alongside its summoner, 1 + 1 already makes more than 2. With the deity's blessing, ordinary people leap straight to the peak of their tier. Compared with us, you're in a different league entirely. He pointed at the 2 mutated soldiers. Take them. They were only slightly above average before, yet after swallowing a divine heart, they can now trade blows with Chu Xiu, who practices the 8-9 mystical arts. Everyone knew that when it came to raw, unknown power, even a silver-ranked summoner might not be able to handle Chu Xiu. He exhaled sharply, shoulders dropping as he drew a breath. His left hand traced a circle, his right hand a square, running 2 currents of Bajio Xingong at once. The multitasking display made Yi Lingxiu's pupils contract. One hand using Lai Kong, the other Beng Shan. The abyss has pushed Bajio Xingong this far. Yi Lingxiu's heart shook. Boom, boom. Lai Kong swept sideways, Beng Shan shattered downward. Like a war god descending, Chu Xiu flashed forward, his fist drove into the enemy's chest. A half-step shift changed his stance, and a palm hammered the shoulder. He sprang sideways, flipped, and a hook kick shattered the man's jaw before both fists punched through together. Crash. The target was blasted more than 10 meters away, his head bursting into a bloody mist. With its master dead, the bull-headed spirit gave a bestial growl. The phantom trembled, then vanished completely. Chu Xiu shook out his wrists. In the time it took for thunder to roll, he had killed one opponent outright, leaving everyone speechless. The strength he displayed was already on par with a bronze-grade monster. Sun Xingqian's face darkened almost to black. Without his spirit, even 10 of him could not block Chu Xiu. What a terrifying abyss, he thought grimly. If this man is allowed to mature, he'll become another prodigy of Yangtze and a mortal enemy of our evil god church. Yin Sha narrowed his eyes, killing intent sharp as needles. The order of must-kill targets used to be Ning Anren, then Sun Xingqian, and only after that the abyss. Now he's moved to the top of the list. The fight was far from over. Chu Xiu spread his fingers. Black vapor rolled out as the myriad soul banner condensed into a tang saber in his palm. Whoosh. A flare of blade light split toward another foe. They're strong, but once the summoner dies, the spirit fades on its own. Drop them fast, and the pressure on us disappears, Chu Xiu reminded the others. He vaulted up, slashing again to cut down a second enemy. Idiots. Stop trading blows, take hostages. Yin Sha bellowed. Not everyone in the arena had Chu Xiu's power. Plenty of targets were far more fragile. Silver Wing, don't hold back, go all out. Yin Sha barked. Silver Wing drew out a thumb-sized, black, pulsing heart. Platinum cried out, no? Silver Wing, you'll turn into a monster if you lose yourself for power. Silver Wing sneered. Platinum, what do you think we've actually gotten out of life? Platinum fell silent. When we were young, we shouted about earning glory, winning titles, becoming warlords. And what happened? Half a lifetime wasted, lording over a tiny squad in a backwater like Yin City. The world is bigger than we ever imagined, and full of people better than us. We have no pedigree, no resources, no chances. Things we fight our whole lives for are given to others at birth and they don't even want them. Does that seem fair? To hell with this world. Platinum, am not willing to stay down. I screamed, hoping the world would hear me, but I couldn't even get the sound out. If we don't risk everything, if we don't gamble our lives, well, never get what we want. To grow stronger, to stand above others. I joined the evil god church and devoted myself to the dark one. I don't care if I have to become a monster. With that, Silverwing shoved the black heart into his mouth. Listen well, Platinum. There's no confession in the book of confessions, only the calm of those who accept the stakes. People like us, if we don't fight, will forever crawl at the feet of the powerful. Today, they'll show them. So what if they're called prodigies? I specialize in killing prodigies. They'll topple their rule, reshuffle the deck, and make sure we have a voice. Arg! Black mist erupted, swallowing Silverwing completely as his roar tore the air apart. Yin Sha watched coldly, the corner of his mouth lifting. Hearts of the evil god come in grades. A cobalt heart only boosts the summoner, but the black god heart strengthens both summoner and spirit. You see it now? Feel the fear our evil god church brings. Ha 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 ha. Yin Sha burst into manic laughter. Boom. A torrent of black energy churned in the sky like a boiling tide, swallowing Ini whole. Bai Jin sprang forward to pull him out, but the violent shockwave hurled him away. Swoosh. From the heart of the darkness, a jet-black sword light tore through the air, flinging Bai Jin dozens of meters back. A savage gash ripped from his left shoulder to his right hip, blood spraying as though had been cut in two. I's roar reverberated inside the murk. Dropping to one knee and gasping, Bai Jin still shouted hoarsely, Ini, why won't you listen? We're brothers. Isn't it enough to rule Yin City and live out our days in peace? Let go of this ambition. Staying alive is what matters. Desire is an abyss. It'll swallow us whole. Didn't you say you wanted to marry a gentle wife? But Ini heard none of it. Bloated desire had already devoured him. As the black mist thinned, a creature covered in obsidian scales emerged. His left arm had become a broadsword, and even a casual swing sliced the air with a shriek. He was a monster now, far stronger than the two fallen ones before, and even his heroic spirit, the Silverwing Slayer, was steeped in darkness, its power surging. Silver third tier. Bai Jin stammered. Trembling Silverwing Slayer had jumped to the terrifying third tier of silver. Whoosh. The creature blurred and appeared behind the heroic spirit Ran Min, king of martial valor. Rah! Ran Min roared, sweeping his manslayer halberd in a broad arc, but the foe's speed was insane. The strike hit empty air. An instant later, the Silverwing Slayer ghosted behind him again. Ran Min reversed his white meteor spear in a vicious thrust, but stabbed only a fading afterimage. Above you, Sun Xingqian shouted. Too late. SHKK. A jet-black slash plunged downward, piercing Ran Min's skull. Pinned to the ground, the spirit vanished, and the recoil blasted into Bai Jin's body. He collapsed on the spot. Wake up. We're brothers. Bai Jin's vision blurred. The earlier wound and the backlash had drained him completely. He had no strength left. After devouring the evil god's heart, was terrifying. The air itself seemed to thicken. The once invincible Captain Bai Jin had been crushed in a single exchange. Alone was enough to smother everyone present. Cousin, let's run. We don't stand a chance, Chu Hong whispered, swallowing hard, face ashen. Ning Anren was already down, and the only ones still standing were Sun Xingqian, Lu Yuan, Su Hongying, and himself. But even the strongest of them, Sun Xingqian, was only bronze tier 10. How could they face a silver tier 3 Ini? Whoosh. Chu Xiu sheathed his Tang saber as another foe collapsed in two bloody halves, the vanquished heroic spirit dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. He swept his gaze around the battlefield. Yi Linxiao had already closed with Yin Sha, but on their side Silverwing's pressure was overwhelming. Even working together, everyone was being forced back. If they were captured, Yi Linxiao would be hamstrung, and defeat would come in an instant. Yi Linxiao, over here. Yin Sha roared with manic laughter, his ivory fangs glinting. Forget them, fight me. Silverwing was more than enough to crush the rest. Now he wanted only Yi Linxiao. The name Lord of the Ten Hells needed a grander trophy, and killing this national-level prodigy would push his ranking even higher. Interesting. Yi Linxiao chuckled and glanced at Chu Xiu. Abyss, that front is yours. This one belongs to me. With that, he dropped into a stance Chu Xiu knew by heart. That's the 8-9 mystical arts? Chu Xiu's heart lurched. Yi Linxiao didn't pause. Release and ran. He called to Yin Sha, and he'll give you the duel you want. And if I don't? Yin Sha sneered. You think he'll bow just because you told me to? Which matters more, your pride or your life? Yi Linxiao arched an eyebrow. Choose. Lose face, or lose everything. A sudden tremor rippled through the air. Behind Yi Linxiao appeared a figure in a blue-gold robe, hair bound beneath a lofty crown, skin like warm jade. An innate 8 trigrams hovered overhead, a sun mark glowed in his left eye, a moon scar in his right. His celestial robe snapped in a phantom wind, the yellow river surged in illusion, and the Luo turtle surfaced bearing its script. Bare feet hovered above the ground while twin Ouroboros serpents of light coiled around his ankles majestic and resplendent. Seeing the spirit, Yin Sha felt his scalp crawl, icy fear shooting down his spine. What spirit is that? Strapped to the monolith, Ning Anren gave a disdainful snort. Do all cultists know so little? I don't like Yi Lin Xiao, but his talent is monstrous. In all of Imperial Yinxia, there's no one on his level. Her voice grew graver. His spirit is an SS rank, sacred sovereign Fushi. At her words, the 8 trigrams behind Yi Lin Xiao expanded, swallowing Yin Sha in its glow. 10,000 phenomena returned to the void. The trigrams unfolded into a domain, folding the heavens and earth. Yin Sha was dragged inside. Sovereign Fushi? Good, good. Yin Sha's laughter twisted. Let's see if your Fushi can stand against my mountain-crushing Yama-thousand Peak Solok. 2 7th-tier silver heroic spirits collided, their auras hammering the space until it warped. Even the cult's artificial black hole wavered. Without the array's support, it would have collapsed in seconds. Chu Xiu shook off his shock and tightened his grip on the saber. Yi Lin Xiao truly was Yangxia's finest genius in a completely different plane from his earlier foes. All the more reason to surpass him. Once his own Wraith Warlord evolved to SS rank, it would rival Sacred Sovereign Fushi. It was only a matter of time. He fixed all his attention on Silverwing. Silverwing threw back its head with a thunderous roar and lunged at Lu Yuan's group, its massive body whipping up a gale. At that critical moment, Sun Xingqian slipped aside, leaving the others exposed. The beheading greatsword crashed down like a gate. Lu Yuan and Chu Hong went pale. They tried to summon their spirits, but Silverwing's broad blade pinned them mercilessly, leaving no opening. In that split second, a figure flashed in front of the 2 women. Don't worry, I'm here. Those 4 calm words sent a tremor through their hearts. Clang. A tang saber materialized in Chu Xiu's hand, black mist surging around the blade. He swung it across his body, just in time to block Yin Yi's strike. Yin Yi paused only for a heartbeat before launching into a blur of wide-sweeping attacks, his broadsword smashing down again and again toward Chu Xiu. Sparks flew with every clash of steel. Eyes blood red. Yin Yi roared like a beast, relying on raw instinct as each blow landed harder than the last. Numb from the impact, Chu Xiu staggered backward, the soles of his boots carving deep grooves through the broken stone. Crack! The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, blood ran down his forearm and dripped onto the ground in bright scarlet drops. Fall back. That guy's a monster. Sun Xingqian's scalp tingled. The pressure of a third-rank silver opponent felt like a mountain standing, and fighting meant certain death. Retreat was the only option. Outside the Black Rift, in the makeshift spectator zone. They've been inside for 3 hours. Who knows how the fight's going? Both the Ning Jiatian Nu and the prodigy of Modus Sun family joined in. This rift should be in the bag. The real question is who gets the MVP. My money's on the Ning Jiatian Nu. Her sword skills are unmatched, and the Qinglian sword immortal spirit is insane. Don't forget the Sun family prodigy rumor says his spirit rank is just as high. Don't sleep on Hangcheng's Shashan squad. They're a silver rank exploration team from the provincial capital. I'm cheering for Yanyan City's own strongest silver squading by squad for the win. Then Illa quietly root for Shenyuan squad. The last voice was drowned in laughter. Shenyuan squad? You're joking, right? They're just there to make up the numbers. Forget MVP getting out alive will be a miracle. Exactly. Most teams field Bronze X fighters. They've got a Bronze V and a Bronze 3, and even Shenyuan himself is only Bronze 8. How are they supposed to compete? Someone brought up another name. I'm actually more interested in the commander's son. If he's working with the Sun family prodigy, he can't be weak. True. I heard young master Chu Hong already reached Bronze V. Standing in the crowd, Chu Xiong smiled and added, my unworthy son has just advanced to Bronze 6 with some help from his cousin, and his cultivation technique has risen a tier as well. The news drew even louder exclamations. As expected of Commander Chu's son, external help or not, his own talent is impressive. At this rate, young master Chu will catch up to Shenyuan Sun, might even surpass him. Haha, who knows? That would be talent worthy of the War King's disciple. The more they praised, the brighter Chu Xiong's expression became. He had spent tens of millions gathering resources across the country to pave the way for his son, and now the payoff was finally in sight. Pride radiated from every line of his face. As for the other one, Chu Xiong snorted quietly. Chu Xiu, that useless fool, had boasted grandly yet, with no one to shield him, was probably struggling just to survive. He might have been dead in some godforsaken corner by now. Rolling the wheel-shaped pendant in his palm, he let it click softly under his thumb while a sneer tugged at his lips. Ungrateful wretch, you're not worthy of this. Blame that repulsive mother of yours. Inside the hall, Yin Shang suddenly suggested, didn't the Black Hole Bureau build a wavelength projector? If we lock onto the right frequency, we can stream what's happening in there. Instead of waiting around, why not take a look? Eyes lit up across the room. Great idea. Perfect chance for the other squads to study the pros. Director Qian nodded. All right, let's watch. Consider it a live lesson. Technicians hammered out a string of commands on the stabilizer console, and a huge projection screen slid into place. After several flashes of harsh blue light, the interior of the black hole filled the display. A warped roar slammed into everyone's ears. What a mess of sound. Look over there. The feed caught a giant figure brandishing a broadsword. 3 meters tall, muscles bulging like split stone, the blade nearly a meter wide and gleaming with cold steel. It was hacking with berserk fury. Is that a heroic spirit? No, it's cutting down a human. A collective gasp. Abyss. One lone man was blocking the monster's storm of blows, shielding 2 teammates behind him. The hall exploded with excitement. No one dared blink. The silver-winged beast was a mobile mountain, making the 1.8-meter-tall Abyss look like a child. A single sweep of that blade could grind a man to paste. In a corner of the feed, the 18-channel pickup captured Sun Xingqian and Chu Hong's whispered exchange. Run, cousin. We can't handle this thing. Stay, and we die. Chu Hong's legs shook as visions of being split in 2 flooded his mind. Sun Xingqian growled, exactly. If I were silver rank, I'd butcher them like chickens, but the gap from bronze to silver is huge. Let's Balinly idiots fight Hedon. When I'm stronger, he'll come back and kill him. He summoned Shang Liu. The serpent's massive tail smashed the orphanage's underground gate to rubble, and the 2 bolted without a backward glance. Scorn flashed across every face in front of the screen. Retreating when you're outmatched is fine, but using teammates as shields is filthy. Would you ever trust your back to him again on the Abyssal front? Chu Xiong's face went livid. He cursed himself for agreeing to Yan Shang's bright idea publicly. Streaming the battle was a slap to his own face. Sun Xingqian and Chu Hong hadn't just run. They'd thrown in a few tough guy lines for good measure. Utter humiliation. The moment they fled, Abyss burden doubled. Silver Wing and the Silver Wing Slayer zeroed in on him, killing intent like needles. In effect, Chu Xiu now had to solo a 3rd-tier silver heroic spirit plus the Silver Wing monster of the same level. This was Fist, this was Blade. This was a 3rd-tier silver heroic spirit. Kill him if you can. Chu Xiu. The pressure crashed down on him. Chu Xiu took a long breath and, abandoning any pretense of hiding, rasped, you too. Fall back. The battlefield split in an instant. 1. East side Yin Sha and Yi Lin Xiao, 2 upper-tier silvers, trading blood for blood in both summoner and heroic spirit forms. 2. West side Chu Xiu versus Silver Wing and the Silver Wing Slayer, a bronze challenging silver in the hardest fight of his life. Hey, you want me? Then follow me. Chu Xiu flung out the taunt, leapt upward, grabbed a gap in the ceiling, and burst through the orphanage roof. Silverwing's eyes flashed. Power coiled in his legs and he shot into the night like a shell, with the Silverwing Slayer streaking after him as a second line of silver light. In the monitoring room, emotions churned. Look, Abyss just lured them away. Damn, Abyss is a real man. He's the MVP of this round. The cheers flipped to urgency. Get another projector and lock on to Abyss wavelength. At Director Qian's order, a second projector lit up, the screen now divided left and right. Left window lightning fast clashes between Yi Lin Xiao and Yin Sha. Yi Lin Xiao drove both the 8-9 profound art and the heavenfall mantra of Fushi, lightning armor, and a Taiji sigil swirling around him. Yin Sha unleashed the 9-peak prison melting cannon of the king of Mount Tai, feeding peaks with souls, tempering bones with balefire, smelting mountains and rivers into an immortal warboda supplemented by the Church of the Evil Gods tenfold World King scripture, a forbidden text said to be practiced by the 10 lords of Yama. Fists, aura, and spellcraft tangled too quickly for laymen to follow. Only Chu Hong, the strongest present, could barely track their moves. His verdict, a quick decision, was unlikely. Yet Yin Sha was already faltering, while Yi Lin Xiao still fought with easy, a true heir of national caliber. Right window Chu Xiu and 2 silver-grade opponents flashed in and out of space, the situation far more perilous. A bronze overturning silver? Pure fantasy, someone muttered. A technician from the Black Hole administration burst in. Headquarters has been notified. Church of the Evil God infiltration confirmed. War King Malian is in Jiang province and racing toward Yinyan City. Another team reported on the anomaly. This isn't a naturally spawned abyssal black hole. It's artificial. The target is clearly our top talents. Faces hardened. War King Malian needs at least half an hour to get here from Hang City. If this drags on, Abyss will die. Can we break this artificial hole together? War Commander Chu, can you do it? Chu Xiong shook his head, face grim. It can't be broken. A massive formation shrouded the artificial black hole, strong enough to withstand a Lania-class strike. No one outside could smash it, and no one inside could escape. Until Zhan Wang gets here, every effort is futile. The corners of Chu Xiong's mouth lifted. Shen Yuan was the one trapped. As long as Shen Yuan held on, Zhan Wang would cut the black hole apart, and Chu Xiong's son would be safe. With luck, only Shen Yuan would be left gravely wounded, removing a thorn from his side once and for all. The onlookers shared the same thought. A bronze rank could never defeat a silver, much less a third-tier silver. They only wanted to see how long Xin Yuan could last. Chu Xiu burst from the dim basement, holding nothing back. Come forth. At his shout, countless blood-feast devourers surged out of the ground, gore-stained fangs flashing in the firelight. The four blood-feast war generals formed ranks, and high overhead the Abyss Eater Lord floated with a pitch-black scepter, like a god of death passing judgment. Not enough. Chu Xiu growled. A rift yawned open, and pale bone guards crawled out one after another, their ivory armor glinting coldly under the moon. Bone marshals and bone commanders led their phalanxes. At the head, the skull-crusher tyrant shouldered a giant axe and roared to the heavens. Chu Xiu had thrown in every card he possessed. The Bloodfeast host against the silver-winged assassins. The pale bone legions against the silver wings. Final edict nebula storm. His shout rang out. The Abyss Eater Lord swung its staff, and a jet-black hurricane materialized, swallowing both enemy champions. A pillar of darkness slammed down like a meteor. Stone exploded skyward, shock waves rippled for hundreds of meters, and the ground cracked into a spiderweb. The thunderous blast rolled underground. Yi Linxiao looked up, a faint smile of approval on his lips. Not bad, Xin Yuan. Holding your ground as a bronze in that melee takes guts. He no longer delayed. Let me finish these two, then I'll help you. Fushi, Bagua Yansheng body. A figure in green flashed forward and struck Taishan Wang in the chest, hurling him sideways. Lone Tu severing calamity. Behind Yi Linxiao, a dragon-tailed human avatar appeared. The rotating Bagua diagram tore the void apart. Taishan Wang was slammed into the earth. He roared in fury, but could not break free. Bajio Xuangong heart-scorching form. Having reached the third tier of the art, Yi Lingxiu's power doubled. A five-colored lotus of flame spun in his palm and shattered the ochre barrier around Yansha. Yansha spat blood and skidded back, face dark. You live up to the Jinghua line, Yi Linxiao. I admit I'm no match for you. But, he gave a savage grin. You think you'll save Xin Yuan? Dream on. Beating me is easy, killing me is impossible. I am one of the 10 Yama kings. Lord Evil God, grant me strength. 10 Cycle Realm King, Canon Evil God descent. A pillar of black light pierced the sky, Yansha's aura raging out of control. Taishan Wang howled and strained against his bindings. The darkness coalesced into a titan that blotted out the sun behind Yansha. Its vast palm crashed down toward Yi Linxiao. Borrowing the evil god's power, it'll kill Xin Yuan and bury you with him. Yi Linxiao. Under the doubled pressure, Yi Lingxiu's eyes grew grave. He drew a deep breath. This is bad, I won't be able to finish this quickly. He lifted his gaze to the distant battlefield torn open by the nebulous storm and asked silently, Xin Yuan, can you really hold on? On the other side, the commotion inevitably reached Chu Xiu. He swung his long sword with unwavering focus, the weight between his brows never lifting. A nebulous storm screamed outward, but this time it was no longer unstoppable. Black sword light tore through the maelstrom, and Silverwing burst from the eye of the storm, trailing a streak of silver, shredding the vortex to pieces. Roar! Silverwing bellowed, sweeping his greatsword sideways. It clashed in midair with the Skull-Crusher Tyrant's warhammer. Even relying solely on his body, Silverwing now matched a fifth-tier bronze fighter. Shame and fury twisted the tyrant's face. Was he unable to suppress a mere summoned creature? He roared again, hefted the hammer, and smashed down with savage force. Chu Xiu tapped his fingers together. This is all I have left, no choice now. I'm not sure you can take it, but I don't have time to hesitate. A magic crystal gleamed in his palm, the gold-grade treasure the Malian Battle King had given him earlier. Had intended to let his two undead warlords use it after they advanced to silver, but the situation was dire. Go big or go home, fortune favors the bold. Chu Xiu muttered. Ting! He flicked the crystal skyward. Golden light exploded, shooting straight toward the Abyss Devourer Lord. Catch! Chu Xiu shouted. The Abyss Devourer Lord had just reached out when a shadow flashed past the Skull-Crusher Tyrant, craned his neck, and gulped the gold-grade crystal down. Are you out of your mind? Chu Xiu cried. That surge could rip apart even a 10th-tier bronze fighter. You're only 5th-tier bronze, what are you thinking? An undead warlord might be immortal, but the crystal's power could tear him to shreds. The tyrant's hammer thudded to the ground. Dropping to one knee, he cracked and splintered, black soul flames raging in his eye sockets. I don't want to be deadweight anymore. I'm going to help my lord. Boom! Golden energy surged backward, dissolving rotted flesh and armor alike. Warning! Undead warlord Skull-Crusher Tyrant is at death's door. Warning! Undead warlord Skull-Crusher Tyrant is at death's door. Warning! Undead warlord Skull-Crusher Tyrant is at death's door. The myriad soul banner shrieked. Host, do you wish to initiate the Legion Advancement Challenge early? Chu Xiu rubbed his temples and sighed. Do it. He couldn't watch the Skull-Crusher Tyrant die. At his command, a silver key materialized and dropped into his hand. Challenge initiated. Time inside the challenge will not consume time in the real world, the cold prompt echoed. The next instant, time seemed to drain away. Chu Xiu and the Skullcrusher tyrant vanished. Above the clouds rose a palace built of countless bleached bones, its spires swallowed by thunderclouds. Chu Xiu and the Skullcrusher tyrant reappeared before its ghost white gates. The Netherbone Palace. Chu Xiu's heart trembled at the three characters etched above. Hall of Bones. If you wish to meet the Emperor of the Dead, you'll have to get past us first. A hollow mechanical voice rang from within. The doors swung open, and two massive figures strode out. Both were Skullcrusher tyrants. Chu Xiu's pupils contracted. So even someone as fearsome as the Skullcrusher tyrant is only a gatekeeper here? Can you still fight? Chu Xiu looked at Sui Lu Baojun and asked, well? Sui Lu Baojun rose slowly, demonic flames swirling inside his chest cavity, yet a hidden force held them in check. In a low rumble he said, my lord, that power feels locked away somehow. But I can still fight. Oh, Chu Xiu arched a brow. The Wanhun fan is suppressing the demon crystal inside you. So how are you talking at all? No idea. Ever since I swallowed the crystal, the words just come. Chu Xiu let it go and warned gravely, if you fail this trial, the crystal will rip you apart and erase you from the world. We opened the trial in a rush, so the Palebone Guard can't help you. I'll go in alone. It's harder than the stage with Shi Yuan Lingzhu. Sui Lu Baojun only nodded, knuckles cracking. I have to grow stronger. Am done standing by, useless. I need enough power to aid you, my lord. If I can't, I'd rather die and let a stronger undead warrior guard you. Am not worthy otherwise. The resolve startled Chu Xiu. Compared with the steady Shi Yuan Lingzhu, this one was like a child desperate to prove himself. Chu Xiu lifted a hand. All right, Thingo. With a low hum, Sui Lu Baojun shot into the air. Twin hammers stirred a gale as he charged the two gatekeeping Sui Lu Baojun of equal rank. Same abilities, same strength. Can you take on both? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. I will, or he'll die trying. Sui Lu Baojun roared, unleashing thousand-bone burial. The hammers crashed, bone shards flying. Power surged through him, his aura climbing bronze 6th tier. Chu Xiu realized the trial was forcing him to refine the demon crystal mid-battle. Abnormal demon bone. 8 bone chains burst from his spine like evil dragons, binding the two foes. A second blast of thousand-bone burial struck, shattering the guardians to dust. The gates boomed open, and Chu Xiu stepped into the nether palace beside him. A bitter wind howled. A pitch-black hall loomed ahead, the plaque reading Yongya Hall. Creaked doors eased apart, foul wind shrieking as if urging intruders forward. Sui Lu Baojun's eyes flashed. He took 2 steps. Crash. A shadow lunged, seized his skull, and swung him in a brutal arc. Boom. He flew back like a meteor. Roaring, he charged again only to be skewered by 36 deep purple lashes that appeared from the void. Blood-red barbs yanked tight, bones popping, ready to tear him apart. Now Chu Xiu saw the enemy clearly. A horrific corpse clad in black and crimson serrated bone blades, every piece spinning like a chainsaw. From its spine sprouted 36 barbed whips. On its shoulders rested 2 giant black cannons forged of skulls, their barrels crammed with wailing souls. Its fists were 10 pitch-black spiral drills that shredded the very air. Crimson fire blazed in its eyes. Chu Xiu's heart tightened. This was Sui Lu Baojun's evolved form, the Yongya Mahai. Pure oppression, sheer brutalicia, perfect killing machine. And if Sui Lu Baojun wanted its power, he would have to kill it himself. Crack. With a casual flick, the whip blade blasted the Skullcrusher tyrant off his feet. Both skull-smashing hammers flew from his hands, arcing through the air before the whip blade punched clean through them. Crunch. The hammerheads shattered into shards of iron that clattered to the floor. That was only the beginning. 36 whip blades erupted like a vast net, after images twining through the air with a serpentine roar. Snap, snap, snap. The moment the tyrant hit the ground, the blades coiled around his arms and legs, locking him in place. Zzz. They began to spin like chainsaw teeth, sparks flying as the hardened bone armor that covered his body was peeled away, layer by layer. Agony tore at his flesh, yet he clenched his jaw and uttered not a sound. Whoosh. A flash of icy steel plunged down a lightning-quick figure. Chu Xiu slammed his sword against the whip blades. The blade crackled with power as he slashed again and again, severing all 36 strands and dragging the Skullcrusher tyrant out of certain death. But the tyrant was already on the verge of collapse. In a blur, Yongya Mahai appeared before Chu Xiu, crimson eyes blazing. He raised a single-fingered spiraling drill point. At its tip touched Chu Xiu's sword. Boom. A brutal shockwave ripped through the blade and hurled Chu Xiu backward. Crash. He slammed into a pillar of pale bone outside the hall. Only his formidable physique kept his body from shattering. Coughing, he clutched his chest, teeth rattling with pain. Lord. The Skullcrusher tyrant roared. 8 warped bone chains lashed toward Yongya Mahai. But with a casual lift of his hand, Yongya caught the chains and gave a chilling laugh. Pathetic. You can't even protect your own master. The useless have no right to live. Crack. A sharp tug ripped the chains out by the roots. In the same instant, a black and crimson blood blade swept across the tyrant's neck, nearly decapitating him. Watch closely, this is true power, absolute violence. Yongye Mahai flipped the bloodblade, fists and feet striking as 10 spinning drill shadows tore the air. In a frenzy of close-quarters carnage, he became a walking engine of destruction. If the Abyss Devourer Lord was a long-range artillery mage, Yongye Mahai was the incarnation of melee brutality. In just 2 exchanges he ripped off the tyrant's arms and sent him flying with a single kick. Yongye shot after him. Eternal night, unbound domain of 1,000 slaughters. Absolute darkness spread to within a millimeter of his skin, swallowing every trace of light. In the pitch-black void, hundreds, no, 1,000 soft blood-red afterimages burst forth. Each was a killing strike. Swish, swish, swish. The shadows overlapped in a mad dance, the air itself whining as 1,888 blades slashed through the skull-crusher tyrant in less than a second. Explosions crackled like a drum roll. Then, in the darkness, blood-red lotus blossoms bloomed in midair. As the curtain of darkness fell, the Yongye Mahai dropped from the void. Night receded, dawn ripped open the sky, and a thunderous shockwave exploded. Boom. The Suelu Baojun had been crushed into a storm of bone shards that whirled through the lingering symphony of darkness, his form erased by boundless killing intent. It's over. I hereby declare the trial a failure. Yongye Mahai's tone was calm, yet it carried a reaper's final verdict. With that, he turned toward the slowly opening gates of the Yongye Hall. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The heart cradled in Chu Xiu's arms tore free of his control, shot skyward, and burst into a blinding pillar of black light. Yongye Mahai pivoted, body trembling. That was the Dadi Xin. A heart of pristine bone hovered in midair, its oppressive force rolling outward like waves, nearly forcing Yongye Mahai to his knees. At the same time, the Yuming Xin quaked violently. Shattered bones on the ground were swept up by a raging wind and drawn toward the heart. In the air, those fragments fused at breakneck speed, rebuilding a fearsome skeletal body. The Yuming Xin embedded itself in the chest cavity, flashes of black bloodlight dancing. A figure stepped out of the void, identical in appearance to Yongye Mahai. In his hand a pitch-black chain dragged a 2-meter-wide Zhongyan Fu, its blade forged from snarling skulls, purple flames licking along its edge. You actually evolved? And you even got your hands on the Zhongyan Fu? Yongye Mahai stared at the himself before him, shock flickering in his eyes. System notification. Congratulations, host. A grade Suelu Baojun has evolved into grade Yongye Mahai. The Pale Bone Guard army has evolved into the Haigu Maxiang Junchuan. Yongye Mahai skills. 1,000 shifting demon whip, eternal night frenzy, eternal night unbound realm of 10,000 deaths, twin demon star cannon, final rupture axe. Haigu Maxiang Junchuan skills. Mountain shattering charge, demon mountain bone prison, golem descent. Chu Xiu's eyes blazed like twin stars. At last the trial is complete. If I hadn't found the Yuming Xin on Bone Mountain back then, Suelu Baojun would have died for sure. Blessings and disasters truly walk hand in hand. He ran a quick assessment. Every skill of the evolved Yongye Mahai was an explosive powerhouse, while the Haigu Maxiang Junchuan specialized in defense. When the Bloodthirsty Devourer turned into a crimson storm to unleash damage, and the Haigu Maxiang Junchuan absorbed the hits up front, he could sit back and watch the enemy, wouldn't touch a single hair on his head. Though the 2 undead warlords were only S-grade individually, their synergy with the Legion pushed their overall rating close to S-grade, rivaling even SS-grade spirits. Once I train the 8-9 mystical arts to the 3rd layer, and further fortify my body to carry more power from the 10,000 souls banner, you'll be able to summon a 3rd undead legion. Chu Xiu's blood roared with excitement. With the promotion complete, Yongye Mahai's strength skyrocketed, and he now wielded the fearsome Zhongyan Fu in addition to his original power. This time, it's my turn to greet you. The newborn Yongye Mahai hoisted the Zhongyan Fu, pointing its edge at his original self below, voice icy cold. Empowered by the Yuming Xin, he had consumed most of the demon crystal's energy, his might soaring to the silver tier. So you advanced, big deal. I still control those skills better than you. Boom. The air thundered as torrents of dark energy were sucked into the twin launchers on his shoulders, their barrels etched with vengeful spirits that howled in agony. Demon Star twin cannons. The roar ripped through the sky. Boom. Countless skeletal phantoms compressed into 2 jet-black beams that slit the heavens, vaporizing everything in their path as they shot toward Yongye Mahai high above. Demon Star twin cannons. The airborne Yongye Mahai lifted his own launchers, and twin columns of black light erupted. The 2 streams of annihilation collided midair. Black flames churned, and the impact thundered like 10,000 war drums. Before the shockwaves faded, Yongye Mahai slowly raised the colossal axe wrapped in iron chains. Endrending death axe. Whoosh. Chains screamed as a palace-length blade materialized, its obsidian edge devouring the sky. The swinging arc descended, engulfing the ground and the hall of eternal night, turning stone and soil alike to dust. The Yongya Mahai on the ground instantly lost sight and sound, as though his very existence had been stripped away. The heavens cracked, life was severed, and all returned to silence. With that single stroke, every obstacle was erased. Boom! The blast pierced the clouds. Endless black light surged upward, making Chu Xiu's chest tighten. Dust billowed, darkness receded, and the airborne Yongya Mahai staggered as he stepped out of the torn void. Dropping to one knee, his voice trembled, yet rang with resolve. My liege, the mission is complete. I did not fail you. This time he was no longer a burden, but a blade with which his sovereign could carve new lands. Silver tier might, freshly forged skeletal flesh, fearsome, new skills. The skull crusher tyrant was gone. Only one name remained, Yongya Mahai. Tonight there are neither stars nor moon. Only the night in my grasp, eternal night. Behind Chu Xiu, a pitch-black portal opened in silence. Master and servant exchanged a glance and stepped into the swirling dark together. Their figures vanished, the gate shuttered, and the passage sealed once more. Deep within the white-boned celestial palace, beyond the hall of eternal night, a dormant power stirred in the hall of the Nether King. Before the throne of shadows, a towering figure rose, his indifferent gaze piercing the gloom. Next time, you will face me. I will be here awaiting your arrival. Outside, a swirling black vortex appeared, and Chu Xiu stepped through. To everyone else, he seemed to vanish and reappear in an instant. Yet, within that heartbeat, he had undergone a complete rebirth. Master, I still have a portion of that demon core. Yongya's deep voice floated out of the impenetrable shadow behind Chu Xiu. I can share it with Lord Xiwan. If he also breaks in his silver rank, the two of us can finish this man. You heard him. Start absorbing. Chu Xiu's voice was cool and steady. This time I owe you one, Yongya. Lord Xiwan nodded gratefully and took the pitch-black core. No need for thanks, Yongya chuckled. We're both here to protect our liege. You guarded him before. Now that I'm back, the first general slot naturally falls to me. Xiwan said nothing. He was never fond of words. He crushed the core, and dark purple energy surged through the gaps in his bones and armor, his aura rising rapidly. Behind Chu Xiu, two patches of shadow churned like a gathering storm, yet no outside eye noticed. Boom! The orphanage collapsed in an explosive roar, and two figures shot skyward through a cloud of dust. Yin Sha's body blazed with black light, stone armor covering his limbs like a moving fortress. He roared and lunged at Yi Linxiao, driving a fist down like a falling pillar. Beside him, King Taishan lifted a hand and conjured a phantom Mount Tai, hurling the dark peak toward Fuxi. Fuxi stood barefoot atop the ruins, a dragon avatar rising behind him, the Taiji diagram spinning overhead. Golden light flared from his lean frame as he raised a palm to meet the mountain. The 8 trigrams divine Bodhi's supple force met King Taishan's brute strength Hedon, and the battle raged from the shattered ground up into the sky. Fist gales and divine radiance entwining as spirits and mortals clashed. Yi Linxiao, every one of you will die today, including you. Yin Sha bellowed. Encased in demonstone plate, his arms swung down again like a colossal hammer. Hold! Yi Linxiao formed a seal with one hand, a luminous trigram will blooming in his palm while the other struck out. A 5-colored lotus of flame burst into a massive seal and slammed into Yin Sha's arm. You want kill me? Yin Sha laughed. Maybe I can't, so what? The entire area is locked under my evil array. Not even a Lanya-level fighter can break in. All I need to do is stall you. Once Silverwing slaughters the others, victory is still mine. The advantage is ours. Yi Lingxiu's brow tightened. It was true. Apart from him, Chu Xiu and the others were far below silver rank. Sun Xingqian and Chu Hong had already fled. Ning Anren was down, her platinum body on the brink of collapse. Only the Abyss squad was still standing, and the 2 female members barely mattered. Worst of all was Abyss himself had yet to reach peak bronze. How could he confront a silver-rank terror? Yi Lingxiu's gaze fixed on Chu Xiu, his expression grave. The Abyss Legion was close to breaking. Yes, even though he keeps hurling an endless stream of bloodthirsty devourers at the silver-winged assassin and silver wing, their regeneration can't begin to match the enemy's killing speed. The gap in strength was glaring. Yi Lingxiu's face was grim as he growled. Even if every one of them dies, Yin Sha, you'll never get out of Yanyan City. The cult of the evil god is about to lose a prodigy on the 10 halls of Yama level. Oh, can you be so sure? Yin Sha sneered, crossing blades with Yi Linxiao again, his battle lust scorching. Come on, Yi Linxiao. What will it be? Will you just stand there and watch everyone you want to protect die right in front of you? Yi Lingxiu's chest tightened, darkness swallowing him whole. Was he really going to watch the people he swore to protect perish again? Below, the land lay in ruins. Chu Xiu silently dismissed what was left of the Palebone Guard and hid his 2 undead generals in the shadows, leaving only the bloodthirsty devourers to hold the line. The silver-winged assassin's black blade whirled, unleashing dozens of strikes each second, while Silverwing's greatsword roared like a storm, shattering earth with every step. At this rate, the defense would crumble in 15 seconds, and Chu Xiu's head would be theirs. Captain, Chu Hong and another female teammate rushed over, panic on their faces. If this keeps up, Abyss will be killed. Abyss stood motionless, mind seemingly torn away. Ha ha ha. Cousin is finished. Abyss is dead this time. On the formation's edge, Chu Hong grabbed Sun Xingqian's elbow, mad joy blazing in his eyes as the silver-winged assassin closed in on Abyss. Once Abyss died, his inner demons would shatter. If the prodigies from the imperial capital, the demon capital, and the provincial capital withdrew, Yanyun City's top spot would still be his. Lu Yiwen had no resources and would never amount to anything. Every scrap of glory belonged to him, and he intended to take it back. Spectators outside the barrier held their breath. It was over. Abyss was doomed, and no one could save him this time. The Demon Lotus Battle King is 10 minutes out in minutes, but Abyss has only seconds left. Chu Xiu stared at his stopwatch, heart hammering. 30 seconds and 30 seconds, Abyss dies. Don't laugh yet, no, I can barely hold it in. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. Goodbye, Abyss. Once you die, Honger's inner demons are gone. 20 seconds, more 10 seconds. 10. Whoosh. A dark blur split the air. The silver-winged assassin streaked up to Chu Xiu, the black blade's icy gleam stabbing for his brow. How is it? Ready? Reporting, my Lord God Devourer has completed its breakthrough. Excellent, then rise. Swish. Chu Xiu looked up, a smile curling at his lips, and shouted, rise. Clang. A massive battle axe swept across and blocked in front of him. The black sword struck the axe blade, the impact making the air hum. Hey, little ant. You think you can kill my lord? That's a capital offense. The shadow fully materialized Eternal Knight, Demon Skeleton. 36 whip blades howled behind him, and the twin skull cannons on his shoulders locked onto the silver-winged assassin. Darkstar twin cannons. Boom. 2 pitch-black beams erupted, shrieking with vengeful souls, blasting the silver-winged assassin hundreds of meters away. What is that? The crowd gasped. Is that Abyss' new spirit? No, it's not a new spirit, Chu Xiu muttered, face ashen. It's the Twin Hammer spirit from before evolved. The arrival of Eternal Knight Demon Skeleton instantly shifted the battlefield's momentum. Vortices churned across the ground, and black statues clad in heavy stone armor leapt out one after another. They resembled the earlier bone soldiers, but looked infinitely tougher. The Bone Golem Legion makes its grand entrance. Chu Xiu gave his tang blade a casual flick, its tip aimed at the silver-winged assassin. His voice was low but clear. Turn the tide, Eternal Knight, wild dance. With that, Eternal Knight Demon Skeleton flashed to the assassin's side, whip blades whirling. Wanna dance too? You dared act arrogant before my lord, I'll send you flying. Yongye Mahai glided across the field, a storm of blood-forged blades erupting in a crimson blaze around him. He moved like an elegant dancer performing a dazzling waltz, yet every step was steeped in lethal intent. The scarlet light tore through the air, its shriek forming one uninterrupted, razor-sharp note. The Silverwing Slayer met him heat-in, black sword whirling like a wild goose wing. Metal rang on metal, each clash scattering sparks of starlight. Had he not been a speed-type close-quarters spirit himself, that first barrage would have broken him instantly. Before the sparks had faded, Yongye Mahai was on him again. 36 whip blades unfurled from his back, weaving into a ring before lashing into the Freichimbian Mabian. Crack! Crack! Blood-red lashes split the ground, blasting up dust and sealing every avenue of escape. My God! That spirit can go toe-a-toe with the Silverwing Slayer. Someone shouted. Has the Abyss already reached the silver tier? It has to be. Speed, strength, agility, everything's up. Only an Ascension could do that. Shock rippled through the outer ranks. Chu Xiu clenched his jaw, so hard his molars creaked. Damn Abyss spirit, why won't it die? Suddenly a whip blade looped around the Slayer's sword, gave a gentle twist, and yanked the weapon away. He froze for a heartbeat long enough. Yongye Mahai slipped in like a specter, knee snapping up in a brutal kick that sent the Slayer's head whipping back and his body hurtling away. Yongye Mahai vaulted after him, arms spread wide. Yongye Wujia Kayamishajia. Boom. Darkness fell, as if the sky itself had been extinguished. Sight vanished. Something slashed through the void at impossible speed. Within that black curtain, layers of Yongye Mohai's afterimages overlapped, 1,000 blades converging on the Silverwing Slayer. The Slayer's silver tier, stage 3 body dodged the first dozen phantoms with effort, but when the tempo spiked he lost the rhythm. A torrent of afterimages ripped into him from every side. Another thunderous kick followed. Yongye Mahai became a streak of black light, slammed into the man's chest, and landed lightly. In the dark, crimson lotuses bloomed one after another, and the Silverwing Slayer, grievously wounded, plummeted out of the void. At that instant a colossal shadow surged up behind Chu Xiu. Crown of Judgment Realm Devouring verdict. A black coffin materialized in utter silence, and the falling Slayer dropped straight into it. The Abyssal Overlord flicked his staff. Countless ebony beams punched through the coffin walls and burst outward, shredding the body inside to fragments. Swish, 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 black blades carved back and forth, raising every spectator's hackles. They're treating the Silverwing Slayer like a Sakura spirit, someone gasped. Kick him senseless in eternal night, then skewer him in a coffin. A gut-rending roar rolled across the sky, making the crowd's scalps prickle. Even Yi Linxiao, hovering high above, drew a sharp breath. That abyss spirit still has more tricks? Below, Yongya Mahai was far from finished. He yanked the iron chain on his wrist, hurling the end-off day's great axe into a spinning black windmill overhead. Terminal Rift Axe. A deep hum rang out as a curtain of black light condensed above and came crashing down, aimed squarely at the violently shuddering coffin. Roar. The Silverwing assassin roared as rings of sword light burst from his body. The blades tangled with a raging wind, whipping sand and dust into the air. In the next heartbeat he ripped the black coffin in two, but before he could draw breath, an axe light vast enough to blot out the sky crashed down, swallowing the land in shadow. Silverwing assassin boom. The axe light slammed into the earth, carving a deep trench and hurling dust skyward. The Silverwing assassin cried out as the blow tore him to ash. Elsewhere, the real Ini was trapped between two legions. His arm, turned into a broadsword, hacked at the Baigu marshal, but it felt like striking ancient stone, not even a spark flew. The Baigu marshal stood unmoved, rock armor covering both rider and horse, his giant frame like a mountain. With a brutal sweep, the marshal's greatsword severed Yinyi's blade arm. Blood sprayed, the severed limb hit the ground. The Baigu general charged in, his long halberd spinning. A cold flash pierced Yinyi's abdomen. Ugh! The halberd lifted him high, then slammed him down like a torn sack. Boom! The axe shockwave still hadn't faded. The assassin was already dust, and Ini lay broken, his will to fight shattered. His massive, demonized body shrank quickly, reverting to human form. Cough cough. Clutching his spilling entrails, Ini curled among the rubble, inching forward like a severed earthworm. Each half-inch left a fresh trail of blood. His target was the severed arm ahead his greatsword. Ini. At the basement entrance, Bai Jin staggered out, soaked in blood and gasping. Stop. Surrender, give up, and you can live. Staying alive is worth more than anything, do you understand? Ini looked back, lips twisting into a bloody smile. Bai Jin, you're my best brother. He coughed hard. But I already sold my soul to an evil god. You'll never understand the despair of fighting with everything you have and still being helpless. Another mouthful of black blood spilled out. In the next life, I want to be born a genius. Into a great clan this life, I accept my fate. He finally reached the greatsword. Under countless eyes, Ini didn't raise it to fight. Instead, he hugged the blade, flipped it, and drew it hard across his throat. SHHHD. A fountain of blood erupted. He toppled over, dead on the spot. Ini. Bai Jin threw back his head and roared, eyes tearing apart. They'd grown up together, debuted together, formed a team, even sworn to be each other's best man. How had it come to this? Evil god cult. He'll never forgive you. His howl rolled across the battlefield. High overhead, Yin Sha saw Ini fall and his face went ashen. Pathetic. You couldn't even handle a student. Ini is dead. The tide has turned, Yi Linxiao said coolly. Do you still think you have the advantage? No. I have one last card, the Darklight Grand Array. Yin Sha raised a crystal and poured his power into it. It flared once, then went dark. How can this be? Cracks raced across the crystal crack. It burst into glittering dust. Your Darklight Array was never complete, Yi Linxiao said evenly. Lies. The four of us anchored every corner. Unless Yin Sha's pupils shrank. Someone betrayed me. Could it have been? Yes. Ini. Yi Linxiao sighed. He sabotaged the array. He never meant for Bai Jin and the others to die. He only wanted a chance to prove himself, prove he was no less than the heirs of the great clans. Yi Linxiao had planned to break the formation himself. Found Ini had already left a flaw. At most, the Darklight Array could last half an hour before it collapsed. Ini lived for battle, yet never forgot a path to survival. Even that savage stroke of his missed Bai Jin's vital organs. He only wanted the world to know. Had birth not shackled him, he too could have stood at the summit. He, too, could have shone beneath the eyes of all. When the truth finally came to light, Bai Jin felt as if his heart were being torn apart. In the end, this was all Ini had ever wanted. He looked down at the corpse growing cold in his arms, his voice hoarse yet stubbornly respectful. At least he fell to your blade. You were the War King's disciple. But you, too, were born in obscurity and climbed your way up through sheer effort. Ini has no reason to feel wronged. Cradling Ini's body, Bai Jin turned to the nearby Chu Xiu and spoke solemnly. Rest easy, Ini. Of all the clan heirs present today, none can match you. You got what you wished for. Chu Xiu's face was calm, his eyes as still as an ancient well. He spoke softly. My condolences. Thank you, Bai Jin murmured. High above, Yin Sha's expression was so dark it seemed to drip ink. The demonic light array had been torn apart in the previous clash, his momentum snuffed out in an instant. If he lingered, disaster was certain. Retreat. He spun around, turning into a streak of blood that shot toward the gap in the broken array. Abyss, I need 3 seconds to ready one move. Can you hold him that long? Yi Lingxiu's voice echoed through the spiritual link. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, locking onto Yin Sha. He'll do my best. At his words, two undead war generals rocketed skyward. The fractured ground hurled up shards of stone like a black tide, sealing the gap Yin Sha had to cross. Two fresh silver rank toys think they can stop me? Yin Sha sneered. The 10-cycle World King's sutra roared to life, and his aura surged to 9th order silver, a pressure fierce enough to grind the war generals to dust with a single blow. The undead war generals answered with action. Buzz. The Devourer Lord raised his staff, black light billowing high enough to blot out the sun. Storm of the dead. Rumble. Countless bloodthirsty ravagers howled into being, vanishing inside the pitch-black tempest. The nebula storm favored offense, the abyssal storm defense, but the storm of the dead combined both and was its strongest form. The darkness took shape as a colossal phantom whose fist tore through the air, smashing straight at Yin Sha. On the other side, the eternal Nightbone Fiend had finished charging. The twin demon star cannons thundered, vengeful spirits wailed as two dark beams split the heavens. He then swung his battle axe, the blade leaving a blazing scar of light. The doomsday rift cleave swept forward. The two killing blows arrived one after the other, sealing off every path of escape. Roar! King Taishan charged in, a mountain-sized body breaking through the gale to meet the storm of the dead and the doomsday rift cleave heaton, carving a narrow corridor of survival for Yin Sha. At the same moment, Sacred Emperor Fuxi clasped his hands in the void, streams of power swirling around his fingertips. Return of 10,000 arts heaven's 9 peals. Seated cross-legged in midair, he conjured an ancient jade-green zither across his knees. Lowering his gaze, he plucked the strings. Buzz. With Yi Lingxiu's current cultivation, he could manage at most 2 of the 9 peals, but 2 would be enough. King Taishan thrust out his palms, and the Taishan Dharma form erupted, forcibly dispersing the twin assaults. It lasted only 2 seconds before the storm punched through. Seeing him shield Yin Sha while trying to burst skyward, Chu Xiu shouted, "Golem descent." Boom. The earth split open. Stone armor peeled from skeletal golems, spinning and reassembling in midair to form a sky-blotting giant. Roar. The stone giant spread its arms, massive palms slamming down before King Taishan. Even a single heartbeat bought an extra second. 1 second was enough. The zither rang out again. Sorry, Yin Sha. You're not going anywhere. Boom. First peel, Dragon Tribulation. A golden-scaled divine dragon roared out of the void, its fangs sinking into King Taishan's shoulder as it hurled both him and Yin Sha higher into the sky. Next came the second peel, Law Tribulation. A radiant beam of holy white light fell from the sky, stripping every piece of armor from Taishan Wang's body. The Holy Emperor shifted a single step, closed the distance in an instant, and slammed a mountain-sized palm onto Taishan Wang's forehead. Boom. The ground caved in with a thunderous crash. Taishan Wang plummeted like a meteor, completely subdued and powerless to resist. Yin Sha spat a mouthful of crimson, staggered, clutched his chest, and roared, "Curse you, Yi Linxiao." Outside, the sinister light array collapsed, cracks spread across the black hole barrier, and the besieged fighters finally forced a breach. With no other option, Chu Xiu stepped forward and barely summoned his heroic spirit, a colossal Taotai phantom that howled at the sky and tore through the barrier with its claws. Warriors from beyond flooded in. Realizing the battle was lost, Yin Sha looked toward the darkness and pleaded, "My lord, please act. Kill them all." A low sigh drifted out of the gloom. "Yin Sha, you have disappointed me." Yin Sha bowed in silence, forcing a bitter smile. He knew his rank among the 10 Yama kings was about to slide. A suffocating aura spread through the void. The voice grew colder. "There's no time to wipe out everyone. The Lotus War King, Li Maxiao, is already on his way. At the very least, kill the brat who ruined our plans." A colossal hand reached from the darkness, blotting out the sky as it grabbed for Chu Xiu. The Taotai spirit of Longita-ranked Chu Xiong met it heated and was pulverized in an instant. Blood filled Chu Xiong's mouth as he stared in horror. That aura, one of the 8 lords of the cult of the evil god. Yin Xia has 18 workings. The cult counters with the 8 lords of the prison path and the 7 sovereigns of the nether path, 15 peak powerhouses who rival the kings. Now that one of the 8 lords had struck, an ominous shadow fell over Yinyan City. Just as the giant hand was about to seize Chu Xiu, it paused. The wielder sensed an odd trace of bloodline energy. Wait. That heartbeat of hesitation sent a shiver through him. A spear wreathed in samadhi true flames shrieked across the sky, and a golden bracelet followed like a falling mountain, smashing toward the massive hand. The cult of the evil god has gone too far. You dare touch my disciple? Meet me on the abyssal battlefield if you've got the guts. The furious roar shook the heavens. Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Linxiao finally breathed. Easy air had arrived. Boom. The flaming spear drove the giant hand back, and the Qianquan ring shattered the black hole passage. Quit hiding. Which of the 8 lords are you? Li Maxiao's shout rolled across the sky as he tore through it, arriving a full 5 minutes earlier than anyone had anticipated, a sign of his recent growth. Lotus working, Li Ma Xiao. The crowd gasped. From a swirling black vortex stepped a tall man with waist-length white hair, a dark gold mask, and a black robe trimmed in gold, its surface covered with diagrams of 10,000 calamities. I am Tian Yuzuan, foremost of the 8 lords of the prison path. His voice was icy, like a blade slicing the sky. So you're Tian Yuzuan. Li Moxio's pupils contracted, then a bloodthirsty grin curled his lips. Good, very good. I've finally been waiting for you. Step aside, disciple. Let your master teach him a lesson. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the flaming spear traced a scarlet arc through the air and dropped neatly into Li Moxio's palm. The spearhead hummed, lightning exploded beneath his feet, and he shot forward like a thunderbolt, tearing through the night straight at Tian Yuzuan. If either of us unleashes our heroic spirits, Yinyun City will be wiped off the map in an instant. If you've got the guts, fight me hand to hand. Li Ma Xiao sneered from within the lightning, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Across from him, Tian Yuzuan sighed and pulled Yin Sha back several steps, his heels grinding the pavement to dust. Demon Lotus War King, I only want my man and the Abyss. The cult of the fallen god can give them far better prospects than you ever could. He'll leave everyone else untouched, just give me the Abyss and Yin Sha. Bullshit. The Abyss is my disciple. Touch him, and he'll wipe out your whole clan. A phantom fire lotus bloomed behind Li Ma Xiao with a roar, the searing heat warping the air. Even in mortal form, he activated Neza's divine art 3 heads and 6 arms. All 6 arms lashed out at once, the spear intent erupting into a storm of fiery shards, killing intent boiling over. Lit by the flames, Tian Yuzuan's silver hair whipped wildly, his eyes growing colder. One hand clamped on Yin Sha's shoulder, with the other he grasped at the air. From a dim fissure, a weather-worn battle axe dropped into his grasp. Clang! The axe swept sideways, cleaving through the spear's flames, the clash shattering every pane of glass around them. Tian Yuzuan barked, 9 tribulations douslaying scripture imperishable warbody. A murderous aura surged like a tidal wave, ripping open the night. Li Moxio's brows knitted. His 3 pairs of eyes locked onto his foe. An SS-class fallen deity, the war god Xingtian. Tian Yuzuan smirked. And you're no slouch, the 3rd Prince Neza, defender of the 3 seas. When 2 kings meet, only one lives to tell the tale. The Flame Summer War King now faced the supreme leader of the cult's 8 lords of perdition. Their battle set all of Yinyun City ablaze. Axes and spears flashed as the 2 fighters rocketed into the sky, their duel spiraling into sheer madness. The ebony axe carved open the cloud sea, the fire lance spat scarlet flames, and thunderous booms rolled across the heavens. With one arm, Tian Yuzuan shielded the barely breathing Yin Sha. With the other, he swung his jet-black war axe, each savage stroke shaping the demonic chi inside him into the roaring phantom of Xingtian. The war god's image, hundreds of feet tall, brandished shield and axe, its blade bursting like a broken star river and gouging a ragged tear through space. Opposite him, Li Ma Xiao burst through the firmament with 3 heads and 6 arms. The flame-tipped spear blazed blue-white. The Hun Tian ribbon whipped up a howling gale. The heaven and earth ring hummed in rapid orbit, and the demon-slaying sword flared with icy brilliance. For divine weapons braided a sea of fire. Even the thin air ignited into a crimson tide that crashed against the axe's black arc, detonating in a flash of blinding white. The valley trembled, rocks tumbling down the slopes. Only then did the others claw their way out of the shattered singularity, battered and disheveled. Bai Jin, drenched in blood, was carried onto an ambulance. The flashing lights bleached his face ghost pale. Nearby, Yi Linxiao brushed dust from his robe and freed Ning Anren from the stone steel that had bound her. The Ning clan's goddess was ashen, cold sweat still clinging to her brow. Yet with 2 companions supporting her, she kept her spine ramrod straight. Deserters deserve the severest punishment, she said, her voice low and icy, her gaze sharp as a blade as it fixed on Chu Hong and Sun Xingchen. Deserters? Come on, Miss Ning, don't slander us, Sun Xingchen drawled, a smirk tugging at his lips. No one had witnessed what happened inside the vortex. As long as he denied everything, who could prove otherwise? Did anyone see us run? He continued. Where's your evidence? You can joke over dinner, but choose your words carefully. My cousin and I were breaking the formation the entire time. You. On the other hand, the illustrious Ning clan saint ascended up, chained to a rock as well, a hostage. Huh. The silver-tongued youth tried to regain the upper hand. Chu Xiong's face turned a stony gray, while those around them shifted uneasily. With the truth now exposed, Sun's protest sounded pitifully absurd. That's right, cousin, Chu Hong chimed in, forcing a laugh. We never ran. Stop smearing us. Before you say another word, why not turn around first? Yi Linxiao, snow-white robes billowing softly, approached with an unhurried step, his voice calm yet clear. A chill slid down their spines. They turned and found 2 projectors almost touching their noses, the screens behind them playing crystal-clear footage from inside the vortex. Every panic dash, every craven word was captured in high definition. Color drained from their faces, shifting from white to livid green. Cousin, what do we do now? Sun Xingqian croaked. Chu Hong was equally lost. The crime was not capital, but their reputations were ruined. From today on, the Chu and Sun families would be remembered for one thing alone: cowardice. You've disgraced every battlelord lineage there is, Ning, Anren snorted. Enough, Chu Xiu rumbled, trying to shield them. Starchild and Honger acted out of necessity. The enemy was overwhelming. Any sane person would avoid a frontal clash. How magnanimous of you, Commander Chu, Ning, Anren sneered. So desertion counts as common sense in your book? That's enough, Anren. Commander Chu is simply protective of his sons, Yi Linxiao said with a mild smile, shaking his head. With a soft grunt, Ning Anren turned away, refusing to look at Yi Linxiao again. Based on Commander Chu's logic, if it's only natural to back down when you can't beat a stronger enemy, then what does it say about Xin Yuan, who charged straight in and cut one down? Yi Linxiao had barely finished before the hopeful look on Chu Xiong's face darkened. Head thought Yi Linxiao was speaking up for him, only to realize the man had dug a trap in a single sentence. Chu Xiong forced a laugh and spread his hands. So what was he supposed to do? Does that make him impressive? Heh. Of course the young man Xin Yuan is extraordinarily gifted, a dragon among men. Chu Xiong answered, sounding more embarrassed than convinced. Behind the mask, Chu Xiu was secretly amused. If Chu Xiong knew the man he was praising was actually Chu Xiu himself, he'd never say it even at gunpoint. Xin Yuan looked up, calm and unyielding. Since Commander Chu admits I'm exceptionally gifted, he'll take the MVP of this raid. Any objections? What objections could I have? Chu Xiong sighed. You solo killed a silver tier opponent. The record's right there. Even if I wanted to fix the results, I couldn't. Your power's off the charts. Several of Yinyun City's heavyweights did no one opposed. Good. Then the prize is mine. Reluctant but helpless, Chu Xiong produced an ancient-looking jade pendant from his robe. I keep my word. This wheel-turning pendant is Glass secret treasure. I don't know exactly what it does, but I hope it helps you, young friend Xin Yuan. Before he could finish, Chu Xiu snatched the pendant and clenched it tight. The only keepsake his mother had left him was finally home. Chu Xiong prayed silently. Please, let it be useless, anything but a treasure. His hopes were crushed an instant later. The moment the pendant touched Chu Xiu's palm, brilliant light burst forth. Two Inyang fish, one black and one white, surfaced on the jade. The white fish brimmed with life force. The black fish radiated icy death. They spiraled out and circled him at blinding speed. At the same time, a vast, crystal-clear memory flooded his mind. The Inyang life-death pact. Cut the karma of past lives, sever the fruit of future ones, append yin and yang, cycle life and death. Boom. A majestic energy exploded from Chu Xiu. The twin fish dove into his body, and his mind turned razor-sharp, his spirit soaring. Unlike the Ba Jiu Gong, which focused on raw offense, the Yin-Yang Life-Death Pact was support-oriented. The Yang Life fish granted near-limitless vitality, healing ordinary wounds in a heartbeat. The Yin Death fish became a death mark, enabling him to control others' minds with overwhelming spirit. What a fearsome art. Chu Xiu was stunned. The pact even came with the combat-style reincarnation 8 extremes, perfectly complementing the 9 forms of the Ba Jiu Gong. With both transcendental arts in hand, he now stood at the very pinnacle of all summoners. What just happened? That phenomenon. Chu Xiong stared at the black and white fish and the stark life and death aura swirling around Xin Yuan, his voice shaking. Chu Xiu had no time for him. He frantically absorbed the torrent of knowledge, digesting every secret. Only after a long while did he open his eyes, black and white light swirling within. It's actually a cultivation art? Impossible. The crowd gasped in unison. Such a dazzling phenomenon could only herald a top-tier cultivation art. Yi Lingxiu's pupils contracted as a long-buried memory surfaced. Years ago he had watched his master emerge from the abyss with the heavenly eye, gaining sudden insight into the 8-9 arcane technique. The vision of mountains and heavens taking shape, of an indestructible golden body defying 10,000 tribulations, was almost identical to the brilliance before them now. Clearly, whatever technique lay hidden in this revolving pendant was no weaker than the 8-9 arcane technique. The abyss fortune was truly unfathomable. Across the hall, Chu Xiong's expression soured. I've been robbed blind. He fumed, fingers trembling. This jade pendant stayed with me for years and never did a thing, yet the moment it lands in the abyss hands it spits out a full cultivation method? Does the artifact really play favorites? Am I, a commanding officer, just here for comic relief? Were it not for all the witnesses, he would have snatched the pendant back on the spot. Chu Xiu, meanwhile, had closed his eyes, spending a long moment digesting the flood of knowledge in his mind. The revolving pendant turned out to be a technique that specialized in spiritual power. Its early strength fell slightly short of the 8-9 arcane technique, but once perfected its potential was terrifying. The scripture emphasized the 8 absolutes of reincarnation. 6th absolute, karma illuminating soul division, and the details set Chu Xiu's heart racing. 1. The soul can be split into countless filaments. 2. Each filament may inhabit the corpse of a fallen warrior. 3. He can personally command these warriors on the battlefield. 4. Even if his main body is destroyed, as long as one filament survives, he can be reborn through that host. It was a cheat-level divine power and extra life, or even several lives on demand. True, if his physical form were obliterated, he would have to rebuild his 8-9 cultivation from scratch, but so long as he lived, everything could be practiced anew. Most crucially, with the Yin-Yang life and death pact in hand, he finally had a way to expose the traitor within Yinyun City's upper ranks who was colluding with the evil god cult. The Zhuanluan pendant was created to accelerate his cultivation of the Yin-Yang life and death covenant, and with it, he could advance far faster. Now Chu Xiu had crossed the threshold of that art, and even grasped the first of the reincarnation 8 secrets, the reincarnation eye. Black and white pupils revolved like the gate of samsara, half open in his gaze, able to captivate souls, read thoughts, and pierce illusions and karmic stains, a power almost on par with the celestial eye. So you mean that if a cult of the evil god infiltrator stands in front of you, you can expose him on the spot? Chu Xiu shared the news with Yi Linxiao, whose eyes lit up. Yi already had a short list of suspects, though the chief name wasn't present. He turns to Chu Xiu. Commander Chu, could you tell me where Chairman Su of the Agricultural and Commercial Guild is? Chairman Su. Everyone paused, then looked around. Strange, he was here a moment ago. Where did he go? Yin Shang muttered. Yi narrowed his eyes. Is it possible he slipped away out of fear? You're suggesting Chairman Su is the infiltrator? Chu Xiong arched a brow. Su Hongying frowned as well. Chairman Su may have skimmed some funds over the years, but he's worked hard. Would he really betray Yinxia and humanity itself? Chu Xiong shook his head. The cult of the evil god has tens of millions of followers worldwide. Once you join, you stand against all humankind. Is Su Kaiyan bold enough for that? Never underestimate greed, Yi Linxiao said with a faint smile. The demon in a person's heart can push them step by step into the abyss. Just then, agents from the Black Hole Bureau dragged someone back. We found Chairman Suha, said he was in the restroom. Su Kaiyan was brought forward, laughing breezily. Come on, everyone. I ate something bad last night. Do I really need to file a report just to use the toilet? In truth, he had just smashed his communicator and erased every link to the cult. As long as he kept his mouth shut, no one could prove anything. Once the storm blew over, he planned to slip abroad under a new name. If the cult eventually ruled the blue planet, he would reclaim his old identity. If not, he could still live out his days comfortably, far better than his current precarious situation. Director Qian stepped up. Chairman Su, we suspect there's a cult infiltrator in Yin Yun City's leadership. Lord Abyss says that if the mole stands before him, he'll have nowhere to hide. So we'd like everyone to undergo a brief inspection in his presence to prove their innocence. What? Su Kaiyan's face drained of color. What sort of sorcery had they prepared? A heartbeat later, another thought surfaced. Maybe they were bluffing, trying to frighten him into confessing. No need to panic, he told himself. Maybe they were just casting a net to see who would flinch first. Yi Linxiao raised an eyebrow. Chairman Su looks hesitant. Could it be guilt? The blinding lights of the hall fixed every association delegate's gaze on Su Kaiyan. He forced a stiff smile. Nonsense. Why would I feel guilty? I'm only surprised that Kid Abyss pulled this off and that you actually believe him. His eyes darted about before he changed tack. If he were that capable, he'd have unmasked the mole long ago. How can we trust a claim with no proof? Chu Xiu stood by the table, unwilling to waste words. His reincarnation eyes opened, a 6-pointed star rotating deep within each pupil. Su Kaiyan, look at me. Humph, empty bluff. Su Kaiyan scoffed, but the instant his gaze met those eyes, his pupils shrank as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Chu Xiu's mind rippled, tearing through every layer of Su Kaiyan's defenses. In a heartbeat, he saw every secret, every hidden motive. He gave a barely perceptible nod. Catching the signal, Yi Linxiao swept the room. I can now confirm that Su Kaiyan is the mole. Su Kaiyan jolted back to himself, heart pounding, but he forced a calm front. A childish provocation, he sneered inwardly. He narrowed his eyes in mock innocence. Abyss, don't smear me just because you've won a little praise. You claim I'm a spy for the cult of the evil god? Show me proof, real proof. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Deciding guilt from a single glance felt reckless. Chu Xiu sighed and pushed his reincarnation eyes again. Twin 6-pointed stars flared until the very air seemed to freeze. Su Kaiyan, answer me. Are you the cult's agent in Union City? What did they promise you for betraying humanity? Su Kaiyan gave a cold laugh, ready to deny everything. But as his head turned, he met those eyes once more. His will dissolved. His gaze went blank, and he spoke like a puppet. Yes, I'm the cult's mole. His voice was hoarse yet clear, each word echoing through the hall. After the Dragon Fong Rice incident, I held a grudge against Abyss. The Gua family of Hangqing pulled their funding when Abyss injured young Master Gua, leaving the Agricultural Commerce Association with a massive shortfall. The cult approached me, offering endless wealth if I cooperated from within. Once they ruled the world, the whole of Yinyun City would be mine. The hall fell silent. He continued his mechanical confession. So I arranged this expedition. My demands were simple: money, Abyss dead, and that wretched girl Chu Hong gone. I gave her life, and she dares oppose me? She broke off our bond, how could she? Has she forgotten who raised her? His final word hit the marble floor like a stone. Chu Xiu shuddered, cold sweat streaming down his temples, his heart on the verge of stopping. That ungrateful cur has outlived his usefulness, so he might as well die with the Abyss. Since that bitch seems enamored with the Abyss, let the two of them become doomed lovers in the black hole. Chu Xiu's pupils were locked by Chu Xiu's samsara eyes, his face contorted as though an invisible chain were choking him, and he spilled the entire truth without skipping a single word. Chu Hong stood nearby, her fingertips white with anger, her very breathing trembling. The last shred of pity was torn apart by her father's cruelty. Her own father actually wanted her dead. Could anything be more tragic than that? Chu Xiu turned slightly and patted her shoulder. It's all right, Captain. Chu Xiu isn't my father. He's a traitor to Yinxia. Handle him however you like, I don't care. Chu Hong gathered herself and replied with a cold nod. Staff from the Black Hole Administration held up a holographic recorder, preserving every word Chu Xiu had uttered. Chu Xiu swept his gaze over the crowd. With the evidence irrefutable, every face turned ashen. Then he withdrew the power of his samsara eyes. The psychic link severed. Chu Xiu felt his scalp tingle and his throat go dry, completely unaware of what he had just confessed. I won't accept these trumped-up charges. I've been loyal to Yinxia, faithful to myself and to Yinyan City. How could I be a plant for the cult of the evil god? He'll never admit it. Abyss, you're slandering me, he cried, oblivious to the icy stares around him. Take him, Chu Xiu ordered, his tone indifferent. Two enforcement officers stepped up, twisted Chu Xiu's arms behind his back, and snapped alloy cuffs into place. The sudden restraint made his eyes bulge. Commander Chu, what are you doing? Do you believe Abyss nonsense too? If you want to frame me, you'll always find a charge. I told you I'm innocent. Director Qian said nothing, expressionless as he raised the recorder. Through the mechanical speaker, Chu Xiu's own brazen confession played back word for word. The familiar voice pierced his last psychological defense. Hearing it, Chu Xiu stared in shock. How could this be? He began to tremble all over. Fake. It has to be fake. Slander, pure slander. That isn't my voice. I never said any of it. Don't you believe me? Chu Xiu's eyes burned crimson as he howled and thrashed, but guards from the Black Hole Bureau had already piled on, forcing him to the floor. Cold, custom shackles clamped around his wrists. Runes engraved inside them suppressed every summoner's power to call a spirit, and Chu Xiu was no exception. The recording sat in plain view, undeniable. Director Qian and the others regarded him with steely faces, unmoved by his frenzy. Realizing he had completely lost control of the situation, Chu Xiu's reason finally snapped. Damn it. All of you are trying to frame me, aren't you? You forged that audio. You're working with the cult of the evil god in the Abyss, trying to shove me aside. Spittle flew as he cursed. Bastards. You should all die. The cult of the evil god ought to wipe out every one of you disgusting parasites. He'll kill you all. Long live the cult of the evil god. His hysterical screams tore through the corridor as though rending the air itself. Director Qian's face turned ashen. With a curt wave, he ordered his men to drag Chu Xiu away out of sight, out of mind. The moles finally flushed out. Director Qian exhaled, though the looming college entrance exam tightened his brow again. I'm worried the cult still has stragglers hiding in the dark. Abyss, would you help us keep hunting them? He paused, then laid out a generous offer. You want work for free. The Black Hole Bureau falls under Yangxia's official spirit division. I can give you second-class investigator authority, and your entire Abyss squad will receive third-class clearance. As he spoke, he silently thanked himself for taking Yin Shang's advice and siding with Abyss. After defeating the corrupted Silverwing, Abyss had vaulted to the top of every exploration team in Yinyan City. Abyss himself was a Battle King's disciple and would likely enter Xinxia University right after exams. With the Bureau's platform, he could jump straight to first-class investigator, standing at the very peak of his peers. Yi Linxiao added softly, that's hefty compensation, take it. Once you're in the spirit division, you have government protection. You'll draw a state salary, and even noble clans will think twice before touching you. You'll also gain law enforcement authority. If you ever want to climb the hierarchy, earn the titles of General, Marquis, maybe even Battle King, it all runs through the Spirit Division. Become one of them, and the path opens up. He grinned and thumped his chest. I'm already on their roster, a grade above that offer first-class investigator. Spirit Division investigators come in 4 tiers, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and special. Above them stand inspectors. Each wields power no weaker than diamond rank. Higher still are commanders, peers of Chu Xiu, strong enough to deter an entire province. For anyone without blinding military feats or a powerful lineage, commander is usually the ceiling. Beyond that lie titles prefixed by Yinxiao itself: Yinxia Spirit General, Yinxia Martial Marquis, and Yinxia Battle King. Such ranks aren't granted by the Spirit Division alone. They require a vote from the Yinsha military, the Battle King houses, and the great clans that defend the realm. Across the world, Zhenguokless combatants sit at the very top of the hierarchy. Each one is a strategic asset, the living embodiment of a nation's strength, and their presence alone can shift a country's voice on the international stage. Advancing to Zhenghua is, paradoxically, a straightforward process. Once a gold jade expert pushes past the black jade barrier, the title is universally acknowledged. Even if their homeland turns them away, any other power will fight to welcome them as an honored guest. After listening to the briefing, Chu Xiu paused for a moment of thought, then nodded. All right, Director Qian, I accept. With an official badge and the power of law behind him, he could finally swing a pair of Russian-style haymakers even at the sons of old clans. Director Qian beamed and extended a solemn hand. Welcome aboard, Abyss Investigator. The hall broke into smiles. All except Chu Xiu, whose face went slate gray as he forced out congratulations. The offered handshake hung in midair because Chu Xiu ignored it completely. A commanding officer left hanging by a mere investigator utterly outrageous. At the same time, the battle high above was nearing its conclusion. Li Maxiao unleashed his full firepower, bathing the sky in crimson. Layers of spirit armaments coiled around him: lotus, dermic body, samadhi blaze, 3 heads, and 6 arms. Every technique but the spirit itself was on the field, each strike promising to tear his opponent apart. What a devilish Lotus War King. A moment later a figure was hurled away. The war god Xingtian avatar behind Tian Yuzuan was covered in fractures, and the sleeve of the arm holding the Ganchi relic had been burned to charcoal. You've broken into late gold jade. Tian Yuzuan's expression darkened. He himself was only 8th tier gold jade, while the Lotus War King was already pressing the same level, and more than 20 years younger. By the time Li Maxiao reached his age, he would probably have crowned the Zhenghua class. Leave the prisoner. I said, leave the prisoner. Li Maxiao roared, voice dripping with menace. Let him go, and you can crawl out of here. Refuse, and he'll carve you up too. Tian Yuzuan frowned. The man was a rabid dog. Among the 8 lords of the prison path, he was already the battle maniac, yet only now did he grasp what that truly meant. Great crimson heaven burn. Boom! A pillar of scarlet flame crashed from the void, turning a 100-meter radius into a blazing furnace. Anyone could see the pillar was the phantom of Li Maxiao's fire-tipped spear. One more exchange, and he might summon his spirit outright, and a fully awakened gold jade spirit would turn all of Yinyun City into a sea of fire. That was why anything above spirit general level had to fight inside the abyss. A metropolitan area simply could not withstand that scale of destruction. Tian Yuzuan's thoughts raced. Forgive me, Yinsha. If I insist on taking you, I'll have to fight the Lotus War King to the death. The organization has more important tasks. A mistake is unacceptable. You will have to bear the sacrifice. Yinsha shook his head without hesitation. For the evil god, and for the organization, I am willing. Thank you for helping me, Lord Tian Yuzuan. It is nothing. Everything is for the liberation of the world. Having spoken, Tian Yuzuan lifted Yinsha and hurled him toward Li Maxiao. He's yours. We're done here, Lotus War King. He stepped back, and a vast black vortex opened behind him. Next time, on the abyssal battlefield, we'll have our proper fight. As he turned away, his glance swept across the ground to Chu Xiu, finally settling on the jade pendant at the man's throat-rotating wheel. Yin-yang, life and death. Could he be? Tian Yuzuan's pupils contracted, then he smiled in sudden understanding. So that's it. Everything proceeds according to plan. It really is true. Everything happens for the best. Fate, you do love your games. Shaking his head lightly, he vanished into the vortex. The abyss, is it? We'll meet again. And by then you'll belong to our cult of the evil god. Of that I am absolutely certain. Keep running. Why do you stop? Li Maxiao smashed the ground with a single step, seized Yinsha by the collar, and squeezed until his knuckles turned white, his mocking laughter echoing in the air. Tenyama Kings? Sounds impressive. Yet in the end you were still crushed by a rising star of Flamexia. His tone dripped with arrogance, but Yinsha merely returned the same cold smile. I admit it. Yi Linxiao is strong, and I was outmatched, Yinsha said quietly. But don't forget, working of the Demon Lotus, there are 9 more like me in the cult of the evil god. I'm only 7th. So what? Li Maxiao sneered. Once my disciple's fully grown, he'll slice all 9 of you down on his own. Yinsha shook his head and stopped trading words. His lips parted, and he chanted in a low rumble. Taiyue moves mountains, flesh to tint the sand fathom stone. The moment the spell fell, ashen brown veins spread from beneath his feet, and his skin hardened into rock. Drown me, burn me, whatever you like. I'll gladly be your prisoner, working. But first you'll have to break through my mountain shell. With the last syllable, Yinsha turned into a boulder more than 3 meters tall, dense striations running across it like a shrunken peak king of Mount Tai's final art, self-sealing. Unless someone wakes him, he will never stir again. Damn it. Li Maxiao's face darkened. Typical underworld trick. He snapped his fingers, weaving spiritual light into clanking chains that bound the stone figure. Then he tore open a rift in space and flung the petrified Yin Sha into the black hole authorities' transport conduit. Send him to the imperial capital's sky prison. I don't believe he can stay sealed forever. Understood. Several staffers maneuvered a hover hauler and dragged the massive rock away. Not far off, Chu Xiu lowered his eyes and bowed slightly. Master. Li Ma Xiao looked at his convenient disciple, eyes filled with approval. Since taking him on, head barely guided Chu Xiu at Alonli kept raising the difficulty, piling on trouble and enemies. He expected the boy to stumble, but instead Chu Xiu shone even brighter crushing prodigies, and today felling a silver-tier heroic spirit, earning his master no small glory. Kid, how about skipping the college entrance exam? Li Ma Xiao scratched his head, sounding almost apologetic. I've still got a special admission slot for Shinsummer University. They'll hand it to you. No need, master, Chu Xiu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. I have to take the exam. All these people are turning up from a how can I disappoint them? Huh, an invincible heart just like mine. Li Ma Xiao roared with laughter. Really? Back in the day, did you also sweep every genius in the entrance exam? Nope, I never went to college. Li Ma Xiao spread his hands. I killed my old man, got thrown straight into Sky Prison, then they drafted me as a vanguard on the Abyss front. After 7 or 8 years of butchering down there, I came home to Flamexia, and they made me a working. He said it offhandedly, yet everyone listening inhaled sharply. A condemned man, 8 years of Abyss warfare, then crowned a working. No one dared imagine how many brushes with death lay in those years. The title Demon Lotus working was forged in blood. Chu Xiu fell silent for a moment, his chest still shaken. So this was his master's past, what a jagged road it had been. So don't end up like me, kid. Li Ma Xiao threw Chu Xiong a meaningful glance, then turned back to Chu Xiu. Enjoy university while you can. Don't follow in my footsteps, or you'll never feel whole. He burst into hearty laughter that echoed across the training ground. Now you've joined the Spirit Bureau and become an investigator. Nice. He tapped the air. A jet black token appeared out of nowhere. I'm opening War King clearance for you. Go to the Bureau's vault and pick any 2 relics, no rank limit. Treat them as a pre-exam gift. I want your strength to climb another rung. He clapped Chu Xiu's shoulder, his tone earnest. I've got high hopes for you. Take up my mantle, and you'll become Yangxia's 6th guardian someday. The future belongs to your generation. In his mind, Chu Xiu was destined for more than the title of War King's heir. He would inherit the rank of guardian. He waved at Yi Linxiao nearby. Hey, look after my student, or he'll complain to old man Yang. Yi Linxiao gave a wry nod. Relax, Malian War King. The Abyss brothers and I hit it off the moment we met. Only then was Li Ma Xiao satisfied. He suddenly turned to Chu Xiong, his expression complicated. Isn't it good to have 2 sons? Why abandon one? What if you regret it later? Ever heard? 30 years the river flows east, 30 years west. Never despise a poor youth? Chu Xiong shook his head, face blank. Malian War King. That saying continues. Never despise a poor middle-aged man. Never despise a poor elder. The dead deserve respect. You old crankly. Ma Xiao clicked his tongue and sighed. My father once felt the same way you don't, then he died. The words sent a chill down Chu Xiong's spine, yet he still stubbornly shook his head. In his eyes, Chu Xiu was just an grade spirit bearer. How could the boy ever embarrass him? 2 years from now the kid might not even support himself. There was only one Malian War King in this world. Chu Xiong felt no need to worry. Seeing the disbelief, Li Ma Xiao stopped persuading him. Tom will tell. I'm leaving. He'll inform the Bureau. Just choose your relics on the Black Hole Administration website, and someone will deliver them. The college entrance exam is a week away. Rest, don't overdo it. Eat well, you're getting skinny. In that moment the War King sounded like a nagging father, offering reminder after reminder. He had walked the same path Chu Xiu was on, knew how hard it was, how painful. Because head once stood in the rain, he wanted to hold an umbrella for the younger generation. Whatever you decide to do it boldly. Yangtze is strongest. War King Moliani's behind you. As your master, he'll trust you unconditionally. He took 3 steps, turned back each time. The mighty War King suddenly shy. All right, I'm really going this time. Next time we meet might be in the imperial capital. Good disciple, they'll be waiting for your good news. Don't fear loneliness. The day you stand above the world, whatever you choose to do, someone will be at your side. His voice faded as a fiery streak shot skyward, tearing across the heavens. Master, I won't let you down. The youth shouted after him. What had begun as a routine exploration ended with 2 war kings clashing, and even the 8 lords of the heretic god church showing up, shocking the entire Jiang province. The imperial capital went on high alert. 2 spirit generals rushed overnight to oversee the college entrance exam, and a martial marquis personally swept the province of the heretic god remnants. Now only 5 days remained before the exam time was running out. So this is Yinyan City? I hear there's a guy here who calls himself Abyss. Even Ning Anren of the Ning clan and Sun Xingqian from Shanghai got put in their place by him. Haven't seen a dragon cross the river like that in ages. Under the night sky, Lin Aohi's hair-cropped clothes pulled his gaze from the distant skyline, a grin of anticipation curling at his lips. Fighting him should be a blast. Clad in black leather from neck to boots and wearing dark sunglasses, he swung onto a jet-black motorcycle. The throttle roared to life. Twin crimson beams knifed through the darkness as the bike shot onto the highway like a meteor. His phone buzzed. A harsh voice cracked through the speaker. Linao, keep a lid on it. Abyss is an investigator for the Spirit Bureau now, and he's on good terms with Yi Lin Xiao. If you have to make a move, hold back, understood? Lin Ao frowned, clicking his tongue. You nag too much, old man. I get it, I'll take it easy. He ended the call without waiting for a reply. With a low chuckle he muttered, letting him stay in bed for a month is mercy enough. Once I'm inside Yin Yin, can you really still leash me? I'm free, old man. He twisted the throttle hard. The engine thundered, shaking the asphalt as the bike left the traffic far behind. Miss, we've reached Yin Yin City. A black luxury sedan glided into the downtown lights, its driver speaking respectfully over the intercom. Head to the villa first, came a languid, sultry reply from the back seat, a voice that left little to the imagination. Lounging in the rear, Chu Xiu wore a dark red cheapao. One long leg, sheathed in black silk, dangled casually, a red-soled stiletto hooked on her toe. Soft cabin lights highlighted her vivid makeup and fox-bright eyes. She swirled the wine in her glass, the flush on her cheeks adding to her allure. Understood, miss, the driver said. Sue's Wayless lips curved. The celestial maiden's spirit shows up in Yin Yun, and Abyss is here too. Even the Ning clan's prodigy got burned. Fascinating. Why did no one tell me this city was such fun? She gave a lilting laugh. If I'd known, I'd have come sooner, I must have missed quite the show. Soon the Rolls-Royce eased through the gates of a sprawling estate. Miss, Abyss apparently lives in Villa 1, the driver reported. Oh, Sue's Wayless eyes sparkled, amusement dancing behind those red-tinted lips. Now, that is interesting, let's pay him a little visit tonight. The green train slowed to a halt at Yanyuni's station. In the bustling crowd, a plainly dressed young man, Xiao Zheng, slung a rucksack over one shoulder and rolled his suitcase onto the platform. He inhaled deeply. So this is Yinyun City first, find my cousin Lin Xiao, then register for the college entrance exam tomorrow. Clenching his fist, he gave himself a pep talk. They say the city is full of experts. We'll all get along great. And this time, I'm passing the investigator test, even level 3 is fine. Come on, Xiaozheng, you've got this. The teenager clenched his fists and gave himself a silent pep talk. Huh. Xiaozheng's brow twitched. He shifted his weight, snapped his fingers shut, and caught a hand that was reaching into his backpack. When he turned, he found a scruffy, shifty-eyed pickpocket staring at him in shock. Uncle, I'm just a student. I don't have much money, Xiaozheng reminded him with a smile. I don't care if you. The thief flashed a gleaming dagger with his other hand, planning to threaten him. But the moment he met Xiaozheng's jet-black eyes, his whole body locked up. Cold sweat streamed down his temples, and his knees began to knock together. Within seconds, a sour stench filled the air as his trousers grew wet. Clang! The dagger hit the ground, and the thief collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. Uncle, stealing is bad. Don't do it again, Xiaozheng said casually. He slung his bag over his shoulder, flagged down a taxi outside the station, and drove off at an unhurried pace. Left behind, the thief curled up in the dust, terror flooding his eyes. Demon, that kid's eyes, there's a demon in them. The nation-ranked clans, the Lin family of Modu represented by Lin Ao, the Su family by Chu Xiu, and the Xiao family by Xiao Zheng were all heading for Yinyan City. Heirs of war kings and children of martial lords from every corner of Yinxiao were also converging on the small southern city. Half of the country's prodigies were gathering for one reason, the name Abyss. Have you heard the news? Who hasn't? Abyss is on a rampage. He's already at silver rank, and he solo killed a platinum captain. Platinum used to be the strongest explorer in Yinyun, and he got replaced by an 18-year-old who hasn't even taken the college entrance exam. Latest update, Abyss squad is officially silver rank. 18 years old and silver, that's just. In past years, a bronze rank could top the provincial charts. A silver could win anywhere except in freak zones like Modu, Emperor City, or Deepwater. Notice all the luxury cars? Yesterday, while I was buying groceries, 3 Maybachs and 2 Range Rovers rolled by. The big-name heirs are definitely here. A single Abyss has drawn half the nation's geniuses. If my kid were like that, I'd laugh myself awake every night. If it were me, I'd tear up the family genealogy and start a new chapter with my name. When I'm eating at home, no one dares pick up chopsticks until I speak. While the outside world buzzed, Chu Xiu shut everything out. At the entrance to the Rift Administration Bureau, a guard barked, "Halt. This is a restricted. I'm Abyss. You're what? Abyss." The guard's expression flipped. "Inspector Abyss. Please come in. Watch your step. He'll notify the director immediately." "Director, Inspector Abyss has arrived." Moments later, Chu Xiu entered Director Qian's office. "Friend Abyss, here for the spirit repository?" Director Qian asked warmly. "Yes. With exams coming up, I'd like one last push," Chu Xiu answered. "Haha. So diligent, no wonder you've achieved so much so young. Come with me." They walked down a corridor to a sealed silver chamber. Director Qian pulled down a projection screen, and walls full of rare treasures lit up. This is the spirit repository. Normally you'd need points, but War King Malian has authorized you to pick any 2 items. Take your time, Abyss. They'll leave you to it. With that, Director Qian closed the door softly. Chu Xiu was alone. On the huge display, one artifact after another flickered by, cold light and mystical glow intertwining. Facial recognition in progress. Iris scan complete. Access level detected. Level 2 clearance verified. A final beam of light resolved into a line of text. Welcome, War King Malian, to the Spirit Repository. The heroic spirit treasury was overflowing with rarities, and Chu Xiu even spotted an S-grade relic. Tiger Soul blade weapon of the SS rank War Fiend Chu Xiu, excavated from the Abyssal Battlefield's spirit ruins. It holds the power to level heaven and earth, and only a summoner of Chu Xiu may wield it. Cost, 100 million points. Chainlink golden armor, lotus silk cloud walking boots, and the phoenix-plumed gold crown Sun Wukong's full SS-grade battle dress, likewise unearthed from the abyss. These pieces boast absolute resistance to blades, bullets, fire, and water. Cost, 100 million points. Beyond weapons, countless high-tier techniques line the shelves. 8-9 Arcane Art. Yangxia's strongest body-forging method, notoriously difficult and accessible only to prodigies. Once perfected, the body rivals a heroic spirit adamant and flawless. Cost, 10 million points. Azure Lotus Sword Song. A top-tier sword art inherited from the S-grade Spirit Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. It conjures 10,000 lotus blooms and commands sword chi across the skies. Cost, 4,300,000 points. Golden Crow Heaven Scorching Cannon. Drawn from the SS-grade Spirit, 3-legged Golden Crow. It refines 9 suns, shapes a golden avatar, wields Golden Crow Divine Flame, and ignites the Fusang Tree, standing atop the blazing sun. Cost, 8,790,000 points. Chu Xiu scanned everything, yet found no sign of the Yin-Yang Life-Death Pact. For a nation as deep-rooted as Yinxia to lack it only proved how rare and formidable the art was. But right now he needed consumables that would boost his combat power fast, not long-term manuals. Skipping past techniques and armor, he focused on the breakthrough materials for the 8-9 arcane art. First, push it to the 3rd stage, the Lihua realm. He had watched Yi Linxiao perform this realm. The 5 viscera ignite with ethereal flame, and a single breath can raise mountains and rivers. Lihua tempers the organs until heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys become 5-colored fire lotuses. The body becomes seamless and immune to all poisons, burning any toxin the instant it enters. The 3rd form of his 9-stroke battle-style Heart Scorchwold then bypass external defenses and blast an opponent's organs directly. Reaching this stage would send his strength soaring, no doubt about it. As he pondered, a message from Li Ma Xiao popped up in the corner of the screen. If you plan to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art, I recommend the pills developed by our Yinxiao Academy of Sciences. Master, how did you know what I was looking at? Chu Xiu asked in surprise. You used my clearance, so of course I can see, Li Ma Xiao replied instantly. The treasury is packed with items. Choosing wrong can hurt more than help. Remember 2 rules. Pick what suits you, or what boosts you fastest. Go for fit, not price. Grab sesame seeds, and drop the watermelon. The display in front of Chu Xiu flipped rapidly, finally settling on a crimson pill that flickered like living fire. 9 Flame Lihua Pill. This is exactly what you need right now. A senior researcher of ours awakened the S-grade Spirit Taishang Lao Jun and is unrivaled in alchemy. He created the 9 Flame Lihua Pill himself. Tempered by 9 legendary flames including my own Samadhi True Fire, the Golden Crow's Solar Blaze, the Primordial Sunfire, the Sixting Spirit Flame, the 9 Nether Ghost Fire, and others. This pill is perfect for advancing the 3rd stage of the 8-9 arcane art. Of course, it's only a suggestion. If something else interests you, just ignore me. Hearing the casual note in his master's voice, Chu Xiu kept his eyes on the holographic display, zooming in on the 9 Flame Nirvana Pill. The pill glowed red gold like molten metal, its surface traced with 9 distinct yet interlocking fire patterns that seemed ready to ignite at any moment. The price in the corner made his brow twitch. 1.8 million merit points, and it was a single-use item. Thank you, master. He'll take this one. Chu Xiu confirmed without hesitation. He trusted Li Ma Xiao as he would his own father. There was no need to overthink it. For your second treasure, ID suggest a defensive relic, Li Ma Xiao said, his avatar wobbling on screen as concern colored his tone. Your edge is too sharp right now. The cult of the evil god has started watching you, and I need to keep you safe. The display shifted, unveiling a suit of black gold armor that looked cast from iron dredged out of the sticks, faint streams of light pulsing beneath its dark surface. This glass relic, the Hades armor, isn't bound to any heroic spirit, but its physical and magical defenses are first-rate. It should suit you. Chu Xiu was about to tap the Hades armor icon when his finger froze. His pupils narrowed, drawn to a solitary crimson blossom in the corner. What's that? He murmured, tapping the flower. The image expanded. The petals seemed to sway in a windless void, their crimson hue almost unsettling. You're looking at a yuli flower, Li Ma Xiao explained. They say it blooms where the barrier between the living world and the underworld is thinnest. This vault holds only one of them, dug out of a ruin we seized from the empire of the eternal sun. Even the National Research Institute hasn't figured out its purpose. Li Ma Xiao shook his head, but a wordless certainty surged in Chu Xiu's chest. This flower might be the key to mastering the second layer of the Yin-Yang Life-Death Pact, the Nether Mirror. Unlike the Reincarnation Eye's ability to pierce illusion, the Nether Mirror could forge an avatar with a tenth of his combat power, and, more outrageously, the avatar and the original could swap positions in an instant. If his true body were in Yinyun City and the mirror in the imperial capital, one thought would let him teleport across the continent crazier than most heroic spirits step across infinity, or even the great sage's somersault cloud. It was practically a portable spatial anchor. Master, I choose the Yuli flower. He glanced at the prices. Yuli flower, 100,000 points. Hades armor, 660,000. The gap was a chasm. You don't have to save money on my account, Li Ma Xiao said with a shrug and an easy grin. I may look laid back, but I've earned more battle merits than I can spend. See, numbers scrolled across the screen until they stopped just past 300 million. Chu Xiu still shook his head. I'm not trying to save you money. For me, right now, the Yuli flower is simply more useful. Li Ma Xiao studied him for a few seconds, then smiled again. All right, if that's your decision, I respect it. In the end, Chu Xiu confirmed the exchange: the 9-flame Nirvana pill and the Yuli flower, 2 treasures added to his account. The cost, 1.9 million points. The item will be shipped to you from the Imperial Capital's Heroic Spirit Treasury and should arrive within a day. Disciple, I'm looking forward to your performance. The moment his voice faded, his figure was ejected from the vault. The glow in the corridor had yet to dissipate when Chu Xiu's gaze locked onto the Grade B relic head just seen in the display case, the flowing moonlight sword. The blade shimmered like water under moonlight, perfectly matching Lu Yiwen's movement style. Unfortunately, it cost a staggering 1.4 million merit points. Points for the Heroic Spirit Treasury could only be earned by completing missions, and the prices were notoriously steep. Assignments ranged from F to SSS, but as a level 2 investigator, Chu Xiu was usually limited to Grade B missions. Each Grade B mission paid only 30 to 40,000 points. To afford that sword, he would have to finish 30 to 40 such jobs. In reality, most level 2 investigators didn't complete even 10 missions a year. I've still got work to do, he sighed. He remembered that taking first place in the provincial exam would net an extra million points from the Department of Heroic Spirits. A faint smile touched his lips. Looks like I have one more reason to aim for the top. When he left the Black Hole administration, night had deepened. He returned to his suburban villa, swiped his card, and stepped into total darkness. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He had barely taken a step when a chill swept over him. Spinning around, he spotted a slender figure lurking behind the curtains. Look into my eyes. The voice was cool yet enticing, echoing in the dark. A pair of pink pupils glimmered, and a sweet, misty fragrance spread through the air. Chu Xiu felt his consciousness being gently pulled, his vision clouded over. Thud! His body went limp, collapsing onto the sofa. So much for the so-called abyss. In the darkness, Su Xueli flicked her hair and sauntered closer. Moonlight slipped through the cracks, tracing her long silhouette. She studied Chu Xiu's face. Handsome enough, but apparently all show and no substance. Rumors really can't be trusted. With that, she reached out her delicate hand toward Chu Xiu's cheek. Crack! A dark blur swept past her eyes. Su Xueli felt the world tip as she was hurled into the plush sofa. An instant later, the blur landed on top of her. She lashed out on reflex crack. Chu Xiu caught her slender wrist in an iron grip, slammed both her arms over her head, and pinned them against the backrest. Pervert. Her cheeks burned scarlet. Blessed or cursed with a natural Yingling allure, Su Xueli was still the protected heiress of a powerful family in Modu. No man had ever so much as brushed her hand. Yet now Chu Xiu's weight pressed her into the cushions, her curves flattened against his hard chest, his hot breath scalding her neck and cheek, a feverish heat flooding her limbs. Let me go? You animal. Her long legs, wrapped in black silk, kicked wildly. She drove a knee toward his groin. Butt smack. Chu Xiu pinned that knee, lifted the leg onto his shoulder, and trapped the other under his foot. She was locked in place, arms stretched high, one leg hooked over his shoulder, the other immobilized, the pose indecent beyond words. Had the lights been on, her face would have glowed like a ripe apple. She writhed, only to feel her chest brush his again and again. Even through their clothes the heat was unmistakable, and with her hypersensitive Yingling body, every touch sent sparks racing through her. Her breath grew ragged. Chu Xiu, by contrast, stayed ice-cold. In the darkness his eyes gleamed with a chill light, tinged with murder. Talk, he said, voice like frost. Who sent you? The Xieshan cult? His grip tightened. Tempered by the Bajio Xiangong, his strength could bend iron. Crushing her delicate wrist would be effortless. Pain knifed through her bones. Let go. You're hurting me, she screamed. He'll count to 3. Answer me, or I snap your wrists. His words cut the air. Behind him, shadows churned. The Legion of the Dead stood ready, the Yongya Mahai poised to strike at a single signal. Mercy held no weight with him. Someone had broken into his villa in the dead of night and attacked. He would never assume innocence. Were it not for his Luan Hui Tong immune to illusion, able to pierce falsehood, her psychic assault might have dropped him. If he had blacked out, he didn't dare imagine the outcome. Chu Xiu refused to quit. Pink light flickered in her eyes as she tried to cast another illusion on Chu Xiu, but this time he struck first. His reincarnation eye ignited and a pitch-black hexagram blossomed in his pupils. Their gazes clashed in midair, and Su Zuelis vaunted yowling, I failed instantly. A needle-sharp pain stabbed her eyes. She gasped, covered them, and had to squeeze them shut. Still dare to play with illusions? Chu Xiu growled. His stare turned icy, and his hand shot towards Su Zuelis' slender neck. Click. The living room light snapped on. Chu Xiu jerked his head around. Yan Yuer stood in the doorway in black shorts, a leather jacket, and stockings, holding a bag of barbecue. She froze. I brought some barbecue. Want to eat together? The bag thudded to the floor. She stared blankly at the outrageously suggestive pose on the couch, then unleashed an ear-splitting shriek. Ah, pervert, 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 pervert. Yan Yuer slapped a hand over her eyes, pointed at Chu Xiu, and stamped her foot. I knew it. Weird banging and moaning in the dark. This is my house. I only let you crash here. And you hire a hooker? On my favorite couch. The college entrance exam is almost here, and all you can think about is this garbage. Creep. Filth. Vulgar freak. UF. A shy, angry voice whispered from the couch. Yan Yuer blinked, lowered her hand, and focused. The person pinned under Chu Xiu was Sister Xueli. The light and shock flashed across her face. She recovered at once. Hey, let her go. She's a good person. Chu Xiu frowned. Had he been mistaken? Wasn't she an assassin from the cult of the evil god? After a short pause, he released her. Freed. Su Xueli scrambled to straighten her cheapao. The expensive embroidered dress was rumpled. 2 buttons had popped off, and the smooth curve of her chest peeked through the gap. Her stockings were torn in several spots, pale rosy skin glimmering through the runs. Her cheeks burned crimson, her whole body felt hot, and her legs were so weak she could hardly stand. Yan Yuer stared wide-eyed. Sister Xueli, what exactly are you two doing? Su Xueli snorted. Fine, you win this round. See you at the exam. Barefoot, she stormed out of the villa. Hey, give me back my shoes. The gravel outside stabbed her feet, so she slipped back in, grabbed her heels, and fled again. From the yard came her muttering. So infuriating. A dignified Shanghai heiress pinned under a man for 5 whole minutes, and almost the fact that Shed actually enjoyed it made her stomp her feet in shame and rage. Inside, Yan Yuer finally snapped out of it. She circled Chu Xiu a few times, a wicked grin curling her lips. Damn, Chu Xiu not bad. Hooked up with my sister Xueli? TSK, maybe your talent's average, but you sure know how to snag a rich girl. A goddess like her, too. Tell me, are her boobs really that big, that white, that soft? Do they smell like milk? She leered. Such an enviable chest. I want to squeeze it so badly, haha. A vein throbbed on Chu Xiu's forehead. This girl was even more of a hooligan than Head thought. Fighting down the urge to smack her, he asked in a low voice. Who is she? What? You don't even know Sister Xueli? Yan Yuer slapped her own face in mock disbelief. You've at least heard of the Su family in Shanghai, right? A national powerhouse clan. Su Xueli is the eldest daughter, famous socialite, business prodigy, vice chair of the Shanghai Business Alliance, richer than my dad. She's 18, and her suitors could fill the entire Huangpu River. Plus, the spirit she awakened is S rank, top tier. If you didn't know her, how did you land her? Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. The Su family of Shanghai, more and more prodigies were pouring into Yan Yun, and most of them were after him. His lips curved into a faint smile. Hey, what's so funny? Yan Yuer leaned in curiously. Nothing, Chu Xiu said. Life is just getting more interesting. He feared no challenge, only the absence of one. To become an undead catastrophe, he needed power to match. And he just happened to have it. Hey, Lin Ao, spit it out already. From that tone, I'm guessing the Abyss gave you a beating? Lin Ao wedged his phone between shoulder and ear, barely hiding his glee. Wind on the edge of Yinyun City kicked up yellow dust as he leaned against a custom black cruiser. The sunset flashed off his sunglasses while a Marlboro smoldered between his fingers. Just dumb luck. I haven't even summoned my spirit yet. On the other end, Su Xueli sounded sulky. No way Shed admit someone had pinned her down for 5 minutes, and Shed almost enjoyed it. Lin Ao arched a brow. If even the great Miss Su got flattened, I'm dying to meet this Abyss myself. Then go try it, and quit wasting my time. I move millions a minute. Am not here to chat. Su Zuela's patience frayed. Lin Ao chuckled, flicking away ash. Nah. The main event has to wait for the Gaokao. Can't break his legs now. That'd spoil the ending. Su Xueli recalled his brutal record. Anyone facing Lin Ao usually left with a broken limb or worse. I called to warn you the model student is back. Color drained from her face. They released Xiaozheng? What else? The Xiao family unleashed their perfect son. Lin Ao couldn't help laughing. Didn't he fail the inspector exam? Now he's taking the Gaokao? Makes no sense. Chu Xiu frowned. Lin Ao sighed. Never admired anyone, but that freak? Different story. He put an examiner in the ICU, so they flunked him. No badge for him. They're scared hell beat suspects to death. Psycho. Chu Xiu rubbed her temples. Her illusions were useless against Xiao Zheng. In a fight, she'd only run. Lin Ao sounded thrilled. Imagine Xiao Zheng versus the Abyss. Lord of the Undead meets Demon God. Tell me that's not fireworks. Won't they level the exam hall? Chu Xiu groaned. Xiao Zheng's body housed a demon god, after all. That's your problem. Lin Ao's voice drifted. Message delivered. Later I'm off for a ride. The line went dead. He stubbed out his cigarette on the gravel. Call this smoke schadenfreude. The bike roared, and he shot into the night. Across town, Chu Xiu stamped her foot. Everyone's lining up to laugh at me. I'm going to explode. Inside the villa, Yin Yuer dropped off sizzling barbecue for Chu Xiu, then sped away. Lately she'd been delivering supplies every other day. Yesterday, an entire bluefin tuna, portioned and vacuum chilled. The day before, a crate of A5 Kobe beef. Before that, a king crab big enough to fill a wash basin. Thanks to her, Chu Xiu had feasted on luxury surf and turf for days. After his midnight snack, he tossed the foil tray, washed up, and went to bed. At dawn the doorbell rang. From the window, he spotted a matte black armored truck outside. Spirit Authority transport. His newly purchased treasure had arrived. Two people stepped out of the car, and to Chu Xiu's surprise they were Yi Linxiao and an unfamiliar young man. The stranger was tall and broad-shouldered, carrying a backpack. His round glasses sat so close to his nose that he looked painfully shy. Hey, Abyss, Yi Linxiao greeted, steering the newcomer toward Chu Xiu. Since moving into the villa, Chu Xiu had worn a human skin mask almost constantly. Even though everyone now knew what Abyss looked like, no one would ever connect that face with the real Chu Xiu. Yan Yuer had only heard the alias and assumed the mask was his true appearance, and the samsara I had used on her the night before made the disguise even safer. Lately he rarely showed his real face at all. Yi Linxiao handed over a wooden box. Supplies from the imperial capital. One more thing, this is my cousin. He'll be taking the college entrance exam with you guys. Mind letting him stay here for a bit? With that, he nudged the young man forward. Hi Abyss. I'm Xiao Zhengzheng, as in justice. Xiao Zheng offered a tentative handshake, which Chu Xiu met lightly. Nice to meet you. Chu Xiu laughed inwardly at the kid's innocence. He looked like the very definition of a sheltered newbie. No problem. Plenty of spare rooms, pick anyone you like. Thanks a lot. Yi Linxiao patted his cousin's shoulder. Get along with Abyss, okay? He's a level 2 investigator. The word investigator made Xiao Zheng's eyes shine. An investigator? That's incredible. Brother Abyss, my greatest dream is to fight crime and protect people just like you. Then work hard, Chu Xiu said casually. The boy's harmless demeanor was disarming, though Chu Xiu missed the slight twitch at the corner of Yi Linxiao's mouth. Package delivered, cousin entrusted. I'm out. Yi Linxiao climbed back into the car, but called out a final reminder. Xiaozheng, think before you act. When the car disappeared, Chu Xiu turned to Xiaozheng. Come on in. Got all your exam paperwork done? All set, Brother Abyss. He'll go unpack first. Backpack on his shoulders, Xiaozheng headed upstairs. Great. Dinner together tonight. Chu Xiu followed, carrying the wooden box to his room and muttering. Why does Linxiao's cousin look so feeble? Inside, he opened the box, took out pills and yuli grass, and rubbed his hands together. Time for a breakthrough. He tipped a 9-flame lihua pill into his palm. The scarlet pill bore 9 golden veins and felt warm and smooth. Chu Xiu popped it into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and began reciting the 8-9 mystic art. Boom, the pill dissolved, bursting into 9 streams of blazing fire that surged through his organs. The burning felt like steel needles drilling into bone, and sweat rolled down his temples. It's working. The lihua stage is right in front of me. Crackling flames roared within him. Tongues of flame blossomed inside Chu Xiu's body, igniting every corner. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys writhed in the blaze, and his chest hammered with violent, pounding beats. The fire seemed alive, darting along his meridians. With each pulse it burst into sparks among his organs, yet he only clenched his teeth, knuckles bleaching white. Second by second, the searing pain threatened to melt his viscera. At last, deep within that sea of flames, an unopened lotus of fire emerged. Chu Xiu held his breath and poured every trace of true energy into the lotus. In an instant the crimson petals unfolded first, painting his chest scarlet. Golden petals followed, ringing like clashing metal. Then yellow, blue, and green opened in turn, their radiance layering until his body glowed like a smelting furnace. He suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of blazing breath. The air hissed and crackled as though pressed beneath a red-hot brand. The 5 organs kindle phantom fire. One breath can scorch rivers and mountains. The mantra echoed through his mind. matching the sensation in his body. He knew with certainty the third stage of the 8-9 mystic art, the realm of departing flame, the leakless body, was now partially mastered. He let out a long breath that rolled like a heat wave, then slowly curled his fist, bones cracking. With the foundation he now possessed, his physical strength matched mid-bronze tier bronze level 4. In Yinyun City, candidates bonded with a grade spirits were already 1 in 10,000, and high schoolers who reached bronze 4 were rarer still, 1 in a million. In other words, even without a spirit's aid, Chu Xiu could easily top the city's history of entrance exams. In a formal exploration squad, his individual combat power would rank solidly in the upper middle. Yet this was nowhere near the end. A silent crimson bloom flared in his palm, the Yoli flower. Next step, the life and death pact of yin and yang. He muttered, crushing the petals until scarlet sap dripped from his fingertips. Without hesitation, he shoved the remains into his mouth. As he chewed, heat burst forth, the faint taste of blood mingling with bitter spice. I hope this really is how you're supposed to take it. The Yoli blossom grows closer to the underworld than any other flower, and it possesses a strange power. Whoever eats it can see the dead. Inyang Koi swirled around Chu Xiu, streams of black and white energy weaving into a shifting Tai Chi wheel that locked him in its cage-like circle. A wave of vertigo hit him, his knees buckled, and darkness swallowed his mind. An instant later, he seemed to plunge into a different realm. Thick fog blotted out the sky and sun. He could not see his hand in front of his face, yet solid ground lay beneath his feet. Head bowed, Chu Xiu traced the faintest outlines and groped forward step by step. Time stretched unnaturally. He had no idea how long he walked until the splash of water reached his ears, spring water pounding against rock in a fast, urgent rhythm. Then a string of wind chimes rang, their clear notes echoing through the mist. A damp, rotten stench rode the breeze into his nostrils. Instinctively he held his breath, but the smell clung to his throat. A cold wind swept past and tore a rent in the haze. Through the ragged opening, a blood-red field of flowers unfurled. Each gaudy bloom rooted in yellow clay swayed gently, as though performing a silent ritual dance. Beside the flowerbed a black river flowed, its surface churning with the same sound he had heard earlier. White bones kept bobbing up through the inky water. Decayed limbs sprawled across the current, forcing it to split around them. Leaning closer, Chu Xiu saw to his horror that countless warped, terrified human faces were buried in the clay among the blossoms, their mouths frozen in voiceless screams. The red spider lily is born of corpses and stands for death and ill omen. The more exquisite its beauty, the more lethal it becomes. Chu Xiu halted, a chill running down his spine. At that moment, an ancient bronze bridge took shape over the black river, long and shadowy, with an elderly figure standing at its head. With the bridge's appearance, the dead silence gained a faint trace of mortal life. One after another, dazed souls shuffled onto the stone span, brushing past the old man. Drawn by instinct, Chu Xiu started toward them. He had taken only a few steps when a soft yet commanding woman's voice sounded behind him. Don't go any farther. Turn back, Xiu'er, return to your own world. You do not belong here. He froze and looked over his shoulder. A woman in black emerged from the mist, offering only her back to him. She wore an ornate dark robe, its hem embroidered with shadowy gold phoenixes, ethereal yet imposing. Even that single silhouette inspired awe. Chu Xiu did not know her, yet she felt achingly familiar, as if he had touched this image in the deepest recesses of memory. Xiu'er, go back. Your life is meant to be free. Do whatever your heart desires. No one can force a burden on you. Follow your own will. Her voice drifted over him again and again, tender and insistent. So be happy, please be happy. The echoes grew distant, but his limbs felt caught in icy chains, too heavy to lift. An unseen force dragged him downward, inch by inch, into the depths of the black river. The freezing water rose past his ankles, his knees, his chest, until the cold reached his bones. The river consumed his body, then his consciousness, and everything dissolved into chaos. When he opened his eyes, someone who looked exactly like him was standing right in front of him. Chu Xiu's nerves snapped taut, and he threw a punch on reflex. Yet the figure mirrored the motion perfectly. The gusts from their fists collided in midair and canceled each other out. A mirror clone? The second stage of the Yin-Yang life-death pact? Shock and delight flashed through him. He had only experienced a long, chaotic dream, and upon waking, he had somehow mastered the second stage, but everything that happened in that dream was shrouded in fog, the memories torn to pieces. Strange, where exactly did I go? A murky scene rose from the depths of his mind. The torrents of the yellow springs, crimson manjusaka blooming like blood, and the bronze bridge of helplessness spanning the river of the dead. On the bridge stood a woman in black, her gaze piercing the churning waters. You protect him so well, a hoarse voice said, the tap of a walking stick echoing across the bridge as an old man came to stand beside her. This is our business. He shouldn't be dragged into it, the woman replied, her tone icy yet tinged with tenderness. Some fates are born immutable, the old man sighed. The harder you push him away, the deeper he may be drawn in. She fell silent for a long while, her fingers brushing the icy railing. For now, I want him to live his own life. Whatever comes later, I'll bear it for him even if it costs me my soul. The old man closed his eyes and murmured, time is running out. The world is changing too fast, faster than we can react. The vision shattered, and Chu Xiu returned to the present. He tried to control the mirror clone and was thrilled to find it could move through the world in his stead, freeing him to devote himself completely to his other identity, Abyss. From now on, the two roles would be entirely separate. The second stage of the yin-yang life-death pact made his mental sea clear as glass, his thoughts flashing like thunderbolts. He joked to himself that if he kept cultivating, his brain would ascend to the heavens. Buzz deep within his mind, the banner of 10,000 souls suddenly shook, its fabric snapping in an unseen wind. Congratulations, host. The banner of 10,000 souls has reached level 3. You may now summon a third undead legion. Congratulations, host. The banner of 10,000 souls has reached level 3. You may now summon a third undead warlord. The twin notifications made Chu Xiu's eyes blaze. His undead forces were about to expand again, and nothing thrilled him more. Unfortunately, he had no monster corpses at hand, so he forced down his excitement. He'll wait until the college entrance exam to summon them. He pushed open the villa's front door. The setting sun was swallowed by the clouds, and the evening breeze carried the coolness of early summer. After a full day refining the revolving pendant and the banner, he stretched mightily, his stiff joints popping. The revolving pendant lay in his palm, smooth and cool, the only keepsake his mother had left him and the vessel of the yin-yang life-death pact. Mother, you were no ordinary person, who were you really? A tide of chaotic emotions surged up, and he took a deep breath, forcing it down. Hey, Xiaozheng, come down and eat. He called up the stairs. The two of them hailed a cab and headed to the downtown food street. The snack street was packed, the traffic relentless. Chu Xiu ordered a case of beer and 2 plates of skewers, and the two of them dug in, drinking straight from the bottles. He had met Xiaozheng only that morning, yet the shy boy had already grown on him. Still, he worried the kid might be an easy target for bullies at school. Hey, old woman, protection money. Pay up. The shout shattered the lively atmosphere. Chu Xiu and Xiaozheng turned to see a blonde-haired punk twirling a butterfly knife as he swaggered toward the elderly woman running the stall, a handful of cronies at his back. Haven't we been gone almost a month? Better cover last month's fee as well. That's 8,600. Cash or Jifu Bao. The old woman's fingers trembled. My little stand doesn't even clear that in a month. Didn't you only ask for 3,000 before? Yeah, well, I've been on a losing streak. The blonde snorted. Besides, ever heard of inflation? I really don't have that much. My granddaughter still has school fees, we're just scraping by. Oh, so you don't want our protection? He spread his hands theatrically. Fine. When trouble comes, don't call us. He shot a look at his followers. Hey, Granny, your bargain barbecue isn't cheap at all. A veggie skewer for 1 yuan? Robbery. One goon kicked the cart. The metal frame toppled, the grill clanged to the pavement, and skewers and vegetables scattered. Hot oil splashed into the air. Just as the scalding oil was about to hit the old woman, Xiaozheng lunged, shoving her clear. The liquid soaked his back, but he seemed unfazed, merely adjusting his glasses. Chu Xiu blinked, quick reflexes. Maybe the boy didn't need any help with bullies after all. Xiaozheng straightened, shielding the woman. You've gone too far. This is a public street. There's no such thing as protection money. The blonde raised a brow, spinning the knife. There is now. This turf is under my watch, and my rules stand. Kid, you haven't even grown any hair yet. Go home and finish your homework. He slapped Xiaozheng's cheek hard, a gesture meant to humiliate. Xiaozheng's temper was remarkably mild, and in Chu Xiu's eyes he didn't seem like the sort who would ever raise a hand against anyone. The kid had a strong sense of justice, yet there was a hint of meek resignation about him. As the blonde youth's heavy, crackling slaps landed on Xiaozheng's cheeks, Xiaozheng stood motionless. Chu Xiu shook his head inwardly. I need to show this boy what it means to defend his own right. Scum like this deserves no mercy. The blonde punk struck 3 or 4 more times, his palm numbing from the impact, but Xiaozheng's eyes stayed calm and unresisting. Feeling emboldened, the thug shouted to his pals. Hey, you see this? The guy's a total coward, won't even fight back when I smack him. He jiggled one leg and toyed with the butterfly knife in his hand, his tone taunting. Tell you what, you want to help this granny? Fine. Stand still, and each of us will give you 1 more slap. Once we've had our fun, we'll let her go. How's that, punk? Fair enough? Xiaozheng frowned and glanced at the old woman, who was scrambling to gather her scattered groceries. His voice remained even. You're going to reimburse her for what she's lost. Reimburse? The blonde scoffed, spitting hard. You've already wasted my time. The fact I'm not charging this old hag is generous. Hey, Granny, you gonna pay up? The grandmother flinched at the shout, waving her hands frantically. No compensation, no compensation. She staggered upright, clutching Xiaozheng's arm, her voice quivering. Son, don't fight them, we can't win, these thugs have killed before. They really will do it. Her gaze was glued to the knife spinning between the punk's fingers, her body nearly frozen. She had seen it herself. A street vendor who refused protection money lost a finger and half an ear to that same blonde punk. She still couldn't bear to recall the blood-soaked scene. Hear that, kid? Still think we should pay? The blonde laughed wildly. Make the money gang pay? You're dreaming. Our boss is an Eidolon warrior. Know what that is? A chosen one with supernatural power. He raised one finger and lowered his voice theatrically. And our boss awakened a grade B Eidolonon in 10,000. In Chu Xiu's elite circle at the top of Yinyan City, such titles were commonplace, but to ordinary citizens Eidolon warriors remained rare. In a city of 800,000, fewer than 20,000 people had awakened, barely 1 in 100, and their status was sky-high, never mind those of grade B caliber. If Chu Xiu's own Eidolon hadn't been so feeble, he could have coasted through life comfortably as a regular awakened. The moment the words "Money Gang's boss is an Eidolon warrior" hit the air, every bystander on the street stepped back. The murmurs died instantly. The atmosphere felt crushed, and even breathing seemed risky. Forget it, young man. I don't want the money. Take the stall, the old woman stammered, her knees knocking together. The crowd retreated further, terrified of becoming collateral damage. Humph, worthless rabble, the blonde spat in contempt. He strode forward, scooped up a battered metal lunchbox, and found inside a wad of small bills and coins, the meager earnings the old woman had scraped together over the past few days. Not much, just a few hundred, the blonde youth muttered, disdain flickering in his eyes. Whatever, let's grab some cigarettes and booze for the boys. He spread his fingers and reached for the lunchbox stuffed with cash. Smack. The lid snapped shut, a steady hand pinning it down. You're not taking this, Xiao Zheng said, his voice quiet but unshakable. His gaze locked on the blonde youth like a nail driven into his chest. That stare sent a chill through the blonde youth, tightening his lungs. He scoffed at himself, afraid of this punk, then lunged for the box. Says who? Who do you think you are? Get lost, or he'll hack off your hand. He flipped open a butterfly knife, its tip flashing coldly, and tapped Xiao Zheng's cheek. A few steps away, Chu Xiu sighed in exasperation. With a casual wave, he summoned a blood-soaked devourer from the shadows. The grotesque figure glided up behind the blonde youth. Teach them a lesson. Make it stick. A black vortex yawned open on the ground. The devourer poked out a gore-drenched head, only to jerk back an instant later, the vortex trembling. Huh. Chu Xiu frowned. Afraid? A devourer scared by a normal human? Impossible. He couldn't make sense of it. Meanwhile, Xiao Zheng pinched the butterfly knife blade between two fingers and squeezed steel bent, like mud beneath his touch. I really don't want to fight, but if you take that money, don't blame me for what comes next. The blonde youth swallowed, then remembered his numbers and that the money gang's boss was a heroic spirit warrior. He puffed up again. Like hell, I'm scared. Do your worst. He grabbed for the box. Unnoticed in the corner, black light crawled across Xiao Zheng's skin. A violent, abyssal darkness churned in his eyes, as though something monstrous were waking. So that's what spooked the devourer. Shock flashed across Chu Xiu's face. Yi Lin Xiao's cousin is hiding something far scarier than I guessed. Xiao Zheng looked up, murder flared in his gaze. His fist clenched and shot toward the blonde youth's chest, lightning ripping the night. Terror just surfaced on the blonde youth's face when the thunderous punch landed. Thud. Boom. Crash. The blast hurled 7 or 8 underlings 10 meters back. Bystanders were tossed aside, sprawling on the pavement. As for the blonde youth, the impact pulped his organs in an instant. His body exploded into a spray of blood and viscera. Roars echoed through the air. Xiao Zheng let out a deafening roar, the darkness in his eyes deepening into an abyss. Black demonic energy burst from his pores like something solid, and his cropped hair grew wildly in the howling wind, spilling over his shoulders like a whipping black battle flag. He stamped his foot, and the ground of earth and concrete collapsed at once, debris spraying out with a blast like artillery. That terrifying aura coiled around him, making him look like a demon god that had clawed its way out of the abyss. The foot soldiers of the money gang went deathly pale, their scalps prickling. Their leader had been turned to pulp by a single punch. Boss. Boss. Over at the food court, Brother Dao got pulped with one punch. I'm serious. The guy might be a spirit warrior. Get over here now. Frantic calls came one after another. The henchman clutching the phone, trembling so hard he could barely speak. A blasphemous thought rose in his mind. Even if the boss showed up, he probably couldn't stop this monster named Xiao Zheng. Monster demon, he muttered. Roar. A guttural sound tore from Xiao Zheng's throat. Power flooded out of him like a broken dam as he stalked toward the gangsters. Damn it. You're about to soak my hands in blood again. I don't want to kill. For a heartbeat, clarity flashed in his eyes, but the black mist on his skin only thickened, rolling like a tsunami. I don't want to kill anymore. Stop controlling my body, damn you. His voice was raw, yet he couldn't stop his advance. The weight of that demonic aura bore down on the gangsters like a mountain. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed, frozen in place. It's always like this. Why? I only wanted to live like a normal person. I just wanted to join the Yingling division, become an investigator, and safeguard order and justice. His inner scream was punctuated by a thunderous crack of air. Xiao Zheng's arm blurred black, and the thugs exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh before they could even cry out. The stench of iron slammed into him, as if flipping a dormant switch. The last shard of clarity vanished from Xiao Zheng's eyes. Like an automaton, he turned and walked straight toward the innocent crowd at the curb. He needed slaughter. Battle. Madness. Yilin Xiao, temporarily staying in Yinyan City, lounged on the sofa and poured himself a pot of green tea. He took a leisurely sip. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the tea swirling in its porcelain cup as its fragrance drifted upward. Opposite him, Ning Anren crossed her arms, her voice sharp as a blade. Yilin Xiao, you're unbearable. Get out of my house now. Anren, I'm still your brother-in-law. I don't acknowledge a brother-in-law like you. She cut him off, brows arched in fury. You couldn't even protect my sister. Leave. I don't want to see you. She lifted the kettle and poured until his cup overflowed, tea cascading down the sides. The message was clear. The cup is full time to go. Yi Lingxiu's fingers trembled, a flicker of pain passing through his eyes. Fine. Once I finish this cup, I'll leave. He raised the cup but stopped short of drinking. Boom. A pitch-black pillar of light shot into the sky, surging with demonic power that roared like a beast. Yi Lingxiu's face paled. No. Something's wrong. How could Xiao Zheng lose control with the abyss here? He leapt up. The cup clattered onto the table, tea spraying everywhere. What did you say? Xiao Zheng's in Yinyan City too? Ning Anren's eyes widened, panic flashing within. That lunatic. Zheng is a good kid, Yilin Xiao said softly. He just can't control the power inside him. Once the demon god's force erupts, his mind collapses, and he becomes a tyrant bent on slaughter. He was already halfway to the door before he finished speaking. Wait, I'm coming with you. Ning Anren grabbed her long sword and charged after him. They both understood that if Xiao Zheng lost control completely, it would be like a black hole merging with reality, unleashing every monster inside. The entire metropolitan area would be doomed. They raced toward the Pillar of Darkness. Meanwhile, the Money Gang's headquarters boiled with rage. When he learned his men had been killed, the gang leader Li Ting flew into a fury. The headquarters was only minutes from the scene. A heavily modified off-roader screeched to a halt, and Li Ting, his buzz-cut head framed by an absurdly thick gold chain, jumped out, roaring, Who? Who killed my man? His predatory gaze swept the street and locked onto Xiao Zheng, standing at its center. Boom. Dark energy boiled around Xiao Zheng, and behind him rose a colossal jet-black phantom. Arms folded, it looked down upon everything like ants. Even more terrifying, 3 colored chains held it fast. A black chain pierced its nose like a shackle. A crimson chain coiled around its limbs, groaning under the strain. A golden chain crossed its chest, forming a final seal. The phantom writhed and roared, yet could not break free. What monster is that? Li Ting's scalp tingled, his bravado shattering in an instant. Whoosh. Xiao Zheng's figure blurred, rocketing toward Li Ting like a cannonball. Thud. An iron fist slammed into Li Ting's abdomen, the impact echoing like a drum. Li Ting and his SUV were sent flying 10 meters. The vehicle crumpled around him as he spat a mist of blood. He sprawled on the pavement, staring at his attacker in terror. Damn it, knife, what kind of hell have you dragged me into? He trembled, rage warring with fear. Not yet satisfied, Xiao Zheng's blood-red eyes blazed. He turned slowly toward the crowd huddled along the curb. Roar. He roared like a wrathful specter, and the earth split beneath the sound. Broken stone tumbled, the crash echoing up and down the street. Bystanders who had come only for a show felt their legs turn to jelly, slumping to the ground with bloodless faces. A cold gleam ripped through the air. Whoosh. A steel spike shot toward Xiao Zheng. He snapped his head around, iron-hard fingers closing on the dart and bending it until the metal shrieked. Hey, you done blowing off steam? Chu Xiu advanced in his signature abyss mask, black coat snapping in the wind. Head stayed out of it while Xiao Zheng pounded hoodlums and gangsters. But now that civilians were in danger, he refused to stand by. Yet Xiao Zheng had sunk into pure bloodlust. With a guttural snarl, he charged like an uncaged beast. Boom. Fist met palm. The shockwave spiderwebbed the pavement. A razor wind lashed the roadside trees. Ask you. What terrifying strength? Someone cried. What heroic spirit did he awaken for them to bother sealing it? At this moment, Xiao Zheng's raw physique already matched mid-bronze rank. His eruption of power equaled Chu Xiu, who had reached the 3rd layer of the 8-9 arcane art. Had Chu Xiu not just advanced to the Lihor realm, he would never have held the line. His first punch blocked. Xiao Zheng's eyes flashed with surprise, then flared with wilder fury, part indignation, part exhilaration. Boom. Black mist billowed, shaping a giant fist around his arm that slammed toward Chu Xiu. Rift breaker. Chu Xiu raised a hand, chaining the 9 stances of his battle art. In a heartbeat, they had traded dozens of blows. So strong, this is insane. The crowd dared not inch closer. Even from afar, they recognized the mask, the abyss. My God, it's the abyss. Without him, I'd already be dead. In mere moments, awe toward the abyss hardened into near worship. Without him, today would be catastrophe. Li Ting crawled to his feet, shivering as he watched the clash. So this is true power? They don't even need their heroic spirits one punch, and him a folding screen. The money gang boss' arrogance crumbled. He vowed to disband the gang and keep his head down. Against monsters like Xiao Zheng, 10 lives weren't enough. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures streaked in. Thank goodness his heroic spirits still sealed, or we'd be finished. Yi Linxiao exhaled, though his brow stayed furrowed. The demon god's power was already saturating Xiao Zheng's flesh. The demon god cannon needed no deliberate training. It reforged him every second, aiming for an immortal demonic body. Even now Xiao Zheng was absurdly strong. At the 8-9 arcane art's second layer, the abyss could never have restrained him. When Yi Linxiao started forward, Chu Xiu said calmly, "Stay back. I brought Xiao Zheng out here. His state is partly on me. He'll handle it." He raised both hands, Rift Breaker in one, Mountain Crusher in the other, the twin techniques colliding in a single blast at Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng's punches came like a storm, after images stacking in layers. One lapse, and Chu Xiu would be crushed. Yet as the clash intensified, Chu Xiu's eyes grew fathomless. Now, Samsara I activate. A dim light flickered, and for a heartbeat Chu Xiu stepped straight into Xiao Zheng's inner world. Why? Why has it always been like this? Every time we play together, I end up hurting someone by accident, and I never want to hurt anyone. Encased in endless darkness, Xiao Zheng curled up as if caught in a whirlpool, huddling beneath a single dying sliver of light. The darkness was so thick it felt liquid, pressing in on him layer after suffocating layer, ready to swallow him whole. He recalled the evaluation at the Spirit Bureau. His power had slipped out of control, and the examiner was badly injured on the spot. It was his second failure in a row. One more, and he would lose forever the chance to become an investigator. Then there was the mock college entrance exam, when a gust from the backlash tore desks apart and sent his teacher and classmates flying, and he couldn't even put together a proper apology. Why can't I control it? I'm a burden, hated wherever I go. Everyone calls me the demon god, but I loathe that name. Xiao Zheng clutched his head, his knuckles bone white. Get out of my body. I don't want this power puppeteering me, turning me into a walking corpse. Im Xiao Zheng as injustice. His shout echoed through the gloom, but no reply came. His voice turned raspy, his breathing thin as a thread. With no one willing to enter his heart, he fell silent, a trapped beast alone, withdrawn, cut off from the world. After rejection upon rejection, he would rather suffer himself than make anyone else bleed. They call you demon god only because they're afraid of you, because they envy and covet the power you possess. The sudden, icy voice pierced the dark, and Xiao Zheng snapped his head up. Abyss? What are you doing here? Confusion churned in his eyes. He had buried himself so deep that anyone would have to traverse endless darkness to reach this lone speck of light. No one had ever managed it before. How had Abyss Chu Xiu found him? Power exists to be mastered, Chu Xiu said, advancing slowly. Each step sent pale ripples that chased the black mist away. We are the summoners of heroic spirits, their masters. However mighty a spirit once was, the moment it becomes a spirit, the hierarchy is set. He stopped in front of Xiao Zheng, his violet-black samsara eyes lighting up, twin abysses drilling straight into the heart. Remember 2 words, master and servant. The relationship could not be clearer. If we are the masters, why fear your own spirit? Even if that spirit is a demon god, subdue him, claim the power as your own. Or is it that you lack confidence that the justice you profess is nothing but empty words? Chu Xiu's words nailed themselves into Xiao Zheng's chest. Those samsara eyes were a sharp, all-prying open the shell of self-contempt he had built, dragging the trembling boy inside into the light. Xiao Zheng, open your eyes. He's only so aggressive because you keep backing down. If you start out stronger and fiercer than he is, the power will belong to you alone. Tell it to turn left, and it turns left. Order it right, and it goes right. It has no will to resist you. Because you're the master, and he's only the servant. Chu Xiu stood on the shattered rock face, his eyes as cold as steel, each word slamming into Xiao Zheng's heart. So what will you do? Xiao Zheng, what's so great about becoming a demon god? If your will is hard enough and your path is straight enough, who would dare question you? He met the still confused eyes opposite him and gave a loose shrug. Can't figure it out? Then fight. Throw everything you have at me. They'll show you before me. Even a demon god is nothing special. The moment he finished, his gaze slid past Xiao Zheng to the darkness roiling behind him. The shadows seemed to ignite, roaring in answer to his challenge. Chu Xiu let out a low laugh. That is enough. The samsara eye flashed. His body jolted as his awareness snapped back. An instant later, the demonic chi inside Xiao Zheng erupted. The heroic spirit behind him opened blood-red eyes, struggling to break its chains and swallow him whole. Chu Xiu looked up, his smile widening. The real fight starts now. Boom! Thunder exploded inside him. He stopped holding back. His skin swelled like a war drum, muscles hard as wrought iron, every punch ringing with metal and thunder. Then a blinding light flared from his organs. A 5-colored lotus of flame kindled in his chest and slowly blossomed. Watching from afar, Yi Lingxiu's eyes flew wide. That's the Lihor realm? Abyss actually broke into Lihua. Ning Anren sucked in a breath. You're saying he's pushed the 8-9 arcane art to the third stage? Exactly. Yi Lingxiu's Adam's apple bobbed as he pointed at the fire lotus inside Chu Xiu. Organs burning with ghost fire, a breath that can scorch mountains and rivers, definitely the third layer. Both just broke through. He may not have mastered the third stage battle forms. Before he could finish, Chu Xiu raised his right palm. The five-colored lotus spun above it, its searing heat rolling the air into thick, white mist. Yi Linxiao swore. Holy heart-scorching form. He really pulled it off. This fast. His scalp tingled. Throughout all of Yinxia, only 3.5 people had ever mastered the 8-9 arcane art. The first was himself. After 3 grueling years, he had only just stepped into the third layer, the Lihua realm. The second was his master, the nation-guarding martial deity, rumored to have reached the 8th layer. The third was Abyss, who had studied the art for the shortest time. Reaching the second layer would already have marked him as a prodigy, yet he had crashed straight into the third. The thought sent a surge of danger through Yi Lingxiu's chest. At this rate, Abyss would soon leave him far behind. As for that half-person, he only counted as half because, strictly speaking, he wasn't human and, well, he defied easy classification. The moment Chu Xiu released the burning heart technique, the raging demonic aura was instantly set ablaze by a 5-colored fire lotus, and he drove his palm straight forward. Boom. The lotus spun in his hand, swelling to the size of a millstone as searing flames seemed to scorch the very air. The move was aptly named Burning Heart, for it struck at one's core. Chu Xiu slipped past Xiao Zheng's heavy punch, clamped 5 fingers against the man's chest, and their gazes clashed midair. Chu Xiu's eyes were deep, as if peering through Xiao Zheng's pupils to the hidden shadow of a demon within. I told you I will become the strongest. God or demon, anyone in my way will fall. His voice rumbled like a war drum. In the next instant, his palm twisted violently. A thunderous blast erupted, flinging Xiao Zheng backward. He crashed through a stone pillar and careened down the street, rubble and dust exploding in his wake. At the street corner, Ning Anren held her breath. She hated to admit it, yet had to face the truth. She was no match for Abyss now. Since their last encounter, the gap had only widened. She understood that some people, once you lose to them, are almost impossible to overtake. Yi Linxiao was such a person, and so was Abyss. For the first time, the proud heiress of the Ning family felt a crushing sense of defeat. Come on, there's no need for a young lady to be so competitive, Yi Linxiao said lightly, lifting a hand as if to pat her shoulder. Smack. Ning Anren brushed his hand aside and shot back coldly. No need to compete? Should I learn from you standing by uselessly when someone important is in danger? Yi Lingxiu's expression darkened. Ning Anren ignored him, turning away with a sharp flick of her high ponytail and brisk steps. Anren, I only meant the real contest isn't with others, but with yourself, Yi Linxiao murmured at her retreating figure. Yet he could not voice the harsher truth. It was because of him that Ning Anren lost the sister she loved most. That debt that Yi Linxiao would carry for the rest of his life. SSS, my head is killing me. Blinding sunlight speared through the broken roof tiles, scorching Xiao Zheng's eyes until darkness swam before him. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright and touched his temple. His fingertips came away slick with hot sweat and grit. This time I must have hurt a lot of people again, he thought bitterly. The familiar wave of self-reproach crashed over him. He would cause chaos, and the powerful Xiao family in the imperial capital would clean up the mess. Every outburst, every loss of control ended the same way. His privileged birth muted public outrage in an instant, yet guilt cinched his chest like iron chains. He would rather be cursed in the streets, rather wash his sins in spit and scorn, than hide behind his family's shield. I have to atone, Head vowed. That was why he became an investigator, hoping official authority would let him uphold justice in Yangxia, saving 10,000 lives to pay back the ones Head harmed with his own hands. Yet this time everything was eerily quiet. No angry shouts, no hateful stares. At the far end of the street, shops lay in ruins, but the crowd's attention focused elsewhere. A tall figure in a silver and black half-mask stood with a black coat snapping in the wind, a silent bulwark against the light. Xinyuan's Xiao Zheng froze, a surge of familiarity and awe pouring through him. Memory flooded back. Xinyuan had dragged him from the abyss and had beaten him heathen. Even when Xiao Zheng unleashed every ounce of his raging demon power, he was still subdued. It was his first taste of being evenly matched yet overwhelmed, and the first time the seething force inside him calmed after battle, as if finally sated. Chu Xiu lifted the mask a fraction, a faint smile touching his lips, his voice low and steady. Xiao Zheng, I told you don't fear your power. It's your weapon. You must learn to master it. Yi Linxiao hurried over, checked the wounded, and finally let out a relieved breath. Zheng, you didn't hurt any innocents this time. Those scumbags you took down, rape, kidnapping, murder, the list goes on. They deserved it. Technically, you did a good thing. I did a good thing. Xiao Zheng stared at his palm, the mix of calluses and bloodstains trembling. But I leveled an entire street. Repair costs are nothing. Yi Linxiao waved the worry away, and clapped Chu Xiu's shoulder. We owe you for this one. Chu Xiu gave a small, indifferent smile. No big deal. I enjoyed the fight. His gaze returned to Xiao Zheng, his tone turning grave. Remember, because you wield this power, when the nation and the people need you, you'll be able to stand up and protect them. On that day, you won't be guarding tens of thousands, but millions, even billions. One day, they'll find real safety in the shadow of your so-called demon power. The sun blazed brighter, spilling over the ravaged street and across the young man's face. Xiao Zheng stared at his hands in stunned silence. Even someone as tainted as I am, can I still protect countless lives? The smoke had not yet dispersed, and the scorched earth was still blistering hot against their faces. Chu Xiu gave a firm nod, his voice as keen as a blade. What matters is what you believe and what you do. Once you move, answers appear everywhere. If you stay put, that's where everything ends. His words boomed through Xiao Zheng like muffled thunder. The teenager lifted his eyes and whispered, even I could become someone the world needs? Yi Linxiao stepped forward, patted Xiao Zheng's shoulder, and spoke with calm finality. Learn to take command of your power slowly. It's yours, and it won't betray you. Thank you. Gratitude flooded Xiao Zheng's face. He clenched his fists, the veins rising on the backs of his hands. You're right. There must be something only I can do. The brief but brutal battle was finally over. Embers danced among the rubble, blood threaded through the broken stone, and a heavy, acrid wind whirled across the field. As the chaos ebbed, faint footsteps sounded from afar. Li Ting was trying to slip away. Stop! Chu Xiu strode forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. What is it? Li Ting froze, cold sweat bursting across his back. You still have the nerve to ask? Li Ting of the Money Guild. A cold glint flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Yes, that's me. Li Ting forced a smile, then blurted, come with me? Go where? I'm a law-abiding citizen, a taxpayer. You have no authority to arrest me. No authority? Chu Xiu arched an eyebrow, his voice slow but razor-sharp. Li Ting hurried to cut him off, trying to summon some bravado. I know you, Xin Yuan. You're a prodigy, the strongest explorer in Yinyun City. Sure, but you can't seize someone without proof, especially an honest taxpayer. He actually felt secure. The key witness had been flattened by Xiao Zheng. No evidence meant no one could touch him. Chu Xiu suddenly smiled and produced a heavy badge. Metal filigree along its edge caught the firelight. Oh, then cooperate with my investigation. Chu Xiu, second-class investigator of the Spirit Guard. I'll issue a Class 2 search warrant in a moment. You want evidence? I'll find it myself. How's that, Guildmaster Li? The word investigator drained the color from Li Ting's face. His lips twitched. Investigator? Impossible. How could you be an investigator? While he babbled, Yi Linxiao walked up, his boots grinding crisply on the gravel. If a Class 2 authorization isn't enough, there's still me, Linxiao, first-class investigator from the Imperial Capital. If I issue a Class 1 warrant, every guard in Yinyun City falls under my command. That should be thorough enough, don't you think? Before the words had fully settled, Li Ting's legs buckled, and he collapsed into the dust, his trousers instantly mottled with blood and ash. I'm done, completely done. He quavered, verge on a howl. Mobilize every guard in Yinyun City and they'll dig up how many times I've chewed gum this year. They'll probably count the hairs on my legs. Terror poured over him like ice water. Li Ting's scalp tingled as he muttered frantic plans to retire from the underworld, but the investigator badges shattered the last of his hopes. Retire? He'd be retiring in a prison cell. The security squad arrived, and soon had Li Ting loaded into a patrol vehicle. Heavily armed officers sealed off the area, redan blue lights strobing at the intersection. Watching the transport pull away, Yi Linxiao grinned at Chu Xiu. Another squad will be sent to clean up the Jinxian gang. If we bring them down for good, you'll earn a level mission credit around 30,000 points. 30,000 for a small-time gang? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Taking out the gang alone would only rate the level, Yi explained with a shrug. But we found evidence that their boss, Li Ting, was secretly linked to a high-ranking official in the Yinyun City Black Hole Bureau. Follow the trail, and it leads to an even bigger protector. That's why it's classified as level. Director Qian, who had arrived a step too late, added, I've suspected that man for ages, but I never had proof, and my position makes it hard to touch him. He shook his head helplessly. Yi continued, because young Master Xiao was attacked, the Xiao family is furious. They've flown an inspector in from the Imperial Capital to handle this. The Black Hole Bureau answers to the Yingling Division. The bureau chief is equal to a first-class investigator, but an inspector outranks him and can keep a lid on things. Above them is Commandant Chu Xiu, who's been stationed in Hangqing for years and rarely bothers with Yinyun, though his family roots are here. He laughed. The Xiao family asked you to visit when you have time, since you helped Xiao Zheng. And don't forget me, mother is Xiao Zheng's aunt, so my background is even scarier. I see, Chu Xiu said with a nod. Xiao Zheng, standing nearby, bowed gratefully. Thank you, Brother Abyss. I'll make investigator as soon as I can and catch up to you. Yi waved him off. Get some rest. Spirit Generals Yun Xiao and Yunyi will reach Yinyun tomorrow. Marquis Kangi will be a bit later. The fighting on the Abyss front is intense. Xiaozheng's face tightened at the news. Yi sighed. A new SS-level black hole just appeared. Wu Ho, Zhan Wang, and my master have all rushed over. Nations like Lighthouse and Sakura are intervening as well. If it's mishandled, we're looking at another disaster. There's also a newly emerged ruin near the hole said to hide an S-grade relic, the judge's mirror. He rubbed his temples. But that's for people above Spirit General to worry about. You two focus on the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow and get some sleep. With that, he and Director Qian walked off together. Chu Xiu and Xiao Zheng were about to hail a ride when an elderly voice called out, "Young men, wait." It was the old woman Xiao Zheng had rescued earlier. She hurried over and pressed 2 sticks of candied hawthorn into their hands, her wrinkled face glowing with joy. "Thank you for helping an old lady. Good boys like you will be rewarded. Try Thistar Sweet, my granddaughter's favorite." Xiao Zheng stared at the glossy red fruit in his hand, his expression caught between gratitude and unease. "Old lady, but I really did hurt everyone. I almost caused a catastrophe." Xiao Zheng looked around. Crumbled walls and shattered beams lay everywhere. The entire street had been flattened by the backlash of his fight. Scorched earth still shimmered with heat, and the scattered stones were hot enough to burn his feet. "It's all right, young man. Your intentions were good, so it's fine. I'm sure no one will blame you. You struck down the wicked and helped use of everyone's grateful." The old woman's withered hand patted the back of his, her warmth seeping through the wrinkles. "Eyes never lie. I may be old and half blind, but the moment I saw you I knew you're a good kid." Her words hit Xiao Zheng square in the chest. His nose stung. A rush of emotions made him sniff hard. Come on, what kind of villain would tear up after 2 sentences? Chu Xiu stepped forward, laughing while he slapped Xiao Zheng on the shoulder. Time slipped by. The next evening, Chu Xiu received a coded report. 2 spirit generals from the imperial capital had arrived in Yinyun City that morning. Night deepened. Chu Xiu lay in bed, tossing and turning, sleep nowhere in sight. His phone lit up. Lu Yiwen had texted. "Brother Chu Xiu, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Want to team up?" Almost simultaneously, the hidden account he used to mask his identity pinged with another message from her. "Captain, could we add one more person to our squad?" Chu Xiu didn't answer right away. Finally, using his public identity, he sent a short reply. "No, I've already found the right partner." Lu Yiwen answered with a disappointed sticker. "Okay then, brother Chu Zai, good luck." Moments later, her follow-up reached the captain account. "Sorry, captain, never mind." Chu Xiu shook his head with a wry smile. "That girl thinks of everything for me. Too bad tomorrow he has to sit the exam as Abyss, and Abyss will make his true debut." He set the phone aside and closed his eyes. Dreams surged like a tide. High above the cerulean sky, a pitch-black throne loomed, staring down at the entire planet. Its pressure enough to crush the atmosphere. Behind it, 10 mountainous figures spanned the heavens, each one seeming capable of destroying Earth with a single glance. As Chu Xiu trembled, an ancient voice echoed beside his ear. "My liege, become immortal, immortal Tao." The ringtone exploded. He jerked awake. "Hello?" Yi Lingxiu's grave voice came through the line. "It's happened, Abyss. The exam rules just changed." "What's going on?" Chu Xiu asked while leaping out of bed and dressing at lightning speed. In the Abyssal battlefield, a dispute broke out over the S-grade relic Judgment Mirror. Our Xia nation and those Sakura people can't agree on who gets it. The top brass made a call settle it in this year's exam. So the college entrance exam is now a joint test between the 2 countries? Exactly. Candidates from Xia and Sakura will compete on the same field. The venues moved from the Spirit Department's original site to a new S-grade giant black hole. Didn't we already clear that black hole? Inside and out. Perfect ready-made training ground. Half of each nation's candidates will enter it. The rest will fight in a black hole inside Sakura territory. The monsters are still there, but the bigger threat is the Sakura candidates themselves. Yi Lingxiu's words landed like iron. Abyss, this year's exam basically amounts to. He paused, then let out a steely laugh. Going to war with the Sakura troops. Kill the devils. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. No matter the life or the place, Yanxia and Sakura had always been mortal enemies, and the instinct to fight ran in every Yangxian's blood. He stood at the edge of the training ground, his gaze so sharp it seemed to twist the very air. Beside him, Yi Linxiao lowered his voice to share the latest intel. Yanxia has far more examinees than they do. Is that fair? Will the Sakura kingdom accept it? A question surfaced in Chu Xiu's mind, and he asked directly, what did the higher-ups decide? Yi Linxiao opened a holographic screen, streams of data spilling across the display, candidate totals from every province in Yanxia and the entire Sakura kingdom, clear at a glance. 2 numbers were circled in red, 250,000 from Jiang province, 250,000 from Sakura, nearly identical. So you're saying, Chu Xiu arched an eyebrow, Jiang province's candidates and Sakura's will take the exam together? Exactly. Yi Linxiao nodded. 500,000 people are 250,000, and they're 250,000. A supercomputer will randomize the list, then split it into 2 blocks of 25,000 versus 25,000. It's a knockout format until the head count inside the black hole falls to 1/10 25. Then the fight pauses. Chu Xiu was already sketching the battlefield in his mind when Yi Linxiao continued. The 50,000 survivors become seed candidates for each side's key universities. If you aim higher, Xinxia University, Jingbei University, or their Dongying University or Fusang University, you enter a second, life or death round. He drew 10 glowing rifts across the screen. The top brass will split the black hole into 10 zones, each holding roughly 25,000 people. Zones don't mix. If you trespass, you're labeled an outer domain fiend. Defeating one person gains 1 point, and points stack beat 10 opponents, and you carry 11 points. Whoever beats you takes everything. Outer domain fiend, Chu Xiu tasted the term. Right, Yi Linxiao said. Cross a boundary and your points multiply by 100. 1 point becomes 100, 100 becomes 10,000. Worse, the system broadcasts your coordinates in real time, turning you into the zone's prime target. He fell silent, expression grave. This exam isn't like any before. You'll face monsters roaming the black hole and prodigies from an enemy nation. Our people are watching you. Their people are watching you. It's extremely dangerous. You have a single chance to withdraw. Xinxia and Jingbei University are willing to admit you directly. You don't have to take the Gaokao. Chu Xiu laughed, eyes cutting through the night like blades. Isn't that more exciting? Our prodigies, and there's perfect stage to prove Yangxia's might. Yi Linxiao had expected that answer. He let out a hearty laugh and waved a hand. Just checking the box. Honestly, the top brass are pulling out all the stops this year. The top scorer's reward jumped from 1 million points to 3 million. He raised 3 fingers, adding another incentive. If Yinxiao wins overall, the top 30 also get a chance to claim the judge's mirror-inscribed relic no amount of points can buy. Plus, Jingbei and Xinxia University have granted Jiang Province 300 extra slots. You can't ask for better terms. That chance even includes personal guidance from a battle king. Yi Linxiao chuckled, tempting him. If you manage to take first place, a grand marshal might teach you the 4th layer of Ba Jiu Xiangong. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. The reward was simply too generous. This year's top scorer would earn unprecedented glory. Whoever claimed the crown would be hailed as the greatest in history. By then, who in the world wouldn't know his name? The thought set his blood on fire, burning away the morning chill. Count me in. He sprang from bed, dressed in seconds, then met Xiao Zheng and caught a ride straight to the test center. Mid-journey, he quietly released a mirror image duplicate. The double reverted to his true appearance and, still using the name Chu Xiu, headed to the exam site alone. The waiting hall was packed. Sorry, Abyss, Ning Anren sighed, shrugging helplessly. I'm being sent to Sakura country for the exam, 50-50 chance we'll meet again. Their class monitor, Gu Xiuamong, was on the same list. Not far away, Su Zuela and striking strode over, glaring at Abyss. Lucky you. Don't die in the first round. We'll deal with you in the second. With a huff, she turned and left. She and Yenyuer were both assigned to Sakura country. Yenyuer had departed the day before. Abyss, fate really loves to throw us together, Sun Xingchen said, arriving with Chu Hong. The two had just returned from advanced training in Modu, and clearly carried fresh boosts from the Chu family. Fortunately, Lu Yuan, Xiao Zheng, and Chu Xiu all remained in Yinxia and, by sheer coincidence, landed in the same testing zone Area 7. Captain, you said there's one more teammate. Who is it? Lu Yuan asked, scanning the crowd. Over there. Abyss jerked his chin toward a distant figure. As the newcomer approached, Lu Yuan covered her mouth in delight. Brother Chu Xiu. This is our new member, Chu Xiu, Abyss announced. The mirror image double smiled and nodded. Captain Abyss, it's an honor to join your squad. Seeing two versions of Chu Xiu standing together wiped out the last of Lu Yuan's private doubts. On the opposite side, a young man in a leather jacket and sunglasses sauntered over, cigarette dangling from his lips, boredom all over his face. Everyone's gone. Leaving me alone smoking is so lonely. Grinning, he pulled off the shades and locked a sharp stare on Abyss. Name's Lin Ao, the one who's about to eliminate you, he declared. Su Xueli and the others won't get their shot, because you're leaving in round 1. He laughed, then flicked a taunt at Xiao Zheng. Hey, musclehead, try not to crush Abyss before I do. Xiao Zheng stepped forward, fists clenched. If you want Abyss, you'll have to go through me first. Lin Ao snorted. Can't even control your own strength? Pathetic. The two glared at each other, tension crackling. Suddenly bang. 2 blazing meteors streaked across the sky, one silver, one violet, and struck the ground, resolving into a handsome pair of twins, Yun Xiao and Yun Ni. They swept their eyes over the crowd, pausing on Abyss. Everyone present? Good. Follow us to the comprehensive arena. These twin spirit generals, brother and sister, were among the 5 overseers of this year's Jiang Province entrance exam, and their power was anything but ordinary. The examination site lay in Hangzhou, the capital and beating heart of Jiang Province. General Yun Xiao snapped his fingers, the crisp sound slicing through the sky, and a colossal warship several hundred meters long dipped from the clouds. Its hull gleamed like frozen starlight, runic patterns flickering across the metal skin. Brother Abyss, This is a Xiang Kong-class cruiser, Yin Xiao told Chu Xiu. We found 18 of these rank relics on the Abyss battlefield. They soar wherever they please and carry far more than any commercial Jet 1 ship can transport tens of thousands. They're humanity's main long-range transport now. Chu Xiu gaped in disbelief. A flying battleship something had only seen in sci-fi novels was hovering right above him. They followed the gangway aboard. Inside, he was even more stunned. Corridors of gold and jade, sweeping eaves of green tiles, floating pavilions over mirrored Pulsa Palace adrift among the clouds. Compared with this, an ordinary plane was nothing. Once underway, the ship climbed fast. After collecting the examinees from Yinyan City and 3 or 4 neighboring towns, the flight still took barely an hour to reach Hangzhou. Over the city, 2 identical warships waited in silence. Yin Xiao, Yunny, you made it. Across on the next deck, a middle-aged man in blood-red armor and a black cloak stood with lethal calm. This was Marquis Kangi of Yin Xia. Beside him, a white-robed youth held a bamboo scroll, every bit as imposing. Marquis Kangi, General Yushu, Yin Xiao and Yunny greeted in unison. Marquis Kangi glanced at the 3 ships. Looks like nearly everyone's here. He hadn't finished when a lazy, grating voice drifted from the 3rd vessel. Marquis Kangi, you Yin Xiao people have no sense of time. We've waited far too long. You should learn punctuality from our cherry blossom empire. The speaker, Xiaoyamada Hezhong, wore a black kimono and wooden clogs that clacked on the deck. He shook his head in feigned annoyance. Marquis Kangi replied evenly, Mr. Xiaoyamada, the exam starts at 11, it's only 10:30. If anyone's early, it's you. That ship carried examinees from the Cherry Blossom Empire. Xiaoyamada, their leader, held a section chief rank in the Onmyo Bureau, the counterpart to Yangtze's Heroic Spirits Division. Its ladder rose from captain to section chief to the 12 divine generals, and, above them, the saint class roughly equal to a national defender. Humph, Xiaoyamada sneered. The Yinxiao prodigies here look mediocre. They can't compare with our geniuses. Contempt flashed in his eyes. Don't celebrate yet, Marquis Kangi said coldly. Headlong disliked these Sakura upstarts. On the Abyss battlefield he'd have greeted them with an elbow strike. Master, leave it to me, said a young man beside him, stepping forward with a long blade on his back. I'll uphold our nation's honor and put these Nippon devils in their place. Marquis Kangi nodded, satisfied. With you here, I'm at ease. Generals, marquises, and battle kings all grow old or fall in war, so each groomed a successor to carry the torch. Now past 50 and liable to die on any battlefield, Marquis Kangi valued that task even more. Dongfang Zhen was the disciple he prized above all, a prodigy rivaling even the heirs of the battle kings. He never took the academic route. Kangi Ho had kept him at his side since he was young, cutting his teeth on the Abyss front. Now he's back to sit for the college entrance exam, and for these sheltered greenhouse flowers, it's nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Students forged in blood and fire are worlds apart from the so-called first explorers who grew up on campus. Those hyped titles heir of the Abyss, Battle King's successor, civilian explorer mean nothing when faced with genuine prodigies of the military. In the end, it's the newcomers who crawled back from the knife's edge who will shoulder Yangtze's future. Kangi Ho let his gaze rest on Abyss for only a moment before moving on. Reputation alone is a paper tiger. Only blades honed in real combat can command fear. All right, I'm about to open the black hole. All candidates, take your positions. Kangi Ho's voice was calm, yet unquestionable. The wristbands you're wearing will tally your scores, and, in an emergency, teleport you out. This year's exam is linked to Yangtze's newest monitoring system. Every frame will be recorded and this time, it's being broadcast live in both countries. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Mind your manners once you're inside. Don't embarrass your families or your schools. The rest of the rules are in the wristbands, read them yourselves. The hatches of 3 airships opened, and a tide of 250,000 candidates poured out, almost half the population of Yinyan City. Let's go. Chu Xiu led Lu Yiwen, Xiaozhong, and his mirror clone toward the black hole. In the crowd, a young man with a sword across his back stared at him from a distance. Chu Xiu tilted his head. Brow creased. It was the same man who had stood beside Kangi Ho earlier, Dongfang Zhen. The latter returned the look blandly before turning and stepping into the exam field. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Kingdoms section, several youths huddled together over a heavy album. These are Yangtze's seated players. All their awakened spirits rank S or above. One is even Wu House disciple. Perfect. Well, kill them in order from weakest to strongest, and show these lowly Yinxia dogs the might of the Grand Sakura Empire. They chuckled under their breath. If they smashed the wristbands and jammed the teleport beacons, their targets would be trapped in the black hole forever. Once the black magnetic interference was activated, no one would escape. In this entrance exam, they were not only competitors, they were the executioners of a decapitation plan. Beneath the duel between the two nations, hidden currents surged. The real goal was to cripple each other's future fighting strength. The black hole opened, and Chu Xiu's team was sucked into the vortex, landing in battlefield number 7. Captain, what now? Do we start taking out the Japs? Lu Yuan rubbed his fists together, eyes shining. Chu Xiu shrugged and flopped down on a patch of grass. Nope, we're sleeping first. Sleep? Why? Lu Yuan deflated. The entrance exam is a breeding jar, Chu Xiu explained with his eyes closed. I'm strong, but I can't kill hundreds of thousands at once. Let them slaughter each other for a while. When the numbers thin out, we'll move. He paused, a crafty light flashing in his eyes. But before that, we'll snag a few monster kills and raise our third undead army. At his words, the shadow beneath him churned. More than 2,000 blood gluttons burst out, fanning through the black hole in search of monsters, snatching the last hit whenever they could to speed up the summoning of the new legion. With the 10,000 soul banner guarding him, he could conserve his strength in the early stages, go practically on autopilot, and be fully ready for the battles to come. Only a fool works harder than he has to. The college entrance trials had barely begun when the nationwide livestream drew a massive audience. An annual spectacle in Yinxia, this year's event came with the added thrill of a head-to-head battle against examinees from Securigawa. The moment the matchup was announced, the patriotic fervor of Yangxia's viewers ignited, and concurrent viewers quickly soared past the million mark. Everyone's eyes locked first on the so-called seed candidates, the prodigies expected to dominate the field. Unbelievable. Sun Xingqian of the Sun family in Modu went in less than an hour ago, and has already taken out more than a dozen Securigawa contestants talk about bringing honor to the nation. Colorful comments flooded the screen. And look at Chu Hong, the son of Commander Chu from Yinyan cities, dropped 7 or 8 of them already. His record in the black hole raids was so-so, but he's finally proving himself today. Now that's what I call a true Yinxia hero. Just then, a new statistic flashed in the upper right corner. We'll check that guy out. The feed showed a teenager gripping a long saber, cutting down one Securigawa candidate after another without even summoning his spirit. Some of you may not recognize him. That's Dongfang Zhun, prized disciple of Lord Marquis Kangi. He's only 18 and has already helped suppress dozens of black holes. His spirit is the S rank Guanxing Dijuan. Insane. A disciple of the martial Marquis, and every bit as fierce as the War King's students. As the prodigies racked up dazzling numbers, the atmosphere in the chat reached a fever pitch until someone remembered another name. Hey, where's Abyss? Yeah, Jiang Province's biggest star. Where'd he go? He's practically the odd-son favorite for top scorer. The camera switched, and the chat fell silent. Abyss, real name Chu Xiu, was sprawled on the grass, hands behind his head, fast asleep. No way he's napping in the middle of the exam. The comment section exploded. Securigawa's candidates are hunting us everywhere. The other prodigies are fighting tooth and nail, and this guy's catching ZS? Haha. This is the legend you Jiang folks bragged up? If you like sleeping so much, just get in a coffin already. Viewers from other provinces, unfamiliar with him, join the mockery. Everyone else is out there killing enemies, and he's snoozing. How embarrassing. Such wasted talent. Go crush those Securigawa candidates already. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu lay there, eyes half closed, calculating. 99 beasts intercepted so Pharaoh more, and he could summon his third undead legion. Everything was right on schedule, there was no rush. His 3 teammates were just as relaxed. Xiao Zheng was in the woods, chasing a wild deer across the hills with his mirror images. Lu Yuan had set up a pot on the meadow, adding water, lighting a fire, and sprinkling in seasonings. Steam curled into the air as the venison simmered, and viewers swore they could smell it through the screen. While chaos raged elsewhere, the 4 of them looked like they were on a weekend picnic. The chat overflowed with 666. Yindu squad has gone full chill mode. Are they here to cook or to compete? Why do I suddenly find their team so wholesome? It feels like a hidden retreat from the world. The feed lingered on Lu Yuan's profile as she smiled and fed the fire. A cascade of pink hearts floated across the screen. And she's gorgeous, too, plus she can cook. Talk about wife material. The viewers were stunned. While every other candidate in the college entrance exam was frantically scraping for points, terrified of losing even a single one, Chu Xiu's team was yawning, napping, cooking rice, and going on the occasional hunt. On screen, Chu Xiu had been dozing against a tree trunk, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sprang upright. Look, Xinyuan's awake. The comment feed exploded. Is Xinyuan finally heading out? Great, time to show some real skill. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Xinyuan simply ambled into the shade of another tree, lay back down, and muttered, "Too sunny. It's cooler here." The chat fell silent. You've got to be kidding us. Stop sleeping, man. Go fight something. Your score's still 0. You're about to be dead last. The current round lasted only 3 days. Every few seconds, dozens of candidates were eliminated, and everyone was fighting tooth and nail for a spot in the top 10%. Just then, Lu Yuan's voice echoed in the distance. Captain, the venison stew's ready. Dinner time. Chu Xiu stretched lazily, and the 4 of them crowded around a steaming stone pot, eating with gusto. The live stream went dead quiet. Is this an exam stream or a mukbang? Xinyuan, the food streaming slot is taken. Get back to the exam channel. Even the big shots monitoring the test were surprised. Yi Linxiao was the first to grasp Xinyuan's plan. Instead of wasting energy on day 1, Wait until the last day and take out whoever's leading the scoreboard. Let the clashing rivals wear each other down, then pick off the winner. Of course, the fisherman needs absolute confidence. Yi Linxiao had it, and Xinyuan clearly did too. He laughed loudly. Good kid, that's my kind of thinking. The college exam is nothing. Your goal is the stars and the sea. The war king of the Demon Lotus, Li Ma Xiao, also saw through Xinyuan's strategy and applauded through the screen. That's the arrogance I like to see. Suddenly, a comment drew everyone's attention. Has anyone noticed? After a full day, there's not a single person within 100 meters of Xinyuan. Realization dawned. The surrounding area had been scoured by other candidates multiple times, yet Xinyuan's camp seemed to have vanished from the map. In fact, Chu Xiu had already set up a bone golem kill zone within that radius. Anyone who stepped inside was instantly struck down and eliminated. In one day alone, the golems had quietly removed more than 100 candidates. Meanwhile, elsewhere, boss, anyone from our side who enters that area is immediately kicked out of the system. We've already lost more than a dozen people. The Sakura Nation's candidates regrouped. They had formed a 100-man squad led by Qianbin Zuyalong, splitting into 10-man teams and relentlessly hunting Yinxia candidates. Hearing the report, Qianbin Zuyalang's eyes gleamed. That means a Yinxia ace is camped there. Gather every Onu might have a fat sheep to slaughter. Over 100 Sakura candidates marched straight toward Chu Xiu's camp. At that moment, Chu Xiu swallowed a mouthful of tender venison, and a system prompt appeared before him. The third legion is complete, he whispered excitedly. Banner of 10,000 souls summoned. Shadows churned at his feet as the phantom banner billowed and darkness spread like a tide. Summoning in progress. Third undead legion successfully summoned. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Frost Silence Witches. Advancement path unlocked. Frost Silence Witch Dirge of Cold Songstress Ice Vein Cantor Spirit of Absolute Frost. Congratulations, host, you have summoned an rank undead warlord, the Winter Witch Queen. Advancement path unlocked. Winter Witch Queen Princess of Time Frost Empress of Eternal Ice Lord of the Frozen Rivers. Chu Xiu had just noticed something interesting. The starting level of his undead legion now scaled directly with his own power. At the moment he was roughly bronze tier 4, so every newly summoned frost wraith which arrived at bronze 4 as well. The Winter Witch Queen spawned a step higher at bronze 8, while the bloodthirsty devourers and skeletal golems were fixed at bronze 7. Although a single frost wraith which was hardly overwhelming, the legion specialized in ice, excelling at crowd control, slowing, and long-range spells. Exactly the mage core his lineup had been missing. Pleased by the discovery, Chu Xiu nodded, withdrew all the skeletal golems, and replaced the camp's perimeter defense with Frost Wraith Witches and the Winter Witch Queen. Then he pulled up his skill panel for a quick look. Legion Frost Wraith Witches. Ice Spike. Ice Prison. Frost Wind. Hero Winter Witch Queen. Blizzard Burial. Hailstorm. Winter Aura. Even at a glance, it was clear that the Frost Wraith Witches outclassed the former Whitefang Ghouls and Pale Bone Guards. A faint smile tugged at Chu Xiu's lips. Hajifan, you really are improving bit by bit. Once everything was arranged, he dug back into his meal. He had to admit that Lu Yiwen's appetite kept getting more and more outrageous, and what grated on his nerves was how she kept snagging the tenderest cuts and dropping them into the mirror image clone's bowl. Damn stupid clone, are you feeding your mother? He muttered inwardly. Then he remembered that the clone was only a shadow. Whatever it ate ultimately wound up in his own stomach. Getting angry at an intangible image was pointless. Shaking his head, he let it go and focused on eating. Captain, straight ahead, that's the place. Several of our teammates were knocked out near that patch of ground. Not far from Chu Xiu's camp, more than 100 examinees from the Sakura Nation were quietly assembling. Oh, just an ordinary stretch of grass, Sunban Shuichiro squinted. There's even a river, nothing special. Then he spotted a flicker of campfire through the trees, and a grin spread across his face. Haha, so that's where you're hiding. No matter how deep your hole, you can't escape the great Sunban Shuichiro. Signaling with one hand, he dropped his voice. Move in, nice and quiet. There aren't many of them, so let's bag them all at once. Meanwhile, viewers on the Sakura Nation's public network were locked onto the looming clash. Ha ha ha, hilarious, going on a picnic during the entrance exam. Those Yinxiao fools have brains like pigs. Sunban Shuichiro will wipe out those stupid Chinese pigs in no time. Look at that guy still eating. Hell, behave once there's a blade at his throat. If every Yinxia player is this dumb, well, win without breaking a sweat. Apparently, he's famous back in Yinxia. Calls himself something Abyss? Ha, pathetic. The Sakura crowd's mockery instantly ignited Yangxia's online fury. Damn it, Abyss, and he's still eating. Quit stuffing your face already. Show off the skills you used to clear that class black hole. The live chat erupted with curses. Damn it, Abyss, you moron. How was I ever a fan of this guy? Relax. You still don't know what Abyss can do. He commands a whole army. With just a handful of people? There's no way he can beat them. Someone fired back, you don't get it. Leading the charge is Qianbin Zuyalong, a sword prodigy from the Sakura Kingdom's Qianbin clan. His heroic spirit is the class Sasaki Kojiru, and his swallow reversal wiped the floor with every young talent in Chiba. He's bronze tier, level 8. Throw in this many attackers, and even a silver tier examinee would be overwhelmed. Another voice added, those Sakura fighters are masters of ambush. Catch Abyss off guard, and he could really bite the dust. Mid-sentence, the stream cut inside the black hole, snow began to fall. What's happening? Weather in a black hole is basically fixed. How can it snow? Look, it's only snowing in that one spot. The snow's covering only Qianben Zuyulang's group. Creepy. Did they lure out some monster? On screen, Qianben Zuyulang shivered. Why is it suddenly snowing? Weird. Boss, the air's freezing. Hey, the ground it's icing over. His face hardened. Could be a monster. Ready up. Before the words left his mouth, shhhk, dense ice spears poured from above like rain. Dodge. Summon your spirits. But everyone discovered their feet were locked in solid ice. The Frost Widow's triple combo. Ice prison, icicle barrage, wind of frost. The wind of frost whipped up shattered ice and dust, cloaking everything in gray-white chaos. Offense, control, and vision block rolled out in one seamless strike. In mere heartbeats, over 100 Sakura Kingdom examinees were scattered before they ever glimpsed their foe. Screams, sword clangs, and cracking ice overlapped. Amid the blast of shards, only Qianben Zuyulang stumbled clear, katana raised, roaring, damn it, where are you hiding? The world flashed pure white. He stared, aghast, at a ring of azure figures. Snow-pale skin, blue eyes, white veils, ice wands like spirits. At their head, a tall woman crowned with icy thorns gripped a jade-cold staff, her aura regal, queen-like. Zuyulang's throat bobbed. What are you? The Winter Witch Queen lifted her scepter and turned it. Hailstorm. Boom. Massive hailstones slammed down from the void, cutting off his heroic spirit summon. Zuyulang swung wildly, but the hail pounded him, blood spraying. Within seconds, he was gashed head to toe. The Witch Queen twisted the staff again. Blizzard burial. Snow surged up, condensed midair into a white leopard, and clamped its fangs into his shoulder. Clang. His katana hit the ground. Bakiaro. He bellowed for help, but the wind of frost had lifted. All around lay only fallen wristbands. Every teammate was out, leaving him alone. Ice-cold dread crawled through his bones. These monsters were too precise, their timing too perfect. They felt less like wild beasts and more like weapons in someone's hands. Was someone controlling them from the shadows? Outside the barrier, everyone fell silent when the Sakura 100-man squad was wiped out. Are those the monsters from inside the black hole? They're ridiculously strong. Bullet comments trickled across the screen. Someone recalled how the wristbands had forcibly ejected every candidate earlier and shuddered. If the wristbands hadn't kicked in, those 100 people would have died in there. Exactly. And that snow elf leader was unbeatable. The instant she moved, Qianben Zuyulang didn't even have time to summon his heroic spirit. Others echoed the sentiment. It was like his reflexes were frozen. He never got a chance to counter. Even scarier is her intelligence. She doesn't act like a beast at all, more like a highly trained human. Amid the chatter, someone tossed out a new topic. If that Ice Legion bumps into the Abyss team, who wins? The comment feed went quiet for 2 seconds before a single line slid past. Hard to say. If Abyss doesn't notice them first, they might get wiped too. Right. Her crowd control is insane, skill after skill, no breathing room at all. The discussion grew even louder. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation livestream had erupted. Bakiaro, Qianben, and his men got taken out by monsters and disgraced our empire. Someone hammered on the keyboard. So stupid. When you go abroad, don't say you're from Sakura. Just claim you're from Bangzi country. The once arrogant viewers now trembled with rage. They'd swaggered in, yet were annihilated before even seeing the enemy. Inside the field, Qianben Zuyulang lay battered. Frost crept through his wounds, and apart from his head, he was already encased in thick ice. Pain and cold intertwined as he clenched his teeth, his consciousness flickering, let alone any hope of controlling his heroic spirit. The wristband, he shivered, trying to trigger the teleport, only to find the metal ring iced over and dead. Damn it. No. Damn. Terror surged through him. Was he really going to die during a college entrance exam? Not bad, worked like a charm. A playful voice drifted from the woods. 100-man squad erased just like that. Several figures pushed aside the branches. Leading them was Chu Xiu. Seeing living people, Qianben Zuyulang seized his last hope. Friend, save me. If you get me out, they'll give you all my points. Please. Losing points is better than dying to monsters. The bullet screen flared again. Abyss just showed up. Are they going to clash Eden with that Ice Legion? With Abyss power, they should win, right? Don't be so sure. That's an ice attribute squad. Special elements like lightning, ice, wind, light, and dark can kill human experts above their level, someone explained. They're way stronger than metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Who says there are only a few of them? If their numbers multiply, even Abyss might fold. Abyss, run. Yeah, this season's elemental monsters are completely overtuned, solid tier 0.5. Opinions clashed, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Chu Xiu simply stared down at the frozen Qianben Zuyulang. a slow smile curling across his lips. Save you? He snorted. Why would I save a piece of Sakura Nation trash? The moment the words left his mouth, netizens from the Sakura Kingdom exploded. Bakayuru, despicable Yinxiao vermin. How dare you insult the noble people of the great Sakura Empire? Yinxiao scum, go die, die, die? Heartless fiends. Exactly. We all live on the same blue star, yet you refuse to help. When the monsters rip you apart, don't regret it. As your own proverb goes, you don't feel a stone's pain until it smashes your own foot. On the Yinxia side, the replies were half angry, half amused. Save your damn mother. Now you suddenly remember we're neighbors on Blue Star? Screw you, ghost spawn. We rescue humans, not beasts and certainly not ghosts. If you ask me, Abyss should just turn around and forget the points. Sakura dogs don't deserve to live. If it were me, I'd dump on your corpse. While both camps traded insults, Chu Xiu merely grinned. No, I'm not saving you. Sunban Zuyalong thrashed in panic. Friend, if I die, you lose all the points. I've eliminated more than 300 Yinxia candidates and earned over 300 points. Don't you want them? These monsters are strong. You can't win alone. Save me and we'll team up. They're special type creatures. Their magic cores are worth far more than normal ones. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, momentarily tempted. That's right, isn't it? Hurry and save me. Ziyalang's eyes sparkled, though in his heart he plotted. Once Chu Xiu helped him, he would bolt, find a chance to backstab him, and steal every last point. Standard procedure for the so-called Great Sakura Empire. Inside the livestream, Yinxiao viewers shouted warnings. Damn it, Abyss, don't let points blind you. If you save that Sakura dog, they'll despise you forever. Sakura netizens sneered. Haha, lowly Yinxiao trash, so easy for us to manipulate. When profit's on the line, your principles are worthless. No wonder you breed traitors. Unlike the furious Yinxia crowd, the Sakura viewers were brimming with ridicule until Chu Xiu spoke again, freezing every chat window. Tell me, why do you think these monsters know this entire undead legion would attack me at all? Zuyaling's pupils shrank. His worst guess was true. You mean? Exactly. Chu Xiu chuckled and snapped his fingers. A heartbeat later, the Frostwraith Coven, led by the Winter Witch Queen, dropped to their knees like devout pilgrims. Zuyalang gaped. These monsters are under your command? Chu Xiu nodded. Correct. Sadly, no prize for the right answer. Steel flashed. Zuyalang's head sailed through the air, features frozen in terror. Chu Xiu tossed the bloody katana aside. I never pass up a chance to kill a Sakura dog, he mused, noting his experiment's success. Freezing the examinees' wristbands disabled their arrays. Any Sakura candidate who fell into his hands was doomed. Clashes between nations are always this brutal, Chu Xiu said coldly. These students may look innocent now, but in a few years they'll be the blades in our soldiers' chests. Killing them isn't wrong. Blame your luck you were born on the wrong side, and you crossed me. He flicked a finger. Zuyalang's icebound corpse shattered into glittering shards. Outside, the internet erupted. Viewership soared into the tens of millions. Abyss had been silent, but his single move vaulted the exam to its peak. Chu Xiu stretched lazily. Break's over. Time to march. One by one, let's crush every enemy in our path. With that, he left the dense forest alongside Xiao Zhong, Lu Yiwen, and his mirror clone, unaware that the Sakura Kingdom's netizens were now collectively losing their minds. Damn it, how dare they kill someone? That Yinxia kid actually colluded with monsters and murdered one of our Sakura Nation people. The internet blew up in an instant. Countless Sakura users unleashing shrill rage, bullet comments pouring down like rain. After all, Qianbin Ziyalong hadn't even had a chance to struggle. He dropped dead like a stray dog, a scene that stabbed hard at Sakura pride. It's only the college entrance exam, and you're killing people. Yinxia scum, you're a despicable species. We Sakura folk haven't killed a single one of you. You animals. In the spectator stands, the same fury simmered. Xiaoyamada Hajong, the Sakura chief overseeing the arena, went ashen, his fists creaking. What a vicious brat. Are all you Yinxia people this insane? Across the aisle, in the Yinxia section, General Yushu idly rolled a bamboo tube between two fingers. It spun with a soft click-click. A playful curve tugged at his lips as he glanced at Xiaoyamada. Relax, it was only a stray mutt. What's wrong? Chief Xiaoyamada can't handle it. His tone stayed casual. Sure, the teleport bracelets keep you technically alive, but every fight has casualties. If you're weaker and die, that's normal. Blame it on Yangxia's prodigies being stronger. As for Sakura's prodigies, he flicked his hand lazily. Keep practicing. That final keep practicing nearly made Xiaoyamada curse aloud. Elsewhere, King Iho withdrew his gaze from the hologram, eyes deep and calm. That kid Abyss is even harsher than I expected. Good talent, but arrogance will bite him sooner or later. He shook his head and looked to another corner of the feed, his own disciple, Dongfang Jun. On screen, Dongfang strode forward in silver armor, heavy blade in hand, mowing down Sakura prodigies. Now look at my student, King Iho praised silently. In the name of Guan Sheng Daijun, loyalty and righteousness unmatched. Data flashed across the screen. Zone 4. Dongfang Jun's score has topped 4 digits. reaching 4,667. With silver tier power, he has practically wiped out every Sakura prodigy in the zone. This is what a battlefield general looks like: charge, conquer, claim glory. Time slipped by, and the final day of the exam arrived. Across the 10 great zones, tens of thousands of candidates had already been eliminated. Each zone now boasted a point king, its undisputed number 1. Zone 1. So boring. Seriously, this is the exam? Pathetic. Lin Ao of Modu stood atop a mound of discarded bracelets, black leather jacket draped over his shoulders. Arms crossed, his eyes brimmed with swelling frustration. Isn't there a real opponent? Bring me someone strong. These guys aren't even a warm-up. His score showed 5,321, firmly at the top of Zone 1. Zone 2. Draped in a cherry blossom kimono, Tangza Inghe glided through the crowd. With each step, a pale sakura mist unfurled. Screams followed, and candidates were instantly teleported out, leaving a trail of bracelets behind. Floating at her back was a snow-white figure, tall and knightly. In this zone, we're invincible now, aren't we? Yes, your score is already first, the Guardian Knight rumbled. Too bad, none of the Yinxia challengers stand out. Rather disappointing. Tangza Inghe shook her head slightly. She did a silent calculation. The assembly order should be coming soon. Her score on the hologram, 4,211. Zone 3. Sun Xingqian stood atop Shangliu's massive corpse, looking down at the Sakura Nation examinees before him. Behind him, ranks of Yinxia candidates stretched in every direction. In only a few days he had conquered the entire 3rd sector, and every contestant from that zone now clustered at his back, awaiting his command. Sun Xingqian threw back his head and laughed. I'll eliminate every last Sakura candidate. Haha. Abyss, with this many people at my side, let's see you stop me. Whoever wins the people wins the world. Victory belongs to Sun Xingqian. Score, 3,998. In the 4th sector, the Woku trembled with fear. None dared to meet the enemy Hiden. The red-haired youth Sanada Yukio charged in front with twin pistols blazing, sweeping forward with only 10 retainers behind him. The phantom of his heroic soul hovered overhead, its own twin guns spinning, tearing the sky like a wildfire. The 10 braves of Sanada will follow Lord Yukio forever. The retainers shouted. Sanada Yukio laughed, chest heaving. I'm still far from ruling the world, but this entrance exam I will conquer it. Score, 3,871. In the 6th sector, Heishan Leye stood like an iron tower. A buzz cut, a white GI, and arcs of lightning danced over his body. Behind him loomed the golden specter of a raging beast. The beast slammed a claw into the ground. Boom. Lightning 10 zhang long split the earth, blasting deep craters and flinging nearby examinees into the air. Heishan Leye's eyes were cold. So this is all Yangxia's prodigies amount to. With that, he turned and walked away. Score, 4,211. In the 10th sector, the white-haired youth Bai Yi muttered, I want to kill Abyss. Where you let me kill you? That useless Yinsha failed let me do it. He knotted his own fingers until they bled, his bare feet stamping the mud while he fought to contain his frenzy. Score, 4,011. In the 9th sector, 12 black-robed examinees slipped through the forest. Their leader held a black cube veined with blood-red runes. Thick drops of crimson oozed from its surface. Yinxiao blood so fresh and sweet, he murmured, licking his lips. I wonder how the top Yinxiao prodigies will taste. Apart from Abyss, they were the only team able to ignore the protective array and kill contestants outright. The cube drained its victims to husks, and even if the formation forced an evacuation, only an empty shell remained. Boss, how about the 9th sector? A companion asked in clumsy Japanese. I hear there are disciples of Yinxia spirit generals there. Which ones? Wu Ilan and Wu Yixia, disciples of generals Yun Xiao and Yunyi, plus Meng Qingxian, disciple of General Yushu. A chill flashed in the leader's eyes, his thin lips curving. Students of 3 spirit generals? Worth the effort. Then let's start at the 8th sector and slaughter our way through. I want every Yinxiao prodigy wiped out of this black hole. He raised the cube as blood-red light surged. I want the martial marquises and spirit generals outside to watch helplessly while Sakura Nation elites erase their heirs down to the very last one. The 12 figures surged toward the sector's edge, ready to cross the boundary at any moment. Outside. Not bad. Yun Xiao, Yun and I. Your 2 disciples are really standing out, Kang Yiho said from the airship deck, his eyes sweeping the floating screen with genuine appreciation. With the scores the Wu siblings have racked up, getting into Xinxia University or Jingbei University will be effortless. How far they go after that will depend on their own destiny. As a spirit general, such results didn't surprise him, yet the Wu siblings plainly wanted more than a guaranteed spot at a top university. Inside Sector 8, the brother and sister had run straight into Meng Qingxian, each of the 3 fixated on the glittering title of Point King. Kang Yiho cast a sideways glance at the spirit general Yushu beside him and said with a faint smile, Yushu, your disciples at a disadvantage 1 against 2. The odds don't look good. But Yushu seemed distracted. Yushu? Yushu? Kang Yiho called twice before the man finally snapped back. Lost in your reading? No, I just feel something's off in Sector 9, Yu Xiu muttered, frowning. What's off? Those examinees in black robes give me an eerie feeling, General Yu Xiu said quietly. There's no reason to hide your identity at the entrance exam, yet they're deliberately masking themselves. And the students they eliminated look strange vacant, as if their souls were drained. The unease only grew. He looked up at Kang Ho. Senior, I'd like to go to the holding area and check on the students eliminated from Sector 9. This is the crucial moment of your disciples' clash with the protégés of Yun Xiao and Yun and I. Don't you want to watch him? Kang Ho asked in surprise. Yu Xiu shook his head firmly. It's fine. Qingxin isn't after fame. Passing the exam is enough for him. Kang Ho sighed. Ah, Qingxin takes after taste for titles. He waved his hand in consent. General Yu Xiu turned at once, left the ship, and hurried toward the holding area. On the deck of the opposite airship, Xiaoyamada Hezhong could barely contain his grin. Spirit generals of Yinxia, Wuho, soon you'll watch your heirs slaughtered by Sakura's prodigies, he murmured, eyes glittering with icy fanaticism. And you'll just stand there, powerless to do a thing. Ha! I can't wait to see the fury and helplessness on your faces. Xiaoyamada Hezhong began to chuckle under his breath. Only one day left. Chu Xiu stared at the points band on his wrist. The cold white digits, 1366, were frozen in the center of the screen. He knew perfectly well there was no chance of taking first place in the district with that score. Since grinding for scraps was pointless, why not flush out the current frontrunner and settle everything in one decisive fight? He scrolled to the very bottom of the rankings. The name topping District 7 made his eyes darken. The Sakura Nation candidate Yuxing Longzixin. Ruthless and efficient. The man had already eliminated countless Yinxiao prodigies and piled up 3,711 points. Beat him, and Chu Xiu would catapult to the top of the district. Brother Abyss, let me drag Yuxing Longzixin out for you. Xiaozhong volunteered, cracking his knuckles. No need. Chu Xiu shook his head. I'll handle him myself. Xiaozhong, you two have enough points? Lu Yuan hesitated, then answered softly, I'm already above the cutoff. But brother Chu Xiu was sure only had a bit over 100, so I transferred all my points to him. She stuck out the tip of her pink tongue, looking both shy and pleased with herself. Chu Xiu Xiaozhong began, but trailed off. Come here, mirror clone. I promise I won't hit you. The faint ripple in Chu Xiu's heart was instantly mirrored by the clone, who nearly disintegrated on the spot. Why do I always have to take the blame? You pull that expression and everyone hates me for it. Fine, you're the boss. The clone grumbled, even without true autonomy. A Libra by nature, he was born jealous and petty. Xiaozhong mumbled, I still need a few more points, actually. Truth be told, they barely had a chance to fight along the way. Whenever they met candidates from Sakura Nation, Chu Xiu's opener was always, Baka Yuru. If the other side replied, You disu, they were deemed allies and allowed to leave. If they stayed silent, an ice lance swept through them. If the lance didn't finish the job, he unleashed his ultimate, Nebula Storm. The enemies evaporated on the spot. Chu Xiu hated wasting time. If he could one-shot, he did, savoring the clean brutality. Viewers in the live stream gradually fell silent. There was almost nothing to watch. Enemy appears, abyss fires, enemy dies, points secured. Elsewhere, other candidates fought tooth and nail, blood pumping, war cries echoing. Turn the tide now. Watch closely, this slash will be lightning fast. With my weakest self, it'll defeat your strongest. Their emotional value was through the roof. Abyss raw power was shocking, sure, but honestly dull. Show your face, get nuked. Still, running with Abyss felt grave, carried you so hard you hardly had to move. See that guy next to him? Chu Xiu, the eldest son of Commander Chu from Jiang Province, the spectators whispered. He awakened some grade trash spirit and even cut ties with his family. Anywhere else, he wouldn't last 10 minutes. First year black iron at best. A stray shockwave would kill him. Yeah, but sticking close to Abyss, he might actually qualify. I'm not jealous that Chu Xiu moved up the ranks. I'm freaking jealous of the sweet-faced goddess beside him. Who on earth is she? Butler, 3 seconds, pull every scrap of intel on that predator boy and the goddess at his side. The teen's voice cracked, like a stray dog whose tail had been stomped. Their friends clamped hands over their mouths. One finally burst out laughing. So much for the Dauntlot challenge. I surrender. The laughter died, replaced by wary respect. Don't underestimate her, someone whispered. The Abyss masks her light, but she's Yinyun City's only S-rank prodigy. Without the Abyss, she could stroll into Xinxia or Jingbei University. An uneasy silence settled, envy tangled with admiration. Damn it, the first boy growled. Lucky Jerk snagged a genius. I'm sick with jealousy. I hate that predator boy Chu Xiu now. I want to bully him, beat him senseless. Deep inside the black hole, Chu Xiu shivered. Strange. Am I catching a cold, or is someone talking about me? He rubbed his solid arm, shrugged, and pushed the feeling aside. You're still short on points, so well split up, the captain said, eyes sweeping the team. They'll hunt down Yuxing Longzixin. Xiaozhong, take Yuan and Chu Xiu, top up your scores. The entrance exam is your battlefield. You've got to earn your stripes. Lu Yuan could barely contain herself and nodded like mad. Thanks, Captain. They parted halfway. The trio disappeared into the distance, leaving Chu Xiu stretching alone. Time to get moving. Behind him, the phantom of the blood glutton surfaced, scarlet currents swirling. Well, have you locked onto the target Yuxing Longji Xian? Chu Xiu asked, scanning the darkness. The blood glutton cackled. Oh, he's a real freak. Copied some old Sakura daimyo and built a one-night castle in the black hole, calls it Mo Wu. He strings up Yinxia candidates on the walls, doesn't eliminate them, just tortures them. The formation can't detect fatal danger, so safety protocols never trigger. He knocks them out, heals them, then starts again. Says the screams alone get him off. Interesting. A cold glint flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. He could be points king of the 7th district, yet he wastes time on cheap thrills. Mo Wu Castle. Jet black walls jutted skyward, blood threading down the cracks. A long-haired youth with delicate features, Yuxing Longji Xian, stood on the battlements, whip in hand, eyes glazed with mania. Crack. The whip snapped, flesh split open. A hit hurts. Let me go? Please stop. I quit. I don't need this exam. Let me out. If you've got the guts, kill me, you bastard. Whip cracks, wails, and curses tangled in the air. More than a dozen Yinxia candidates dangled from chains, bodies covered in wounds. Several girls had their clothes ripped to shreds, pale skin streaked with blood, the last scraps of cloth barely covering them. They writhed in despair, tears mingling with blood, once the pride of their families, now toys for a madman. Eyes closed, Yuxing Longji Xian swayed, as if to music. Yinxia screams are music to my ears, ha, so pitifully sweet. He lifted his gaze beyond the walls, voice icy and scornful. Yinxia candidates really are trash, what? Not a single hero coming to save them? Look at you cowards, cowering while your own people are tortured. What a spineless bunch you are. High on Moas battlements, Yuxing Longzixin pressed one hand over a bleeding eye, his shoulders quaking with shrill, manic laughter. He swung his whip overhead, the tip carving a bright arc before cracking through the rain-soaked air. Each snap was followed by the wet smack of leather on flesh, screams tearing across the sky and echoing between the walls and the ground below. Blood streaked the gray stone, and Yuxing, like some laughing demon, conducted a symphony of terror made of sobs and shrieks. On the ground, examinees from every corner of Yinxia stood in rigid rows. Their teeth ground together, fists clenched white, but not one dared step forward. At the very front was Xia Yan, once the top scorer in the city's mock exams, who had marched into this Gaokao test site brimming with confidence. Now his girlfriend was tied to that cold wall, her clothes splitting beneath the lash, while he could only stare upward, trembling with rage he was too afraid to unleash. It was not willingness he lacked, it was courage. Yuxing's ranks were filled with examinees from the Sakura kingdom who had sworn themselves to him. And worse, his summoned spirit commanded Earth itself, raising rock guardians as strong as iron ramparts in the blink of an eye. Xia Yan could barely scratch a single guardian, let alone challenge Yuxing. As the crowd held its breath, Yuxing's excitement flared again. With a flick of his whip, he snagged a ragged-clad girl from the wall and flung her to the stone at his feet. Dust billowed. He seized the back of her neck, forced her face to the ground, and began unbuttoning his uniform. Ha! Still no one moves? Are you all truly this weak? His rusty metal voice scraped at every ear. The girl fought desperately, nails splitting on the stone, but his grip never loosened. Below, Xia Yan's eyes burned red. A raw, animal howl ripped from his throat as he dropped to his knees, smashing his fists against the earth until skin split and blood spattered. That was his girlfriend humiliated before thousands, yet he could do nothing. Damn it! Damn it all! He screamed, a trapped beast choking on its own fury, while Yuxing's laughter cracked overhead and the whip hissed through the rain-drenched air. No one else uttered a word. Yuxing was simply too powerful. Damn it, Sakura Mutz. If you're really that strong, knock them out outright. Exploiting loopholes doesn't prove anything. These candidates are the future of our nation. Every one of them is a cherished child, and now they're being tormented like this. It's inhuman. Exactly. Beat them with real skill, and we'll keep quiet. If we're weaker, we'll admit it. But humiliating them like this makes you less than animals. You'll pay for it sooner or later. Just thinking that the points leader of Zone 7 is that mangy cur makes me shake with rage. I want to storm in there and kill him myself. While Yangtze's netizens fumed, Sakura's users were ecstatic. That's Yushin-kun for you. Well done, the pride of our great Sakura empire. Haha, just picturing those Yinxiao fools raging helplessly feels amazing. Yushin-kun is 100 times stronger than that useless Simban. Yinxia trembled before Sakura's genius. Zone 7 still had a few provincial prodigies, like Guichun, who had already been defeated by Chu Xiu, but even he wouldn't dare attack Mo Wu City. Someone finally lost patience. Summoning his heroic spirit, he took to the air and charged the wall. Yuxing Longzixin cast him a casual glance. Rock Demon Spirit. A yellow phantom rose behind him, and a massive meteor formed in midair. One strike sent the prodigy flying, eliminating him on the spot and leaving a huge crater in the ground. At the bottom of the pit lay a lone wristband. A chill ran through everyone. He was too strong. In Mo City, a fortress built entirely of stone, fighting Yuxing Longzixin was a losing battle. Save your strength. As long as my feet touch the earth, I can draw its power without end. My rock demon spirit is invincible, Yuxing sneered. Then he went back to ripping Ling Yun's clothes. When only her underwear was left, a shadowy figure flashed from below the wall, racing toward Mo City. Whoosh! Chu Xiu vaulted into the air, landed in the crowd, tapped a candidate lightly on the head, and used the momentum to leap again. Hey, who the hell stepped on my head? Someone roared. More shouts followed. Which bastard was that? Step on my head, will you? Get back here, I swear I won't kill you. Chu Xiu's body left afterimages in the air. With a sweep of his arm, ever-changing 10,000 soul banner turned into a jet-black tang blade. Swish! He swung, eyes flashing like lightning, the blade sweeping toward the people hanging from the gate. Where did that muck come from? Yuxing Longzixin lifted his head from Ling Yun's collarbone, humiliation and fury blazing in his eyes. Anyone interrupted at a time like this would slap even his own brother. Yuxing was no exception. His rage erupted. Courting death, are you? Take my rock shatter meteor. Another gigantic meteor formed in the air, hurtling straight at Chu Xiu. Boom. A dark shadow swallowed Chu Xiu in an instant. Seeing it, everyone instinctively shut their eyes. Another comrade was about to be eliminated. Forget it, stop fighting them. If we back off now, we might still make the cut. Keep this up, and well, all be eliminated. Outside the city walls, several Yinxiao examinees whispered among themselves, their voices thick with fear and uncertainty. Some had clearly decided to stop resisting. No, it's not that simple. If it's him, he might really be able to save us. Guochun looked up, his gaze skipping over the crowd to a fast-approaching black silhouette in the distance. Frustration, dread, and finally resignation churned in his eyes. What did you say? Someone asked in confusion. In their minds, Guochun was already a recognized prodigy of the provincial capital, one of the strongest among their peers. If even Guochun could not match Yuxing Longzixin, who else could they count on? Before the words settled, a sharp wind split the air. Chu Xiu arrived with blade in hand, lifting his palm in one fluid motion. A five-colored fire lotus spun in his grasp, its heat bending the surrounding air. Burning heart. Boom. His palm slammed into the falling meteor, and his steel-like muscles barely trembled. An instant later, crash meteor, condensed by Yuxing Longzixin's spirit, shattered into flying rubble. SHHHK. A black arc of blade light carved a perfect crescent, as though a stroke of ink had cut the sky. Several plummeting examinees lost their balance midair. Below, the ground roiled. The blood-glutton vortex unfurled its tentacles, catching each injured examinee. In just a few breaths, Chu Xiu had saved everyone. Every onlooker stood frozen in shock. Who is he? He just busted Yuxing Longzixin's spirit attack with his bare hand. Is he even human? Guochun muttered, his face paler than the broken stones. Damn it, he's grown stronger again in so little time. At this rate, he'll never catch up. Someone in the crowd recognized the familiar face. That's Abyss. Yinyan City's top explorer, disciple of the Demon Lotus War King Abyss. Word is he's already in the silver tier. Gasps rippled among the provincial geniuses. Guochun, you fought him. How strong is he really? Guochun shook his head. Insanely strong. And now he's even stronger. Eyes widened all around. Abyss, maybe he really can defeat Yuxing Longzixin. High above, Chu Xiu landed without a sound. He tightened his grip on the tang blade and flicked his wrist. Swish. A cold beam shot toward the city gate, the impact rattling the heavy timbers. A heartbeat later, boom, the gate exploded, and the blade spun back into his hand. He dragged the sword beside him, each step radiating chill. Yuxing Longzixin, where are you? Should I drag you out myself? Or will you come down on your own? I'm taking your points, and the 7th sector's points belong to us. Got it. His calm words echoed through Mo City. Bastard. On the ramparts, Yuxing Longzixin roared, shirt half open. Where is everyone? He's at the door, and you're all worthless. His shout finally jolted the Sakura Kingdom examinees awake. Hundreds called forth their spirits and surged out like a tide. Lindong Wuho, come. Chu Xiu's voice was steady. The azure figure of Lindong Wuho appeared, a wave of frost rolling outward. Winter halo. Hum. An ice blue ring formed above the frost silence which legion, doubling their power. Ice prison. 100 witches cast in unison, walls and pillars of ice rushed forth. Crack, crack. Sakura examinees, spirits, and their teleport bracelets froze solid, turning into rows of ice sculptures. These animals deserve no mercy. Chu Xiu gave them none. Ice spikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An amplified hail of icy lances rained down. Screams echoed as every Sakura examinee was skewered, blood seeping through shattered frost. Total annihilation. On the projection screen, Chu Xiu's score skyrocketed over 1,000 points in an instant. From his arrival to this moment, barely 3 minutes had passed, and everyone alive in Mo City was now only Yuxing Longzixin. The tide had completely turned. Outside the walls, Yinxiao examinees stared, dumbfounded. Someone had just taken on an entire city alone and won. Guochun exhaled long and hard. The legion at Abyss side was new, another power he had recently mastered. Abyss, true to his name, possessed strength as unfathomable as a bottomless pit. No one knew where his limits lay. When you gaze into the Abyss is also staring back at you. One Night City is down to just you. What's next, trying to bluff me with an empty fort ploy? Chu Xiu looked up, arms folded across his chest. His gaze slid past the shattered battlements and settled on the face of Yuxing Longzixin, whose excitement verged on the grotesque. His voice was light, almost teasing. Filthy Yinxia mongrel. Yuxing's features twisted, eyes blazing. The neat little performance head plan had been ruined by Chu Xiu, and the fury in his chest threatened to ignite the night. Yet in the very next breath he clapped a hand over his eyes and threw back his head in manic laughter, the shift, as quick as turning a page. Ha ha, marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. This is priceless. He hugged himself like a lover, rubbing hard at his white shirt until the fabric wrinkled, a beast suddenly freed from its cage. Hey, kid, if you're that strong, think you can truly satisfy me? There's nothing sweeter than slaughtering a genius. Still laughing, he pointed at the corpses below the wall. You think killing that trash can threaten me? Don't make me laugh. I built Mo'u City. Their deaths mean nothing. I call the shots here. With that, he snapped his fingers. Rise, rock fiends. Golem Legion. Crack, crack, crack. The paving stones quaked, the earth split open. Slabs of rock shot upward, fusing in midair, and in an eye blink dozens of stone giants 3 to 5 meters tall took shape. Red light flared in their sockets, their thunderous roars shaking the night. For 10 li around, the soil lay bare, every grain at Yuxing's command. Kill. Level this ghost city. Drag that Sakura brat out and carve him up. Outside the walls, the Yinxia examinees roared, forming up beside Xin Yuan, ready to charge. The stone giants lumbered forward and plugged the breach at once. The few students in front felt a cold jolt and instinctively fell back. Some quailed, but most Yinxia youths burned with hot blood and unleashed their bonded beasts. Xiantong Tiger, King Earthrending Claw. Boom. Azure claws flashed from a silver-white tiger, blasting a golem to powder. Well, hold them here. Guochun bellowed, his contract seal blazing. Xin Yuan, get in there and twist that Sakura punk's head off. I may not like you, but you're stronger than we are. Thanks for defending Yangxia's honor. Guochun can't compare. His proud vow had barely left his lips when the scattered rubble spun up under an unseen force, reassembling into a fresh giant, its fighting spirit untouched. Impossible. Guochun blanched. Fools. Yuxing jeered from above, arms spread wide. Every inch of this place is steeped in earth elemental power. What will you use to fight my golem legion? As long as they stand on solid ground, my legion is unbeaten. He seemed to merge with the darkness, his crazed laughter echoing over the wall. That chilling confidence made even the Sakura Kingdom's finest Shinken disciples and the heirs of the 3 great houses avoid facing him on open ground. I rule the earth, therefore I am its sovereign. Yuxing Longzixin erupted into another burst of mad laughter. He lifted his hand and pinched Ling Yun's throat. See that? You Summerland worms can't even break into my city. Yuxing Longzixin sneered, tightening his grip until her toes hung twitching above the flagstones. Let me guess, your boyfriend's down there? That little bastard who was bawling his eyes out, just know is he your man? Following Ling Yun's terrified gaze, Yuxing looked over the parapet and locked onto Xia Yan in the crowd. Is it that kid? Ling Yun's heart clenched. She had only stolen one glance at Xia Yan, yet Yuxing caught it. No, it's not him. You're wrong, I don't even know him. She shook her head frantically, her voice quavering. Heh. Yuxing scoffed and snapped his fingers. With a dull roar from the earth, 3 stone golems burst through the ground and lumbered towards Xia Yan. No, don't hurt him. Please. Ling Yun screamed. Beg me? How will you beg? Yuxing's smile turned wicked. He tilted her chin with a finger, voice both teasing and cruel. With that body of yours? On the ground, Xia Yan shook inside the ring of giants. His punches thudded against their rocky hides without raising a speck of dust, as if he were scratching granite. It was his first venture beyond his small town. He had believed talent alone would carve a path, only to discover the gulf between people could be wider than that between man and microbe. Heavenly thunderlock open. Ultimate art. Frostfang shatter. Guochun roared. Lightning exploded around the mystic-eyed Tiger Lord. He charged in, smashed 3 golems with thunderous claw strikes, and burst out drenched in blood, swaying on his feet. The other provincial prodigies were barely holding on. Drawing Earth's power, Yuxing Longzixin stood unassailable, spending almost no energy, while every one of their blows drained them dry. The boys and girls once hailed as heaven-chosen now looked as fragile as raw recruits. Abyss. Go take Yuxing. We'll handle this. Guochun growled. The Tiger Lord locked its jaws on another golem, only to be hammered away by the next stone fist. He hit the ground with a pained whimper, coughing blood. Xia Yan was beaten down as well, blood spilling from his mouth, sprawled in the dust like a corpse. He had flunked the entrance exam and missed the elite universities. Now he couldn't even shield his girlfriend. Chu Xiu had slaughtered scores of Sakura candidates, yet a single Yuxing was crushing them all. Abyss Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. At last these prodigies could see the chasm separating them from true power. Today's defeat would shatter their arrogance and sharpen them. Someday they would be Summerlin's elite soldiers. The college exam was only the first test. He stepped forward, voice calm, yet irresistible. All of you fall back. As the words fell, Chu Xiu snapped his fingers. On the rampart, shadows around Yuxing stirred. Your magma golems are decent, Chu Xiu said, gaze deep and steady. But compared with my undead legion, what are they worth? The ground split wide. Rings of darkness spread outward. Crimson flames gushed up, and titanic blood gluttons clawed their way from the abyss. Scythe-like limbs cleaved the air, thunderous roars shook the walls. Before the magma legion could form ranks, hundreds of blood-red giants had already closed in, a crimson tide surging. Keep your eyes open, Yuxing. This is true legion power. Chu Xiu snapped his fingers again. Bone Colosirus. A second host stormed out of the black maws, white bone armor gleaming coldly in the bloodlet haze. This was the first time since the exam began that Chu Xiu had summoned his undead in full. The battle was to defend Summerlin's honor. Yuxing stood frozen atop the wall, shock etched across his face. Before the endless black fissures and the towering horde pouring forth, the magma army had once been so proud of looked, against this real undead tsunami, like nothing more than a troupe of strutting clowns. The blood-soaked devourers were wreathed in a crimson, murderous aura. Each time they swung their thick arms, one hammer-like fist sent a stonebound flying more than 10 meters. When they whirled, their entire bodies became a scarlet cyclone. The razor-edged wind shredded any stonebound caught in its path to powder. Even more terrifying were the skeletal golems. Beneath their stark white bones lay a shell of pitch-black obsidian armor, harder than common rock several times over. A casual punch from one of these monsters flattened a stonebound as easily as an egg against steel. Although Yuxing could command the power of earth-drawing torrents of elemental soil from below to reassemble his shattered stonebound, in an instant the numbers were hopelessly lopsided. Under Chu Xiu's banner stood blood-soaked devourers, 2,499 in total. Skeletal golems, 1,467 more. Nearly 4,000 undead monstrosities faced barely 40 stonebound, a hundredfold disparity. Simply by standing there, the towering horde smothered the stonebound with sheer dread. Guochun and the others stared, first stunned, then chilled to the bone. They knew Yuxing drew endlessly on earth energy, allowing him to replace stonebound indefinitely. But what sustained Chu Xiu's legions? Thin air? The truth was close to their guess. Chu Xiu's trump card lay in the air itself. The 10,000-soul banner devoured every kind of energy it touched, evil, chaotic, even the lowest grade of undead power. It never slept, siphoning and converting the forces of heaven and earth around the clock. Chu Xiu merely served as its host. So long as he willed it, the banner drank in power from blue star to the depths of distant black holes. The stronger Chu Xiu grew, the stronger the banner became. The stronger the banner, the larger his undead armies. For 1,000, 40,000, even 400,000 were equally easy for him to marshal. That was the true foundation of the undead cataclysm, the mark of the Lord of Death. Damn it! Yuxing cursed, grinding his teeth almost to splinters. The stonebound he forged with such effort were mashed to rubble again and again. Reviving them 10,000 times would still be futile. Worse, his body could sustain no more than 50 stonebound at once. Push beyond that, and he would collapse. Winter halo amplify the ice prison, Chu Xiu ordered, his voice calm, yet absolute. At once, 100 frost witches raised their staves, channeling the winter halo to magnify the spell. Boom. A wave of bone-numbing cold erupted skyward. Crack, crack. Glacial torrents raced across the ground, sealing the earth in crystalline blue. One by one the stonebound froze solid, unable even to struggle. No. Yuxing's face went ashen at the sight. The ground froze solid, cutting off his bond with the earth. In other words, the stone golem could never revive again. Sure enough, the instant the two legions blasted him to dust, a layer of razor-sharp frost locked the fragments in place, freezing them midair like a hollow ice statue drained of life. Yuxing Longzixion's face turned ghost-white. Chu Xiu had wiped out his entire Moyan legion. How terrifying! So this is the power of the abyss. The War King's disciple is a monster. Exactly. He fights alone like an entire army. How are we supposed to win? Panic rippled through the crowd. Every candidate trembled, realizing how bleak things would be if the abyss ever became their enemy. At the foot of the wall, Chu Xiu looked up, his gaze indifferent. Yuxing, if you've got anything left, go ahead and use it. Yuxing, let Xiaoyan go. Xiaoyan roared, eyes blazing. Guochun shouted as well. Yuxing, it's over. Without the Moyan Legion, you can't win. High atop the battlements, Yuxing Longzixion threw his head back and laughed madly. Ha ha, you really think I've lost? How ridiculous. He patted the dark gray bricks beneath his feet. Do you believe I spent a fortune building this giant Moa city just for a base? You underestimate me. For the past 2 days, I've been siphoning earth essence from the black hole to forge this place. When the ground stops feeding me power, Moa city itself becomes my loot box. Spreading his arms, he bellowed like thunder. Hidden reserve, activate. Die. Every last one of you will be buried with me. The entire city shuddered violently. Boom rumble. Cracks raced across the walls, stones rained down, and muddy earth poured from above. People looked up to see the colossal structure wrench itself from the ground. Moa's city was standing up. With a crash, the wall twisted inward, morphing into 100-meter stone fist that came hurtling downward in a roaring gale. Damn it, run. He's turned the whole city into a stone titan. Which unblanched. The fist hadn't even struck, yet the wind it generated howled like a Category 8 storm, popping the air in rapid bursts and flinging everyone hundreds of meters away. His heroic spirit is a total cheat code. Controlling earth and standing on solid ground's nearly unbeatable. That's only the silver tier. Imagine him at section chief or divine general. How terrifying would that be? Bullet screens and live chats exploded across the Yinxiao web. With rocks everywhere in the abyss, Yuxing could forge war fortresses and siege behemoths at will. A power this broken was overtuned even by global standards. Perched atop the stone titan's head, Yuxing laughed wildly. Die. All of you die. Rock Fiend, slaughter them. Come on, Abyss. He roared. Show me how strong your undead really are. Come on. A bunch of tiny ants. I could crush you in seconds. No matter how many there are, ants are still ants. One stomp, and you're dust. I'm the true king of Sector 7. I rule this land. I am its master. With a thunderous boom, a stone colossus more than 10 meters tall slammed its foot into the ground, scattering rock shards in every direction. Perched on its shoulder, Yuxing flailed his arms and screamed himself hoarse, proclaiming his sovereignty. Whoosh! Chu Xiu tapped the ground with his toes, drifting lightly to a safe distance. He looked up at the massive creature and spared a glance at the raving Yuxing, a smirk curling his lips. You think you're Gaia, Lord of the Earth, huh? He muttered. Behind Chu Xiu, a blot of pitch-black shadow spread like spilled ink. From it rose a figure clad in black armor, twin wings wreathed in dark flame. The Abyssal warlord. One strike, will that be enough? Chu Xiu asked, expressionless. At that size, he's just a target. The sword of judgment will suffice. The Abyssal warlord sneered, matching his master's contempt. Good. Ended in one blow. Hands in his pockets, Chu Xiu gazed down, locking eyes with Yuxing's crazed dragon string glare. Abyss. Come on. Kill me if you can. I beg you to it. Ha ha. Kill me. What's wrong? Can't reach me. Pathetic. Pathetic Yinxia scum. Trash. I'm standing right here, and you still can't kill me. Yuxing stomped atop the stone giant's head, completely unhinged, his manic laughter merging with the rumble of falling rubble. Chu Xiu stayed silent, the corner of his mouth slowly lifting. The Abyssal warlord raised his onyx blade high, dark energy surging like a tidal wave. Arrogance brings ruin. 3 seconds and hell be balling, Chu Xiu thought. Meanwhile, the outside livestream was ablaze with Sakura Nation viewers stoked by Yuxing's swagger. Haha. Yuxing, turn the tables. Show our Sakura pride. Let them taste a real Sakura warrior's strength. Those Yinxia insects dare oppose the master of earth. That's right, Yuxing is our Sakura guardian of the land, the Magma Rock King. Their trademark over-the-top hype flooded the chat as they crowned Yuxing with new titles. Beneath the colossus, the ground webbed with radial cracks. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, silently counting. That should do. He looked up. Abyss ready? At your command, my liege. The Abyssal warlord knelt in midair, black longsword poised overhead. Okay, then game over. Chu Xiu pressed an invisible switch as if dimming the stage lights. Then, in a whisper of final judgment, crown of verdict, sword of judgment, earth-shattering hammer strike. Yuxing stood on the stone colossus' head and barked out his commands. Boom. The giant slapped both hands against the ground, drawing in torrents of earth elemental energy. The air vibrated as it heaved its arms skyward, wrenching 2 towering pillars of rock straight out of the soil. Kill. Yuxing let out a savage laugh while the golem brandished the pillars and brought them crashing down toward Chu Xiu. Look out, Abyss. Move. Faces on the spectator stands went pale as the crowd cried out in unison. Viewers in the livestream held their breath. Those pillars have to be 10 stories tall. Get out of there, Abyss. Move your damn legs. Has he frozen up? Don't just stand there. Across the sea, the Sakura Kingdom audience was flushed with excitement. Die? Abyss has to die? Ha ha ha. Anyone who could threaten our country must be smothered in the cradle. The upper echelons of Yinxia feared Yuxing Longzixion's potential. The Sakura authorities were just as terrified of Abyss. His power set was absurdly overtuned. In a real battlefield, he could single-handedly take on an army of thousands. A one-man legion was a threat they couldn't allow, so they seized every chance to eliminate him. Swish, swish, swish. Stone shards whirled up a sandstorm. Golden dust coiled around Chu Xiu's wrists like tentacles, and swallowed the teleportation array on his arm. This wristband is useless, shut down so easily? Chu Xiu grumbled, but the thought lasted only a heartbeat. Yu Sheng's onslaught was already upon him, the twin pillars hurtling down like meteors. My lord, let me handle him. Eternal Night, Bone Fiend growled. No rush. You'll get your turn, Chu Xiu replied. I'm saving my trump cards. He'll let Devourer handle this one. A heartbeat later, the pillars slammed down, burying him completely. Sand billowed skyward in a deafening roar. Abyss is out, right? No, the teleport band was jammed, he must have been killed. That can't be. Abyss wouldn't die so easily. He's the strongest explorer in Yinyan City, War King's disciple. The arena and the online feed fell silent. Abyss gone? Not even a corpse left? Then a comment slid across the screen. Isn't it odd? If Abyss is dead, why are his undead troops still here? Eyes widened everywhere. Yeah, the army's still standing, that means Abyss is alive. Just as the realization struck, the two massive pillars lying on the ground started to tremble violently. The stone pillar cracked inch by inch, and black light burst from within. Something's wrong. The feedback is off. That sensation. Yusheng Longzixion's eyes flew wide as a tidal wave of fear drowned his reason. Boom. Both pillars exploded into debris, and a figure shot into the sky. Chu Xiu hovered midair, a cryptic smile curving his lips. Behind him, a colossal shadow wielding a scepter and bearing twin wings took shape, its oppressive aura sweeping across the land. Hey, friend, look up. Chu Xiu pointed toward the heavens. In an instant, the clear sky turned pitch black. Clouds piled upon clouds, plunging the world into gloom. Everyone looked up instinctively. From the depths of the storm, a sword tip emerged. A massive blade of pure darkness, wreathed in demonic aura. Dark gold runes flitted around it like birds in flight. What is that? Yusheng's pupils contracted, goosebumps prickling over his skin as though an ancient horror had fixed its gaze on him. Holy, that sword hangs over us like God's own verdict. The Abyss had a trump card like this. One swing could split the earth in two. Exclamations rippled through the crowd. The greatsword locked onto Yusheng Longzixion, and the stone giant beneath him froze. Terrifying, is this his true power? Guochun and the other candidates swallowed hard. That single stroke could erase them or sink the entire plane. This is how the Sword of Judgment is meant to be used. Chu Xiu bared his teeth. Give the Xiwan Lord enough time, and the Sword of Judgment becomes heaven's wrath. Otherwise, how could it be judgment? Fall. The word left his lips in a voice as cold as forged steel. Then he mouthed to Yusheng Longzixion, bye-bye. Damn it. Yusheng roared, terror tearing at his chest. Before every watching eye, the giant sword revealed its full form and plunged, a bolt of black lightning hurled toward the earth. In a blink, it was above the stone giant's head. Block it. You must block it. Block it, Guayan Moling. Yusheng screamed while the giant flung out its arms, conjuring massive stone shields one after another. Crack. The shields held for a heartbeat before shattering. No. I refuse. No. He tried to trigger his teleport band, only to find it frozen solid in ice. Bone-deep despair flooded him, didn't even have the chance to run. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu flicked his wrist, summoning the Wanhun banner. The black, whip-like cloth lashed out at the stone giant and yanked Ling Yun from its shoulder. Crack. From crown to ground, the Sword of Judgment cleaved the stone behemoth in two, reducing both it and Yusheng Longzixion to dust. Driven by frustration and despair, he died a miserable death on the testing ground. Boom! The Sword of Judgment crashed into the earth, shattering the hardened floor at once. The pitch-black blade sank halfway down, its cold, savage edge still exposed. Before the thunderous aftershock had even faded, the sword fragmented into countless motes of energy that scattered like dust in a gale. The dark radiance mirrored in every candidate's eyes, and their breathing instantly faltered. Gulp! Gulp! Waves of swallowing rose in succession. Rainborn dragon string had been slain, yet the arena was still a wasteland, sunken ground, charred fissures, and swirling dust, like ruins left by indiscriminate missile strikes. Points. I've got enough. Chu Xiu lowered his gaze to the halo on his wrist. 6,672 points. Within all 10 districts, let alone the 7th, now held first place beyond dispute. He remained as casual as ever. With a flick of his whip, he flung the blood-soaked Ling Yun onto the ground, then snapped his fingers. Crack! At that sharp sound, the surrounding undead legion collapsed like a receding tide, dissolving into shadowy smoke. Let's go. Hands in his pockets, he stepped over rubble and dust, heading for the exit without looking back. Thank you. Xia Yan hurriedly stripped off his jacket, draping it over the nearly naked Ling Yun, and shouted after Chu Xiu, his face flushed with emotion. No need. We're all people of Yanxia. Chu Xiu's voice was indifferent, his stride unbroken. Xia Yan watched that receding figure, knuckles white as his fists tightened with a creak. I have to work harder even if I can't catch up to him. I'll never again watch the people I care about be humiliated. I will grow stronger. The crowd's opinions meant nothing to Chu Xiu. In his eyes, there was only his own path and the handful of people who truly mattered. Whether the world hated, feared, resented, or revered him, it could not sway him in the slightest. Your understanding of me isn't even 1 in a billion. He did a quick mental calculation. This round should be over. I wonder how he won and the others are doing. The thought barely formed before his figure vanished at the far end of the ruined arena. At the same time, Chu Xiu, the spirit general, raced to the elimination waiting area of District 9. The moment he stepped through the doorway, his face went deathly pale. What in the world happened? The spacious hall was littered with shriveled corpses, every one of them Yinxiao examinees. Their skin was ashen and stretched tight, as though flesh and blood had been sucked out in an instant, leaving nothing but skin-wrapped bone. A short distance away, candidates from Sakura Nation sat in small groups, either meditating to heal or chatting quietly, as relaxed as if on a weekend outing. Thousands of Yinxiao examinees, all reduced to dried husks. Who did this? Who was it? Chu Xiu roared in fury. What on earth happened? Rage surged through Chu Xiu Lingjiang. His knuckles went white, and the bamboo slip in his hand snapped into dust with a sharp crack, splinters flying everywhere. He suddenly seized a candidate from Yinghua, his stare so fierce it seemed to pierce the man's soul. His voice was low, trembling with fury. Speak. What exactly happened? Two don't know. Far from cowering, the Yinghua examinee merely shrugged, lips curling in indifference. Everyone present understood the danger. This year's college trials had mixed seating. Half the candidates in Yangtze's arena were from Yinghua, and an equal number of Yinxia students tested in Yinghua. If Chu Xiu lost control and killed this examinee outside the arena, the incident would instantly explode into an international crisis. Inside the arena, casualties were chalked up to personal strength. Die because your skills were lacking and you had only yourself to blame. The state would still pay funeral costs and compensation as required. But if someone died outside the arena, especially at the hands of a Yinxia spirit general, a fallout would be immeasurable, and an international military tribunal could summon Chu Xiu at any moment. For that reason, furious as he was, he dared not kill. He forced the boiling anger back down. As spirit general, sir, this is what happened. A timid voice rose. A Yinxia candidate cautiously raised his hand. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke quickly. A group of strange people suddenly showed up on Yinghua's side. They carried a Rubik's Cube. Every examinee they defeated and eliminated ended up like this. They only targeted prodigies, and they had a notebook crammed with names. Chu Xiu's face darkened further. He could almost picture the list. 9 times out of 10 it was filled with Yangtze's prodigies. Did those people share any distinguishing marks? He asked through clenched teeth. The student frowned for a moment, then nodded hard. Yes. Every one of them had a blood-red shuriken tattoo on their arm. The Blood Shadow Organization, damn it. Fury blazed in Chu Xiu's eyes. The Blood Shadow Organization was an assassination group hidden within Yinghua. The Yinghua government had launched multiple crackdowns, all to no avail. Decades had passed, and, instead of being wiped out, Blood Shadow had only grown more brazen, leaving even the military helpless. Officially the story was operations unsuccessful, but any nation with real intelligence already knew the truth. Blood Shadow was a blade secretly nurtured by the 3 great houses to eliminate anyone who stood in their way. In Yinghua, the emperor held nominal authority, yet few knew he too answered to the 3 great houses. These ancient clans had existed for centuries, controlling every aspect of the nation. They were the true powers behind the throne. The Sword Saint, the Shadow Saint, and the Onmyoji Saintal, 3 legendary figures hailed from these houses. With their might, the clans had long secured the summit of power. As times changed, many within the country sought to topple them. Blood Shadow was the blade the clans forged to assassinate domestic dissidents and decapitate foreign geniuses. All the dirty work fell to Blood Shadow. Publicly, they were vermin everyone swore to exterminate. In reality, they thrived beneath the wings of the 3 great houses. Damn them. Chu Xiu lingered on the brink of a dilemma. If he stepped forward now to accuse the Blood Shadow Society, Shaoshan Tianhezhong would deny everything and might even turn the tables on him. Yet doing nothing meant watching helplessly while those assassins butchered the young elites of his own nation. The 9th sector had already fallen. Who could guarantee the killers would stop there? Blood Shadow had surfaced in Yinxia, but what about the Sakura Nation's side of the battlefield? The situation had become desperately thorny. The college entrance trials were well underway, and his current rank gave him no authority to halt them. Pacing across the waiting area, he grappled with his options when a sudden shout echoed outside. My God! Someone just crossed the sector line. Outer territory fiends. Fighters from the 9th sector have broken into the 8th. The fiends are in the 8th sector. The uproar snapped Chu Xiu's nerves taut. A chill shot through him. Could it be? He whirled out of the waiting zone and peered over the rail. 12 strangers in black robes were stepping into the 8th sector. His pupils contracted. The Blood Shadow Society had finally made its move, intent on crossing sectors to hunt Yangtze's prodigies. Cheng Zhun happened to be in the 8th sector, likely one of their targets. If Cheng could kill them all, that would be ideal, but there were 12 of them, and Blood Shadow was infamous for draining every drop of blood from their victims. Who knew what other cards they held? Grim-faced, Yoshino in full battle status raced back to the airship. What happened? Song Yiho noticed his expression at once. We have a problem, Yu Shu said in a low voice, briefing Song Yiho and the two Ling generals, Yun Xiao and Yun Ni, on the assassin's infiltration. Damn that Sakura nation, Song Yiho hissed. All we can do is hope Qingzhan, Ilan, and Xia can keep those 12 killers bottled up inside the 8th sector. Yu Shu nodded bleakly. They're the only ones there who can put up a fight, but if Blood Shadow dared to come, they clearly aren't worried about our champions. 3 people may not be enough. Silence fell. After a moment, Song Yiho spoke quietly. I've still got one chance to contact someone inside the arena. I could summon Dongfang Jun from the 4th sector, but he'd have to cross the 5th, 6th, and 7th on the way. If anyone mistakes him for a fiend, he'll be hunted, and the delay could ruin everything. Who holds the point lead in those sectors? Yu Shu asked at once. In both the 5th and 6th sectors, it's members of the Zhun Tian clan from the Sakura nation, Song Yiho replied. Zhun Tian Xingxiong, heir to the name Zhun Tian Xingzuan, and his retinue, the 10 brave warriors. The 6th sector's leader is Heishan Leia, a judo master with a lightning-typed heroic spirit, the Golden Thunder Beast King. His destructive power is terrifying. Sending Dongfang through 2 sectors like that would be nearly impossible. The cabin fell so quiet the only sound was the wind outside the hall. Even Dongfang Jun might not survive a heating clash with 2 top-tier Sakura champions. And the 7th sector's point leader? Yu Shu pressed. Also from Sakura, Song Yiho answered, rubbing his temples. Yuxing Longzixian. They say he commands earth elementals and an army of demon rock soldiers. As long as his feet touch the ground, he's almost unbeatable. 3 consecutive point leaders, all under Sakura control. If Dongfang tried to charge through, he would be treated like prey from the moment he set foot in their territory. Wait, the points leader in the 7th sector has just changed. The flickering numbers on the light screen froze. Spirit generals Yun Xiao and Yunni looked up at the same time and blurted out, Xinyuan has slain Yuxing Longzixian and become the new points leader. An uproar swept through the hall. Everyone pulled up the battle footage. On the projection, Xinyuan, clad in black armor, advanced through the ruins step by step. The duel seemed perilous at first glance, yet a closer look showed the rhythm had always been in Xinyuan's grasp. Precise footwork forced Yuxing to switch tactics. A relentless blade drove him back. Even the final airborne slash landed the instant a tiny opening appeared, clean and decisive. He's terrifying, someone whispered. The scene of Yuxing collapsing replayed 3 times, and each time it was clear Xinyuan dictated the pace, while Yuxing could only follow, right up to the execution. After a brief silence, Yushu Lingjiang spoke first. How about we ask Xinyuan to reinforce the 8th sector? King Yiho drew a deep breath. He disliked Xinyuan's old guard had never looked kindly upon these defiant newcomers. Young fighters shattered order, ignored tradition, and flouted human bonds. Li Maxiao was the perfect example, always challenging the rules, or on his way to challenge them. Asking Xinyuan for help now would mean the conservatives bowing their heads. Struggling to remain composed, he asked, who leads the 10th sector in points? A young man named Bei, Yushu replied. But he's an orphan, and we can't be sure he'll obey a transfer order to save the 8th sector. Xinyuan is different, Yun Xiao added. He's the disciple of Mo Lian Zhanwang. For Mo Lian Zhanwang's sake, he won't stand by and do nothing. After weighing the options, King Yiho finally nodded. Very well. He'll contact Xinyuan, tell him to reinforce the 8th sector. With the bigger picture at stake, personal feelings had to be set aside. If disaster struck because of them, he's the Wu Ho of Yangtze would bear the primary blame. Abyss, are you there? This is King Yiho. Just as Chu Xiu was about to set off in search of Lu Yiwen, a faint ripple of divine consciousness sliced through the barrier around the testing ground and slipped straight into his mindit, was Kang Yihao's voice transmission. Ordinarily, no one outside could interfere with the arena, but the black hole domain was part of Yangtze's territory. By invoking a bit of his host authority, Kang Yiho forced the message through a gap in the rules without much effort. Chu Xiu's brow furrowed. If an examiner was contacting him directly, something inside the arena must have changed. On the other end, King Yiho spoke rapidly. He'll be brief. Sakura Nation has sent assassins from the Blood Shadow organization into our testing zone. They have completely overrun District 9 and are now moving toward District 8. The points leader there is likely a Yinxiao prodigy, one of the disciples under Yushu Lingjiang, Yin Xiao, or Yin and I. If District 8 falls and both the points leader and those talents are taken out, their next target will be District 7. The situation is critical. I'm ordering you to head for District 8 at once. Link up with Meng Qingzhen, Wu Yilan, and Wu Yixia, and stop the Blood Shadow assassins. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. Lord Kang Yiho, my master once told me that people like us respond better to kindness than to commands. What we hate most is being ordered around. King Yihao's tone hardened. Abyss, what are you getting at? This concerns. I dislike moral blackmail even more. Chu Xiu cut him off, his voice ringing sharply. I respect you as a senior, so I'm being polite. But don't forget, I may be an investigator for the Heroic Spirit Department, yet am not your subordinate. The word order doesn't suit me. On the other end, King Yihao's face darkened. He hadn't expected this young man to be even more unruly than Li Maxia. What do you want then? He asked, forcing down his anger. When you ask for help, you should sound like you're asking. Is the word please really that hard, Senior King Yihao? King Yihao's body tensed. After a long moment, he forced out the words. Fine please, Abyss, lend your aid to District 8. Will you? No. King Yihao nearly lost control of his temper. Chu Xiu chuckled. Just kidding. The greater good comes first, I know what matters. His smile faded, and his eyes flashed. District 8, right? Assassins from Sakura Nation, I won't hold back. The appearance of Blood Shadow was a perfect chance to rack up points. He remembered that the top scorer across the 10 districts would gain a mysterious privilege in the second round. If the reward was there, he would never let it slip away. Still, District 7 had to be guarded against other elites, and Yuan's safety was paramount. Although Xiao Zheng was secretly protecting her, he was not completely at ease. Fortunately, his mirror clone was still at Yuan's side. If anything happened, he could swap places instantly and defend her himself. With that contingency in place, Chu Xiu relaxed. His figure blurred into a streak of light and shot toward District 8. The only drawback was distance. From his current position, reaching District 8 would take some time. A disciple of General Ling shouldn't be this helpless. Hold on until I get there. A fierce gust whirled beneath Chu Xiu's feet as he sped through Sector 9 like a loosed arrow. Leaves flipped in the slipstream, and even the air seemed to tear into afterimages behind him. Halfway across the wasteland, he halted, brows knitting. What a nuisance. Ahead, the ground split open into a pitch-black fissure. Native void creatures poured out, howling, their malice thick enough to taste. Chu Xiu raised his hand and shadows burst outward. An undead legion strode from the void, scythes and bone spears glinting coldly. Move out. Don't waste my time. Wipe them out in one sweep. The dead surged forward, blades carving arcs through the air, blood mist scattering. In moments the shrieks were gone, leaving only scorched, congealing gore. Yet the skirmish had forced Chu Xiu to slow, stealing precious time. Across Sector 8, the battlefield erupted. 12 assassins of the Blood Shadow Syndicate crossed district lines, instantly lighting up every candidate's wrist terminal. Crimson markers pulsed beside terrifying point totals. They had carved a path through Sector 9, the weakest of them sitting on 1,800 points, the leader boasting 4,000. Under Sector 8's rules, the scores were multiplied tenfold, hanging at the top of the leaderboard like raw bait. Blood ran hot. They crossed Sector Star monsters. But what if? What if we drown them in numbers? Exactly. What if I'm the lucky one heaven smiles on? Greed spread like plague. Strong or weak, candidates converged in waves toward the 12 red dots. Someone else had crossed a sector, too. Northwest in Sector 8, a barren peak jutted skyward. Wind whipped across the summit where Wu Yilan, clad in silver-white nano-armor, stood shoulder to shoulder with his sister Wu Yixia in rose-silver plates. On the opposite ridge, a young man in an ink-black robe watched them, hands clasped behind his back, reserved as jade. He was Meng Qingxian. Meng Qingxian, you really don't want the Point King title? Wu Yilan raised a brow, baffled. I've got more than enough points. Meng Qingxian shook his head and closed the book in his hand. No sense spilling our own people's blood for a title. He added, if it's those Sakura dogs, I'll fight with everything I have. But among compatriots, harmony should come first. As water nourishes all things without contending, he had grown up living a scholar's creed. To set the heart for heaven and earth, to secure life for the people, to continue the lost teachings of past sages, and to open peace for all generations. On today's Blue Star, that belief meant one thing: shield the weak and uphold equality. Fine, then the title is ours. Exchanging a glance, the Wu siblings turned and leapt down the slope, silver and pink armor trailing streaks of light in the setting sun. Alone atop the ridge, Meng Qingxian snapped his book shut and gazed into the distance. Summer Nation and Sakura Nation were evenly matched, locked in fire and ice. Given the raiders' ambition, this exam would not end quietly. A dozen killers marching together spelled danger, and the Wu siblings were likely outmatched. With that thought, he tapped a toe against stone and vaulted downhill. Where all Summer Nation's children should watch each other's backs. The words were soft, the resolve unwavering. At the mountain's base, a cold snort echoed. Meng Qingxian, such a coward. Too many books, too tiny a gut. The speaker, another candidate cloaked in shadow, surveyed the field below, eyes burning with ambition. On Blue Star, might makes right. How hard is that to grasp? He clenched his fist, joints crackling. This martial exam crowns only one. I want settle for sector champion. I'm taking the provincial throne. Ambition flared in Wu Yilan's eyes. The martial-minded Wu siblings revered their fists as the only law, their combative nature a stark contrast to the gentle, restrained Meng Qingxian. Brother, 12 elite fighters from Sakura Kingdom have crossed into our sector, Wu Yixia murmured, her expression tight. Their scores are sky-high, on par with the Point King of District 10. Can we really take them down? Wu Yilan snorted. What's there to fear? Alone, neither of us could guarantee a win, but together? No one can stand against the two of us. Once Sun Moon Twin Radiance is unleashed, even a War King's heir will kneel before me. His words rang out like steel, his gaze sharp as a blade, arrogance rolling off him in waves. Beside him, Wu Yixia was utterly captivated. To her brother was the most charismatic hero in the world. You're right, she declared, straightening her back and thumping a fist against her chest. Even if we can't win head-to-head, we still have Sun Moon Twin Radiance. Alone we fall short of the Marquis or War King disciples, but together nothing can stop us. Their confidence grew by feeding off each other. Yet faith unchecked easily swells into blind arrogance, and that is so often the prelude to catastrophe. Meanwhile, in the night-shrouded forest of District 8, 12 assassins from the Blood Shadow organization landed without a sound. Our priority is the 3 Spirit General disciples, the gray-haired leader said, brushing dust from his cuff. Eliminate anyone else along the way. Move quickly, the round is almost over. As he spoke, a jet-black cube rose from his palm, dark red sigils pulsing in the gloom. Summon the Blood Ghoul, set up the Blood Shadow Nethergate killing array. The other 11 replied in unison, slicing the air with their fingertips as crimson sparks flew. Heroic spirits, arise. 12 demonic lords. If the Wu siblings' Sun Moon Twin Radiance was unparalleled in ferocity, the synergy of these 12 Blood Shadow killers was every bit its equal. 2 against 12, those odds were anything but small. A black cube hovered in the void, its crimson veins blazing with a blinding light. BZZ, BZC, BZC. From deep inside those bloody patterns came a faint sizzling, and then drip, drip. Thick beads of blood oozed out of the cube and fell to the ground. Each drop swelled into a faceless blood wraith whose outer shell was woven from countless threads of blood no thicker than a fingernail, crisscrossing like a web and tough enough to cut through anything. In mere seconds the earth held 100 drops of fresh blood, and the cube was still spewing its power. We've already slaughtered plenty of Yinxia candidates in just one district, including a rank, and even shrank prodigies more than enough to spawn a host of Blood Ghoul servants, the leading member of the Celestial Demons said with a low chuckle. At this pace, gathering 1,000 of them won't be hard. Take down one more Spirit General's disciple, and we get another 100 for free, then the killing will be twice as efficient. Ha! Another agreed. No hurry, we've only cleared one district. At this rate we can sweep 4 or 5, carving our way from District 8 to District 6. By the time the second round starts, there will be almost no Yinxia candidates left. The moment's right. Let them move. Indeed. As the words faded, the newly formed blood wraiths melted into sludge and seeped into the ground to lie in wait. Behind each of the 12 celestial demons, a black familiar hid like a shadow, its body wrapped in countless strands of energy. Overhead, a far more terrifying giant fiend soul was slowly taking shape. At the same time, District 2, the celestial demon's message arrived. It's time to act, said a girl in a cherry-pink kimono as she walked lightly through a field of rapeseed, a yellow butterfly resting in her palm. Without a sound, petals of cherry blossom drifted from the sky. A sharp gust swept past, and she looked up with a smile. Baizai, let's go play Outer Realm Demons for once. We'll head to District 1 and pay Yangxia's prodigies a visit. Behind her, a tall white familiar appeared and slipped an arm around her slender waist. Understood, Ingha. Whoosh. The pair dissolved into a flurry of petals. The next instant, as those blossoms sprinkled over the field, a blinding white sword light exploded. Chu Xiu. The entire field was sliced to ribbons by crisscrossing blades, rapeseed stalks snapping and falling in chaos. Beneath Tongzi Ying's beauty lurked a twisted hobby. She loved to destroy anything lovely. District 5. We've received word, Lord Xingxiu. The celestial demons want you and Lord Heishan to proceed to District 7 and deal with the warrior called Abyss. Huh. Isn't District 7 Yuxing Longzixion's turf? Lord Yuxing Longzixion has been killed. What did you say? Jintian Xingxiang's pupils contracted. Longzixion dead? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wasn't he building Mo'u Castle in the examination grounds? Did it fail? He said he'd invite me to visit his Mo'u Castle. We'd stand atop it like feudal lords of old and look down on the heroes of the world. How could he be dead? With Mo'u Castle's protection, even I couldn't defeat him. There's no way someone as strong as Longzixion could die. You've got to be kidding me. Yukio Sonata bellowed, the spearhead quivering as the 10 braves dropped to their knees before him. We are not lying. Lord Yuxing Longzixion has fallen in battle. The one who slew him is a Yinxia powerhouse known as Abyss. The hooded leader's voice was low. Even after unleashing Mo City, Lord Yuxing was still defeated. The Tianma sect recommends that you join forces with Lord Heishan Leia to confront Abyss. Damn it. Sonata's knuckles cracked, the spear's shaft bending under his grip while a pale crimson aura rose around him. Abyss, I will never forgive you. Rage surged through him, yet he knew anyone who could break Mo City was no ordinary foe. Even with the 10 braves of the Sonata clan, the fight would be brutal, so he silently accepted the proposal to cooperate with Heishan. Elsewhere, Leia Heishan had just received the news, his golden pupils narrowing to pinpoints. Yuxing was slain even after activating his final form? The Tianma messengers nodded in confirmation. Now that's a worthy opponent. Lightning crackled around him as he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and meditated while waiting for Sonata's arrival. At the same time, a red alert suddenly blared across District 1. On a grassy lawn, Lin Ao lay lazily chewing a foxtail sprig until the siren snapped his eyes open. Those Sakura Nation bastards crossed districts to find me? A grin tugged at his lips. Interesting, this is just too interesting. Haha, I haven't even started hunting you. Yet you've come to me first. Before the last word was out, he vanished. District 8. The Yinxia candidates had barely stepped into a barren field when they spotted 12 black-robed figures standing motionless at the center, scarlet warning lights pulsing around them. Tenfold points. The promise of such rewards sent thousands of examinees into a frenzy. Kill them. There are more than 1,000 of us, we can bury them with numbers. Points decide our ranking in the second round. We have to grab them. There are 3 chances to change your fate: birth, the college exam, and a benefactor. You can't choose your birth, and benefactors are rare, so the exam is all we have left. In my family's only heroic warrior today, I must bring honor to our name. In their eyes, the points had become a staircase leading to their future and their glory. The leader of the black-robed figures let out a hoarse cackle. KK. Idiots, do you really think the world has room for that many protagonists? You're not even NPC or just feed. His hands flashed through a rapid series of seals as he shouted, Netherworld massacre, Abyssal devour. A heavy hum filled the air as the shadow above them whirled like a hurricane and came screaming down upon the youths. The cube instantly enveloped the 1,000 candidates, floating in midair as more and more crimson markings crawled across its surface. Blood dripped to the ground and sprouted into one bloodspawn zombie after another. Damn it! In the monitoring hall outside, Marquis Kangi glared at the holographic screen, his face drained of color. Thousands of examinees all dead. Wiped out. They were the future hope of Yinxia. Ha! Lord Kangi, it seems Yangxia's young people were a bit too impulsive. In a corner, Xiao Shantian Hajong threw back his head and laughed, then pressed a hand to his forehead, shaking his head in mock regret. Such a shame, truly a shame. They were bright, energetic children, and now they've died so horribly. The Bloodshade cult is simply unforgivable. His sympathetic tone was undercut by the grin tugging at his lips, harder to suppress than the kick of a cocked AK. Xiao Shantian, how did the Bloodshade get in here? Don't you owe us an explanation? Marquis Kangi ground out. Xiao Shantian spread his hands innocently. I have no idea, Lord Kangi. You know we in Inghua suffer from those Bloodshade rats, as well can't kill them all. Can't catch them either. How about sending a couple of spirit generals from Yinxia to help us out? The Marquis knuckles turned white. If their spirit generals really went, they would be dead within 3 days, and Inghua would still pin the blame on the Bloodshadetwo birds with 1 stone. These bastards could really scheme. Damn it, Inghua is detestable. Claiming it has nothing to do with them, who would believe that? Outside the monitoring hall, parents wailed in despair. My daughter is still in there. Please, someone save my girl. Son, no. Forget the exam. Your safety matters more than anything. We never cared about you making it big, we just want you alive. Give me back my boy. We're done. If anyone wants to keep taking that exam, let them. The college entrance exam is a festival for prodigies, but a nightmare for ordinary students. Every drop of blood that turned into a cursed zombie had once been the lifeblood of a family. In the arena they were mere ants. Yet at home each had been a family's treasure, the apple of someone's eye. What are Elon and the others doing? Why aren't they here yet? The spirit generals Yun Xiao and Yunyi were just as pale. The college entrance trial had long since crossed the line of a mere exam. In the age of heroic spirits, blood and fire were nothing new, and casualties occurred every year, but never had thousands of candidates fallen in one sweep. This was outright war. Corpses littered the ground and wails shook the sky, yet more examinees kept charging forward, chasing a sliver of hope so faint it was almost imaginary. Blinded by desperation and ambition, they no longer knew who they were. Stop! The roar split the air, making the earth hum. The Bloodshade assassins looked up to see a blazing golden sun hanging overhead. Haha, the prodigies from the registry have finally shown up. This time we're not facing worthless ants. The killers burst into manic laughter, eyes burning with excitement. There, here Yilan's team has arrived. Yun Xiao and Yunyi finally breathed out. Now it was up to their disciples to turn the tide. Outside the barrier, the spectators erupted, their shouts surging like waves. The spirit general's disciples are here. Kill them. Wipe those bastards out. Make them pay for my son. Every Sakura dog must die. Kill. In midair, Wu Elon stood against the blazing sun, looking down at the sea of bodies below. Rage threatened to tear his chest apart. Cowards who prey on the weak, try me if you dare. With that he dropped from the sky. Heroic spirit, summon Solar Star Lord. A towering figure in scarlet robes appeared. With a thunderous hum, a golden sun shot forth. Flicking his sleeve, the Solar Star Lord hurled a spinning sun disk. 9 feathers of the golden crow were set along its edge. The disk whirled, heat distorting the air, then split into 9 fiery meteors that slashed across the battlefield, vaporizing the sinister black miasma in their path. Wu Elon grabbed trapped candidates one after another, flinging them to safety, saving whoever he could. Luckily, the Crimson Sky Sun disk was a natural bane to the shadowy haze. Blood revenant Ghoul's. The black-clad leader snorted and formed a seal. With a crash, blood surged. One ghoul after another crawled from the earth, and thousands of blood threads lashed toward Wu Elon. Brother, I'll help. A gleam of moonlight rose behind the golden sun. A silver moon burst through the sky, banishing the lingering darkness. Wu Yixiao had arrived. The young girl's hair was tied in a bun, her silver-pink armor trembling. She was still small, but already carried a warrior's poise. Pure soul moonring. Behind her, the phantom of a blue-robed spirit officer appeared. With a sweep of both sleeves, two arcs of moon-white blades flashed, sending frigid sword energy tearing toward the ghouls. But there were too many. Even throwing everything they had at the enemy, the siblings could not suppress the tidal wave of blood-revenant ghouls in a short time, for these creatures simply could not be killed. Blood separated into countless strands that wound around the twins, leaving them in agony while they still had to rescue civilians and fight their foes. Sis, your Sun Yang technique counters the fog these black-robed freaks are using. They'll hold off the blood puppets, go straight for their leader, and cut them all down. Wu Yixiao shouted, fighting through the pain. Wu Yilan's expression tightened. Are you sure you can handle that many on your own? I can't beat them, but I can stall them, she replied, shaking her head. I know you'll finish things early and come back for me. We're twins, we share a link. She looked up with a bright smile. You've never let me down, and you want to start now, right? Wu Elon hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded hard and tapped the armor over his chest. Of course. In the big brother protecting you is my duty. Then my back is yours. Wu Yixiao flipped her blade, voice cold. Elon, I'm going to carve up every last dog from Sakura country. Before the words faded, pale flames rose around her. Solar Star Lord, charge. With a whoosh, she and her flame-wreathed spirit shot toward the 12 black-robed figures. Boss, the kid's coming. Meet him, Hedon, the leader sneered. A brat who doesn't know his limits. Think fire restrains us? Early Bloodshade agents feared it, but after the Tsuchimikado clan refined us with Onmyo arts, ordinary flames do nothing. Unless you've got 16 divine fire, Samadhi true fire, or golden crow blaze, forget it. The Solar Star Lord crashed into them. Shadows boiled behind the 12, forming a vast darkness that shackled the spirit in place. Crimson sun, wheel 9 suns spin. Wu Elon roared. 9 blazing orbs burst forth, only to be crushed by the darkness and snuffed out. The black-robed men laughed wildly. Too bad your spirits, just a Star Lord. If it were the ancestral god Gonggong, would be dead. What a pity. Cloaks snapping, they lunged at him. Sun Yang true art. Flames erupted from Wu Yilan's palms as he struck bang. The leader met the blow Hedon. The feel was slick and icy, nothing like human flesh. Wu Yilan's pupils contracted. Using the recoil, he caught a glimpse beneath the hood and saw no human face. Bingo, you guessed it, but there's no prize. Crack, 2 black tentacles shot from the robe, slamming into his chest and hurling him backward. The creature cackled. Human, spirit, monster who says we have to be enemies? Harmony makes us stronger. So we'll stop being human. Wham! The tentacles struck again, smashing into Wu Yilan's chest and shattering his protective sun flame. He coughed up another mouthful of thick, dark blood. A slender figure tore through the air and landed with a shout. Brother, use Sun-Moon convergence. Hearing his sister, Wu Elon tried to turn, but an arm clamped around his neck. Brother, stop wasting time, she hissed in his ear. Quick Sun-Moon convergence. Yixiao, you're clear on your side. Yes, brother, Sun-Moon convergence. Her voice was soft yet unshakable. Gritting through the pain in his chest, Wu Elon reached back and clasped his sister's hand. Their fingers locked, knuckles widening. At that moment, the phantom of Taiyin Xingjuan surged into the melee formed by a dozen black shadows. Sun-Moon convergence. The siblings roared. Golden sun incinerates heaven. Moon over the sea. A blazing sun and a silver moon appeared side by side in the void. Their lights merged, shooting a pillar of brilliance straight into the clouds. Boom. The 12 demonic shadows were blasted away, and even several black-robed figures nearby were hurled back, bones cracking. Outside the ring, Meng Qingshan's face blanched as he sprinted. That's Sun-Moon convergence? The Wu siblings have been pushed this far. I have to hurry. A scholar spirit clutching a scroll flared behind him, and he flashed forward 10 meters in a single stride. The radiance slowly faded. We did it, Yixiao. In the center of the field, Wu Elon beamed at the scattered foes. See, we're strongest together, right, E? His words died. He spun, eyes wide. Yixiao. The once bright girl was wrapped in crimson threads that pierced her armor and flesh. Her right arm was gone, ripped away by the blood ghoul. Only a raw stump remained. The threads drank her life, leaving her face bloodless, her breath a whisper. Yes, Sun-Moon convergence worked. Congratulations, brother. She forced a smile, then collapsed. Yixiao. Wu Elon caught her, heart rent in two. Why, how did it come to this? Only then did he understand. His sister had never broken free of her own battle. Weaker than he, she could scarcely face the blood ghoul alone. She had charged through every strike, prepared to die, just to reach him. The moment he entrusted his back to her, she had already placed her own life and death beyond concern, so she could protect her brother. You idiot. Why did you do this? You fool. I'm your brother, how could you sacrifice yourself for me? I should have died first. Wu Yilan's hoarse roar echoed among the shattered pillars. Both hands clamped around the crimson thread buried in his sister's back. The line, tough as steel wire, plunged deep into Wu Yixia's flesh and organs. Every pull ripped new wounds, releasing the hot stench of blood and sending her body into violent spasms. Silly brother blood trickled from the corner of Wu Yixia's mouth, yet her voice was as soft as the night breeze. You always said a brother should protect his sister, but this time, the sister's sacrifice is just as right. We're twins. We crossed life and death to find each other again. There's no you or me between us. Blood drained along the thread. Her once dewy skin dulled, bones pushed against her arms. Fine wrinkles spread across her cheeks. In a heartbeat, the radiant girl became a withered crone. I never asked you to protect me like this. Wu Yilan shouted, voice raw. Didn't we promise to become Yinxia Ling generals together, to become Wu Ho, even to claim the title of Battle King? We were meant to be the twin stars of the future. Wu Yixia shook her head, pale hair sticking to her forehead. Brother, you're always out front, like the sun too dazzling to gaze at. But the sun is so hot it burns itself. I want to soothe that pain with the moon's gentle light. I want to protect you. Wu Yilan froze, the blood thread still coiled in his fists, scarlet drops falling between his fingers. So whether it's Ling General or Battle King, it doesn't matter, Wu Yixia gasped. If I can stay by your side, I'll do anything. You are the radiant sun. She no longer had enough blood to finish. Stop talking, Yixia. They'll give you my blood. Wu Yilan flung up his arm. Fangs tore his wrist. Blood mixed with shredded flesh splattered across the floor. Tyne, forgive me. Wu Yixia lifted her head, voice barely a breath. I made you my servant, disgraced you. But I have one last request, take my brother away. Behind her, the phantom of Tyne Xingjuan, fractured by sun and moon as one, scattered like gauze. Yet the girl bit down, gathering her last will, and summoned the spirit anew. The apparition bent low. Moonlight condensed into a silver rope and wrapped around Wu Yilan. It nodded, answering its master's plea. Rest assured. Your brother is in my care. Thank you. Tyne, I was never a worthy master, but thank you. When a contractor dies, the heroic spirit returns to the Hall of Heroes to await the next summoner. Master and servant both a chain and a vow to fight side by side. Swish. The moonlit rope snapped tight, hoisting Wu Yilan into the air. Let me go? Damn it. Tyne, let me go? What are you doing? He thrashed, blood streaming from his wrist, still reaching for his sister. Bring Yixia here. Bring my sister to me. Damn it, isn't she your master? You're her servant. Tyne Xingjuan dragged the blood-drenched Wu Yilan off the front line, retreating until they were clear of the main battlefield. Only then did Wu Yixia manage a faint sigh of relief. You have to live, brother. She nodded lightly and let her eyes drift shut. Consciousness plunged into darkness. Her limbs felt as if they were sinking into the deep sea, and even breathing became a burden. Half-lidded, she saw a pale crescent rise beside the blazing sun. Being your sister in this life has been wonderful. Wu Yixia fell, the first disciple guard to die in this year's entrance trials. Yixia. In the external observation room, General Yun and I clenched her fists until her knuckles blanched. Fury blazed in her eyes, as though she could rip Oyamata from the monitor and tear him apart. Ah, General Yun and I, my condolences. Such a shame, she was an adorable girl. Oyamata gave a mock-pitying sigh. Hypocrite. Sakura Nation, remember this. For butchering Yangxia's prodigies, we will pay you back 100-fold. Rage almost spilled from Yun Ni's eyes. Oyamata shrugged. If a blood shadow assassin were only this capable, he'd never dare enter the black hole for the prodigy decapitation plan. This is just the tip of the iceberg. He lowered his voice. After all, the Tenma Corps is the most terrifying shadow legion under the 6th Demon King, Oda Nobunaga. Deep inside the black hole, Tyne Xingjuan fled with Wu Yilan, but as his master neared death, his own spirit form faded fast. Wu Yilan, what's happening? Where's your sister? A blurred figure flashed in. Meng Qingzhen arrived and collided with them. Meng Qingzhen. Help Yixia. Wu Yilan grabbed him like a drowning man clutching a straw. What on earth happened? Meng Qingzhen surveyed him. The disciple guard was a mangled wreck. At that moment the time limit ended. Tyne Xingzhen's light vanished, and he disappeared. Wu Yilan lost his support and collapsed into Meng Qingzhen's arms. What did you run into? Speak. Wu Yilan opened his mouth, splurt. Blood sprayed, and black leeches burst through his skin, wriggling from every limb. Meng Qingzhen stared in shock. Ah. Agony tore through him as the leeches gnawed at his organs, drilling thousands of bloody holes. When did they get me just now? Sakura scum. His body convulsed, yet he forced a step forward. Meng Qingzhen, be careful, they're no longer human. SSSS. Blood-red threads lanced through him. Hooded blood wraiths latched on and drank greedily. Sakura scum. I'm taking you with me. Crackle. Flames erupted over himself immolation. He hurled himself into the hooded ranks and exploded in a burst of fire. Boom. Sparks scattered, barely dusting the hems of the 12 black robes. Yixia died believing she had saved her brother. Reality was merciless. The Wu siblings fell together. Elon, you were a true warrior. General Yunxiao closed his eyes with a low sigh, then opened them, killing intent cold as ice. What you couldn't finish, I will. On the Abyssal front, they'll claim your share of kills as well. That's a promise. 2 disciple guards were tortured to death, and Yangxia's network fell silent. Bullet comments froze until a single line scrolled past. Honor the heroes with silence. Meanwhile, in Sector 7, it's finally done. I hope I'm not too late. Chu Xiu cut down every monster in his path and stepped across the boundary between Sectors 7 and 8. The moment he entered the 8th sector. Congratulations, host. Trial mission unlocked. The Froststill Coven can upgrade to the Weeping Chill Choir. A rank undead warlord Winter Witch Queen can evolve into Shrank undead warlord Queen of Timefrost. Chu Xiu had no idea why so many fiends insisted on blocking his way. When the last creature burst beneath his blade, blood mist and ice shards filled the air. His frost silence witches, once only 100 strong, suddenly swelled to 999, hitting the current cap and unlocking the next advancement quest. Time, however, was the one thing he lacked. He sheathed his sword and shook his head, an inexplicable sense of dread rising in his chest. The 8th sector. Scorched earth lay everywhere, severed limbs strewn about, and Meng Qingjin stood stunned in the center of the battlefield. The candidates rescued by the Wu siblings were still consumed by the black fog. Wu Yilan turned herself into a skyful of sparks, while Wu Yixia was drained to a desiccated husk weighing scarcely 20 caddies. Worse yet, after siphoning their blood, the Shuoling Jiang's power skyrocketed. Bone blades sprouted from its fingertips, a crimson carapace covered its body, and its frame expanded by a full size. This is bad. Qingjin can't beat them, Marquis Kangi murmured, his face like stone. The Fiend had dispatched the Wu siblings in minutes. How could Meng Qingjin survive alone? Qingjin will never flee, Yushu said, shaking his head. He dislikes chasing fame, yet he has never turned his back on an enemy. I know him's my disciple. A gentleman who draws his sword may die with his hat still straight, but even if he falls on the spot, he will not retreat a single step. So that is a scholar's backbone? The Marquis asked softly. Yes, Yushu replied. You said there's something more important than life. You're wrong. For a scholar, backbone is life. What could outrank it? While they spoke, Meng Qingxin's blue robe snapped in the wind as he strode toward the demons. I've barely seen him fight. What is his heroic spirit? Yun Xiao and Yun and I frowned. Meng Qingxin's spirit had never shown a solid form, only a faint azure silhouette that struck with effortless grace, adding to its mystery. Yushu lowered his voice. Have you heard the Henku for maxims? To plant a heart for heaven and earth, to secure life for the people, to pass on the sage's lost learning, and to bring peace to all future generations. Everyone finished. Exactly. Qingxin's spirit is the sage of the great void Zhongzai. At his words, a translucent figure took shape behind Meng Qingjin, clad in an indigo scholar's robe and a crane-embroidered cloak patterned with constellations. One hand held a scroll, the other a brush. Starbright, eyes opened and shut, sending waves of lofty aura through the void. Turbulent teal clouds burst outward, dispersing the black fog in an instant. Petition of the people, wall of humanity, Meng Qingjin said calmly. Zhang Zai raised his brush, and the scroll rolled beneath his left hand. Farmers, craftsmen, scholars, soldiers, officials, beggars, courtesans, emperors, every stratum of humanity flickered into view. What is the mortal world? Every facet of life, every wish of the people, that is the mortal world. He shouted. Azure radiance poured down like rain, dissolving the darkness clinging to the surviving candidates and hauling them back from the brink of death. Petition of the people is a wide area healing skill. The effect is insane, someone gasped. Run, or find a way to drop out. More candidates cried, cowering behind Meng Qingjin, yet afraid to stray too far. They tried to forfeit, only to discover their wristbands no longer worked and the teleport arrays were dead. He tried to bolt, only to find himself trapped within an invisible boundary, unable to escape. Meng Qingxin's brow tightened as he surveyed the area. The ground was cloaked in a dark red haze, and the sky had become a churning, blood-colored dome. An array? His voice was low. Ha ha, that's right, an array. The black-robed man laughed, sleeves billowing as his killing intent surged. Long before you arrived, we set the Blood Shadow Nethergate killing array here, easy in, almost impossible out. The Wu siblings had already been defeated even when they fought together. Now only Meng Qingjin remained. Can't get out? Meng Qingjin sighed, but his eyes were clear as glass. Then he'll kill you all and leave afterward. You two behind me. He lifted a sleeve to usher his companions back, then formed a seal with one hand. Zhou Li ritual sword. Alohum rang out. Passages from the rites of Zhou unfurled in midair, and torrents of golden sword light tore through the mist, coiling around him. Mengzi vast righteous sword chi. The ritual sword slashed forward. 10,000-foot beams of gold burst outward, turning into boundless righteous energy that hurtled toward the 12 black-robed figures. One of them barked, "Deal with the blood spirit ghouls first." Before the words faded, the blood mist surged and the ghouls lunged like crimson torrents at Meng Qingxian. Henk of Four Ultimates aspect. Zhang Zai wielded his brush like a blade. 8 bold characters flared with inky light. Establish Heart, the Azure Dragon. Establish Fate, the Vermilion Bird. Continue Learning, the Black Tortoise. Bring Peace, the White Tiger. For colossal beast phantoms formed a ring around Meng Qingxian. Every ghoul that crashed into them was hurled back, unable to break through. The black-robed leader's eyes widened. So this is a scholar? People say a man of letters can't even trust a chicken, yet you're this strong. In truth, Meng Qingxian's power far exceeded their estimates, surpassing even the Wu siblings. All along, he merely chose not to fight, rather than being unable to fight. His identity now lay bare. Disciple of the spirit general Chu Xiu, Meng Qingxian. Bound spirit, the S-rank sage of the void, Zhang Zai. Auxiliary skill, petition of the people wall of the mortal realm, a large area healing art. Offense, ritual sword and vast righteous sword chi. Defense, for ultimates aspect. Zhang Zai was a 6-sided warrior attack, defense, and healing all flawless. If Meng Qingxian wished to compare talent, he was no weaker than any personal disciple of a battle king. In this era, anyone who became a spirit general, martial lord, or battle king possessed an invincible heart fighting countless battles, carving out glory, guarding the borders of Yanxia. Yet Meng Qingxian was gentle by nature, never grasping for power. Though gifted, few masters had wanted him. Years ago, Chu Xiu asked, "Why insist on applying to Jingbei and Qinsha?" Meng Qingxian replied, "The best academies in Yanxia must have the best libraries." All he sought was to read. Why read? "I seek inner peace, but I have inherited Zhang Zai's ambition, so." He would spend his life striving to fulfill 4 lines. To establish a heart for heaven and earth. To establish a destiny for the living. To inherit the teachings of past sages. To bring peace to all future ages. The ritual sword rose again. Golden light thundered down, waves of righteous energy crashing one after another. The 12 demonic envoys were split apart, scrambling in panic to defend. Terror flashed in the black-robed leader's eyes. "Meng Qingxian, with talent like yours, even a battle king's personal disciple might not match you. I underestimated you." Grinding his teeth, he shouted, "Who says a spirit general's disciple is inferior to a battle king's? Have you tested that yourself? Practice is the only measure of truth, isn't it?" Meng Qingxian asked mildly. "Humph. Even so, you'll never defeat us," snarled the 12 powerhouses of the Sakura Kingdom. A cube spun rapidly in the leader's palm. Blood revenants merge. Become a crimson flood. In an instant, the scarlet mist overhead seemed to be seized by an unseen hand. Countless revenants converged, dark red tributaries pouring into the cube. Boom. The tide erupted into a colossal river of blood, its crest towering above the clouds, its corrosive stench surging toward Meng Qingxian. The 4-pole guardians roared, yet the crushing current drove them back, its acidic force eating at their defenses. From the depths of the waves, hundreds of grotesque figures burst forth, the very Yanxia candidates slain and drained moments earlier. Their faces were ashen, their eyes hollow, yet under the spell they bared their claws and lunged. At the front, 2 armored figures stood out, the Wu siblings. In the live broadcast, Yanxia's viewers, still grieving the siblings' deaths, felt their eyes redden with fury. The Sakura Kingdom's vile tactic reignited their rage. "Kill them. I won't let my son be used after death. Kill them. My daughter loved beauty. She wouldn't want her mother to see her like this. Kill them. My grandson died for his country. Don't let his sacrifice become a joke." The scrolling comments surged, as if the audience's fists would shatter the screen. Yun Xiao and Yunyi, eyes rimmed with red, shouted together, "Don't hesitate, Meng Qingxian. They've already found. Don't be fooled by the enemy's trick." It felt to Meng Qingxian as though he could hear the roar of millions. His gaze grew razor-sharp. Raising the scroll high, he murmured, "Heaven and earth as one." The phantom of Zhang Zai appeared, brush poised for half a heartbeat before striking decisively. Holy energy from the great void erupted, forming 4 dazzling pillars that pierced the clouds. Switching from defense to offense, the 4-pole guardians ripped open the sky and forged 4 world-binding seals. First seal, honor, rights, and virtue. Second seal, all people share one body. Third seal, comprehend spirits and transformation. Fourth seal, preserve order and peace. The seals thundered down, their radiance like celestial pillars that slashed through the bloody torrent. The air crackled with deafening blasts. Meng Qingxian's aura soared, and his voice rang across heaven and earth. "Behold my ultimate technique, heaven and earth as one. The 4 seals of Henku. It can quell every calamity under the sky." The power of the 4 seals of Henku was nothing short of terrifying. Under the combined suppression of the purifying light and the righteous vital energy, the blood-formed phantoms crumbled one after another, and the surging crimson tide fell utterly silent beneath the four seals. All was brought to order. Meng Qingjin advanced at an unhurried pace, heading straight for the 12 demonic cultists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ritual swords circled at his sides, their auras weaving into a half-transparent crown of tassels that sealed every gap around his seemingly frail scholar's frame. Is that all you've got left? His voice was calm. Before the words had faded, one sword ripped through the air, punching a hole cleanly through a cultist's chest. The blast of sword energy shredded the black robe in an instant. A twitch of his thumb launched a second arc. A severed head spun skyward. The third cultist tried to dodge, but was cleaved in two by the trailing blade light. In the span of a few heartbeats, 3 lay dead. Outside, viewers watching the live feed erupted. Nice. Keep killing. Don't let a single one escape. Those damn Sakura dogs deserve every bit of it. Pin in hand, Meng Qingjin conjured fresh spectral blades. Columns of righteous sword energy poured down like a waterfall, unending and relentless. For 5, 6, 8, 10 within moments, every black-robed figure lay in pieces, leaving only the leader, a black cube resting on his palm, to face Meng Qingjin. The thing you're holding is the core of the formation, isn't it? Meng Qingjin's green sleeves fluttered as he spoke, voice cool. It is. The man nodded calmly. Destroy it, and the array collapses. Correct. Excellent. The ritual sword shot forward and struck the cube with a metallic clang, yet failed to pierce even an inch. The black-robed man chuckled. Did you really think you could break it? You never understood what you were dealing with. This is the Blood Shadow Nethergate Mass Slaughter Array. Blood Shadow refers to the sanguine ghouls, but what of the Nethergate? And what do you think mass slaughter means? His tone chilled to the marrow. Playtime's over. Once I'm done with you, I still have another sector to visit. Though no wind blew, his robe billowed, disgorging thick black miasma that reeked with a nauseating, inhuman stench. Swish, his cloak flew aside, revealing his true form. Everyone watching the stream froze, terror blooming in their chests. That thing isn't human at all. He's a monster. A leech? A leech that evolved? No way. Leeches are low-tier beasts with no intelligence. How could one take human shape? Did you even read the monster compendium? Then what in the world is he? Holy crap, this is nightmare fuel. My trypophobia is going wild. Terror spread across every face. Their scalps tingled as they stared at the screen. The figure on camera was tall and hunched beneath a black robe. His pitch-black, tattered skin writhed with leeches that burrowed through rotting flesh, squeezing trails of milky slime down his cheeks. Only his eyes remained, bulging and blood-red. Behind him, 2 thick, tar-colored tentacles dragged along the ground, lined with suckers and swarming with the same leechaceous sight that turned the stomach. That's disgusting. I can't handle things like this, ugh. That thing isn't even human. The chat from Flamesummer exploded with messages like, I can't take it, and I'm gonna puke. And even viewers from Sakura Nation had to turn away. Is everyone in Blood Shadow a monster? The goo on him looks like raw egg over rice. Shut up. I'm eating raw egg over rice right now. Who just insulted whose mother? Care to return the courtesy? On the other side of the battlefield, Meng Qingjin remained composed. As a disciple of the spirit general, he was long accustomed to the horrors of abyssal beasts. There was no revulsion in him now, only vigilance and calculation. You fuse your own body with a demon's flesh, tissue, and cells, turning yourself into this half-man, half-abomination. Doesn't it hurt? What's the point? He asked quietly. The robed man gave a dark chuckle. And you? A Flamesummer hero reciting the 4 books and 5 classics. What are you after? Meng Qingjin fell silent. Every deed is driven by a creed, and his lofty interrogation was, in itself, a form of arrogance. Suddenly the robed man roared. Long live the Grand Sakura Empire! I will clear every obstacle from its path. This is my faith, just like the kamikaze of old. The chat turned blood red in an instant. To Flamesummer, the word kamikaze was the deepest scar from the age before the heroes. Grand Void Sword Array. Meng Qingjin said no more. Forming a seal with his fingers, he sent ceremonial swords whistling through the air, merging into 108 righteous sword beams that shot toward the robed man. Come back to me, the robed man laughed. The limbs of comrades Meng Qingjin had cut down earlier transformed into chunks of flesh that flew back, slapping onto him and sealing the wounds at once. With a roar, his frame swelled grotesquely, leeches covering every inch until even his eyes disappeared. The river of blood, once pinned by the 4 seals of Henku, reversed its flow and surged into him. He tilted his head back and swallowed the demonic cube, which dissolved into scarlet ripples that spread through his limbs and bones. In an instant, a leech colossus towered over the battlefield, its arms as thick as ramparts and blood-red wings forged from the river itself unfurling behind it. Whoosh shot into the sky and swung a fist across the sword beams. Crackling, the righteous energy detonated in a chain of mid-air explosions. 12 demonic hosts. 12 warped demon shades soared upward, circling before merging into a single obsidian silhouette, the Demon King. Array power augment. Boom. The leech giant hurled a punch, the Demon King belting out a ghastly roar and mirroring the blow. At the same moment, a pillar of crimson light dropped from the sky, locking onto the giant. Demon, human, heroic spirit, and Array 4 powers stacked as one. Meng Qingshan's pupils contracted. The Grand Void Sword Array shattered, the 4 seals of Henku cracked apart, and the 4 extremes phase wailed before being erased into nothing, silence swallowing the sky. The robed man howled. You think one man can protect them? How laughable. Every last one of you will die here. A cyclone of fists raged toward him. Pain erupted in Meng Qingshan's chest and blood soaked his scholar's robe. The next instant, an enormous crimson fist, the screaming Demon King, and a torrent of blood engulfed him. Swarms of savage leeches surged forward, eager to drain the very last drop from his veins. The phantom of the heroic spirit Zhang's eye flickered, its outline warping as though it would vanish completely at any moment. Not good. Meng Qingshan is about to be defeated. King Yihao's heart plummeted. The Meng Qingshan before him was already strong enough to rival his most brilliant disciple, yet even so he could not withstand the enemy's ferocious onslaught. The hard-won advantage they had seized a moment ago was torn apart by the opponent's fist aura, and the tide of battle flipped in an instant. If Meng Qingshan fell here, the entire 8th sector would likely be wiped out, and the losses to Yinxiao would be beyond measure. Qingshan, Yu Shuling cried, her face drained of color. Meng Qingshan had never fought for fame or power, only to safeguard a world at peace. Was he really going to perish here? Everyone held their breath. Was Yinxiao about to lose yet another dazzling, boundless talent? In that hopeless instant, a thunderous roar exploded across the field. Endrift Cleaver. A jet-black axe light split the sky like a bolt of lightning, meeting the black-robed man's lethal punch Hedon with a boom that sounded like mountains collapsing and seas roaring. Gale winds tore at the ground, fissures snaked across the earth, and shattered rock and dust were hurled high into the air. Exhausted, Meng Qingshan was caught in the gale and flung several yards before crashing hard against a crumbling cliff. Who? The black-robed man snarled. The sweeping axe wave shredded the leech swarm that covered him, spraying foul, dark blood in every direction. He beat his blood-red wings and shot backward, shock written across his face. His ultimate strike, forged from his own body, demonic beasts, heroic spirits, and an array combined, had been broken. Hedon. What kind of terrifying power was this? A hulking silhouette burst through the dust, gripping an iron chain in one hand. On the chain's far end dragged a ghastly, demon-faced great axe whose blade flickered with orange firelight. Thousand Morph, Demon Lash. Boom. More than 30 whip phantoms lashed out behind the newcomer, cracking through the air toward the black-robed man. The whips bristled with fine serrated teeth, whistling as they spun, dropping like a deadly net from every direction. A single misstep and a whip struck, its teeth burying into bone. With a savage yank, sparks flew and a sharp crack sounded as leeches were ripped free and gouts of flesh spattered across the field. Before the black-robed man could recall his surviving parasites, a chilling crunch echoed. Ice spread across the ground in an instant, sealing the fallen leeches beneath a thick, crystalline layer. Who dares ruin my plans? Show yourself, show yourself. He roared, mind-fracturing. At that moment, a figure wearing a silver mask and holding a tang blade appeared atop a shattered treetop. He surveyed the ravaged battlefield, his tone calm, yet appraising. Looks like I managed to arrive in time. The spectator barrage erupted. Thank goodness it's Abyss. No way. I haven't checked the feed in a bit, and he's already fought his way from the 7th sector to the 8th. Abyss strength is unquestionable. With him and Meng Tianjiao together, that monster's as good as dead. The entire network boiled over. Abyss had stormed onto the field, blocking a lethal blow and saving Meng Qingshan, bringing a sudden turn of fortune for Yinxia. Fu Kangyihe let out a long breath. They had been dangling on the edge of the cliff moments ago. Meng Qingshan's solitary struggle had been far too desperate. Right now, he was profoundly grateful he had swallowed his pride and begged Abyss to act. Otherwise, the damage would be far greater than he could ever imagine. With Abyss and Cheng Zhun joining forces, a sliver of hope finally appeared. At that moment, Xiaomada Hezhong looked up, spotted the figure in the treetop, and his face went dark. Of all times to show yourself, you chose now? He sneered, murderous intent surging. Fine, they'll kill you too. Chu Xiu balanced on the branch, surveying the slaughter below. Severed limbs, drifting blood mist, and broken blades wove together into a hellish scene. He frowned. Looks like I'm still late. If those monsters hadn't stalled me, I'd have been here sooner. His gaze fixed on the man in black, and a chill gripped him. The leeches crawling over the man's body almost triggered his trypophobia. In the next instant, Chu Xiu crouched, gathered power, and leapt. Swoosh flashed downward like a bolt of lightning, a gray blur aimed at the robed man. Well, you dare attack me? You must have a death wish. The robed man cackled. His sleeve burst, releasing a torrent of black-red leeches, while 2 slick ebony tentacles whipped toward Chu Xiu. Light flared in Chu Xiu's samsara eyes, slowing every trajectory into crisp lines. He sidestepped, shuffled, and twisted past each strike, then raised his palm. Let the 5 organs kindle the empty flame. Let my breath burn mountains and rivers. A 5-colored lotus of fire spun from his hand and crashed against the robed man's chest. Useless. Ordinary fire can't hurt me. Even the Solar Star Lord failed to burn arc. His scream tore through the battlefield as his chest caved in and the leeches turned to ash. Terror filled his eyes. What kind of flame is that? Chu Xiu pressed his lips into a thin line, drew his blade, and stepped back. No idea. Samadhi fire? Solar true flame? Golden crow blaze? 6 ding divine fire? 9 nether hellfire? Maybe a bit of everything. You've got to be kidding trying to mess with me because I'm from Sakura? Wait, I guess I am from Sakura. He trembled with rage. No one can wield that many flames. Impossible. Quit showing off, die. The tentacles recoiled and lashed out like steel whips. Behind him, the heroic spirit Heavenly Demon King roared, and a colossal hand blotted out the sky, trapping Chu Xiu's escape. Humans who sought power had to cultivate a heroic spirit's legacy, a slow path with a low ceiling. Against monsters and heroic spirits, the gap was a chasm. One slap from the Demon King could pulp even a gold rank summoner. Your spirit's too far away. How will it save you now? The robed man sneered. Across the field, Eternal Night Demon Skeleton was indeed cut off. Crimson iron fists thundered in from both flanks, crashing at the skeleton like falling stars to block its advance. Heh, don't you even know the basics? A master shouldn't charge too far ahead, and he shouldn't let his spirit lag behind. Such simple rules, and you still don't get them? Stupid Yinxiao boy. Spectators in the stands and hidden corners felt their hearts lodge in their throats. The rules their teachers had drilled into them had become a deadly shackle. Abyss had overextended, and his spirit was pinned down, too far to help. The Demon King's gigantic palms closed, clamping Chu Xiu tight. This strike will turn you into pulp. The robed man shrieked. The audience held their breath, the air itself thick with tension. His spirit was restrained, and rescue was impossible in time. However powerful a human might be, how can they stand against a terrifying spirit? The Demon King descended from the sky with a pressure so tangible it crushed the heart. Among the silver rank he was already one of the rare few, and his opponent was nothing but a lone human, a fact that made his victory seem certain. Yet the very next instant everything changed. A guttural snarl rumbled from the Demon King's throat, his massive hand trembling violently in midair, joints cracking. Roar after roar erupted as blinding gold light burst between his fingers, slicing outward like blades from his palm. Who told you that Eternal Night was my spirit? I don't recall ever revealing the name of my idolin. A cool, unmistakable voice spoke from inside the Demon King's grasp. That was merely one of my legion's champions, whose only duty is to charge forward. As for guarding its master, I have someone else in mind. Before the words even faded, several shafts of razor-sharp light ripped through the air, punched cleanly through the Demon King's palm, and erupted in a blinding explosion. Shattered demon blood splattered everywhere as Chu Xiu tore free of the golden glare. Behind him drifted a shimmering apparition, wings unfurled, scepter in hand, a crown of thorns circling its brow like a fallen yet proud angel of judgment. Crown of verdict, spear of judgment. Chu Xiu raised his hand, golden radiance surging violently behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4 countless gilded lances emerged from the void, layer upon layer, almost filling the entire battlefield. There, at the tip of the Abyss Devouring Lord's staff, dark gold flames of judgment flickered ceaselessly. Chu Xiu lifted his palms slightly, his voice detached, yet irresistible. Come, let me show you what common sense really looks like. He flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of spears of judgment tore through the sky, sweeping down like a rain of arrows. In a heartbeat, the Demon King's massive body was riddled with holes, turned into a living sieve. The sealing power of judgment completely suppressed the Demon King's regeneration, and the black miasma swirling around him was banished by the golden light. Chu Xiu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. No need to apologize, you just need more practice, my friend. With that crisp snap, the Demon King dissolved into warped black vapor, erased from existence. This was a one-shot kill, pure and simple. What kind of monster are you? The man in the black robe was stunned. To obliterate the Tianma King in a single strike, could any human possibly do that? Monster? Chu Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile. If anyone here is a monster, wouldn't it be you? With the Tianma King erased, only the black-robed man remained. Leeches writhed across his body, and he was deeply fused with the Shuling Jiang, making his flesh almost impossible to handle. Chu Xiu decided he had to tear off those crimson wings first. In a flash he landed beside Meng Qingxian. Your name? Meng Qingxian. Good. Can you still fight? Meng Qingxian drew a deep breath and nodded. No problem. At his words, the phantom of Zhang Zai formed behind him. The Mengjing Tianshu and the Taihe brush floated into his hands, and with one sweep of the brush a vast holy radiance spread outward. All people petition as one great wall of humanity. A gentle tide of healing power flooded the field, and Meng Qingshan's wounds closed before the naked eye. Chu Xiu stared at the black-robed figure overhead. I want to peel the Shuling Jiang out of his body, otherwise he'll be nearly impossible to kill. Meng Qingshan frowned. Once the Shuling Jiang is forced out, it turns into a river of blood much worse. Unless you have a top-tier fire spirit to vaporize it, at least gold rank, something like the Taiyang Xingjuan. Leave that to me. Can you make the split or not? The Hichu and Luoshu can invert yin and yang. I can do it, Meng Qingshan said solemnly, but I must not be interrupted. Chu Xiu nodded. Good enough. He'll handle everything else. He snapped his fingers softly. Rise. A rustling roar followed. Countless blood-red shapes crawled up behind him. The Bloodgorger's scarlet eyes burned in the night as they advanced like an iron tide, cracking the earth with every step toward the black-robed man. Meng Qingshan drew a sharp breath. What are those? They're not demons, yet their pressure is just as strong and there are so many. Just do your part. They'll take the heat. Chu Xiu flicked his hand, and the Bloodgorger army thundered forward, turning into crimson whirlwinds that lunged at the black-robed man. There are more of these specters than Shuling Jiang. The man shouted, enraged and panicked. He beat his wings and shot skyward, trying to escape. Stack, Chu Xiu said quietly. One Bloodgorger leaped onto another's back, and more piled on, layer after layer, forming a blood-red stairway that pierced the clouds, hundreds of meters high. Spin Crimson Maelstrom. The massive Bloodgorgers rotated in perfect unison, maintaining a terrifying balance. The resulting vortex whipped up a storm that tore through the sky like a natural disaster. The black-robed man's face twisted. I'm 100 meters up, and you're still on me. He beat his blood-red wings frantically, trying to climb higher. On the ground, Meng Qingshan spread his hands. The arcane patterns of Hichu and Luoshu blossomed from his palms, and the world's energy reversed itself in a furious swirl. Hichu, Luoshu. At that very moment, Meng Qingshan also unleashed his finishing move. Zhang Zai lifted his hand, and the Taihao brush swept through the air. Black and white intertwined, sketching a yin-yang taiji disc the heavens as Qian, the earth as Kuan. With that single stroke, the vast forces of the cosmos crashed down like an overturned bell jar, pinning the man in the black cloak so tightly he could not so much as twitch a fingertip. Separate now? Meng Qingshan roared. The yin-yang energy twisted like a titanic blade, tearing the blood-red wings from the black-robed man's back. Heaven and earth flipped. The crimson glow was stripped away, and the taiji sigil crushed his roar in his throat. Damn it. He poured every ounce of power into shattering the restraint, but a scarlet cyclone was already howling toward him. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. The high-speed slicing sounded like 10,000 blades at once. Every leech clinging to him burst apart, a rain of blood splattering the ground. Freeze. Chu Xiu snapped his fingers. An army of frost witch spirits appeared, a wave of chill spreading in all directions. Frost bloomed over the earth, and the falling leeches turned to ice sculptures in a blink. Squeezed from both flanks, the black-robed man lost control of his power and slammed down from the sky. Done, Meng Qingshan said quietly. The river of blood was severed from its host. It's finished, Abyss. His howl echoed. Chu Xiu grinned. Perfect, I've been waiting. Winter Halo Ice Prison. The blood river crashed to the ground, trying to shape itself into a vampiric wraith that lunged at him. Crack, clack, crack. Frost surged like a tide, visible rime racing across the earth until the entire blood river was sealed in ice. The black-robed man froze. Where did that ice power come from? He shouted, helpless as the frost locked the river away, turning it into grim black ice. With that, his last trump card was gone. We've kept you around long enough. Time to finish this, Chu Xiu said, stepping back. At the same moment, the Evernight Wraith charged in, sliding low with a flash of cold light. If you slip away this time, thumbs up. If this kick doesn't kill you, thumbs down. Bang. He drop-kicked the black-robed man high into the air, spread his wings, and followed like a rock piercing the sky. Target lock Evernight Unlimited, realm of 1,000 slaughters. A pitch-black domain exploded outward, swallowing daylight in an instant. Seriously? It was getting good. Why is the screen completely black? Yeah, same here. If it weren't for the chat overlay ID, think my monitor died. Wait, not his is Abyss heroic spirit popping his ultimate. Holy crap. Damn, I can hear non-stop explosions. I feel like this move is a 9-to-1 matchup against me. Hold up, you're that strong? You could kill me 9 times in 1 second, bro. Countless afterimages of the Evernight Wraith ripped through the void, each heavy blow following the last. For the black-robed man, that single second felt like an endless century, every nerve pounded numb. Crash. When the darkness finally peeled away, the chain of explosions boomed belatedly, and his mind only then refocused. In his sight, a shattered object fell out of the void, leeches sliding off like dead leaves. It was his own body. Yes, the strike had sheared his head clean off, the skull rolled aside. Yet it still wasn't fatal, was twitching, struggling to regenerate. That's not his weak point. At this rate, he'll come back. Someone in the chat cried in panic. Hurry. Interrupt the resurrection. You have to find the weak spot right now. Come on, Abyss. Find his weak spot. Yet Chu Xiu remained unhurried. A weak spot? Why waste time on that? In his eyes, every fear comes from a lack of firepower, so why not just blast the weak spot to atoms along with everything else? At a single thought, the shadow of the Abyssal Devourer Lord loomed behind him, its massive figure raising a staff in silence. In the next instant, a sweeping black maelstrom gathered in the sky, like a dark nebula ready to swallow the stars. Nebula storm. Boom. Lightning cracked, and the heavens seemed to cave in, burying all light. Inside the Yinxiao livestream, the chat fell dead quiet. Hold on, does the Abyss have a mana bar too? Is his mana infinite, or what? Bro, you're spamming your ULT like it's a normal attack. I'm fresh out of words. Looks like the Abyss is just a walking power bank. Before the jokes finished scrolling, the terrifying nebula storm slammed down. The frozen earth was shredded to dust, the ground plowed into a maze of ravines. Flesh or shell, monster, leech, or human weak point or no, everything disintegrated in that single strike. Ghoul. From the settling debris, a single chunk of metal rolled to Chu Xiu's feet, the black magnet cube. He bent to pick it up, surprised to find it was a container. It could store the blood he generated in blood ghoul form and automatically absorb other kinds of energy with nothing more than a touch. It was essentially a hidden backup battery. I'll keep this. Might be useful someday, he thought. With the man in black robes utterly annihilated, the blood shadow nether killing array collapsed, and everyone finally exhaled at last. It was over. Then Chu Xiu suddenly went rigid. Boom. A tsunami of killing intent burst from within him, the undead legion's soul flames dancing in alarm. You Sakura Nation mutts. Are you begging for death? His gaze turned icy, each word a promise of slaughter. He had dashed to defend Sector 8, only to discover that Sector 7 had been invaded. It's over. That damn Sakura dog is finally dead. The crowd went wild, and the livestream chat flooded with thanks to Abyss and Meng Tianjiao. Their exhilaration practically burst through the screen. Justice for our Yinxiao prodigy. With Abyss and Meng Tianjiao around, Yinxiao is safe. Well, never fear the Sakura dogs again. So cool. From today on, Abyss is my idol. Brother Abyss, can I be your little puppy? Someone mocked. You upstairs must have dodged taxes for too long. The big audit's coming. I'm a guy, damn it. The previous Cinder howled, and the chat veered off course. Whoa, that was a Sichuan opera face change. Another viewer joked. Inside the arena, the black-robed man was cut down. The formation shuddered for a few seconds, then shattered. The disaster in District 8 was over. Chu Xiu casually harvested every enemy's points. The counter rocketed up and froze at 100,000. A full 100,000. On the leaderboard, his score dwarfed second-place Lin Ao's by more than 20 times, securing first place with ease. Yet Abyss stood motionless, and the air around him seemed to drop 10 degrees. Hey, what happened? Meng Qingzhen whispered, uneasy. A moment later, Abyss looked up. Behind the mask, his eyes blazed with fury so fierce it felt suffocating. One glance made Meng Qingzhen's scalp prickle. Those eyes were like a demon god's. Sakura dogs, are you begging to die? His roar shook the air. You dared invade District 7 while I was gone? Rage twisted his voice as his fists cracked from the strain. Outside the battlefield, every viewer was baffled. They had no idea why Abyss had erupted. Xiaoyamada Hezhong's face shifted from pale to green. In his mind, the masked man's danger level climbed another notch. He's already slaughtered 2 of our Sakura's top elites, Yu Sheng, who had division chief potential, and Blood Shadow, the assassin we poured billions of Sakura coins into. And that black magnetic Cubian energy core we bought from the pretty country for tens of millions of dollars is now in Abyss hands. At least we still have Sanada Yukio and Heishan. With the 10 braves of Sanada, they should handle Abyss, they should, right? In truth, he had no confidence at all. Abyss methods were too many and too strange. 3 minutes earlier, District 7. Heishan Leia and Sanada Yukio entered side by side, the 10 braves of Sanada close behind. So this is District 7? Leia scanned the surroundings, the thunder-patterned boots under him crushing loose stones. Don't rush, Sanada Yukio said coolly. Cross-district travel exposed our coordinates. Abyss will come to us. We'll wait here for him. Yinxia calls it waiting by the stump for a rabbit. Heishan Leia sat cross-legged, lightning flickering over his body. Abyss killed Ryu no Tsurugi. They'll make him regret being born, Sanada muttered, killing intent solidifying in his eyes. They didn't know Abyss had already left District 7 and was fighting in District 8. Meanwhile, on another battlefield. Hey, Xiaozheng, brother Chu Xiu, look. An Outer Realm fiend just broke into District 7. Chu Xiu was neck-deep in combat and couldn't spare the focus. His mirror image clone stood blankly beside him. Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow, locking onto the coordinates. That's close, barely 500 meters away. The chance to rack up points had practically fallen into their laps. Yet Lu Yuan merely shook her head, her long hair swaying. Forget it. Any demon bold enough to cross realms has to be strong. We don't need that trouble. Getting through the first round is good enough. She always knew when to quit. Immediate gains never clouded her judgment. True, Xiao agreed. Let's wait for Abyss Bro to get back. Knowing him, he'll want to test these guys himself. Neither of them enjoyed reckless brawls, so they let the extraterrestrial demons go. Sanada's group felt otherwise. Lord Yukio, 500 meters away, a subordinate lowered his military binoculars and spoke in a low voice. Yinxia candidates spotted. Sanada Yukio waved dismissively. Nothing unusual. Ignore the small fry-war on the clock. They're not ordinary candidates, the man whispered. Intel says the woman is on Abyss team, and the others with her are his comrades. Sanada's eyes narrowed. Abyss teammates? Right. Her name's Liu Yaiwen'an S-class awakened spirit user, target on the must-kill list. With her is Xiao Zheng of the Xiao clan, also on that list. The last one is Chu Xiu, son of a Yinxia commander. Average strength, can be ignored. Heishan Lei Yi rose and locked eyes with Sanada. The same greed flickered in both gazes. Bagging a must-kill target meant a huge reward. Taking Abyss teammates hostage could shackle their main force. Move in, grab them. Sanada Yukio ordered coldly, flashing toward Liu Yuan. Heishan spoke calmly. Hostages? Hardly heroic. Aren't you worried about shaming your ancestor, Sanada Yukimura? All warfare is deception, Sanada sneered. If you can't sacrifice anything, you gain nothing. Skip the reward if you like, you'll take it myself. Heishan's brow creased, but he snorted. No need to posture against Yinxia folk. In that case, let's see who's faster. Before the words had faded, lightning arced around him. Electricity twined over his limbs, his speed exploding until he became a blurred afterimage. Sanada smiled faintly, clenched his cruciform short spear, and launched forward, crimson flames roaring through his veins like a charging dragon. But lightning's burst dwarfed fire. For Heishan, the 500-meter gap vanished in a single second. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Liu Yuan and Xiao Zheng. Roar! Heishan sprang skyward, arms swelling as thunderous lightning coiled around his fists, then hammered straight down. That guy's insanely fast. Sanada was only halfway there and clicked his tongue. Lightning beat fire in burst, speed, and raw force. His only edge might be endurance. Look out! A shadow suddenly shot skyward, then came hurtling down with a fist. Anyone would have been stunned, and Liu Yuan simply froze. At the critical moment, Xiao Zheng stumbled half a step, but still threw up his arm to block. He disliked fighting. Yet as the heir of the Xiao clan, he had been trained since childhood in combat, footwork, and brute strength. Added to that were the battle instincts etched into his muscles by the demonic taint in his body, giving him reflexes far beyond those of an ordinary student. Almost by instinct, he counterpunched. Not bad, your reflexes aren't slow at all. Suspended in midair, Heishan Lei smirked before his iron fist came crashing down. Boom. The air detonated, lightning arced, and the two fists clashed. Xiao Zheng was blasted a dozen meters away, slamming into the grass with dirt flying everywhere. He dropped to one knee, gasping, but still dared not tap the terrifying demonic power. Inside him, one flicker of it could swallow his sanity. Without that power, he was no match for Heishan Lei. You actually took a punch from me. Impressive. Lei flicked the sparks from his fist and eyed him coolly. But you weren't fighting seriously, were you? He frowned, sensing the raging force hidden inside Xiao Zheng, growing even more dissatisfied. At last Liu Yuan recovered and stepped in front of Xiao Zheng. Fixing her gaze on the crimson numbers glowing on the enemy's forehead, she said solemnly, Outer Realm Fiend, we don't want any of your points. We just want to finish the exam in peace. Ha. Heishan Lei threw back his head and laughed. You think the world runs on what you want. His laugh broke off, his eyes turning frigid. You might not want my points, but I want your lives. He let out a guttural roar, crouched low, and spread his fingers like eagle talons. Crack! Purple-black lightning crawled over his arms, the smell of ozone thick in the air. In the next instant, he rocketed forward, practically turning into a bolt of lightning aimed straight at Liu Yuan. Naive little girl, naive young master, Leia hissed. You're not fit to survive in a world this cruel. Earth-shattering thunderstrike. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.